Chapter 1. Is this the end? A blood-soaked youth, his body marred with bruises and lacerations, lay in a disheveled state resembling that of a beggar, tucked away in the corner of a dilapidated earthen dwelling. Surrounding him was a foul-smelling heap of rubble. The boy's body trembled, and the crimson liquid trickled from his quivering lips, as his once nimble limbs lay numb and lifeless upon the ground. In a fleeting moment, his dark eyes flickered with a myriad of complex emotions: rage, resentment, despair, and an unexpected sense of release. Is this truly the end for me? He extended his tongue, letting the vibrant blood mingle with his mouth, emitting a faint sound that carried a tone of flippancy and mockery. Cough, what a loss this is. I've barely lived over 40 years, never even tasted the bittersweet essence of love, and now it's all coming to an end? The boy gazed at a sliver of sunset filtering through the cracks in the wall, a sardonic smile gracing his face. Meow! A feeble cry interrupted his thoughts. Nearby, beside a heap of garbage, lay a small white creature, roughly the size of Corgi. Its pristine fur, now stained with bright red blood, was matted together, revealing a multitude of wounds and gaping flesh that continually oozed blood. The little creature's face bore scars, one of which traversed its left eye, nearly blinding it. Its tail weakly flicked, yearning to inch closer to the boy, yet the excruciating pain rendered it immobile, producing soft whines of distress. Damn you, foolish creature. I told you to run, not towards that scoundrel. With your tiny frame, do you really think you can bite someone? You'd barely fill a pot if I stewed you, cough, cough. Meow. Well, are you satisfied now? No more games for you. After a moment of silence, the boy spoke again. Is death truly upon us, you silly creature? Whimper. Is this really how it ends? I can't help but feel a tinge of regret, cough, cough. A fit of coughing seized him, jarring his wounds and sending waves of searing pain coursing through him. Damn. Meow, whimper. Noticing the boy's condition, the small creature disregarded its own injuries and struggled to crawl towards him, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Spit, cough, you silly fool. After a prolonged bout of coughing, the boy expelled a mouthful of congealed blood, feeling a flicker of warmth beside him, his lips curling into a faint smile. Worth it. 1 for 3. Even in death, I have this silly companion by my side. It's worth it. The last rays of the setting sun bathed the boy's youthful face in warmth, causing his eyelids to grow heavy. An overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, and the frail boy could no longer withstand the pull of sleep, his trembling eyes fluttering shut. Meow, meow, meow. Whimper, whimper. The frantic cries gradually faded from his hearing, and soon he was enveloped in darkness. Old Momonosuke, why haven't you returned home yet? What are you looking at, wandering around like that? Under the golden hues of the setting sun at the village entrance, 2 elongated shadows brushed past one another, followed by a voice calling out. It's Father Toxiu, just back for fishing. Sigh, you'd think at this hour, Moo would pass by here with that creature of his to greet this old woman. Where could they be today? Old Momonosuke tightened her apron, her curious gaze continually drifting towards the village outskirts. Why worry about that mischievous boy? He's just a wild child with no one to look after him who knows where he's off playing. Good riddance if he doesn't come back. Father Toxiu's tone was laced with discontent, yet a glimmer of concern flickered in his eyes. You scoundrel, hurry along. What nonsense are you spouting? Wasn't it just Moo who borrowed your iron pipe? Must you speak of him so? Have you forgotten how he once saved you? Old Momonosuke bent down to pick up a nearby carrying pole and waved it threateningly at Father Toxiu. He quickly apologized, clutching his fishing net as he hurried away. Saimu. Old Momonosuke glanced once more towards the village outskirts, where the narrow path remained desolate. The once lively figure that had been a source of annoyance was still conspicuously absent. With a deep sigh, she hoisted 2 baskets of fruit onto the pole and slowly made her way back into the village. Crazy Motsi, how goes the task I assigned you? About 5 kilometers from the village, on a hillside surrounded by large trees and mountains, stood a grand stockade, constructed from mounds of earth and stone. The dilapidated walls bore witness to past conflicts. Within the stockade's main hall, a burly man with the physique of a bear addressed the kneeling, crazy Motsi before him. Boss, that kid won't survive the night. Bang. What? He won't survive the night? So he's still alive then? Before Crazy Matsi could finish his statement, he was sharply reprimanded by the boss. Yes, yes, no, no. Faced with the boss' imposing demeanor, Crazy Matsi broke into a cold sweat, trembling and unable to articulate further. You better speak clearly. Is he still alive or not? The boss rose abruptly, his towering frame radiating an aura of dominance. Bang! Crazy Matsi, caught off guard, felt his legs buckle, collapsing to the ground as he repeatedly bowed his forehead against the floor. Boss, forgive me. I laid into that kid pretty hard. He was already half dead when I left him at the foot of the mountain in the ruins. Given his current state, he's likely dead now. Yes, he's dead. Spare me, please, boss. Crazed Matsi, I ordered you to kill that boy directly, not to leave him in the ruins to die. Are you a fool? Get down the mountain right now and bring that boy to me. Whether he's dead or alive, I want him here alive or dead. I want to see him. Hurry up. The boss face twisted in rage, an overwhelming fury emanating from him. Yes, yes, yes. I'm going now, right now. Bang. Just as Crazy Matsi crawled backward, the Grand Hall's door was violently flung open, flooding the dim interior with the golden light of the setting sun. Hood, hood, hood. Then, a figure, slightly unsteady on its feet, appeared in the doorway, casting a heavy silhouette against the light. Who the hell is that? The already furious boss was interrupted by this sudden intrusion, akin to someone being halted just as they were about to indulge in pleasure. An uncontrollable rage surged within him. The boss stomped down hard, shattering the stone slab beneath him. Using the rebound, he propelled himself forward, delivering a colossal punch aimed at the figure in the doorway. Should the punch land, even a full-grown bull would struggle to withstand it. Buzz! As the boss lunged 2 meters forward, a dull sound reverberated, and an invisible wave spread throughout the hall. Oh, what is this? Bang! As the wave washed over the boss, he felt an unexpected heaviness, as if an unseen force had pinned him to the ground, sinking his entire body into the earth. Panic flooded his eyes as the figure at the hall's entrance became increasingly enigmatic. Thud, thud. May I inquire who is responsible for the grievous injuries inflicted upon Mu at the foot of the mountain? As the voice resonated, the figure in the doorway was finally revealed, a seemingly elderly man, appearing to be over 50, leaning on a dark wooden staff, dressed simply, with a brown cloak draped over his shoulders. He stood firm, exuding a presence akin to an ancient pine. The man's robust physique betrayed no sign of frailty, but his eyes, clouded and white, evoked a sense of melancholy. The tip of his staff tapped rhythmically against the ground. May I ask who will answer this old man's question? The elder spoke again, his pale eyes scanning the hall. It was him. He did it. The once fearsome boss, now pinned to the ground by an unseen force, had lost all bravado. Meeting the elder's gaze, he knew the man could not see, yet fear and trepidation overwhelmed him as he shakily raised a finger, pointing at the nearly unconscious Crazy Matsi. Oh, thank you for the information. Astonishingly, despite his sightlessness, the elder accurately saw the direction of the boss finger and approached Crazy Matsi without error. At this moment, Crazy Matsi was on the verge of losing consciousness, mumbling incoherently for help. Those who commit evil, harbor evil in their hearts, shall be punished. I shall borrow your head to bring peace to the hearts of the righteous. The blind elder showed no sympathy for Crazy Matsi's plight, slowly raising his wooden staff that a soft sound escaped. In the blink of an eye, amidst the terrified gaze of the burly man beside him, the head of the madman was severed from his body. Ah, I implore you, said the elder, kindly assist me in wrapping this head and handing it over to me. The old man stowed away his wooden staff and stood once more at the entrance of the hall, exuding an air of undeniable authority. The burly man, upon hearing these words, suddenly felt as though a great weight had been lifted from him. The oppressive force that had held him captive vanished entirely, granting him his freedom. Yet, in that moment, he dared not make even the slightest extraneous movement. Faced with an elder who could easily pin him to the ground with a mere gesture, he was at a loss for how to seize victory. He quickly scrambled to his feet, shedding his outer garment, disregarding the bloodied head, hastily wrapped it up, and presented it respectfully before the elder. There is no need for trepidation. Kind sir, my purpose here is solely to eradicate the vile. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. The elder accepted the blood-soaked bundle and turned to exit. Just as the burly man exhaled a sigh of relief, a statement from outside sent a shiver down his spine once more. As for the accomplices of the wicked, it is only fitting that the victims deal with them personally. With that, the elder's figure faded into the twilight. Victims? Personally? Is he still alive? The burly man instinctively took 2 steps back, the image of the mischievous imp who had turned his village upside down flashing in his mind. Humph! Should he dare to come, I will ensure he is ground to dust. Anger surged within him, his face contorted in a snarl. Just then, his left foot brushed against the corpse on the ground, sending a chill racing up his spine. What if that elder were to come as well? At the foot of the mountain, in a dilapidated earthen house, the last rays of the setting sun cast a faint light. One could vaguely discern 2 figures, one large and one small, lying supine. The youth, aside from his nearly imperceptible breaths, bore a striking resemblance to a corpse. His wounds oozed blood, and he hovered on the brink of death. Beside him lay a small, white creature, incessantly licking its own wounds, pausing occasionally to glance at the youth, its eyes reflecting a human-like concern. But. Meow. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered, the sound of objects colliding with the ground drawing closer. The little white creature grew tense, its fur bristling. It strained to rise, its body still weak, and cautiously turned towards the source of the noise, emitting soft whimpers. Though battered and bruised, your loyalty to your master shines through. It is not in vain that Brother Mu endured the storm to rescue you. The blind elder, having just descended the mountain, leaned upon his wooden staff as he entered the decrepit abode. Meow. The little white creature, once on high alert, suddenly became docile, dragging its pained body toward the elder's feet, nuzzling against his ankles while mewing in a plaintive tone. Sigh. The elder bent down to lift the white creature, gently moving to the side of the youth. His pale, clouded gaze swept over the youth's form, and a soft sigh escaped his lips. He then placed the blood-stained bundle beside him and, cradling the white creature, settled into a somewhat cleaner corner, resting it upon his lap while slowly closing his eyes. The white creature looked up at the elder, who had entered a state of meditation, and struggled to free itself from his embrace, returning once more to lie beside the youth. Sigh. The old man was stirred from his slumber by Bai's movements. His pale eyes gazed at the 2 figures, one large and one small, before he sighed again and closed his eyes once more. To save the boy, the old man certainly wished to rescue this lad, who had once trailed behind him like a shadow, incessantly asking questions and disrupting his peace. This boy had bestowed upon him countless positive notions, yet stubbornly refused to join him in exercising the justice that resided in his heart. This youth, who had once roamed the island freely, mischievously yet endearingly, was now in peril. Alas, his own abilities could not save him. For on this small island, the profession of a doctor was non-existent. The only one capable of saving this boy was himself, solely through the will to live that resided within. Old man shall spend the night here. He murmured. Emu Xiao, whether you endure through this night depends on your fate. By dawn, the end shall arrive, be it life or death. Living is preferable. Should you perish, I shall collect your remains. The old man settled into a cross-legged position, cradling his wooden staff, adjusting into a more comfortable posture, and gradually slipped into slumber. The faint heartbeat of the boy resonated through the tranquil night, almost imperceptible, as though it might vanish in the next moment. In the boy's mind, vivid and peculiar images began to materialize, starkly contrasting with the island's ambience: towering skyscrapers, ceaseless streams of automobiles, vibrant streets awash with lights and revelry, and pedestrians immersed in this bustling scene, all flooding his consciousness. Suddenly, these images seemed to accelerate, racing through his mind faster and faster, until the surroundings dissolved into a thick fog, obscuring everything in darkness. In an instant, or perhaps after a millennium. As the blackness enveloped his mind, a blinding white light pierced through like a sword, illuminating his thoughts and sending jolts of pain through his nerves. He gasped, wincing in agony. The boy reclined once more, his gaze vacant and bewildered, staring at the dilapidated earthen roof above him. I am not dead. That was, memories flooded back. The images that had danced through his mind before the darkness descended felt as recent as yesterday. Yet reminiscent of years past. 2 years ago, he had not been the same boy as he was now. To be precise, beneath the familiar exterior, the essence of his soul had transformed. The soul inhabiting this young body, originally named Mu Chong, was a law-abiding citizen of the new era.at. Just 30 years of age, he had chosen to resign from his job, disillusioned by the ugly facade of corporate leadership. He had transitioned from a 9-to-5 worker to a free spirit. The liberty that came with his resignation granted him ample time to indulge in pleasures previously forbidden by societal constraints. With his modest savings, he traveled to places he had longed to visit but lacked the time to explore. However, as his savings dwindled, the necessity to earn money became paramount, maintaining his inherently optimistic disposition. He felt no anxiety, planning to unwind with friends one last time before settling down. Thus, he found himself in the vibrant, bustling heart of the capital, immersed in a world of indulgence and revelry. As the intoxicating alcohol seeped into his system amidst the raucous music, his naturally introverted nature was swept away as an unfamiliar girl pulled him into the central dance floor. With each pulsating beat, he lost himself in the rhythm, his body swaying in sync. The numbing effects of alcohol and the sharp sting of exhilaration ultimately overwhelmed his physical fatigue. Suddenly, a cacophony of chaos erupted, only to dissolve into silence the next moment as Mu Chong's consciousness faded into darkness. And thus, he unwittingly arrived in this cannibalistic world. Yama, have you mistaken the ledger of life and death? The boy's face twisted in bitterness as he felt a cool breeze wash over him. Finally coming to terms with reality, SOBIT, no standard issue system, no wise elder, no caring spouse, nor loving partner. This time, I did not perish, so let me experience this vibrant world once again. Meow, 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 just as Mu Chong stared vacantly at the roof. A cheerful voice approached, followed by a white figure leaping into his embrace. Ow. Damn it, that hurts. The sudden movement of Bai brushed against Mu Chong's wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet, it did nothing to deter Bai's affectionate nuzzling. Get away. I just woke up, and you want to send me off again? Ouch, that hurts. Mu Chong's face darkened, wishing he could toss Bai aside if only he had the strength. That a loud thud echoed as a large rectangular wooden box was hurled to the ground nearby, sending debris scattering. Mu Xiao, you have awakened. It seems the coffin I painstakingly sought shall not be needed after all. Looking at the old man beside him, and then at the discarded coffin, Mu Chong found himself at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Thank you, Uncle Xiao, but alas, I must disappoint your good intentions. You may keep the coffin for yourself. With a grin, Mu Chong spoke, his tone slightly provocative, yet his heart felt warm. This old man was the first person he encountered upon entering this world. Without Xiao's companionship over the past 2 years, he could only imagine how many times he might have been reborn. Haha, you seem to be in good spirits. I initially thought you had perished, so I sought a coffin in the village. But here you are, awake. Xiao chuckled, unperturbed by Mu Chong's remarks, having come to understand the boy's temperament over their time together. Uncle Xiao, why have you returned? It has been long since you left. Mu Chong recalled the scene of bidding Xiao farewell at the port 2 months prior, when the old man claimed he ventured forth to experience the world anew. Indeed, after parting ways with you, Mu Xiao, I traveled to numerous islands, personally witnessing the struggles of the common folk and addressing some injustices. This stirred numerous questions within me, prompting my return to discuss them with you. Xiao found a clean spot to sit, cradling his wooden staff, his pale eyes fixed upon Mu Chong, his expression growing serious. TCH, I have told you before, the issues plaguing the justice you uphold do not stem from the common people, but rather from the aristocrats high above and the so-called deities. Their decisions and actions have rendered this world increasingly dire. Uncle Xiao, your current status can only influence a fraction of the populace. Even if you traverse the entire world, how many can you truly assist? To enact the justice you envision, you must possess the authority to influence decisions at the pinnacle of this world. Is the Navy and the world government truly so deplorable? Upon hearing Mu Chong's words, Xiao's scarred face contorted with emotion. Alas, Uncle Xiao, one must act within their capacity. While you possess great strength, you are but one man, and lacking a special status, your impact is limited. Having spent 2 years in this world, due to the island's remoteness, Mu Chong had been deprived of accurate news from the outside. Thus, he was uncertain about the progression of the original storyline. However, judging by Xiao's attire, void of the cloak symbolizing justice, it was clear he had yet to join the Navy and become the future Admiral Fujitora. As for how long until the war at the top, he had no inkling. Mu Xiao, with my strength, joining the Navy should afford me sufficient influence, thereby allowing my justice to be realized. Xiao gripped his staff tightly, his expression grave, a powerful aura emanating from him, causing his cloak to sway despite the stillness, debris swirling around him. Meow, meow, meow. Bai, startled, burrowed deeper into Mu Chong's embrace, inadvertently brushing against his wounds, eliciting a grimace from him. Hey, uncle, why the excitement? Are you trying to send me off? Mu Chong exclaimed in exasperation. My apologies, Mu Xiao. I became overly animated, Xiao replied, sensing Mu Chong's discomfort, his imposing aura dissipating, replaced by a look of regret. Cough, cough, let us switch places, let you experience it instead. Mu Chong rolled his eyes, about to voice another complaint, when his stomach audibly protested. Ha ha ha, Mu Xiao, it seems you are hungry. I shall fetch some food right away. Xiao laughed heartily, striding away with newfound vigor, a stark contrast to his earlier unsteady gait. Uncle Xiao, is it true what you just said? With a composed demeanor. Xiao smiled, holding a half-eaten bun in his hand, gazing in mild astonishment at the voraciously devouring Mu Chong beside him. Mu Chong's mouth was stuffed with food, attempting to respond to Xiao's inquiry, yet only managed to emit muffled sounds. Well, if that is the case, then so be it. However, Mu Xiaogu, is it truly wise to indulge in such feasting right after awakening? A smile that could hardly be concealed blossomed on Xiao's face. In that moment, the bun in his hand seemed all the more delectable. 2 years prior, when the two first crossed paths, it was merely over a bowl of noodles that Xiao sought to mentor the youth before him. At that time, Mu Chong was but a 12-year-old beggar, his complexion sallow and his appearance unkempt. Yet the boy's stubborn nature, marked by countless rejections, led Xiao to bury the thought of mentoring him deep within his heart. Now, with the lad bringing it up himself, it was indeed a source of joy. Unbeknownst to Mu Chong, who was too preoccupied with his meal, Xiao found it strange that his appetite had grown considerably since his near brush with death. Meow, 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 Mu Chong exclaimed. Xiao, how long do you intend to stay on this island? After finishing a hefty piece of fatty meat, he reached for another chunk of animal leg, speaking as he chewed. Mu Xiaogu, your words amidst the ruins struck a chord within me. Compared to the common folk, I merely possess a modicum of power for self-preservation. However, that alone does not allow me to uphold the justice that resides within my heart. Therefore, I must wait for an opportunity to stand in a position of influence. As Xiao spoke, his right hand gripped the wooden staff, pointing its tip towards the sea. Boom. The once tranquil ocean surface rippled with dark purple waves, crashing into towering waves of 4 to 5 meters high, surging towards the horizon. Meow, meow, Mu Chong's eye sparkled with envy as he stroked his white fur, exclaiming, truly remarkable, such is the power of the gravity fruit. Xiao, I entrust my training to you henceforth. Mu Chong's playful demeanor vanished as he turned to Xiao, his expression grave and earnest. Ha ha ha, Mu Xiaogu, I proclaimed my intent to teach you 2 years ago. Yet, despite my attempts to persuade you, you only grasped the surface. Otherwise, how could you have sustained such grievous injuries? Xiao laughed heartily, resembling a jovial uncle strolling through the village, just as he had 2 years prior. Ha ha, I chose not to stoop to their level. Merely a bunch of supporting characters, Mu Chong grumbled, biting into another piece of meat. Meow, meow, he mimicked. What are you prattling on about? Just enjoy your meal. Ha, although I do not grasp the meaning of supporting characters. It is evident you were battered quite severely. A glimmer of concern flickered in Xiao's eyes. Fear not, you have not perished. After all, Mu Chong waved dismissively, for one who embraced life as it came. The past was best left behind. Xiao, you have your justice to uphold, even at the cost of closing your eyes to personally experience the hardships of the commoners. Likewise, I too have my reasons for seeking strength. As Mu Chong spoke, he struggled to rise, but the searing pain from his leg's wound caused him to tremble. Suddenly, he felt lighter, as if a force had lifted him. Understanding the cause, he cast a grateful glance towards Xiao and slowly made his way to the shore. Disregarding the waves that soaked his shoes and pants, facing the ocean, his will expanded to Xiao. If you wish to realize your justice, you must challenge the pinnacle of power in this world, the world government and the lofty celestial dragons. To level 2 great mountains and establish an ideal realm, mere personal strength will not suffice. Even the formidable pirate king, Rox, ultimately met with failure. Only by overthrowing the noble elite of this ocean and instilling new ideologies while empowering the common folk can we truly transform this world. To achieve this, formidable strength and influence capable of reshaping the landscape are imperative, and I, having arrived in this world and evaded death on 2 occasions, must surely make a mark. Regardless, the world must know that I, Mu Chong, have existed. Ha ha ha. Thus, Xiao, I entrust my future to you. It shan't be long before we are renowned across the seas. Let the world await our emergence. Mu Chong spread his arms wide, embracing the ocean, having momentarily forgotten the pain. A unique spirit surged within him, yearning to break free from the confines of his mind. Mu Chong felt a pressure in his chest, an unbearable urge to release something. Humph, you wretched thing, come forth. Ah, the intolerable pressure erupted as Mu Chong shouted, bursting forth with a force akin to an overinflated balloon exploding, the air rushing outward violently, sending waves crashing without wind, the sea frothing in chaos. Scattering the food behind him, meow, with a plaintive cry, he fainted. Xiao observed the boy's vibrant silhouette, astonished by the energy emanating from his frail form. Could this be the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki? A power awakened in, but one among hundreds of thousands? No, not quite, yet it was close. The embryonic form of Conqueror's Haki. Mu Xiaogu, you have truly surprised me. To influence the world and change it? Surely Mu Xiaogu's justice is rooted in goodness. Then allow me to guide you properly. Boom, the once tumultuous energy abruptly dissipated, vanishing in an instant. Soon after, Mu Chong lay sprawled on the beach. Eyes rolling, mouth and nose askew, he had lost consciousness. Ha ha ha. With so many injuries, you inadvertently triggered Conqueror's Haki. Your frail body could hardly withstand it. Xiao rose, propping himself on his wooden staff, waving his left hand. Mu Chong, bye, and the scattered food lifted into the air, floating before him, as he slowly made his way back to the village. If Mu Chong were to awaken at this moment, he would surely exclaim, "The gravity fruit truly is remarkable. Hey, that matters not. What matters is that I am immensely powerful now." Ha ha ha. The more Mu Chong pondered, the more joyous he became, laughter erupting uncontrollably. Meow, from a distance. A curious white figure observed the exuberant Mu Chong. Ha ha ha. Mu Xiaogu has just recovered from his illness. I can feel his joy. However, it seems his injuries are healing at an astonishing rate. Xiao sat upon a stone pedestal, hands resting on his staff. An affectionate smile gracing his face. On the first day back at the mountain stronghold, Mu Chong's wounds had stabilized. By the second day, the various injuries began to scab over, and now, at sunset on the third day, here he was, laughing heartily in the courtyard, a recovery that could not be deemed anything less than swift. He shouted, "Xiao, what of the bandits in this stronghold? Have you dealt with them?" Having vented his frustrations, Mu Chong resumed his usual mischievous demeanor. Now cleansed of blood and clad in fresh attire, he appeared as a clean and sprightly youth, albeit slightly gaunt, his limbs slim yet no longer showing signs of malnutrition, thanks to Xiao's generous care. I wouldn't call it a cleanup point 3 days ago. Upon learning that Mu Xiaogu had been grievously injured by the bandits, I came here to seek justice on your behalf, eliminating the ringleader and taking his head. As for the others, I merely issued them a warning and paid them no further mind. As for why the place is now deserted, I cannot say. Xiao's pale gaze swept across the stronghold. Responding earnestly, "Oh, he, you shouted, "Shu, avenge me. Thank you, thank you." A warmth filled Mu Chong's heart as he clasped his hands in gratitude towards Xiao, then took a seat on a nearby stone pedestal. Mu Xiaogu is not angry. Xiao turned to look at the seated Mu Chong, inquiring, "Why would I be angry?" As he unraveled the bandages from his limbs, Mu Chong replied, "Would not personally slaying the enemy be a more effective way to dispel one's rage? Now that the stronghold is empty, do you not feel any regret over the lack of vengeance?" Xiao gripped his staff more tightly, a serious expression crossing his countenance. Ha ha ha. "Fear not," he shouted, "Xiao. You need not test me. After all this time together, do you still not understand me? My purpose in ascending the mountain has long been fulfilled. As for being grievously injured, it was merely due to my lack of skill in the arts. Escaping from the clutches of Feng Matzi was already a stroke of good fortune. Moreover, now that Feng Matzi has been vanquished by you, the overwhelming hatred in my heart has dissipated significantly. It matters little now. Mu Chong removed the last bandage, touched the scars on his body, and while putting on his clothes again, he grinned widely, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, Brother Mu is truly exceptional. A smile relaxed his grip on the wooden stick, and the fleeting worry within him vanished in an instant. The recovery is quite impressive, indeed. Mu Chong clenched his fists, striking himself lightly like a gorilla, feeling the firmness of his body with great satisfaction. "Uncle Xiao, let us commence our training. I feel as if I could take down a bull right now." Suddenly, Mu Chong sprang up from the stone stool, exuberantly shouting, "Meow. Ha ha ha. Brother Mu can take a day to recuperate. We shall begin our training at dawn tomorrow," Uncle Xiao responded, shaking his head in resignation. This lad's attitude changes far too swiftly. If he had been this proactive 2 years ago, he would have already graduated to mastery. "Uncle Xiao, what can you teach me?" Mu Chong inquired as he settled back onto the stone stool, resting his chin on his hand and scratching his nose. In the original work, Uncle Xiao made his appearance relatively late, only surfacing during the Grand Conscription after the Top War, as a wielder of the gravity fruit, renowned for his formidable powers, being likened to the likes of Kizaru and Green Bull, thus becoming a new generation of marine admirals. Ha ha ha, do not aim too high, Brother Mu. A solid foundation is the key to your future growth, Xiao said, tapping the ground with his wooden stick, smiling. Oh dear, did you not teach me the basics 2 years ago? Why is it still? Mu Chong's pinky finger remained lodged in his nostril. How can you claim that you practiced the basics 2 years ago, if it weren't for my insistence on your training? You would not have survived that blizzard. You were slothful and cunning. Mu Chong's words incited Uncle Xiao's wrath, transforming the usually composed man into a furious tiger, as if someone had dared to touch his rear. Meow meow. Oh dear, Uncle Xiao, do not be angry, do not be angry. I acknowledge my mistakes. I was young and ignorant back then. Please forgive my youthful indiscretions. Look at me now. I have seen the light and am earnestly requesting your guidance. Rest assured, I will train diligently. Mu Chong hastily extended his hands, patting Xiao's back in a soothing manner, including the pinky still lodged in his nostril. Suddenly, Mu Chong felt an immense force pushing against him. And in the next moment, Xiao was rapidly receding from his view, until his back collided with the wall, producing a resounding thud. Meow, cough cough, Uncle Xiao, I just recovered. Are you attempting to murder me? The disheveled Mu Chong put on a woeful expression, clutching his aching backside as he awkwardly made his way back. Brother Mu, remember to wash your fingers after picking your nose. Xiao showed no concern for Mu Chong's potential injuries, confident in the strength of his own abilities, believing he could not harm the lad. Hee, Uncle Xiao, you know. Mu Chong resumed his seat, wearing a mischievous grin, while Xiao, maintaining a serious demeanor, began to speak solemnly. Brother Mu, I am a user of the gravity fruit from the Paramecia category. The technique I just executed stemmed from my fruit abilities, yet these I cannot impart to you. At this juncture, Xiao paused momentarily, hesitating. Mu Chong raised an eyebrow, questioning what more there could be to say. Brother Mu, although I cannot teach you the fruit abilities, prior to acquiring my powers, I learned swordsmanship, and I can impart my lifelong knowledge of swordsmanship to you. What do you say? Xiao looked towards Mu Chong, who immediately stood upright, clasping his hands together and bowing deeply. I humbly request Uncle Xiao's teachings. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Uncle Xiao, I am famished. I wish to eat. I wish to eat. Mu Chong, clad in training attire, assumed a horse stance, gripping a 2-meter-long wooden stick tightly with both hands, swinging it vigorously, each swing accompanied by a powerful whoosh of air, exuding strength. However, his expression was increasingly bitter, revealing his reluctance. For 7 whole days, he had been squatting in a horse stance, swinging the wooden stick, just one motion, standing there for an entire week. Who could endure such a thing? What compounded his suffering was that the stick felt heavier with each passing moment, not due to fatigue, but because of the man beside him, sipping tea leisurely. Uncle Xiao, how much longer must I swing this wooden stick? Can you not teach me some techniques? Noticing Xiao's lack of response, Mu Chong's face contorted into a grimace as he asked again. Meow. Bai glanced back at Xiao, curiosity evident in his eyes. Brother Mu, do not be impatient. This seemingly monotonous exercise is crucial for your future swordsmanship. The wooden stick you hold is not even 500 pounds yet. Take it slow. Xiao smiled slightly, not even glancing at Mu Chong, who continued to swing the stick, while he sipped his tea. But if you could teach me a few techniques, it would alleviate my boredom. Mu Chong grumbled, yet his movements did not falter in the slightest. Brother Mu, a solid foundation is the cornerstone of all great warriors. Those flashy techniques are merely superficial. Once your foundation is robust enough, you will not need my guidance. You will gain understanding on your own without haste. Xiao's pale eyes met Mu Chong's in the courtyard, a hint of a smile gracing his face. You still have the energy to chat with me. It seems the weight of the stick is insufficient. No, Uncle Xiao, please. Mu Chong's words were cut short as the previously light wooden stick suddenly became incredibly heavy, the sudden surge of gravity causing him to fall to the ground, the stick crashing down with a thunderous noise, indicating its substantial weight. Uncle Xiao, you are trying to kill me. I do not care. I want to eat. I am starving. Mu Chong slowly lifted the now weighted wooden stick, arms extended straight in front of him, addressing Xiao. Brother Mu, do not deceive me. You just finished eating. How could you be so hungry so soon? The stick has just gained weight. The count resets, after 1,000 swings. You may eat. At this moment, Xiao shed his usual gentle demeanor, becoming exceedingly stern, unwavering in his commands. I swing. I swing. It is so heavy. If I cannot resist, I might as well embrace it. Mu Chong thought as this phrase filled his mind. Brother Mu, you best keep track of how many times you swing. I am old and my memory is failing. Xiao rubbed his forehead, speaking with utmost seriousness. Darn it. Bye, meow. Help me count. Wait, where are you going? Just as Mu Chong was about to ask Bai for assistance in counting, Xiao scooped up Bai and made a beeline for the mountain fort's entrance. Brother Mu, do not slack off. I am off to find you some food. Before finishing his sentence, Xiao's figure had already vanished beyond the gate, moving at an astonishing speed. What the heck? The old fox is more cunning with age. In the original work, Fujitora Xiao was not so calculating. Frustration aside, Mu Chong did not cease his movements for even a moment. Despite the rapid depletion of his energy, the amplitude of his swings remained unchanged. Xiao was correct. A solid foundation is akin to the bedrock of a towering skyscraper. Once it is solidified, the building can rise ever higher. Since Mu Chong's injuries had healed 7 days ago, he and Xiao had established a training regimen, embarking on the monotonous task of swinging the sword. Xiao transformed into a strict master, imposing daily quotas for swings and overseeing their completion. Upon reaching the set number, he would increase the weight of the wooden stick, a task made exceedingly simple for Xiao, who possessed the gravity fruit ability. In this moment, Mu Chong was unaware of the true weight of the stick, as Xiao had not disclosed the specific increments, only stating that the training content would change once it reached 500 pounds. Sigh, the road ahead is still long and arduous. I wonder how the world outside is faring. Has Wang Luffy set sail? Where has the plot progressed to? Alas, what does it matter that I have watched One Piece? Here I find myself on this remote island, engulfed in darkness, utterly oblivious to my surroundings. Never mind. I must hasten to strengthen myself. At the very least, I laugh has yet to ascend to the rank of a Navy Admiral, which means the grand recruitment of the Navy has not yet commenced, and thus, I still have a chance. Where was I? 2 years ago, Mu Chong traversed into the world of One Piece, his soul inhabiting the frail body of a starving child. This child, merely 12 years of age, had lost both parents and survived solely on the meager charity of the villagers. However, during a frigid winter, he was grievously injured while fighting for food, and alone. He hid in a haystack, enduring hunger and pain. The combination of his severe injuries, starvation, and cold ultimately claimed his life that fateful night, as he succumbed to the icy darkness. Thus, Mu Chong, from a new era, tenaciously endured his physical suffering, dragging his weakened form out of the haystack to knock on the door of Aunt Nua's house. Consequently, he avoided the tragic fate of the child, due to the island's remoteness. He had no access to news from the outside world, and with his adaptable nature, he did not concern himself with the specifics of his whereabouts. Merely surviving felt like a stroke of fortune. Later, at a noodle shop, he encountered Laugh. Mustering his courage, he approached to strike up a conversation, and while sharing a bowl of noodles, his general understanding of the plot and New Age ideals won him Laugh's favor. From that moment forth, he became a persistent shadow to Laugh. Despite realizing he was in the world of One Piece, a realm rife with peril, Mu Chong initially harbored no desire for strength. Living idly in the village with a carefree demeanor, reveling in his happiness. Thus, when Laugh proposed training, Mu Chong scoffed at the notion. However, one day, when bandits raided the village and gravely injured Laugh's father, Mu Chong reluctantly began to train alongside Laugh. He often slacked off and failed to apply himself, achieving little progress. After Laugh departed the island, Mu Chong reverted to his previous mischievous ways, living in a cycle of feasting and fasting. It was not until he encountered White that he frequently appeared with a companion, until the last encounter with the gang led by Mad Mazi, where he was grievously injured. He met Laugh once more. Phew, that was exhausting. Bang. After completing the task of swinging a stick 1,000 times, Mu Chong tossed it aside, plopped down onto the ground, and lay back, staring vacantly at the setting sun in the west. Strength, I must grow stronger. What is that delightful aroma? Food. It is food. Suddenly awakened by the enticing scent in his dreams, Mu Chong's eyes fluttered open, and drool began to drip. Meat. I crave meat. He bolted upright, realizing he was in his room. The sky outside already dark. It seemed Laugh had returned and brought him inside, without a moment's hesitation. He dashed to the table laden with food, grabbing 2 pieces of meat with both hands and shoving them into his mouth. Meow. Hop ha ha. Little Mu is quite spirited. Laugh, elegantly savoring the food on his plate, had long since grown accustomed to Mu Chong's voracious appetite. Delicious. Where did you procure all this food, Uncle? Laugh. Mu Chong mumbled, his head buried in the mountain of food, struggling to articulate as he devoured it. I hunted a few wild boars on the back mountain and traded with the villagers. also asking them to prepare the ingredients for me. I replied with a smile, exuding a harmonious happiness in that moment. Uncle, I is truly remarkable. Today, I completed my task. Does this mean you can teach me techniques tomorrow? Chong continued to shovel meat into his mouth at an astonishing speed. So quick that White beside him forgot to chew on the dried fish in his own mouth. Little Moo, you aim too high. You haven't even mastered the weight of the stick. No need to rush. I shook his head. Chong babbled incoherently, his mouth stuffed with food, rendering his speech unintelligible. A brief silence followed, filled only with the sounds of eating. Burp. I am so full. This is pure bliss. Thank you so much, Uncle, I. After some time, Chong gently rubbed his now bulging belly, his face a picture of contentment. Little Moo, your appetite is indeed impressive. I am quite in awe, I remarked, wiping the remnants of food from the corner of his mouth, his tone soft. Ha ha ha. Uncle, I appetite is not small either. You've eaten quite a bit. Before Chong could finish his words, he closed his eyes, and the sound of snoring filled the air. Did Little Moo fall asleep? Youngsters eat their fill and then doze off. I sighed, shaking his head in resignation. With a wave, he activated his powers, lifting Chong back onto the bed effortlessly. Meow. White quickly followed suit, leaping onto the bed and settling beside Chong for a nap. Ah, how splendid. I glanced back before leaving the room, leaving behind a table strewn with remnants of food and the thunderous sounds of snoring. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chong was abruptly roused from his slumber by a who carried him directly to the courtyard. Next, a basin of cold water was splashed onto his face, instantly enveloping him in a refreshing chill. Murder. With the water dousing him, Chong was fully awakened. Casting a resentful glance at I, who stood nearby, leaning on his stick. Uncle, I, don't wake me up this way again. I can rise on my own. I find this method quite efficient. Now that Little Moo is awake, let us commence today's training, I stated without a hint of embarrassment, even finding logic in his approach. To grow stronger. To grow stronger, let us eat first. Bang. Before Chong could finish his sentence, he rapidly retreated, crashing against the wall of the mountain stronghold with a thud, letting out a cry of pain. Uncle, I, please give me a heads up next time so I can brace myself. Ouch, meow, humph, fool. What are you shouting for? Chong shot a glance at White, who sat beside him, his expression almost comically exaggerated. Little Moo begins his training, I declared as he strode toward the stronghold's gate, followed by White, who wagged his tail in excitement. Swaggering about. If it weren't for the food, you'd see my true prowess, although, it seems I might not be able to win. Chong muttered as he approached the love-hate relationship he had with the wooden stick, reaching out to grasp it. By the heavens. Uncle, I, why is the stick heavier again? Chong's cries echoed throughout the mountain, yet no one paid him any heed. The village in the early morning appeared exceptionally tranquil. This small island, already modest in size, housed merely a dozen families. The little village was easily overlooked, as I walked along the narrow path, with White trailing behind, curiously looking around. They were on their way to gather provisions for the day. Where else would they find food but in the vast ocean that surrounded the island? At that moment, I, leaning on his stick, suddenly halted and gazed up at the sky, his expression revealing a sense of curiosity. Bang, meow. White, not noticing I, had stopped, collided headfirst into I's leg, yowling in pain. I never anticipated that a carrier seagull would pass by here, but why does it seem unwilling to land? Since it has come this far, Buzz. I gently lifted his stick, and in an instant, a purple wave of energy shot upwards towards the heavens. The carrier seagull, previously soaring freely in the sky, suddenly found its body weighed down, its wings rendered immobile as it plummeted towards the earth. Quack quack. In the next moment, the carrier seagull, its eyes wide with terror, began to plummet towards the ground, its cries of panic echoing as it descended. As it found itself steadily resting upon the ground, a deep voice resonated in its ears. I require a newspaper. Quack. The newspaper gull gazed at the blind old man before it, intending to take flight once more, only to realize it was utterly immobilized, its body feeling exceedingly heavy. I need a newspaper. Please hand it to me. As for Bailey, I shall deliver it to you the next time we meet. With a smile gracing his face, he extended his hand towards the newspaper gull. This act of free riding appeared anything but awkward to him. Yet in the eyes of the gull, it was nothing short of blatant kidnapping and extortion. Intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. Quack, quack, quack. Meow, meow, meow. In the next instant, I dashed toward the gull, pinning it firmly to the ground, disregarding its cries and struggles. and opened its mouth to seize the newspaper nestled in the gull's grasp. With a swift motion, the newspaper was extracted flawlessly, and Bai released the gull, proudly clutching the newspaper as it returned to Xiao's side, awaiting praise. Having followed Mu for more than 2 years, Bai was deeply influenced by him. When action is possible, there is no need for idle chatter. Quack, quack, quack. The newspaper gull, incensed, flapped its wings in agitation, and in the next moment, it surprisingly took to the skies. The weight that had bound it moments ago vanishing entirely, astonishment evident in its gaze. Without looking back, it quickly disappeared from the small island, letting out a few quacks of dissatisfaction as it departed. Ha ha ha, what has Mu taught you? Meow. In the makeshift courtyard, Mu swung a heavy wooden stick repeatedly, beads of sweat already dotting his forehead, his arms trembling slightly. Yet, he showed no signs of halting, his youthful face marked with determination. Damn, this stick is truly heavy. How much gravity did Xiao attach to it? It feels significantly heavier than yesterday. I'm feeling blue. With each swing, Mu muttered his complaints, having repeated this exercise for 7 or 8 days. When would it come to an end? 996. Meow. Just as Mu was about to complete today's training regimen, a call came from the direction of the entrance, followed by rushing towards him. Oh no, don't come over, stay back. Ouch. Thud. The wooden stick fell to the ground with a loud bang as Mu lay on his back. A proud Bai standing atop his chest, clutching the newspaper in its mouth. You silly creature, I was almost finished. Is that a newspaper? Meow. Mu's pent-up anger vanished the moment he laid eyes on the newspaper. After 2 years here, was news from the outside world finally arriving, just as Xiao had observed. Due to the island's remoteness, many newspaper gulls assumed there was no life on this island, rarely pausing as they flew by. If Xiao had not used his fruit ability to detain that gull today, this newspaper would not have graced this place. Mu took the newspaper from Bai's mouth, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Standing there in a daze, he was unsure how to unfold this newspaper. Rather, he was unprepared to confront the information it contained, not ready to face this grand era. What am I thinking? Why am I so afraid? To be frightened by a newspaper, Mu. Is there something wrong with your head? Ha! Bai tilted its head in confusion, observing Mu's self-talk, sensing something was amiss. Mu, I can feel your fear. Is it from this newspaper or the information it holds? At that moment, Xiao walked into the courtyard, as steady as ever, standing before Mu and gently inquiring. Xiao. It's nothing. Mu glanced up at Xiao, then refocused on the newspaper in his hand. Falling silent once more, suddenly, the tip of a wooden stick pressed lightly against Mu's chest, the force minimal, yet it registered as painful. Mu looked up sharply at Xiao, who held the stick with one hand. A flicker of confusion in his eyes. Mu, I can sense the hesitation and trepidation within you. This newspaper must contain something you dread facing. Xiao paused. Observe, he continued, looking into Mu's fleeting gaze. On that stormy night a year ago, a severely wounded youth pointed defiantly at the heavens, cursing with an audacity as though challenging the sky itself. Just recently, another youth faced the sea, proclaiming a desire to challenge the strongest in the world. Such a will of a champion still commands my admiration. As Xiao's voice resonated in Mu's ears, the heartbeat beneath the stick intensified, pounding with vigor. Now, a mere newspaper instills fear within you. Mu, you disappoint me, but if you cannot steadfastly maintain the heart of a warrior, then my teachings must cease here. You are unworthy of strength. Thump, thump, thump. Mu's heart raced faster, his body trembling, the lowered head obscuring the transformation of his expression. TCH, what am I afraid of? Haha. With Mu's response, Xiao gently withdrew the stick's tip, leaning on it once more, quietly awaiting the youth's transformation. Ha ha, ha! Without warning, laughter erupted from Mu, growing louder, and with it, his aura surged. What transpires outside is of no concern to me. I shall simply be myself and pursue what I desire, regardless of whether the outside world is beginning or ending, familiar or foreign. I need only follow my heart, leaving my legend upon these seas, so that all may know Mu has been here. What do I care for the title of Pirate King? As long as I am powerful enough, what can this world do to me? Ha ha ha. Meow. Bai, sensing Mu's rising momentum, suggested, perhaps you should come to my side. It seems it's too late. As Mu's aura intensified, Xiao attempted to warn Bai, but it was too late. Boom. Meow. Accompanied by Bai's pain cry, a terrifying aura erupted from Mu, sweeping across the mountaintop and rapidly engulfing the small island. Its intensity unyielding. As it passed, winds howled, and all objects endured varying degrees of destruction, leaving chaos in its wake. Xiao, positioned opposite Mu, gazed in disbelief. The aura Mu unleashed surpassed even that which he had exhibited by the sea. appearing far more mature and substantial, like a newborn now suddenly grown, and this grown child bore a certain lethal force. What had Mu conquered deep within himself? From this aura, Xiao felt a profound sense of dominion over the world. No, it was an independence that formed its own realm. How immense must one's spirit be? With keen observation, Xiao could distinctly perceive the will Mu expressed, deepening his furrowed brow. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, causing Mu's aura to retract sharply, vanishing without a trace in the next moment. Tisich, the quality of this newspaper is quite poor. It's already torn. Mu looked at the remnants of paper in his hand, alongside the scattered fragments on the ground, and pouted. Mu, I am quite surprised you didn't faint this time, Xiao remarked, his face regaining its calm, teasingly. Ha, Xiao must have been eager to witness my misfortune. Well, it seems I have not fulfilled your expectations. Mu feigned exasperation, then suddenly paused, asking, by the way, where's Bai? If the old man is not mistaken, over there. He chuckled and gestured towards the corner of the wall on his left. Oh. Ha ha ha, how foolish to sleep anywhere. Just look at the mess he has made for himself. As he spoke, Mu Chong began to walk towards Bai's position, while Xiao remained still, his face as calm as still water, betraying no emotion. His pale eyes were fixed intently on Mu Chong's retreating figure. In the next moment, a faint smile appeared on Xiao's face, and he too began to move in that direction. As though nothing had transpired, or perhaps as if he simply did not care. A gust of wind swept through, sending scraps of paper tumbling across the ground. One piece, roughly the size of a palm, rolled several times before coming to a halt, displaying its contents clearly. At the top of the paper, the year 1518 of the Hai Yuan calendar was distinctly visible, and below it, half an image came into view. An individual wearing a wide-brimmed hat, beneath which rested a rather youthful face, faintly freckled, with black hair and a necklace resembling a string of prayer beads. The torn edge of the paper revealed a single, indistinct number 5. This piece of paper contained relatively complete information, resembling a bounty notice. But was it truly significant? Who really cared? How heavy, Mu Chong thought. It feels as though my legs are no longer my own. I cannot stop. If I pause, I shall never rise again. I am almost there, so close to the summit. On the uphill path, Mu Chong, drenched in sweat, trudged upwards with great difficulty. Although he bore no visible burden, each step left a deep imprint on the mountain trail, a testament to the weight he felt. After 3 months of relentless climbing, his body had become increasingly heavier, and even he was unaware of the extent of the gravity Xiao had imposed upon him. It's truly maddeningly heavy, Mu Chong muttered to himself, his pace unwavering. 3 months ago, Mu Chong had successfully completed the arduous task of swinging a 500-pound wooden stick 10,000 times, expecting to learn some impressive techniques, only to have Xiao shatter his dreams with a mere wave of his hand. The merciless weight that descended upon him at that moment had rendered him utterly incapacitated, as if his bones and muscles had been ground together. His body flattened against the earth like a human meat patty. After experiencing that weight, Xiao's relentless pressure on Mu Chong became uncontainable, an invisible force consistently affixed to him during sleep, meals, and training. During one training session, Mu Chong had inquired, Xiao, does it not tire you to exert your abilities upon me all day long? Do you not feel exhausted? The response he received filled him with shame. With your current physique, it takes but a fraction of my strength to maintain this. A bit of sunlight is all I need to recover, so worry not about me. Who cares about you? Mu Chong was so disheartened that he never posed a similar question again, realizing it was merely self-deprecation. As for whether Xiao could afford to slack off in his absence, dear readers, do not ponder that. The weight on his body never dissipated. You believe it would make a difference whether Xiao was present or not. This little island was hardly vast, and considering Xiao's terrifying observation Haki, Mu Chong promptly dismissed any thoughts of laziness. If he could even bring down falling meteors from the sky, what chance did he have at slacking off? Moreover, he aspired to become the king of pirates, or rather, he was determined to be the most disciplined man. Meow. At that moment, a sound broke Mu Chong's concentration, and Bai bounded into view not far ahead, playfully shaking his paw and licking his lips. Food's ready. Food's ready. I want to eat. Mu Chong immediately understood Bai's meaning, yet his heavy body could not reach the summit in an instant. He had to take it one step at a time. Finally, as the sun reached its zenith, Mu Chong, dragging his weary body, pushed open the gates of the mountain stronghold and beheld a table laden with food in the courtyard. Xiao, I adore you. In the next instant, a surge of extraordinary strength erupted within Mu Chong, seemingly negating the weight upon him as he dashed towards the food on the table. Boom! The sound was akin to a gust of wind sweeping through, followed by a resounding crash. Just as Mu Chong's hand was about to grasp a piece of meat from the table, he was abruptly sent hurtling back to where he started, crashing heavily at the entrance, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ouch, that hurts. Xiao, I still have weight on me. This fall could shatter my bones. Mu Chong lay flat on the ground, complaining without restraint. Ha ha ha. Do not worry, young Mu. I am aware of the balance. You still have 1,000 punches to complete, and until then, allow me to safeguard your food. Xiao, seated atop a stone stump, leaned on his wooden staff with a smile. A profound saying floated above Mu Chong's head. If you cannot resist the pressures of life, then relinquish your resistance and enjoy the sensation of being crushed. Before long, the sound of Mu Chong counting his punches echoed throughout the courtyard. The added weight on his fists caused each strike to cut through the air with ferocity. Such days had not begun today. For the past 3 months, it had been the same. As long as he failed to complete his training tasks, Mu Chong would not be permitted to eat. Unable to fight back, he could only endure. One day when I grow stronger, I shall make you experience the agony of going without food. This was the most vehement statement Mu Chong had made in 3 months. Born from an inability to resist, after uttering those words, he lay in bed for an entire day, his one and only day of rest, despite hearing Mu Chong's complaints and expressions of wanting to slack off daily. He had never once skimped on his training. In fact, he sometimes even increased his workload. Ever since he had seen that newspaper 3 months prior, Mu Chong's will had been unleashed like Pandora's box, transforming and growing from within. The training over these 3 months had drastically altered Mu Chong's demeanor. His physique, once frail, had become robust and powerful, his muscles now beautifully proportioned. Though only 14 years of age, he had grown to nearly 1.8 meters, with a youthful face that, despite retaining some boyish charm, was now strikingly handsome. After finishing this midday meal and resting for a brief moment, Mu Chong once again began the daily routine of weighted mountain climbing. Continuing until the sun set and countless stars adorned the night sky, the silvery moon casting its glow upon the island. Yet the weight upon his body remained. The stone table in the courtyard had been laid with food, now reduced to mere scraps. Young Mu, how much do you understand about the power system in this world? Xiao's sudden question caught Mu Chong off guard. He blinked, filled with anticipation, then slowly shook his head, gently placing down the meat in his hand as he listened intently. The formidable beings of the sea possess foundational powers divided into 3 categories: armament Haki, observation Haki, and conqueror's Haki. To possess the first 2 is to be considered strong, while conqueror's Haki is exceedingly rare. Xiao paused, allowing Mu Chong to absorb the information. Below the level of the strong, powers encompass martial arts, swordsmanship, and technological prowess. Beyond these systems of power, there exists a wondrous force upon the sea, the mythical treasures known as devil fruits. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in Mu Chong's eyes as he regarded Xiao with earnestness, sensing that the old man was about to divulge something crucial. I possess the abilities of a devil fruit, armament Haki, observation Haki, and swordsmanship. However, the powers of the devil fruit cannot be imparted. The other 3 can be taught to you. The reason I have insisted on your foundational training is precisely because of these 3 powers. Now, after nearly half a year of weighted training, young Mu can proceed to the next stage of training. Before Xiao's words had fully settled, Mu Chong erupted with excitement, shouting, "Really, Xiao? Is what you say true? This is wonderful, truly wonderful." Xiao turned to glance at the exuberant Mu Chong, a slight smile gracing his lips. Then, young Mu, are you prepared for an even more grueling training regimen? It seems I celebrated too soon. Damn, that hurts. This is the door frame. Returning home is so difficult. At the gates of the stronghold, Mu Chong cradled his forehead, wailing in agony. The journey up from the foot of the mountain had been fraught with mishaps, either colliding with trees or slipping down slopes. Were it not for Bai's watchful eye, Mu Chong might have plunged into the sea by now. The once smooth mountain path had turned treacherous for him, all because his eyes were covered with a thick black cloth. In his current state, he bears little difference from a blind man. Not only can he not see the path ahead, but his eyes are also devoid of any glimmer of light. The culprit behind this predicament is none other than Uncle Xiao, whose whereabouts are currently unknown. He claims to be training Mu Chong to enhance his Kinbunchika Haki, yet after 7 consecutive days, Mu Chong finds himself on the brink of disaster. Damn it, Bai, stop watching from the sidelines. I'm already at my doorstep. Hurry and guide me, Mu Chong exclaimed, twisting his head and shouting aimlessly, unsure of which direction to call out to At that moment. He had no choice but to rely on him. Meow, came a sudden sound. Hee hee, home is right here. With a thud, Chong collided with the doorframe once more, erupting into a fit of rage, glaring at Bai with indignation, however, with his eyes covered. He could not discern Bai's position unless he made a sound. Damn it! Chong instinctively reached for the cloth over his eyes, but his hand halted mid-air, hesitating momentarily. Cursing under his breath, he abandoned the thought of removing it. I'll do it myself, he bellowed, extending his hands to grope forward. At that moment, he longed for the heavy wooden stick he had once wielded. After several more bumps and bruises, Chong finally stumbled into the hall, the aroma of food wafting through the air. He approached the table and, in the next moment, devoured the meal prepared by Xiao before his departure. Little brother Mu, the so-called Kinbunchika Haki allows one to keenly sense the presence of others. Once this ability is honed, you can perceive the positions, quantities, and even the imminent actions of enemies beyond your sight. Kinbunchiku is closely linked to the mind. One must maintain composure to wield it effectively. In times of emotional upheaval, it is impossible to utilize Kinbunchika Haki. Little brother Mu's exuberant personality makes it challenging for him to remain calm and collected to truly perceive the world around him. Therefore, I have covered your eyes, hoping that through this unconventional method, you can learn to feel the external world with your heart, avoiding restlessness and agitation. As Chong devoured the food, Xiao's words echoed repeatedly in his mind. Kinbunchika Haki. The mind, emotional turmoil, calmness. How difficult it is. After finishing his meal, Chong let out a satisfied burp, wiped the remnants of food from his lips, and rose expressionlessly, slowly making his way toward the door of the hall. Under Bai's astonished gaze, Chong's steps crossed the threshold without obstruction. Meow. With a loud crash, Bai covered his eyes. Unable to bear the sight, I overthought it. He muttered. Chong stood up and dusted himself off before turning to Bai. Bai, don't follow me. Let me be alone for a while. After saying that, he tentatively felt his way forward, navigating the railing to the left of the stronghold, where a cliff loomed. A stone platform jutted out 2 meters square over the precipice. After a prolonged and cautious exploration, Chong finally reached the stone platform safely. He then knelt on the edge and gently sat down cross-legged. The summer afternoon was somewhat sweltering, yet the sea breeze blowing in from the nearby ocean brought a refreshing coolness. With his eyes covered, Chong perceived nothing but darkness. His expression was solemn, betraying no joy or sorrow, as if he were a statue standing atop the stone platform, basking in the warmth of the sun and savoring the coolness of the sea breeze brushing against his cheeks while listening to the rustling leaves of the surrounding trees. At that moment, Chong felt utterly alone in this world. His heart inexplicably became ethereal, and the tumultuous thoughts in his mind gradually quieted. It was as if his body sought to merge with the world around him. Chong fully released his spirit, striving to imprint everything he sensed into his mind. The effort to focus caused his expressions to shift through a myriad of emotions. Suddenly, it seemed as though he had triggered something within himself. His complex visage relaxed, revealing a sense of tranquility and contentment, as though something significant had transpired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chong achieved a profound inner stillness, and then drifted off to sleep. Bang. Who hit me? Uncertain how much time had passed. A wooden stick struck the top of Chong's head, jolting him awake. He immediately turned his head, glancing around, but his covered eyes rendered him blind to his surroundings. Little brother Mu certainly chose a peculiar place to sleep. Aren't you worried about falling? As Chong searched for the assailant, Xiao's voice resonated from behind him. Ouch, Uncle Xiao. I didn't want to, but you covered my eyes and told me to find peace of mind. I had no other choice, Chong protested, cradling his head in grievance. So your solution was to take a nap? Xiao's tone carried a hint of annoyance. Ha, Uncle Xiao, you've misunderstood. It was an accident. I'll commence my training immediately. Damn it. As Chong spoke, he attempted to stand up to train but forgot he was on the stone platform. In his blind state, he could not see where he was stepping. And as he stood, his foot slipped, sending him tumbling downward. Alas, Xiao sighed deeply, then slowly raised his left hand. As Chong fell, he was lifted back up again. Hee, Uncle Xiao, you're the best, grinning from ear to ear. Chong thanked Xiao, oblivious to the embarrassment of the situation. All right, little brother Mu, follow me, Xiao said, ignoring Chong's annex as he turned and walked toward the courtyard of the stronghold. Hey, Uncle Xiao, wait for me. I can't see. After a while, Chong and Xiao stood facing each other. Chong remained blindfolded, standing upright and unaware of what would happen next, while Xiao held a bag filled with stones the size of bird eggs. Little brother Mu, you must strive to sense the objects around you and avoid them. There are no doctors in this village. Xiao pulled out a stone, weighing it in his hand before addressing Mu Chong. "Ah, Uncle Xiao, what are you talking about? Avoid what? What are you planning to do?" Mu Chong's inquiry received no verbal response. Instead, a stone came hurtling toward him with a whoosh. "That hurts. Uncle Xiao, why are you hitting me?" Mu Chong cried out, clutching his chest in agony. "Little brother Mu, you must work hard to dodge. It hurts a lot." As Xiao's words fell, he unleashed a barrage of stones upon Mu Chong, turning the scene into one of utter chaos. Indeed, the stones were limitless and continuously reusable, thanks to Xiao's ability derived from the gravity fruit. Each stone appeared to possess a life of its own, striking from various angles and unexpected directions, delivering precise blows with impeccable timing. "How does it feel, little brother Mu?" Xiao ceased using his ability, and the stones that had been floating around fell to the ground as he inquired of Mu Chong. "Hee, Uncle Xiao, I feel great, absolutely fantastic. I believe I could survive another 300 rounds before being sent to meet the Grim Reaper." Mu Chong replied weakly to Xiao's question, feeling that merely surviving was a commendable feat. Ha, today's training ends here. We shall continue tomorrow. Little brother Mu, rest well." Xiao shook his head and, having finished speaking, turned to head to his resting place. "We continue tomorrow. Ha, as long as I don't die. Let us keep going." Mu Chong lamented with a bitter expression, yet his words were filled with determination. He exhaled deeply, then slowly stood up, though Mu Chong could not see the sky. The coolness of the summer night hinted that the heavens were likely adorned with countless stars. Rather than resting, Mu Chong staggered over to the stone platform and sat down. The afternoon's training in Kinbunchika Haki had not been without merit, despite being bruised and battered by the stones. He could not deny that there had been a fleeting moment when he successfully dodged a stone. It was not mere coincidence. His perception had guided him, allowing him to truly evade that stone. As he had seen its trajectory, seated cross-legged on the stone platform with his hands clasped in front of him, Mu Chong aimed to capture the sensation of that moment while it was still fresh. He firmly believed it was not a stroke of luck. Gradually, he closed his eyes beneath the blindfold, striving to relax his spirit, calming his excited heart to sense the world around him. The night was inherently tranquil, and with the added stillness of being halfway up the mountain, the courtyard was devoid of anyone else but Mu Chong. Only the occasional evening breeze caressing his cheek was unaware of how long he had been sitting there. Just as the vast expanse of stars began to feel monotonous, a transformation unfolded within Mu Chong. A faint sound of fluttering wings brushed past his ears, causing his heart to flutter momentarily. Suddenly, a fleeting image flashed through his mind, so ephemeral that he barely registered it before it vanished, plunging his thoughts back into darkness. There was no rush. He must not rush. The observation of Kinbunchika Haki requires one to see the world through the heart and mind. This force resides within every individual, and with earnest searching, it is bound to be discovered. Mu Chong murmured softly, allowing his body to relax once more, focusing his mind to sense the force within him that would unlock the door of his heart. This is it. With a swift motion, Mu Chong, still blindfolded, stretched out his right hand toward the front, then halted abruptly. Is this the power of Kinbunchika Haki? How wondrous! I have truly seen it. Mu Chong retracted his hand, feeling the tiny creature struggling within his palm, his heart brimming with excitement. This was what he had just seen and managed to grasp. No, this was not mere sight. I am still burdened. My speed is not that swift. Thus, I extended my hand prematurely, and the little creature collided into my palm. Mu Chong suddenly paused, and his eyes, concealed beneath the cloth, could no longer restrain themselves from opening wide, although he could see nothing. His exhilaration was palpable. No, wait, was that merely coincidence? Let us try again. After a brief surge of excitement, Mu Chong regained his composure. As if it were a natural response, he released the little creature from his grasp and began to focus his heart and mind once more, searching for the hidden force within him. This time, the duration was longer, and the gentle evening breeze grew impatient, rendering the courtyard of the mountain stronghold eerily silent, as if it were devoid of all presence. Snap. Boom. As two sounds echoed in Mu Chong's mind. The first seemed to signify a force opening a door within his consciousness, while the second felt like an invisible wave radiating outward. In the next moment, Mu Chong could no longer contain his inner joy, for at this moment, the scene of the courtyard vividly appeared in his mind. He had seen it, undeniably, without the use of his eyes. Is this the Kinbunchika Haki? How astonishing! Mu Chong excitedly utilized Kinbunchika Haki, continuously seeing everything within the stronghold, the courtyard, the great trees, the stone table, the houses. Swish. Hey, Uncle Xiao is sneaking up on me. As Mu Chong noticed a stone hurtling towards him, he instinctively leaped from the stone pedestal, standing stylishly in the courtyard, and then saw Xiao slowly emerging. Ha ha ha, little Mu, you truly astonish me. In such a short time, you have successfully awakened Kinbunchika Haki, and its quality is commendable. Xiao approached Mu Chong, his pace showing no signs of slowing. What does Uncle Xiao mean? At this moment, Mu Chong did not comprehend Xiao's words and immediately inquired. But the response he received was a massive fist. Uncle Xiao, little Mu, let us see if you can withstand a few punches from me. Before Mu Chong had time to think, Xiao swiftly closed the distance and swung his fist. However, just as the punch was about to land, it miraculously missed. It seems little Mu has truly awakened Kinbunchika Haki. As Xiao spoke, he launched another fierce assault towards Mu Chong, ignoring Xiao's words. Mu Chong perceived the punches moving slowly in his sight. He could even predict the location of the next attack. Realizing this, Mu Chong felt no hesitation and immediately raised his hand to counter. He saw Xiao's fist coming straight at him, and as he lifted his right hand to block, he seized the opportunity when Xiao exposed a gap, pressing down with his left hand instead of attacking. Bang! In the next moment, Xiao's knee came crashing down, colliding heavily with Mu Chong's left hand. Little Mu, this Kinbunchika Haki. While Xiao was momentarily stunned, Mu Chong took action, firmly grasping Xiao's fist and forcefully pulling him closer. He then positioned his left arm in front of him, successfully blocking Xiao's other punch, and swiftly lifted a foot to strike at Xiao's abdomen. Buzz! Bang! Damn! Uncle Xiao, you lack martial ethics. Who said Xiao's gravity fruit couldn't be used offensively? This old fellow seems quite adept at altering the direction of gravity, always picking on me. Ha ha ha, little Mu, you truly amaze me. In just 7 days, you've successfully awakened Kinbunchika Haki, and it is distinctly unique. Such talent is indeed rare. If I hadn't utilized my fruit abilities just now, you might have actually landed a hit. I must admit. That caught me off guard. Standing beneath the starry sky, Xiao's face radiated with pride, for Mu Chong's awakening of Kinbunchika Haki brought him immense joy. Humph, Uncle Xiao, you lack martial ethics, resorting to using your fruit abilities. That's rather underhanded. Mu Chong stood up from the corner, dusting off his clothes, and walked leisurely towards Xiao. Indeed, he walked with ease, even though his eyes remained covered. Yet, he could see everything around him with clarity. He was also curious about how he could accomplish such a feat. It is well known that newly awakened Kinbunchika Haki can be erratic, unlike his immediate mastery. Moreover, in his current state, as long as he was not disturbed by the outside world, his Kinbunchika Haki would not dissipate. Everything within a 10-meter radius was within his perception. Little Mu's awakening of Kinbunchika Haki is quite remarkable. As for its uniqueness, I am not entirely certain at the moment. However, Little Mu must diligently develop this ability. It would be a shame to let such talent go to waste. Xiao stood firmly before Mu Chong, his expression serious. Rest assured, Uncle Xiao, I shall not squander the Kinbunchika Haki you have taught me. Mu Chong confidently gave Xiao a thumbs up, revealing a bright smile. Well then, let us rest. Starting tomorrow, you will train with me in Busashoku Haki. As Xiao finished speaking, he walked towards the house. Uncle Xiao, how does one train in Busashoku Haki? Mu Chong followed behind, hands clasped behind his head, casually asking. My training method involves taking hits. Xiao pondered for a moment while opening the door. Responding. Who is taking hits? Upon hearing this, Mu Chong was taken aback, dropping his hands and curiously inquiring. Banged. Xiao did not respond but closed the wooden door behind him, leaving Mu Chong standing alone outside. Surely not, Uncle Xiao. Coming back to his senses, Mu Chong was quite exhilarated, realizing that he was to be the one taking the hits. Yet at that moment, no one answered him. Meow, except for Bai, who appeared drowsily at the door of another room. The following morning, on the breezy beach, two figures engaged in a relentless clash, while beside them sat Bai, leisurely munching on dried fish. Early that morning, Mu Chong had been roused from his slumber by Xiao's call. After a hearty meal, the two headed to the beach to begin their training in Busashoku Haki. Bang, bang, bang. The two pairs of fists collided repeatedly. To be precise, it was entirely Xiao's offensive, with Mu Chong passively defending. Most of Xiao's attacks were beyond Mu Chong's ability to block. Thus, as the morning wore on, Mu Chong, who had removed the blindfold, bore the marks of numerous strikes, his face bruised and battered. Ouch, that hurts. Uncle Xiao, you don't teach me any techniques. How am I supposed to fight you? Furthermore, you've added gravity to my body, making it difficult to move. This is just pure beating. After being struck by Xiao once more, Mu Chong simply sat down on the ground, clutching his chest in pain. Techniques. I only know swordsmanship. As for techniques with my fists, I am not proficient. Seeing Mu Chong sulking on the ground, Xiao chose not to attack, standing quietly as he replied, Uncle Xiao, doesn't he know? So, you just intend to hit me? Mu Chong stood up in astonishment, exclaiming loudly. Little Mu, broaden your perspective. Although I am not versed in specific techniques, through the life and death battles I have experienced, I learned that simple and effective offense and defense are the keys to victory. These unadorned methods of combat are insights I gained during critical moments of survival. So, do you believe you need fixed techniques? In response to Mu Chong's inquiry, Xiao replied with a calm smile. Uncle Xiao is indeed correct. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Mu Chong's face lit up with a grin as he stood up, brushing the sand off his clothes, and assumed a combat stance once more. Uncle Xiao, let us continue. I can hardly contain my eagerness, Mu Chong declared, charging towards Xiao, albeit at a leisurely pace, for he was still under the influence of Xiao's fruit abilities. Xiao smiled, looking at the approaching Mu Chong with a sense of appreciation. Young Mu, you are brimming with vigor. As Mu Chong reached Xiao, he raised his right fist and struck out at him. However, just as Xiao lifted his hand to block, Mu Chong suddenly retracted his right fist and swiftly twisted his body, lifting his left foot with great speed. Hee. A resounding thud echoed as Mu Chong found himself sprawled on the ground. A begrudging voice escaping his lips. Ugh. He had unwittingly found his mouth full of sand. Young Mu, do you remember what I told you? Do not use your observation Haki. Just moments before, as Mu Chong launched his attack, he had activated his observation Haki prematurely, allowing him to anticipate Xiao's blocking motion. Just when he thought he had outsmarted Xiao, he felt a sudden weight pulling him down, and he crashed onto the sandy beach. Uncle Xiao, you are too ruthless. Not only do you impose gravity upon me, but you also forbid me from using my observation Haki. How am I to survive this? Mu Chong lay on the beach, resembling a spoiled child, refusing to rise. Ha. Young Mu, it seems you are still a child at heart. Take a break, and we shall resume shortly. Xiao ignored Mu Chong's antics and turned to walk towards the food, seating himself to replenish his energy. Seeing that Xiao had disregarded him, Mu Chong slowly got up, preparing to head towards the food when suddenly, a wooden stick came flying towards him with a thud. The stick collided with Mu Chong's chest, sending him stumbling back several steps before he regained his balance, clutching his chest in confusion as he looked at Xiao. Young Mu, I am simply hungry and in need of sustenance. However, you must complete your sword training before you can eat. That Xiao's cold voice pierced through Mu Chong's heart like a dagger, leaving him in utter despair. Uncle Xiao, how I despise you. I will strike you down. Mu Chong faced the sea, furiously swinging the heavy wooden stick with all his might, as if Xiao were standing right in front of him, unleashing his pin-up rage. Success has never been achieved through shortcuts. It is only through relentless effort and sweat that one can stand atop the towering peaks. Finally, Mu Chong completed his designated number of swings for the day. So hot, so hungry. In the courtyard of the snow-covered mountain stronghold, nearly 6 feet tall, Mu Chong stood bare-chested. As the sun began its descent, he had finally completed his training for the day. His muscular physique glistened with sweat, his slightly reddened skin visibly steaming, creating a stark contrast against the icy landscape. Without a second thought, Mu Chong tossed the wooden stick aside with a loud crash, driving it deep into the thick snow and creating a large pit in the mound of stones. Indeed, this stick had become heavier. Ignoring the mountain's feelings, Mu Chong wiped the sweat from his brow, donned his clothes, and headed indoors where Xiao had prepared a meal. Meow, a rotund white cat, resembling a small calf in size, rushed towards Mu Chong as he entered, leaping into his arms. You little glutton, if you keep growing like this, I won't be able to hold you anymore. Look how plump you've become. Mu Chong affectionately patted the cat's head while greeting Xiao. Uncle Xiao, it's been over half a year now. Why am I still unable to awaken my armament Haki? I can feel a surge of power within my fists, yet I cannot seem to manifest it. As Mu Chong spoke, he sat at the table and began to feast heartily. Young Mu, you are merely 15 years old. It is quite rare for someone your age to awaken armament Haki. This ability requires your physical strength to reach a certain level before the latent power within your body can be unleashed. Do not aim too high. Continue to work diligently. Xiao felt immense satisfaction regarding Mu Chong's training. In just over half a year, without utilizing his own abilities and removing the weights from Mu Chong, this young lad had already developed the capacity to engage in a back-and-forth battle with him, prompting Xiao to reflect on his own age. Very well, very well. Once you've filled your belly, we shall train hard. Suddenly, a gunshot accompanied by the sound of cannon fire echoed from the foot of the mountain, causing the expressions of the two inside the house to grow grave. That direction leads to the village. Chong barely swallowed his food before exclaiming, powerful beings have landed on this island. Xiao activated his observation Haki, gazing intently towards the village with a serious tone. Meow. Young Mu. Before Xiao could finish his sentence, he saw Chong's figure darting out. Moments later, the white cat followed suit. And in an instant, both of them vanished from the hillside. Young Mu's impulsive nature remains unchanged. I can sense the presence of a formidable opponent. Very well. Let him experience it firsthand. Xiao murmured to himself as he swiftly exited the house. His pale eyes fixated on the direction of the powerful aura. He raised his left hand, a purple glow emanating from it. Young Mu, may you engage in a vigorous battle. With that, Xiao hurried towards the village. Despite his blindness, his speed remained unimpeded. As the scene shifted down the mountain path, Chong had traversed this route countless times, yet now it felt interminably long. It cannot be. It absolutely cannot be. Auntie. The urgency on Chong's face was palpable as he ran, his eyes reddening from the suddenness of it all. Suddenly, Chong felt an unexpected lightness in his body. The gravity that had been imposed upon him vanished. Uncle Xiao is so timely. With renewed vigor, Chong propelled himself forward, his speed surging as he dashed past the swaying trees, leaving only a blur in his wake. He vanished from sight. Curse it. I nearly froze to death out at sea. Finally, a landed dock. On the coast not far from the village, a massive wooden ship lay anchored, towering 3 to 4 stories high. A large mast stood proudly, adorned with a flag bearing a skull, the pirate flag. At that moment, a horde of burly men stood on the beach before the ship, their eyes bloodshot as they gazed hungrily at the village. One of them, wielding a short gun and carrying a large sword on his back, inquired of a man dressed in captain's attire standing before him. Ha ha ha. Will, is there any need to ask, my dear first mate? On such a cold day, are we here to admire the snow? The captain wore a cruel smirk as he continued. Listen up, lads. The usual rules apply on this island. Anything alive that you see, kill it. Anything dead, burn it. Now, go forth and unleash your fury. With those harsh words, the pirate captain waved his hand, and the men behind him erupted in a chorus of savage roars. Hooray for the captain. Make way. I'm off to indulge with the women. Get lost, all of you. Treasure, treasure, it's all mine. A band of ravenous demons surged towards the village, which was already engulfed in cannon fire. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions soon drowned the village in chaos. Pirates. They are pirates. Help, Mama. Where are you? Damn it. Those vile pirates. Return my son. Humph. A bunch of ignorant trash dared to resist. Come and taste the might of my hammer. A pirate swung his massive hammer, aiming it at an approaching villager with a vicious intent. With a sickening crunch, the villager's head exploded upon impact, painting the scene in a gruesome spectacle of blood. Ha! This is the feeling. The taste of blood. The pirate extended his tongue to lick the blood splattered on his hand, and cruelly remarked, Dolph, you're becoming increasingly ruthless. With a gunshot that claimed the life of a villager, Will approached, brandishing his large sword, and addressed Dolph. Humph. Will, spare me your theatrics. When it comes to cruelty, who can rival you? The one who devours human flesh. Dolph fixated on Will, a fleeting glint of barely perceptible ferocity flashing in his eyes. What? Do you wish to taste my sword? Dolph, enough. You two fools. Cease this nonsense at once and finish dealing with this village. I cannot afford to be delayed in my rest, or I shall flay you alive. Just as the two appeared ready to erupt into combat, the captain, who had just issued orders, bellowed sharply, putting an immediate stop to their confrontation. As you command, Captain Andrew. Ha ha ha. Then let us play with these delightful villagers. But ensure I am thoroughly entertained. A sinister expression contorted Will's face as he slowly advanced towards the encircled villagers. How is this possible? How can this be? In Chong's eyes, the entire village lay engulfed in flames, fragments of limbs scattered about, a thick stench of blood saturating the air, creating an atmosphere of utter chaos. These damned bastards, I will make you pay for this. Witnessing the devastation, Chong unleashed his pent-up fury, charging heedlessly into the inferno, heading straight for Aunt Nora's home. This village was the first sanctuary he had found upon arriving in this world, and its inhabitants had saved his life. Now, with the entire village consigned to the flames, it was nearly impossible for Chong to rein in his surging emotions. Damn it, what a pathetic sight. Is there not a single young woman or child left in this village? Casting a glance at the huddled villagers on the ground, Will's rage flared. This was not the desirable outcome he had envisioned. Lord Will, there were women and children, but they perished in the recent bombardment. A nearby pirate stammered. What did you say? Repeat that. Will, Captain Andrew intervened. halting Will's actions before continuing. Since they are useless, kill them all. Let no one remain to hinder me. Just as Captain Andrew spoke, a roar filled with unbridled fury interrupted him. You bastards! How dare you! Suddenly appearing not far away, Chong beheld the horrific scene before him and, without a moment's hesitation, charged into the dense throng of pirates. At this moment, the pirates had nearly all converged from various corners of the village, numbering over 200, and as they beheld the oncoming Chong, they brandished their weapons and closed in. Ha! Look at this little brat rushing in. How amusing! Will's tongue flicked across his lips, for young, beautiful women and innocent children were his favorite prey to torment. Boom, boom, ha ha ha. This little brat dares to come? Let me entertain him, kill him, turn him into mincemeat. A cacophony of pirates shouted as they surged forward, their eyes gleaming with sadistic excitement. Ah, perish, you wretches. Just as everyone immersed themselves in the thrill of impending carnage. An overwhelming aura suddenly engulfed the scene. A gale swept through, akin to countless massive hammers striking the pirates' foreheads, causing the nearest ones to roll their eyes back and collapse one by one. Boom, boom, boom. Following this, dozens of armed pirates charging forward crumpled like cards, unable to maintain their footing, their eyes rolling back as they succumbed to unconsciousness. Impossible. How could such a presence manifest here? And from a mere child? In that moment, disbelief washed over the eyes of all the standing pirates, yet they had no time for contemplation, for Chong was already upon them. It's just one person. Altogether, kill him, someone shouted, snapping the entranced pirates back to action as they raised their weapons and charged once more. You bastards, die. Chong's eyes blazed with fury as he fearlessly plunged into the crowd, his observation Haki fully activated, allowing him to perceive everything within a 20-meter radius. Boom, boom, boom. With a single punch, he struck a pirate squarely in the head, distorting the unfortunate's face as he was propelled into others behind him, causing chaos to ensue. Without a moment's pause, Chong felled one pirate after another, his fists akin to colossal hammers, evading numerous weapon strikes while relentlessly pummeling the pirates' bodies, almost one punch per foe, resulting in a symphony of anguished cries. Ah! Charge, kill him. Employing an exceedingly simple yet brutal assault strategy, Chong, liberated from the burdens of restraint, moved with astonishing speed amidst the encircling pirates, venting the fury within him. You bastards, how dare you! Kicking one pirate away, he skillfully dodged a blade, seized another pirate, and hurled him into a group of his comrades, then propelled himself forward, delivering a punishing blow to another pirate's abdomen, quickly following up with a kick that sent the pirate flying. The relentless onslaught continued, with pirates collapsing to the ground, howling in agony. It appeared as though Chong held the upper hand. However, as more pirates closed in, even the strongest observation Haki could not evade their all-encompassing assault. Buffed. Injuries began to mar Chong's body. He's injured. That little brat won't last much longer. Kill him. Seeing Chong wounded, the pirates surged with renewed vigor, their assault intensifying. Crack. Buffed. A thick wooden club struck Chong's back, splintering upon impact and forcing him to spit blood, but he had no time to wipe it away. His observation Haki screamed warnings as he swiftly shifted to the left, narrowly avoiding a massive black axe that crashed to the ground beside him. Bang! Ah! Chong roared, seizing the axe with his left hand, leveraging it to rise, and with his right fist aimed at a pirate's head. Swish! Just as he appeared poised to strike, a gleaming sword sliced from Chong's left side, bringing with it a grave threat of death. In that critical moment, Chong, fully focused, decisively abandoned his attack, swiftly evading the sword. Yet, the surrounding assaults were too numerous. Chong dodged the sword, but a strike from behind landed squarely on his back. Hiss! Bang! The excruciating pain momentarily disoriented him, a bloody wound opening on his back. Without pausing, he kicked the blade-wielding pirate away, then grasped the arm of another pirate. Crack! Ah! The pirate's scream echoed as Chong shattered his arm, sending him flying. Seizing the weapon from the fallen pirate's grasp, Chong's aura transformed dramatically. A chilling dread enveloped the surrounding pirates, an overwhelming and razor-sharp sense of impending slaughter permeating the air. Memories of countless nights spent wielding a wooden staff flooded his mind. A sword technique devoid of formality does not imply an inability to kill. It is the ability to kill that defines the strongest technique. Chong murmured, and as his words trailed off, his aura reached its zenith. The wielder of the sword is the sword. If I desire to kill, the sword shall kill. It is simple yet not weak. It is solely for the purpose of killing. Kill. Upon uttering the word, a sharp will erupted from within Chong, infused with the overwhelming presence of conqueror's Haki. momentarily stunning the surrounding pirates. Chong surged forward, the blade in his hand manifesting the terrifying power of his lethal intent. 10 steps, 1 kill, 1,000 miles. None escaped. A line from an ancient Chinese poem escaped Mu Chong's lips as his longsword mercilessly reaped the lives of the surrounding pirates. Ah, a demon. He is a demon. With the sword in hand, Mu Chong resembled a tiger plunged into a flock of sheep, commencing a frenzied slaughter. The blade carved through flesh and blood, crimson splattering everywhere amidst the cacophony of screams. Severed arms and heads rolled across the ground as the once impenetrable encirclement fell to pieces in an instant. Mu Chong, wielding the longsword, executed each strike without flourish, piercing the bodies of the pirates. The background painted in blood while the sound of shattering bones formed a rhythm. The frenzied slaughter instilled trepidation in the surrounding pirates, yet desperate souls continued to close in, even when the former had his head severed and blood gushed forth. There were still pirates who charged forward unflinchingly, depleting Mu Chong's stamina, rendering him incapable of breaking free from the encirclement in a short span of time. However, relying on his formidable observation Haki and benefiting from the reach of his long blade, he managed to foresee the majority of the pirates' assaults, significantly reducing the rate at which he sustained injuries. Captain Andrew, this little brat possesses some skill. Allow me to deal with him personally. Will had firmly grasped the large blade behind him. His gaze fixated on the bloodied Mu Chong amidst the crowd, a raw desire etched across his face. Do not rush. Well, do you not think the number of crew members aboard has been increasing at an alarming rate? Captain Andrew halted Will's movements, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he leisurely observed the melee as if watching a spectacle. Captain Andrew, are you implying? Dolph, gripping the heavy hammer, trembled slightly, unable to fathom the words he had just heard. Are you afraid? Dolph, this is the world of pirates, is it not? A realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. You must adapt swiftly. Andrew cast a sidelong glance at the hesitant Dolph, his tone laced with an unyielding cruelty. But those are our comrades, are they not? Dolph's grip on the hammer loosened entirely, the weapon crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Comrades, ha. Do you still not understand, Dolph? Pirates do not require comrades. They are merely burdens that will weigh you down. Have you forgotten why you boarded Andrew's ship? Will slowly raised his large blade, the edge ominously directed at the silent, bowed-headed Dolph. Is that so? I understand now, Captain Andrew. Dolph's eyes flickered with determination, the last remnants of his conscience crumbling away. Ha. Dolph, go and eliminate that pile of troublesome garbage over there, and show me what you are capable of. Andrew's words were devoid of doubt, his gaze fixed intently on Dolph. The hammer sliced through the air, creating a fierce gust, as Dolph, wordlessly, advanced toward the trembling villagers, a harrowing scene about to unfold. No, please do not kill me. Help, I do not wish to die. Help, the villagers screamed frantically, pleading for their lives as the pirate approached step by step. Bastard, stop this at once. Exhausted, Mu Chong, already weary from the battle, heard the villagers' cries for help, swinging his already dulled long blade with renewed vigor. Yet, he found himself powerless against Dolph's actions. If begging for mercy were effective, perhaps my family would not have perished. If calling for help would summon aid, maybe my village would not have been wiped out. Mu Chong's thoughts spiraled into despair. Let it end. Death brings no pain. Dolph murmured softly, his tone imbued with desperation and a slowly surfacing ferocity. Die, he bellowed, swinging the heavy hammer down upon the villagers with tremendous force. I command you, stop, get away. A tremendous, terrifying aura erupted from the distant crowd, crashing into Dolph's mind, as if 1,000 needles were piercing his brain, causing his body to sway unsteadily. The hammer fell to the ground, and Dolph barely managed to stand by leaning on the hammer's handle, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at the source of the overwhelming presence. Not just him, but Andrew and Will, watching from the sidelines, were equally astonished, particularly Andrew, whose expression turned grave. He understood what such a presence signified, an aura of a king, conqueror Haki. At that moment, Mu Chong stood alone on the battlefield, his disheveled black hair soaked in blood, droplets falling from the severed long blade, and most terrifying were his crimson eyes, which seemed to capture souls. Kill. Without uttering any unnecessary words, Mu Chong fixed his gaze on Dolph, his body launching forward like an arrow released from its bow, his heart consumed solely by the desire to slay. Will. Captain Andrew, witnessing Mu Chong's charge, called out in a low voice, then murmured to himself. So what if he possesses conqueror Haki? You shall perish, brat. As you wish, Captain. With a powerful stomp, Will propelled himself toward Mu Chong at an incredible speed, his blade aimed directly at him. When the blades met, The tremendous impact caused Mu Chong's already dulled blade to shatter once more, Will's large blade piercing deeply into Mu Chong's chest, blood spraying forth as Mu Chong's body was sent flying like a broken kite. The unconscious body crashed heavily to the ground, the pain from the impact jolting Mu Chong awake. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his condition growing increasingly frail, struggling to rise. Under the severity of his injuries, he found it utterly impossible. The arena fell eerily silent, with only Captain Andrew, Will, and Dolph standing, while the others were either maimed, dead, unconscious, or too terrified to utter a word. Make your move. Captain Andrew's eyes were fixed intently on the continuously struggling Mu Chong, the malice on his face growing more pronounced as he coldly commanded, let me savor the flavor of this brat. Will approached Mu Chong with his long blade in hand, while Dolph, regaining his composure, attempted once more to raise the hammer against the villagers to bring this farce to an end. Lying on the ground, Mu Chong continued to spew blood, the gaping wound on his chest bleeding profusely. Yet he still endeavored to rise and halt the impending doom. Let it end, Dolph declared, gripping the hammer's handle, readying to lift it. Yet, he soon realized that his usual combat weapon felt unusually heavy. Not just the hammer, but his entire body. Who was it? It was not only Dolph who felt the weight. Even Will and Andrew sensed an unbearable heaviness enveloping them. Captain Andrew instantly shifted into battle mode, his expression grave as he surveyed the surroundings. Tap, tap, tap. It is I who have arrived late. Let this war conclude. A smile crept upon the figure of Xiao, who slowly approached from the direction of the village. Leaning on a wooden cane, behind him trailed two trembling villagers, one large and one small. A devil fruit user. You have consumed a devil fruit? Captain Andrew immediately recognized the difference in Xiao. Such a terrifying ability could only stem from the legendary treasures of the sea, the devil fruits. Those who have committed heinous acts shall perish. Xiao's pale eyes glanced at the severely injured Mu Chong before locking onto Andrew. Ha, blind fool. Do you think that having consumed a devil fruit grants you the power to challenge me? Andrew's expression twisted into a snarl, his aura surging with ferocity as he cast off the weight pressing down on him, revealing the razor-sharp fangs befitting a pirate captain. I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 150 million. How dare a blind old man like you provoke me? With a forceful stomp, Andrew surged forward, his speed remarkable, while his arms became enveloped in a layer of black material akin to armor. That was the armament Haki. Die, old blind man. Andrew leaped into the air, his Haki-imbued fist hurtling toward Xiao's head with a howling wind. Xiao, steady and composed, raised the wooden stick, and despite his blindness, he calmly parried every attack from Andrew, who launched into a frenzy of strikes. Yet, no matter his efforts, he could not breach Xiao's defenses. Damn old blind man. Though I may be blind, I am not devoid of perception. You possess sight, yet all I see in you is malice and cruelty. You are not my equal. Xiao delivered a powerful blow, sending Andrew staggering back, raising the wooden stick high before him as he spoke in a deep voice. Haha, what nonsense are you spouting? Do I need your guidance? You bothersome old blind man. Boom, the ground beneath Andrew shattered, and his body surged once more towards Xiao, this time with an even more ferocious onslaught. Xiao's hands suddenly exerted tremendous force, and the wooden stick he wielded snapped apart, revealing a hidden blade within. As Xiao completed his draw, a wave of purple energy surged forth, enveloping the attacking Andrew. Just as Andrew's fist was about to strike Xiao, a dull thud resonated. In an instant, Andrew's massive form crashed to the ground, creating a dent in the earth. Damn it, what devil's fruit have you consumed? Andrew gritted his teeth, struggling against the gravitational force pinning him down in the pit. I command gravity to punish the wicked and uphold righteousness. Just as Xiao prepared to launch another assault to finish off Andrew, suddenly, through his observation Haki, a large sword attacked from the side. Xiao decisively abandoned Andrew in the pit, drawing his staff sword entirely, holding a sharp dagger horizontally, successfully blocking Will's strike. Old blind man, what do you intend to do to my captain? Will, having missed his strike, immediately wielded his long sword and launched a fierce attack, slashing at Xiao from various cunning angles, making it difficult for Xiao to counterattack. At that moment, a massive hammer suddenly entered the fray, bearing down on Xiao's head with overwhelming pressure. Are you two finally going to make a move? I thought you cared nothing for the captain's life. Andrew, now back on his feet, coldly declared, charging into the battle circle. In the pirate world, there was no room for chivalry in the face of life and death combat. The one who claims the opponent's head holds the power. Gravity blade. Fierce tiger. Facing the trio's assault, Xiao remained composed. With a single thrust, he pushed all three away, gripping his staff sword horizontally as purple ripples rapidly coalesced along the blade's edge. As he spoke, the staff sword slashed horizontally with terrifying force. "Get back!" Andrew shouted urgently, desperately retreating. However, once that purple ripple appeared, the entire space became unbearably heavy, trapping the three retreating figures firmly to the ground. A massive purple tiger roared forth, colliding directly with Will, who bore the brunt of the impact, spitting blood and collapsing unconscious. Doflamingo raised his hammer defensively, but the tremendous force sent both him and the hammer flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting forth as he lay weakened. Though Andrew was farther away, the purple tiger still struck him down, its overwhelming power knocking him to the ground. 1 against 3. A single move annihilated all three. This was the terrifying might of Xiao. As Andrew struggled to rise, Xiao's staff sword loomed over his head. In the face of Andrew's terrified gaze, Xiao softly uttered, "Journey to hell." Boom. Crack. In an instant, the immense gravity crushed Andrew's skull, his body sinking into the unfathomable pit. Xiao gazed into the depths until he could no longer sense any life within, then sheathed his staff sword and slowly approached the other two pirates, who were barely clinging to life. "I'll see you off. Don't become pirates in your next life." With a clean, decisive stroke, he extinguished the lives of Will and Doflamingo. Thus, the upper echelon of Andrew's pirate crew was obliterated by Xiao. As for those pirates lying unconscious from the conqueror's Haki, Xiao paid them no mind, for he had more pressing matters at hand. If he didn't tend to Mu Chong's bleeding soon, the lad would soon perish. After a flurry of activity, Xiao finally returned to the hideout with Mu Chong, who was now bandaged like a mummy, and laid him on a bed before stepping back outside. In the courtyard, several surviving villagers stood waiting. "Dear sir, we beg you, help us." Yes. We are willing to work tirelessly in gratitude for your kindness. Please do not cast us away." Upon seeing Xiao emerge, the villagers quickly knelt, bowing their heads and pleading for refuge. Xiao furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected situation. He had only acted to save them out of a sense of duty, yet this subsequent predicament left him at a loss. "I do not know how to assist you. There are many empty rooms in the hideout. Find a place to stay," Xiao could only suggest, recalling how these villagers had helped procure medicine from the pirate ship. Otherwise, Mu Chong would not have been bandaged so swiftly. Amidst the villagers' expressions of gratitude, the war was finally over. As for the unconscious pirates, they were likely already aboard their ship, leaving this small island. Xiao's reluctance to finish them off was not in line with his character. Leaving those pirates alive was of no use, and he chose to disregard them entirely. The village had been laid to waste by the pirates, leaving only a handful of villagers in the hideout, who would have to stay temporarily to alleviate their immediate plight. Meow. In the room, Bai sat beside the bandaged Mu Chong on the bed, sniffing at him incessantly, occasionally rubbing against him, her meows filled with concern. Despite having witnessed Mu Chong's injuries many times since they had been together, her long-standing companionship had made her regard him as family, and her worry was undeniable. Do not worry, Bai. I can sense Mu Zhao's life force. He is fine. He merely needs to rest. Feed him some food later, and he will recover in a few days. Xiao reassured, gently stroking Bai's head as he approached the bed. Meow. Mu Xiao. I hope you won't be affected by your emotions when you awaken, Xiao murmured, glancing at Mu Chong with a hint of helplessness. His concern stemmed from the absence of Aunt Nua among the surviving villagers. Despite his best efforts to rush to her home, by the time he arrived, her house was ablaze, and Aunt Nua lay tragically dead on the street outside her door. Given Aunt Nua's kindness towards Mu Chong, Xiao could only wonder what kind of extreme reaction Mu Chong would have upon awakening. Meow. Not far from the village ruins, on a small dirt slope, Mu Chong and Bai sat side by side, their bodies and Mu Chong's right arm wrapped in bandages, facing the village. In front of Mu Chong lay freshly gathered wildflowers, and with no elaborate ceremony. He simply mourned the villagers in the most straightforward and sincere manner. Mu Chong sat cross-legged, his face expressionless, his gaze pure and untainted. Since awakening that morning, he and Bai had remained there for nearly an entire day. Xiao's fears of Mu Chong losing control of his emotions had not materialized. He sat quietly, facing the village in silence. The mountain breeze was warm, the sea breeze gentle, and even the sun seemed to hide its heat. Aunt Nua, it is perhaps better to leave this chaotic world behind. You are free now. No longer will you need to venture out in fear, nor worry about the dangers that lurk at every corner, nor dread going hungry. I apologize, Aunt Nua. It is Mu Zhao's failure to take care of you. I came too late. I am truly sorry. Drip, drop. Silent tears cascaded from Mu Chong's eyes, falling onto the wildflowers before him. The unvoiced pain proving the most lethal. Meow. Sensing Mu Chong's sorrow, Bai gently burrowed into his embrace, pressing closely against him, offering her own form of comfort. Bai, let us leave this island, that we will take Aunt Nua and the others and explore the outside world together. A smile flickered across Mu Chong's tear-streaked face as he gently extended his left hand, making a lifting gesture, softly saying, meow. Though Bai did not understand Mu Chong's words, she sensed a shift in his demeanor and nodded vigorously. All right, let us go. Mu Chong smiled faintly, cradling Bai in his arms as he slowly stood up. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the hem of the youth's clothing and tousling his hair. Awakening the stirrings within his heart. Mu Chong bent slightly, deeply bowing towards the village, then reached down to pluck a pristine wildflower from the ground, delicately tucking it into the collar of his garment. He raised his head once more to glance in the village's direction before decisively turning away, his footsteps resolute and unhesitating, bidding a quiet farewell to the warmth of the past as he departed from the haven that once brought him solace. As he and Bai walked further away, their elongated shadows stretched toward the village under the setting sun's glow. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, Mu Chong, carrying Bai on his back, returned to the hideout, ignoring the bustling villagers in the courtyard, and entered the building. Mu Xiao is back, beside the fireplace in the room. Xiao glanced up at Mu Chong as he entered. Upon noticing the white mountain flower hanging from Mu Chong's chest, his eyes momentarily widened in surprise. Yet, he quickly comprehended its significance and greeted him softly. Uncle Xiao, I wish to venture out to sea. Just as Mu Chong settled down, before Bai could even leap from his lap, he voiced his intention. Oh, has young Master Mu already made a decision? Xiao feigned mild curiosity, showing no signs of surprise or disapproval, as though he had anticipated this moment with calm assurance. Indeed, Uncle Xiao, I yearn to see the world beyond. Mu Chong fiddled with the flames in the hearth, his cheeks aglow with their warmth. Young Master Mu, you currently lack the requisite strength to live well in the outside world with this mountain flower. In the battle 3 days prior, you didn't even graze the opponent's advanced combat level. You still have a long way to go. Xiao observed the boy who bowed his head in silence, refraining from softening his words with consolation, and instead pointedly articulated the crux of the matter, thus rejecting Mu Chong's aspiration. Is that so? Then how far am I from that? Mu Chong inquired, his expression unwavering, his gaze clear as he looked at Xiao. Ha, it seems my worries were unwarranted. Xiao burst into laughter, looking at Mu Chong with a sense of relief. He continued, a year, though you are merely 15 years old, your mature mindset will allow your strength to progress swiftly. Prior to this, I have laid a solid foundation for you. In the coming year, I shall have you endure continuous battles to hone your combat awareness. How much you grow will depend on your own efforts. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. Mu Chong expressed his gratitude earnestly, feeling that this uncle, who had been both teacher and friend, held an ever more significant place in his heart. Perhaps that bowl of noodles they once shared marked the beginning of their intertwined fates. Young Master Mu, you needn't thank me. This is my own choice. Xiao paused, a hint of nostalgia crossing his face, before he slowly said, 3 years ago, when I met you, you were but a ragged child. Yet, through our interactions, you imparted many correct notions to me. As I traversed the vast seas and witnessed various injustices, I found them all corroborated by your beliefs, which has greatly benefited me. Xiao turned his gaze back to Mu Chong, who, in this moment, was unusually loquacious, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Teaching you, young Master Mu, is not without my own selfish desires. I firmly believe your future achievements will be boundless. I trust your name will one day resonate across the seas. And I hope that when I am in need, you will lend a helping hand. As his words faded, Xiao's expression remained calm, akin to an elder observing his child, hoping for their future success and the possibility of aiding the family. Uncle Xiao. Even you have become sentimental. Mu Chong suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, his movements exuberant, clutching his aching stomach, oblivious to the tears that had begun to fall from the corners of his eyes. Xiao remained silent, wearing a smile as he watched the jubilant Mu Chong. After a lengthy pause, Mu Chong ceased his laughter, cradling Bai in his arms, and slowly uttering, Uncle Xiao, had you said this 2 years ago, I would have undoubtedly agreed without hesitation, but now that I have arrived, the future is uncertain. However, I can promise you that I will not stand in opposition to you. Yet, if I witness any injustice, I shall not turn a blind eye. Very well, let that be our pact, young Master Mu. Xiao offered no further words, extending his left hand with a swift motion, palm-facing Mu Chong, who instinctively raised his own hand to clap against it, solidifying their agreement. The winter night may be long, yet it cannot diminish the warmth within the room. The world is cruel, One must remember to cherish the present. The future is unpredictable rather than anticipated. One ought to live fully in the now. In doing so, one can look back with pride and declare, I have never regretted a thing. Unbeknownst to him, Chong had already spent 4 years in the world of One Piece. For years prior, he had encountered Xiao on a small island, and their 2 years of companionship had forged a deep friendship. 2 years later, a fateful encounter left him gravely injured and on the brink of death. But Xiao had saved him, granting him a new lease on life, which led him to resolve not to wander aimlessly any longer. Thus began his 2 years of rigorous training. Now, for years had quietly passed. In Chong's mind, memories of this island flashed by like slides in a projector. With a resolute heart, he spread his arms wide, embracing the air of this place before turning decisively to leave the village. His young master truly departing, the villagers who had lived alongside him for over a year lamented, watching as he gradually disappeared down the mountain path, their voices filled with reluctance and confusion. These scenes were lost on Chong, who now donned pristine white attire, a matching white cloak draped over his shoulders, a sizable pack slung across his back, and an ordinary long knife hanging at his waist. Making his way toward the S.E.T. 16 years old, and standing at 6 feet tall, he exuded youthful vigor under the morning sun. Meow. Next to Chong, Bai, now grown, followed suit, taking deliberate steps toward the ocean. Also carrying a pack on his back, Bai's physique had grown to closely resemble that of an adult white tiger, with long fur and a strikingly handsome face, rivaling even the Maine Coon from Chong's past life in terms of attractiveness. Moo, do you still not sense Uncle Xiao's presence? Chong suddenly queried Bai, a trace of disappointment creeping onto his face. Mu was the name he had given Bai after much contemplation. A name devoid of any technical flair. Meow, meow. Bai lifted his head, sniffing the air, before shaking it in an anthropomorphic manner. Meow, meow, meow. In the next moment, Bai's expression turned irate, meowing at Chong as if to say, You, old rascal, can perceive the color of Haki, yet you expect me to sniff out a thing or two. Well, I wonder what Uncle Xiao is up to. It has been a month since he left. He should be back soon. Before he departed, he mentioned today was the day I set sail, yet he remains absent. Chong rubbed his nose with his left hand, glancing back at the now distant village. Offering a wry smile before quickening his pace down the mountain. A month ago, Xiao had abruptly left the small island without revealing his destination, merely promising to return to see him off on his journey. At that moment, on the coastline where Chong often trained, 3 figures stood, pointing and discussing something regarding a ship anchored in the sea. Their gaze was fixed on a wooden vessel, which could be described as a small sailing ship. Standing about the height of a single story, it measured roughly the size of a basketball court. Though it appeared unremarkable, it was, in fact, a labor of love, a ship painstakingly constructed over a year by the entire island's inhabitants. Through endless exploration and modification, to meet their basic sailing needs. To build this vessel, everyone had turned the island upside down, pooling all usable metals and woods into its construction, a true testament to their dedication. Meow. Upon reaching the shore, Bai let out a call, nudging Chong, who was lost in thought. What's wrong? Oh, there are people there. Didn't the villagers all stay in the village? Sensing Bai's nudge, Chong initially felt puzzled. But as he followed Bai's gaze, his confusion deepened. Quickly approaching the ship, the figures gradually became clearer. Uncle Xiao. It's Uncle Xiao. Haha. Upon discerning that one of the individuals was a figure named Xiao, Chong's face instantly illuminated with joy. He quickened his pace, even sprinting with the burden of a hefty backpack, exuberantly rushing towards Xiao. Ha ha ha. Xiaoga appears to be in splendid form. The speaker was none other than Xiao, who had returned to the island the previous evening after a month's absence. However, instead of returning to the village, he had spent the night by the sea with 2 others, seemingly engrossed in studying something related to a ship's hull. Xiao Dashi, it is truly wonderful to have you back. I was beginning to think you might not return, laughed Chong, who, despite his towering height of 1.85 meters, bore the expression of a 16-year-old child in front of Xiao. Today marks the day of Xiaoga's voyage. How could I forget? Is everything prepared? Xiao regarded Chong with a warm smile. Since the pirate raid on the village a year ago, Xiao had been the one most acutely aware of what this young man had endured over the past year. Through night and day, through storms and calms, Chong had relentlessly pushed his limits. The weight of expectation Xiao placed upon him grew heavier, to the point of surprising even Xiao himself, as Chong's progress was nothing short of remarkable. In addition to his training, Chong engaged in fierce battles every 3 days, contesting not only with Ishi but also with pirates and formidable gladiators, all of which honed his survival skills and visibly enhanced his strength. After a year of battles led by Xiao across various locales, Chong finally grasped the location of their nameless island, a secluded spot situated in the first half of the Grand Line. According to the information gathered, it was near one of the 7 routes of the Grand Line, with a large island about 10 days' journey away serving as a layover point. Thus, this small island seldom saw pirate traffic, rendering it relatively inconspicuous. However, upon hearing the name of that large island for the first time, Chong felt a jolt of emotion, a mix of anxiety and excitement, as the island in question was known as Gaia Island. When Chong first heard the name while on the island, he instinctively looked up at the sky, unleashing a torrent of observation haki that astonished even Xiao. After regaining his composure, Chong shook his head in disappointment, internally cursing himself for his inability to reach the so-called God above, and knowing that Ishi would never seek to conquer the Sky Island, as it conflicted with his sense of justice. Returning to the present, Chong was genuinely delighted to see Xiao had come to see him off on his voyage. He stood there, smiling foolishly, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiaoga, allow me to introduce you to 2 friends. Xiao, unfazed by Chong's silly grin, gestured for him to follow as he approached the 2 others. Pointing to an elderly man with a full head of white hair, he said, "This is Skidk, a friend I made during my travels. Today, as you set sail, I invited him to assist you." Upon Xiao's introduction, warmth flooded Chong's heart, for he could feel Xiao's genuine concern. The elderly man, Skidk, was an exceptional shipwright and a kindred spirit whom Xiao had befriended during his journeys. Now 60 years of age, he appeared vibrant and full of life. Next to him stood a tall young man, Slade, who towered over 2 meters, with hair styled in dreadlocks and a sun-kissed complexion. Exuding a sense of pride in his handsome features, dressed in white attire and wielding a thick, silvery staff. "You must be Chong, the renowned Xiaoga spoken of by Xiao Grandpa," Slade exclaimed, his tone dripping with skepticism. Just as Chong was about to greet the elder, Slade's sudden interjection caught him off guard. "Xiao Grandpa? Pfft, sorry, ha ha ha." Unfazed by Slade's challenge, Chong found himself momentarily flustered by the title. "Xiao Grandpa? Then you must call me uncle," he thought, suppressing the exclamation. However, his sudden laughter ignited Slade's simmering indignation. "Hey, I challenge you," Slade declared, uncrossing his arms and clenching his fists, his handsome face now ablaze with fury. "Oh, a challenge," Chong replied, glancing towards Xiao and Skidk, his eyes brimming with inquiry. "Will you not intervene?" The 2 elderly men, each over a century in combined age, exchanged glances, retreating several steps and adopting an amused spectator's demeanor. "Wow, impressive," Chong thought, secretly giving a thumbs up to the elder's antics before turning to the furious Slade. "A challenge, you say? Very well. Today, as I embark on my voyage, it serves as a perfect warm-up. With that." Chong set down his backpack and gestured for Bai Mumu, who appeared perplexed, to step aside. Yes, Bai Mumu moved to Xiao's side. Chong faced Slade, their gazes locking, one filled with fervor, the other with disinterest. "Defeat me, and I shall serve as your ship's navigator." With a swift motion, Slade unsheathed his silvery staff, gripping it with one hand and positioning it in front of him, his eyes fixed coldly on Chong. The staff, nearly 2 meters long, reached the height of Slade's brow. "Becoming my ship's navigator? We'll see if you possess the qualification and strength for that." Chong's expression sharpened, a thought flashing through his mind. Was this the navigator Xiao had chosen for him? As this realization settled, Chong stepped forward leisurely, prompting Slade to adopt a combative stance. Yet, rather than attacking, Chong unleashed an overwhelming aura of dominance. The formidable conqueror's Haki erupted from Chong, instantly transforming the once tranquil shore into a tempestuous scene. The heavy, intimidating energy waves surged outward, stirring the sea into a frenzied in an instant. The expressions of all present morphed into shock and disbelief. "Xiaoga, that was a bit too intense, wasn't it?" Xiao exclaimed, hastily shutting his eyes, whispering to himself, I can't see, as his hands trembled slightly upon his staff. This, the aura of a king. The conqueror's Haki, this young lad, so youthful yet possessing such formidable presence, remarkable. Skidk, the first to experience Chong's conqueror's Haki, was initially astonished, but his expression quickly shifted to one of admiration, culminating in satisfaction. "Meow, meow, meow," Bai Mumu proudly called out, while Slade, feeling the brunt of the pressure, struggled to withstand the force. He gripped the silvery staff tightly, fighting to keep his knees from buckling, his face pale, teeth clenched, determined to resist any inclination to bow. This is impossible. Just the pressure alone has robbed me of all capacity to resist. How can this be? Slade's eyes burned with defiance as he stared at Mu Chong, a sense of unwillingness and defeat flooding his mind. Not bad, Mu Chong remarked, observing Slade, who managed to maintain his composure despite the overwhelming conqueror's haki. His eyes flickered with delight before he ceased the release of his aura as Mu Chong's presence receded. Tranquility returned, but Slade suddenly began to falter, and Mu Chong swiftly stepped forward, gripping his arm tightly to prevent his knees from touching the ground. This act garnered a nod of approval from Skidk, who had been observing intently. Thank you. Slade gazed at the youth before him, who was shorter in stature yet wore a smile that radiated warmth, despite the myriad words that danced on the tip of his tongue. He ultimately managed to utter, but two. Thank you. You're welcome, replied Chong. A man should not kneel unnecessarily. I would not wish for my future navigator to bow in such a manner. Once the other stood steady, Chong released his grip on the youth's arm and spoke slowly. Future. Slade was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing in contemplation that he lowered his head in frustration, anger flashing across his face. What did this mean for the future? Was he deemed too weak to be of worth? How infuriating. Ha ha ha. A navigator aboard my ship must possess not only exceptional skill but also the spirit of a warrior. Most importantly, he must have the practical ability to navigate. For I would be entrusting my life and the lives of my crew to him. Such decisions cannot be made lightly. Wu Chong's observation Haki sensed the shifting emotions within Slade and erupted into hearty laughter. However, he continued, the fact that you can remain steadfast in the face of my overwhelming conqueror's Haki earns my respect. So, welcome aboard. Together, we shall strive towards our future, as the apprentice navigator of the freedom. With that, Wu Chong extended his hand in a gesture of formal invitation. Very well, Captain. I, Slade, shall henceforth be the navigator of the freedom. A confident smile returned to Slade's handsome visage, their hands clasped firmly, a moment that appeared ordinary yet held the weight of countless possibilities for the future. At last, you have settled down, you mischievous lad. I am relieved that I have not failed your father's expectations. Slowly approaching, Skidkek laughed heartily, his face beaming with pride, tears glistening in his eyes. Grandfather, Slade stammered, momentarily taken aback by Skidkek's emotion. Slade, you hardly resemble the reckless rascal you once were. The thing you have cherished has finally found its purpose. I am genuinely happy for you. Do not disappoint me. Skidkek stepped closer, patting Slade's shoulder with palpable enthusiasm. Before Slade could respond, Skidkek turned to face Wu Chong, nodding in acknowledgement at the youth who had astonished him. Initially, I was skeptical when that stubborn old man spoke of you, but witnessing your commanding presence firsthand at such a young age truly opened my eyes. So, Captain Wu Chong, would you allow this old man, Skidkek, to temporarily serve as your shipwright? Skidkek's resonant voice echoed along the shore, brimming with confidence, undiminished by his age. It would be my fortune to have you aboard as the shipwright. I entrust this vessel to your care. With a playful glint in his eye, Wu Chong responded, you are as capable as the famed General Lien Pua, who, despite his age, remains formidable. Observing the confident Skidkek, Wu Chong recalled a saying from his past. Amused by the old man's vigor. Now, that saves me from further persuasion. Young Wood, Skidkek shall remain aboard your ship until you find a more suitable shipwright, at which point you may leave him on any island. Xiao approached, reveling in the joyous atmosphere, and exclaimed, Hey, what nonsense are you spouting, you stubborn old man? What do you take Youngwood for? He would never do such a thing. You are merely overthinking. Just as Xiao finished speaking, Skidkek began to scold him, puffing up in indignation. Wu Chong turned to Slade, exchanging a knowing glance that conveyed their mutual exasperation at the two old men's antics. Meow, ignoring the squabbling elders. Wu Chong stepped towards the vessel anchored by the shore, running his hand along the ship that embodied the collective efforts of the entire island's inhabitants. His heart swelled with mixed emotions, yet joy prevailed. Captain, this ship has many issues in its construction. While I am not an expert, I can see numerous flaws. Slade joined him at the ship's side, speaking softly. Oh, is that so? Then, can it set sail? Wu Chong paused, his gaze unwavering upon the vessel, continuing to caress its hull as he replied. It can certainly set sail, but that is sufficient, Slade interjected, sensing a hint of melancholy in Wu Chong's tone. "Captain, what do you mean?" At that moment, Wu Chong's voice took on a weighty seriousness. "Slade, you must understand, this ship is not merely a vessel." With a sudden leap, Wu Chong ascended the 3-meter-high deck, and upon his first glimpse of the ship, he was struck by its size. Perhaps it was due to his previous life, wherein he had never laid eyes on such grandeur. But this vessel dwarfed all others he had encountered. Incredible, truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. It is absolutely splendid. In that moment, Wu Chong resembled a child marveling at a grand spectacle, his eyes darting around in wonder. Meow. Bai Wumu followed suit, mimicking Wu Chong's movements with excitement. Thump, thump, thump. Bai Mu, what do you think? Isn't this ship magnificent? Look at the mast, the sails, the sturdy deck. It is simply fantastic. This will be our ship, Wu Chong exclaimed, joyously thumping the mast and stomping on the deck. Laughter echoing continuously. Meow, meow, meow. Bai Wumu leaped about the deck, her face alight with joy. Ha! It seems young Wood is quite pleased with this vessel. At some point, Xiao had joined them on the deck. Catching the infectious spirit of merriment, "Uncle Xiao, you've come aboard as well? Where are Skidkek and the others?" Wu Chong inquired, noticing Xiao's empty expression behind him. "The old man is below, imparting wisdom to his grandson." "Young Wood, has this ship been named yet?" Xiao asked, glancing up at the empty masthead. "That it is named Freedom. This ship shall carry the essence of freedom for all who board her, for those who see her, and even for those who merely hear her named out on the vast ocean. This vessel shall symbolize the beginning of that freedom until the day comes when no one requires her to sail." Standing at the bow, Wu Chong spread his arms wide towards the sea, proclaiming the ship's name and its significance. His conqueror's Haki emanated silently, resonating with each word, reaching further and further. Below deck, Skidkek and Slade simultaneously lifted their gazes, feeling the ship's aura imbue them with resolve. "Slade, I hope that as you embark upon this vessel, you come to truly understand what it represents, though it may not be perfect, even appearing somewhat battered to our eyes. It carries with it a meaning that you must grasp." Skidkek's gaze remained fixed on the Freedom as he spoke earnestly. "Grandfather," Slade replied, his expression gradually shifting to one of contemplation. "Ha ha ha. Look, this ship is but a child. Is it not? It will sail alongside us, and for now, it merely needs to carry us upon the waves. Under our care, it shall grow and eventually transform into a giant." Skidkek observed his grandson, who appeared deep in thought, and chuckled, imparting wisdom with a knowing smile. Indeed, the captain mentioned that we would grow together. Ha ha ha. I understand now, grandfather. You said the ship was built by everyone on this island, making it akin to the child of the island itself. No wonder the captain would say such a thing. Slade's previously bewildered eyes now shone with clarity, converging into a determined gaze fixed upon the Freedom. His fists clenched tightly. Skidkek beamed at his grandson's transformation. Though he had not inherited the family legacy, he was forging his own path, intertwined with the fate of the ship. How wonderful. Muxiage, the situation with the old man Skiduck and his grandson Slade is as follows. From now on, you should familiarize yourselves more with them. I believe that although this ship is not large, it would be quite challenging for Muxiage to navigate it alone. Moreover, the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line necessitates the presence of a competent navigator. Therefore, having the two of them aboard will alleviate many troubles. Sitting across from Muxichong, Xiao, with a benevolent demeanor reminiscent of an elder advising a younger, spoke calmly and at length. Rest assured, Xiao Daxiong, I have complete faith in the people you introduced. Furthermore, from my earlier encounter with Slade, I sense that he possesses considerable strength and is indeed a reliable companion. Muxichong, sitting upright and wearing a contented expression, listened intently to Xiao's counsel. In this unfamiliar world, Xiao had spent the most time with Muxichong over the past 4 years, followed closely by that white creature, both of whom were present at this moment, filling him with happiness. "Ishu Daxiong, are you not coming with us to sea?" Muxichong inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "I appreciate Muxiage's invitation, but I shall refrain from boarding your vessel. There are many places at sea that I have yet to experience firsthand, and this opportunity allows me to truly see the good and evil of this world." Ishu declined Muxichong's invitation, his expression earnest as he articulated his thoughts. Is that so? Well then, we can always meet again in the future. Muxichong was not overly distressed, though he felt a twinge of disappointment. He understood that Xiao had his own sense of justice to fulfill, and should pursue it in his own manner. Moreover, Based on Chong's knowledge of the original narrative, Xiao had not encountered any perilous situations until he became a naval admiral. Additionally, given Xiao's capabilities, it was likely that only the most formidable individuals could pose a threat to him. Meow meow. At that moment, a clear sound rang out, followed by Mumu's urgent calls. Silly, what are we discussing? This can't be happening. Upon hearing the commotion, Chong turned to Mumu, about to scold, but he froze when he saw the square wooden box that had been opened. The box lay tilted, and within it, a remarkable fruit had appeared. Its shape and size were akin to an apple, yet its skin was white, adorned with spiraling patterns that shimmered invitingly before Chong's eyes. Meow. Noticing Chong's lack of reaction, Mumu called out again and reached out a paw to touch the fruit. However, in the next instant, the fruit soared into the air, hovering above the table. Xiao. This. Only then did Chong snap back to reality, turning to gaze at Xiao, who wore a beaming smile. He recognized the fruit that symbolized the great treasures of this world, the coveted devil fruit. Capable of bestowing extraordinary powers upon its consumer, suddenly appearing before him without warning, leaving him utterly astonished. Do you recognize this? Xiao, sensing the sudden shift in Chong's emotions, inquired with curiosity. The devil fruit? Xiao. Where did you acquire this devil fruit? Chong stood up in surprise, eager to ask, as he distinctly remembered that this square box had been placed on the table by Xiao. Initially, he had assumed it contained berries, only to discover it was a devil fruit. Muxiage has seen what a devil fruit looks like. Xiao's question confirmed his suspicion, yet he also knew that Chong had likely never encountered a devil fruit before. I've seen it. I came across it in a newspaper. Xiao, you haven't yet told me where this devil fruit came from. Chong hesitated, as he had indeed never seen a devil fruit since arriving in this world. He couldn't very well say he had seen one in his previous life, so he quickly fabricated a lie to divert the conversation. Ha ha ha. Xiao chuckled at Chong's explanation, not pressing further, but instead began to recount the origins of the devil fruit. This devil fruit is a farewell gift I prepared for Muxiage before his voyage. What? This is for me. Chong could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, this happiness has come rather unexpectedly. Ha ha ha. Calm down, Muxiage. Indeed, it is meant for you. In fact, after your life and death battle a year ago, I had intended to give this devil fruit to you. However, based on my own experience with devil fruits, possessing a suitable physique is crucial for harnessing the powers they bestow. I understand, Xiao. At this moment, Chong was no longer as astonished, sitting calmly as he absorbed Xiao's words, perhaps due to his initial excitement at seeing the tangible fruit. Well, to this day, Muxiage's physique is already comparable to that of ordinary strong individuals. In fact, in my eyes, even without consuming this devil fruit, you could safely navigate the first half of the Grand Line relying solely on your martial and swordsmanship. Xiao spoke with a smile, possessing the most authoritative insight into Chong's current strength. I am truly delighted to have Xiao's endorsement. Chong grinned broadly, feeling a sense of confidence in his abilities, given his comparisons to the original narrative. He believed he could take on a few of the supernovas without issue, at least those who lacked the ability to utilize armament. Chong finished speaking. Xiao smiled gently and shook his head, subsequently placing the levitating devil fruit gently before Chong. Muxiage, I am unaware of the specific abilities of this devil fruit that I discovered it when I was engaged in battle with pirates. It fell from the sky after colliding with a mountain on an island, and it was in midair that I found it. So, Muxiage, will you consume it? Xiao concluded, leaving the choice entirely in Chong's hands. He understood that while the devil fruit was a great treasure of the sea, the peculiar abilities it granted were a gamble for the one who consumed it. It could lead to soaring heights or remain inconspicuous. However, Xiao was not concerned, for no matter what abilities this devil fruit possessed, it would undoubtedly enhance Chong's capabilities. What in the world is this taste? It's so dreadful. Chong, as soon as Xiao finished speaking, took a bite of the devil fruit, only to be met with an extraordinarily unique flavor that surged to his head, nearly causing him to retch. How could one even describe such a taste? Perhaps one should find a devil fruit to try for themselves. Muxiage, did you consume it all? Ugh. Xiao silently gave a thumbs up. He was well aware of the taste. Meow meow meow. Just as Mumu was becoming impatient and considering approaching Chong, it suddenly felt its body lift away from the dining table, resulting in a series of cries. Muxiage, what is this? Xiao sensed a surge of energy, and upon focusing his observation Haki, he discovered Bai Mumu floating above the table, his face lighting up with surprise. Meow, meow, meow. Muxichong did not immediately respond to Xiao's inquiry. At that moment, he was thoroughly enjoying himself with Bai Mumu, or rather, he was playing with Bai Mumu. Accompanied by Bai Mumu's astonished exclamations, its body soared in the air, moving up and down, left and right. As Muxichong skillfully controlled its flight, "Ahem, Muxiage, please let it go." Xiao gently shook his head, speaking with a hint of exasperation. "Ha ha ha. All right, all right." Muxichong complied, setting Bai Mumu back on the dining table. Retracting his ability, meow, Bai Mumu let out an indignant cry towards Muxichong, gesturing its displeasure with its paws before swiftly darting away, eager to leave the house. "Muxiage, what abilities does this devil fruit possess? Will it be of great assistance to you?" Xiao asked earnestly, his expression serious as he faced Muxichong. "Thank you, Xiao Daxiong, for the farewell gift. This devil fruit is remarkable, and I truly cherish it. Moreover, it will be immensely beneficial to me." Muxichong raised his right hand, feeling an invisible power at his fingertips, his heart brimming with joy, before continuing, "Xiao Daxiong, this is a paramecia-type devil fruit. What is its name?" "The Riki fruit. Indeed, it is a fruit of the superhuman type, and at this moment, I can sense my ability to manipulate all things related to power." Mu Chong pondered briefly before revealing the name of this devil fruit. As he stated, "It is indeed a fruit of limitless potential. Control over power. Can you also manipulate my gravity, young Mu?" Xiao exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise upon hearing Mu Chong's description. "If what he said is true, then this devil fruit will undoubtedly be of immense assistance to young Mu." "Gravity, you say?" Mu Chong was momentarily taken aback, then closed his eyes to fully attune himself to the power of the devil fruit coursing through him. It felt as though this force was woven into every cell of his being. To wield it, he merely needed to conjure his thoughts and intentions in his mind, using his physical strength as a conduit, and the power would manifest at his command. "I've got it. Xiao, you must experience this firsthand." Before Xiao could respond, Mu Chong raised his right hand and gently pressed forward. A wave of invisible energy instantly enveloped Xiao's body. What is this?" Upon hearing Mu Chong's words, Xiao relaxed his control over his body, a testament to the trust between them. From Xiao's perspective, Mu Chong merely extended his right hand toward him. In the next moment, it felt as if a weight had been placed upon him, rendering him significantly heavier. Although the effect on him was minimal, the sensation was strikingly similar to his own gravity fruit. It seems young Mu has indeed mastered remarkable power. This feeling is identical to my own abilities. Once Mu Chong dissipated his force, Xiao smiled, filled with acknowledgement. "Yes, Uncle Xiao, I can control gravity, even alter its direction, and manipulate other forces as well." Mu Chong appeared to have discovered a beloved toy, proudly showcasing his newfound abilities. Until Xiao interrupted him. All right. Seeing your satisfaction brings me peace. Since your abilities are akin to mine, listen closely, for I shall share my understanding and techniques regarding the gravity fruit. How much you grasp will depend on you." Xiao's unexpected proclamation left Mu Chong utterly astonished, stirring deep emotions within him. Such kindness deserves reciprocation. As Xiao began to elaborate, the room fell silent, save for his voiced "AT" this moment, in Windmill Village of the East Sea Kingdom. A young boy wearing a straw hat and dressed in red, beaming with joy, stood on a small boat, waving his hands at the people on the shore. It appeared to be another day for him to set sail. As the straw-hatted boy gradually disappeared into the horizon, the onlookers began to disperse. Only a woman with wavy hair, slightly plump in stature, remained, her face etched with worry as she gazed out at the sea. Reluctant to leave, "Uncle Xiao, please take care." At the stern of the ship, Mu Chong waved his right hand vigorously towards Xiao, who stood on the shore, clad in simple attire and leaning on a wooden cane. His eyes clouded. It was only upon parting that one realizes the depth of their reluctance. Tears streamed silently down Mu Chong's cheeks. Xiao stood steadfast, maintaining a smile, his pale eyes straining to capture every moment in his heart. Under the guidance of Skydeck, the ship, Freedom, slowly departed from the nameless island where they had lived for 4 years. The sense of loss enveloped Mu Chong as he pondered when he might return to this place, or when he would reunite with Xiao, a mentor and friend. "We will meet Uncle Xiao again, won't we, Captain?" Slade gently patted Mu Chong's shoulder, speaking softly, sensing his melancholic mood. "Indeed, when we make our name across the seas. When we stand atop the pinnacle, we shall meet again." Mu Chong wiped away his tears, a smile returning to his face. Confidence radiating from the young boy once more, he turned to Slade, then to Bai Mumu. Grinning slightly before opening his arms and proclaiming, "Then, today, the Freedom officially sets sail. Ha ha ha. Are you excited, Captain? Then I, as the navigator, shall officially begin my duties," Slade declared, his fists colliding with determination. Hey, you're merely an apprentice navigator," Chong teased, pinching his nose as he walked towards the cabin. "Curse it, I'll rid myself of the apprentice title sooner or later," Slade, incensed by Chong's words, glared at his retreating figure, his frustration evident. Meow. Bai Mumu glanced at the somewhat foolish Slade before shaking her tail and following him into the cabin. Ha ha ha. Come on, Slade, let's discuss our upcoming journey. Upon reaching the cabin door, Chong turned back and called out to Slade before entering. Once the Freedom was sailing steadily on the waves, Skydeck joined them at the dining table, and the entire crew was present. "Hello everyone. This marks the first collective meeting of the Freedom's crew. Although our numbers are few, we must still plan our upcoming route," Chong stated as he noticed the crew had gathered. "Young Mu, feel free to speak. I shall ensure the ship safely reaches its destination," Skydeck replied, producing a cigarette from somewhere and lighting it nonchalantly. Chong smiled slightly at this old man who wasn't technically a crew member but was there to assist. He turned to Slade and Bai Mumu, who appeared indifferent. "All right, let me outline the arrangements." Chong placed his legs down from the chair and sat up straight, instantly filling the room with a tense atmosphere. "First, Slade." "Huh? Me?" Slade was taken aback, bewildered as to why he was the first topic of discussion. "Listen well." Skydeck shot a stern look at the bewildered Slade, emphasizing the seriousness of the moment. "Yes," Slade replied, casting a pitiful glance at his grandfather before facing Chong with resolve. "Slade, you are too weak." Dio not rushed to retort. "I may not know if you have undergone training, but in my eyes, you still have a considerable gap before becoming a full-fledged navigator of the Freedom. Therefore, starting tomorrow, during our journey, I will personally train you," Chong stated earnestly, giving no room for interruption. "Of course, if you are not truly determined to become the navigator of the Freedom, then forget what I just said," Chong concluded, falling silent as he awaited Slade's response. "Grandfather, make your own decision." Skydeck replied to Slade's inquiry and turned away, no longer engaging. "I will be the navigator of the Freedom." After a moment of contemplation, Slade's determination returned, and he stood up resolutely. "Ha ha ha. Sit down. Do not be so excited. Just prepare yourself for the hardships ahead," Chong urged, gesturing for Slade to relax before turning to Skydeck. "Old man, the upcoming journey is now in your hands. Young Mu, feel free to outline your plans," Skydeck replied, extinguishing the half-burnt cigarette and sitting upright. "Approximately 10 days' journey from here lies an island named Gaia. Our first stop will be there." As Chong mentioned the island's name, noticeable fluctuations appeared in Skydeck and Slade's expressions. "What is the purpose of young Mu's visit to Gaia?" Skydeck inquired uncertainly. "Oh, old man, you are aware of Gaia." Chong discerned from Skydeck's reaction that he indeed knew about the island. "I am aware. Perhaps Xiao mentioned it. I was once a shipbuilder at a naval shipyard. And after retiring due to age, I returned home. During my service in the Navy, I heard of this island," Skydeck explained slowly, but was interrupted by Slade. "I know. There is a legend that speaks of a golden land on Gaia Island. Some say it lies beneath the sea, while others claim it is in the sky. The golden land is said to have been swept into the heavens by rising currents. How could an island possibly soar into the heavens? It is utterly ludicrous. Ha ha ha." Slade, growing increasingly animated, erupted into laughter, only to be met with a sudden silence that enveloped the room, rendering him thoroughly embarrassed. "You scoundrel. The old man has consistently urged you to exercise restraint. Just look at your current demeanor. Regardless of the existence of the Sky Island, you must never mock those who dare to chase their dreams. The Sky Island is indeed real." As soon as Skydeck finished speaking, Chong seized the moment, his words detonating like a bomb, shattering the minds of both listeners. "Mu, do you truly believe in that legend?" Skydeck inquired, his expression tinged with skepticism. "Ha ha ha. Whether it's a mere legend or not, why not go and see for yourself?" Chong evaded a direct answer, chuckling as he confirmed the forthcoming course of their journey. "Mu, I am eager to accompany you to the skies. However, under the current condition of the Liberty, ascending against the raging currents is simply impossible," Skydeck replied with a serious demeanor, acutely aware of the Liberty's precarious state. Fear not. I am well aware of the Liberty's condition. Rest assured. I possess my own means to reach the Sky Island." Chong waved his hand dismissively, reassuring Shidek, and continued, "For the upcoming journey, you, my dear elder, will oversee the navigation of the Liberty. Meanwhile, Slade and I shall devote ourselves to strengthening our abilities, for reaching the Sky Island is no trivial endeavor." The others nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent towards Chong's plans. Meow. Just as Chong declared the meeting adjourned, Bai Mu let out an urgent cry, fixating its eager gaze upon Chong. Chong noticed Bai Mu's unwavering stare, only to speak slowly when he saw the fur bristle on Bai Mu's body, saying, "Mu, you shall train alongside us." This creature, train with us?" Slade exclaimed in astonishment. Despite its considerable size, resembling an ordinary tiger, the thought of it training was rather absurd. Meow. Bai Mu instantly bared its sharp teeth at Slade, as if challenging him to a duel. All right. Once aboard this vessel, we must all become formidable. The adversaries we will face in the future are exceptionally strong. Do not fall behind and hinder us." After Chong clapped his hands, he turned and strolled towards the deck of the Liberty. Shidek cast a glance at the tense standoff between Slade and Bai Mu, shook his head, and made his way to the control room on the deck at the bow of the ship. Chong leaned against the railing, gazing at the boundless ocean, taking a deep breath. In that moment, a profound transformation enveloped him. An invisible authority radiated from his being. Departing from the warm harbor, he was met with the tumultuous winds and bloodshed that lay ahead. Ready to navigate the world at his whims and make a name across the seas. Ha. Captain, I am ready. Let the training commence. Slade's voice rang out from behind. Meow. Bai Mu echoed in agreement. Following closely. Ha. Excellent. Then let us begin. As Chong's voice fell, a sudden wave of gravity enveloped the entire deck, causing visible tremors in both Slade and Bai Mu. Ouch. Wait a moment. Captain, what is this? The unexpected weight jolted Slade, who struggled against the pressure while gazing at Chong in disbelief. Ha. This is one of my abilities. I can exert gravity within a certain range, rendering the entire space heavy. I call it the gravity field, Chong said, smiling at the trembling Slade, filled with nostalgia as he recalled living in such an environment for 2 full years. Captain, this is far too heavy. How am I supposed to move? Slade slumped down, lamenting his plight. Heavy? Just take a look at that one over there. Chong raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards Slade. What on earth? Slade turned to see Bai Mu effortlessly maneuvering under the same gravitational force, its curious eyes fixed on him at this moment. One could not help but acknowledge that over the course of 2 years, Bai Mu had undergone rigorous gravity training alongside Chong. It was evident that its adaptation to gravity was exceptionally robust. Keep at it, Slade. Right now, you are even less capable than a mere feline. After Chong's remark, he disregarded Slade and turned to stroll towards the bow, where a protruding figurehead awaited him. Taking a seat, he closed his eyes to attune himself to the power of his devil fruit. Determined to refine its potential during this journey in anticipation of forthcoming events, the superhuman strength fruit, as its name suggests, pertains to strength. For those hailing from the world of One Piece, the application of this devil fruit may appear quite limited. However, Chong, being a product of a new era, possessed a firm grasp of high school physics related to force. In daily life, we encounter various forces, including gravity, elasticity, and friction. Gravity is the force exerted by the Earth on an object, keeping it grounded. Elasticity is the force generated by an object attempting to return to its original state after being deformed by an external force, such as the force of a spring. Friction is the resistance encountered between 2 surfaces in relative motion or potential motion. Beyond these 3, there are other types of forces worth exploring, such as magnetic force, the attraction or repulsion between magnets, as seen in maglev trains, and buoyancy, the upward support force exerted by liquids on immersed objects, like a ship floating on water. Gravitational force is the universal attraction between any 2 objects, the reason behind the gravitational pull within the cosmos. Speaking of which, one must consider the 4 fundamental forces of the universe: gravity, electromagnetic force, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chong rubbed his forehead, realizing that even after traversing realms, he still needed to revisit high school physics. Looking up at the vast ocean, Chong resolutely shook his head, dismissing the complex physics theories that clouded his mind, stating, "Let us not complicate matters. We ought to take things step by step, just focusing on gravity, attraction, and Repulsion alone could occupy my thoughts for quite some time. As for the other forces, they can be tackled gradually, perhaps in the next moment. Inspiration will strike and illuminate the path forward. Ha ha ha. I truly am a remarkably clever and dashing fellow. With a gentle smile, Chong closed his eyes once more, recalling the invaluable insights shared by the old master during their time in the cabin regarding the development of the gravity fruit. As the saying goes, those who plant trees benefit others in the future. Let us first master gravity. Why is it so heavy on the deck? Has that old rascal arrived, just as Chong sat pondering his abilities at the bow? Shidek emerged from the control room of the Liberty. With the wind at their backs, the ship sailed smoothly. However, as soon as he stepped onto the deck, he sensed something was amiss. The gravity on the deck felt significantly heavier than it had in the control room, leading him to instinctively believe that the old master had boarded. Yet, upon surveying his surroundings, he found no sign of the old man. Shidek, puzzled, approached Slade, who was struggling to wield his staff against the overwhelming force, and inquired, "Slade, what is the cause of this weight on the ship? Why do I feel as though a force is pressing down upon me?" "It's the captain's ability." The moment he raised his hand, everything changed. "I have no idea why." Slade gasped for breath, clearly overwhelmed by the weight that inability. Could it be? Shidek paused, comprehension dawning upon him as he swiftly grasped Slade's words. However, upon witnessing Chong seated quietly at the bow, he chose not to intrude and instead made his way to the kitchen to prepare food. As the saying goes, having an elder in the household is akin to possessing a treasure. Aside from Shidek, no one aboard could manage the provisions. Thus, Shidek currently held two positions. The instant Shidek stepped onto the deck, Chong had already sensed his presence. Only after Shidek departed the deck and entered the kitchen did Chong gradually open his eyes. This old fellow is quite impressive. No wonder he once served in the Navy as a shipwright. It seems his position was not insignificant, as the gravity field does not seem to affect him in the slightest. Quite remarkable. I shall have to engage him in conversation later to see if I can glean any insights. With such thoughts meandering through his mind, Chong closed his eyes once more, muttering to himself, "The direction of gravitational force is downward, is it not?" Buzz! Suddenly, the ship plunged, the water being forced outward, splashing everywhere. Bang! Ouch! Captain, what are you doing? As Chong was fully immersed in the moment, a sudden, chilling scream pierced the air. Instinctively, he turned around to see Slade writhing in agony on the deck, his face displaying an array of emotions that conveyed his grievance. My apologies. I momentarily lost control over the extent of my abilities." "Ah!" Chong chuckled awkwardly, covering the back of his head with his hand. "Who? Is there an enemy approaching?" Just then, Shik, wearing an apron and wielding a frying spatula, rushed out of the kitchen, appearing as if he were facing a formidable adversary. "Ah! My sincerest apologies." Chong obediently leaped down from the bow of the ship and respectfully clasped his fists while bowing to Shik. "Young man, do be mindful of your control. Your clumsiness nearly ruined the food." Shik glanced at Chong, muttering as he turned back towards the kitchen. Chong gently rubbed his nose and helped Slade up from the deck, restoring the gravity field to its original weight before returning to the bow. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating the direction of gravity's implementation, inadvertently releasing his abilities, which led to the earlier scene. Not good. Captain. Slade, who was in the midst of training, suddenly sensed something amiss before he could finish his sentence. A fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the sails on the mast of the Liberty to creak ominously. The once clear sky was abruptly cloaked in dark clouds, and the calm sea began to swell, as if foretelling an impending calamity. Oh my goodness, is this really happening? How can the weather change so drastically? Chong stood at the bow, gazing helplessly at the ominous clouds and the surging waves. "Captain, a storm is brewing. Such is the nature of the Grand Line's weather. Quickly, let us secure the sails. Grandfather, take control of the ship." Without knowing when, Slade had already dashed to the mast, shouting as he worked to stow the sails. Chong immediately joined in, feeling an exhilarating rush at the prospect of his first voyage at sea. "This wretched weather!" Shig burst from the kitchen, cursing as he sprinted into the control room. The trio commenced their battle against the tempestuous welcome that the Grand Line had bestowed upon the novice seafarers. Meow. On the deck of the Liberty, Mumu was in disarray amidst the storm, clinging tightly to the deck, fearful that a sudden lurch of the ship might toss his small frame into the sea. "Grandfather, hurry and steer the ship. The waves are getting higher." Slade grasped the mast firmly, desperately stabilizing himself as he shouted toward the control room. However, the cacophony of wind and rain drowned out his voice, rendering it inaudible to Shidkin's side. What should we do, Captain, given the current weather and the speed of the waves? The Liberty is at risk of capsizing, Slade, deprived of Shik's response, voiced his anxiety, placing his hopes on Mu Chong-dai, Mu Xiao-gu. The ship cannot move. This vessel lacks the ability to sail on its own. Without the sails, it has no propulsion. Just as Mu Chong was about to speak, Shik rushed out of the control room, pressing his body against the door frame as he shouted. Suddenly, a towering wave, towering at least 5 meters high, crashed over the Liberty, engulfing everyone on board. Bai Mumu was even slammed against the cabin door. Meow! Bai Mumu cried out in distress, desperately clawing at the door as he fought to move toward the cabin. Just as Bai Mumu squeezed into the cabin, a bolt of lightning, the size of a bowl, struck perilously close to the Liberty, followed by a series of thunderclaps, intensifying the wind and rain. The entire ship bucked and swayed like a roller coaster. The motion alarmingly pronounced. Captain, Slade yelled with all his might, for he saw Mu Chong straining to cling to the horizontal beam of the mast, his expression one of evident anguish. Slade, quickly pull Mu Xiao-gu into the cabin. Hurry, he must not come into contact with the seawater. Shik, having perceived Mu Chong's precarious state, instantly understood the gravity of the situation. Those who have consumed a devil fruit are repelled by the sea. Contact with seawater renders them powerless. The fact that Mu Chong was still able to maintain his balance was a testament to his considerable physical prowess. Without questioning further, Slade promptly obeyed Shik's command, straining with all his might to reach Mu Chong's side and grasp him tightly, using every ounce of his strength to pull him into the cabin. Quick, dry him off. Shik hastily fetched a towel and began to vigorously wipe Mu Chong down. From top to bottom. Captain, Captain, Slade shouted anxiously from the side, but the wind drowned out his voice, mixed with the sound of thunder. Finally, Mu Chong, having been pulled into the cabin, managed to catch his breath. Turning to look at Shik and Slade, but offered no reply, slowly closing his eyes instead. Captain? Slade attempted to speak again, but was abruptly pulled into the control room by Shik. Help me stabilize the ship. Grandfather, the captain. Focus on the task at hand. Shik's authoritative tone left Slade with no room for argument, compelling him to comply. In that moment, Mu Chong's mind raced with frantic thoughts. Ever since Shik had warned him that the ship could not move, he had been intently observing the tumultuous sea surrounding them. Even as the waves whipped over him, he continued to ponder. The wind applies force to the water, causing the surface to churn. If the wind were to cease, the sea would settle, but I cannot halt the winds of nature. With this realization, Mu Chong opened his eyes, lying flat with his arms outstretched, feeling the ship rise and fall beneath him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Wait, why does the wind cause the water to churn? It is because the wind exerts force upon the sea, much like how wind fills the sails of a ship and propels it forward. Therefore, if I can manipulate the direction of this wind force, could I not guide the ship forward? With this thought, Mu Chong abruptly sat up, but as he rose, the rocking of the ship nearly threw him off balance. Stay steady, Mu Chong commanded, sending out a wave of dark purple ripples from his body that surged down into the deck. Suddenly, the entire Liberty reverberated with a deep rumble, the previously violent swaying of the ship stabilizing significantly. Though it still bobbed with the waves, this won't do. If I apply too much gravity, the ship will sink. I must test my earlier hypothesis. With that, Mu Chong dashed toward the cabin door. Outside, the tempest raged on, with thunder booming and colossal waves rolling relentlessly, crashing against the deck of the Liberty. Mu Chong hesitated before rushing out, for the deck was awash with seawater, and waves continued to batter it. To charge out recklessly as a devil fruit user would be exceedingly unwise. Let's begin. Standing at the threshold of the cabin, Mu Chong extended his right hand, channeling his devil fruit power into the howling winds around him. Intent on controlling the direction of their force, this is utterly chaotic. In an instant, Mu Chong withdrew his abilities in frustration. The wind's direction was utterly erratic, blowing in every conceivable direction. Steady now, I can do this. Mu Chong once more extended his right hand, this time amplifying the force of his devil fruit powers severalfold. Sweat began to bead on his forehead within moments. Focus on directing the wind's force. Damn it, stay steady. As the ship continued to sway, Mu Chong felt a surge of urgency. Meow, calm down, no need to rush. Follow the wind's direction, guiding its force. Yes, a slight curve is acceptable. Huh? Suddenly, Mu Chong felt a lightness wash over him. The energy drain of his devil fruit powers had noticeably diminished. With renewed vigor, Mu Chong extended his left hand, unleashing another wave of power. Though it was intangible, it was undeniably real, and Mu Chong's superhuman abilities could harmonize with it. Move, now, Mu Chong bellowed, gripping tightly with both hands and straining to pull back. In the next moment, the entire liberty abruptly stabilized, becoming remarkably steady. Slade quickly raised the sails. Mu Chong maintained his firm grip, shouting with all his might, his voice echoing far and wide, for the cacophony of the storm had ceased to drown out his command. Only the sounds of the surrounding waves and thunder could be heard, and upon closer inspections, one would realize that even the raindrops could no longer reach the deck of the Freedom. It was as if a wall of wind encircled the vessel, hindering any descent. Captain? Upon hearing the voice, Slade rushed out, only to see Mu Chong in a peculiar posture. Just as he was about to inquire, Mu Chong interrupted him. No time for idle chatter. Slade quickly raised the sails. Move. Ignoring Slade's bewilderment, Mu Chong urged him to act without delay. What's going on, Mugo? At that moment, Skidek, feeling the Freedom no longer shaking violently, burst out of the control room, asking aloud, Old man, you stabilize the helm while Slade raises the sails. I will lead you through this storm. Slade and Skidek exchanged a glance, ceasing their banter and hastening to their respective stations. Helm secured, sails secured. Shortly thereafter, the two voices rang out in succession, and a smile broke across Mu Chong's previously tense face. Ha ha! Are you ready, my comrades? Let the Freedom surge forth. Ah ha ha! The ship is moving, it's moving. Slade clung tightly to the mast, the sudden surge of energy lifting him off his feet. Meow meow meow. By Mu Mu, having tumbled to the ground, also cried out, as if understanding the moment, Mugo, you've truly astonished the old man. Skidek, firmly grasping the helm in the control room, could not help but exclaim. Meanwhile, standing on the deck, Mu Chong's expression morphed into one of immense strain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling. Damn it, I underestimated it. Indeed, Mu Chong had ultimately misjudged the ferocity of nature as the Freedom surged forward. The previously harnessed gales, altered by the ship's movement, introduced new, fierce winds that significantly impacted Mu Chong's exertion. He was compelled to amplify the output of his fruit of strength, simultaneously managing the direction of the winds already captured in the sails while contending with the newly introduced gales. A considerable challenge given his current stamina. Captain, what's wrong with you? At that juncture, the Freedom, under Mu Chong's dedicated exertion and Skidek's guidance, ceased its tumultuous rocking, allowing Slade to regain his footing. However, upon witnessing Mu Chong's state, he was taken aback. In mere moments, Mu Chong appeared on the verge of collapse, and Slade could not help but marvel at the terrifying power of nature. He hurried to Mu Chong's side. Anxiety etched across his face, rendered speechless. Slade, I'm fine for now. You must immediately coordinate with Skidek and find the fastest route out of this storm. I can't hold on much longer, hurry. Mu Chong's final words were nearly a shout, gritting his teeth as he steadied himself once more. Understood, Captain. Despite his worries for Mu Chong, Slade knew he had no choice but to follow orders, responding promptly before racing towards the control room. With a whoosh, crack, boom, the Freedom sped through the storm, an invisible wall of wind repelling all ferocious gales and towering waves attempting to approach. The sky loomed dark overhead, thick with ominous clouds, as if they might descend at any moment. The entire space was shrouded in shadow, severely impairing visibility. That I still underestimated the power of nature. I didn't expect my stamina to reach this limit. I can hold on a bit longer. Mu Chong chuckled self-deprecatingly, his gaze fixed on the tumultuous winds and the ceaselessly rolling waves surrounding the Freedom, forcing a wry smile. We must break free, Freedom. From Mu Chong's perspective, he had no sense of time, only aware of his frantic exertion of the fruit of strength to maintain the ship's momentum. Bang! As he exhausted the last remnants of his stamina, his consciousness abruptly faded, and he collapsed heavily onto the deck. Meow meow meow. Bai Mu Mu, who had been by his side, rushed over and bit Mu Chong's calf, dragging him toward the cabin. Fortunately, this fellow had undergone training. I'm so hungry. After an indeterminate amount of time, Mu Chong slowly opened his eyes, overwhelmed by an intense hunger, his first words escaping his lips. So hungry, Slade. Hurry and bring food. As soon as Mu Chong's words fell, Skidek called out to Slade to fetch the provisions. Sitting up, Mu Chong appeared gaunt, looking exceedingly weak. Yet, upon seeing the food, he transformed into a ravenous beast, immediately lunging at it. oblivious to the astonished looks of those around him, devouring the sustenance as if in a frenzy. Laughing heartily all the while. I'm alive. I'm alive. Ha! Grandpa, the captain can really eat. Good thing I listened to you and prepared enough food for him. Slade's jaw dropped in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out. You little rascal, you know nothing. This is the kind of capacity a true warrior should possess. Ha! Skidek nodded approvingly at Mu Chong's voracious appetite. Slade, I have never imposed any expectations on you regarding your potential to become a strong warrior. However, from this moment forth, I shall oversee your training. What, Grandpa? Slade was initially taken aback by Skidek's declaration, but upon seeing the old man's stern expression, he dared not utter another word. Slade, if you cannot become a formidable warrior, there may not be a place for you on the ship. So, it's time to grow stronger. Skidek withdrew a cigarette, lit it, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke, his gaze distant and contemplative. Slade hung his head in silence, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness after the storm encounter. His weakness rendered him incapable of effecting change. Slade had once been a proud child, his pride stemming from his abilities. The Slade family had resided in the Marine headquarters at Marine Ford, where they lived without want, hailing from a lineage of shipbuilders. However, Slade had not inherited his grandfather's or father's skills, but unexpectedly possessed the talent of a navigator. With a remarkable sensitivity to changes in the weather, whenever a new ship was completed, young Slade would accompany his father on its maiden voyage, which brought him immense joy, as the crew would praise his prowess. Over time, this fostered a blind confidence in him, leading him to idly wander the shipyard without honing his gifts. That time, he was surrounded by accolades with no one pointing out his flaws. Slade's father perished in a catastrophic maritime disaster during a trial voyage, an incident that he had narrowly missed, leading the young Slade to blame everyone for not bringing him along. From that moment, his demeanor shifted to one of haughtiness. Burp. Wow, I'm so full. Just as the atmosphere in the lounge grew oppressive, Mu Chong's loud belch shattered the tension. Old man, are we safe now? Mu Chong leaned back in his chair, rubbing his noticeably distended belly as he addressed Skidek. Yes, we are safe now, and the course has been adjusted. At our current speed, we should reach our destination in about 6 or 7 days. Skidek exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking slowly. Really? So soon? Mu Chong expressed his surprise. I just took a nap. How could it be so fast? Ha ha ha. This is all thanks to you, Mugu. If it weren't for the power you provided, the Freedom wouldn't be moving at such speed. Skidek laughed heartily, his aged face appearing considerably younger for a moment, though a hint of fatigue remained unmasked. That so? Thank you for your hard work. Old man, by the way, how long did I sleep? Mu Chong rubbed his nose, inquiring. 3 days. What? He hadn't anticipated that the ability of the strength fruit would drain his stamina so thoroughly. It seemed he needed to continue enhancing his physical condition. Otherwise, another encounter would leave him sleeping for 3 days again. Mu Chong raised his right hand, a circle of dark purple ripples appearing in the palm of his hand. The moment this energy sphere manifested, an overwhelming sense of pressure washed over the two nearby, sending a jolt through them and evoking a deep-seated aversion within Mugu. The power you possess is not as simple as he described. Skid took a puff of his cigarette, internally reassessing the strength of Mu Chong. Captain, I apologize. As a navigator, I failed to detect the storm in a timely manner, placing everyone in danger. This is entirely my fault. Slade, who had remained silent until now, suddenly stood up, shattering the silence of the lounge, which had been rendered heavy by the energy circle in Mu Chong's hands. Though Mu Chong raised an eyebrow, silently releasing his observation Haki, which enveloped Slade. As the Haki made contact with Slade, a whirlwind of complex emotions surged forth: regret, sorrow, anger, and fear. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Mu Chong thought, perceiving that Slade had become a veritable embodiment of negativity. Exuding an overwhelming sense of despair, he withdrew his Haki and immediately turned his gaze towards Skid. Alas, it's my fault for not allowing him to witness the harsh realities of the sea earlier. Having grown up in an environment of pampering and flattery, his psychological resilience is far too weak. This storm has dealt him a blow. Skid extinguished his cigarette and spoke slowly. Ha ha ha. Mu Chong burst into laughter upon hearing this. He then rose from his seat and approached Slade, slapping a hand heavily on his shoulder, his tone suddenly turning serious. Slade, I much preferred the version of you I first encountered, the one with unyielding pride. I believe you possess the ability to maintain that pride. Releasing his grip from Slade's shoulder, Chong walked toward the deck of the Freedom, speaking as he went. Do you know why the ship is called the Freedom? Do you understand what freedom truly means? It is simple, resolute, and unrestrained. Doing what one desires, going where one wishes, becoming the strong individual one aspires to be. That if there are obstacles, kick them aside. If there are difficulties, resolve them. Can you do that? Stepping out onto the deck, Chong faced the clear blue sky and turned to look at Slade. Being weak is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is the inability to confront one's own weaknesses. Do you wish to change, Slade? If so, come with me. I shall await you on the deck. With that, Chong's figure vanished from the cabin door. He had said what needed to be said, and it was time for him to begin his own training. For strength is not achieved overnight, sigh. Skid let out a deep breath and made his way to the control room. He felt he had failed in educating Slade and could only place his hopes on Chong. The temporary captain on the deck, Chong and Bai Mu were laboriously making their way forward, appearing to carry no additional burdens, yet the pain was visibly etched on their faces. Meow. What do you mean by fat? If you don't train, you'll end up as big as a pig. Get moving with me. Chong applied gravity to himself and Bai Mu. After just one stormy encounter, Chong had gained a clear understanding of the true dangers of the Grand Line. Although he could currently face most challenges, he knew he needed to continuously strengthen himself and keep a long-term perspective. Captain. At that moment, Slade, wielding a 2-meter-long staff, stood before Chong with renewed vigor. His handsome face, which even Chong envied, radiating confidence and a smile. Ha! Let's go together. Seeing Slade's transformation, Chong refrained from saying anything further. A man's change must come from within. In the following days, the Freedom encountered no storms akin to the previous one, sailing smoothly across calm seas, rendering the already monotonous voyage even more tedious. Days consisted solely of rest and training, a routine that the three men followed for 5 days. Just when they believed they could reach their destination without further incident, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom. Boom. Enormous cannonballs exploded around the Freedom, sending towering waves crashing forth and startling the 2 men who had been dozing in the lounge. Mr. Mu, there's a pirate ship attacking the Freedom from the left front. Skig's furious voice echoed from the control room. Here we go, Slade, Chong declared, his spirits lifting at the prospect of excitement. Meow. He dashed out of the cabin just in time to see a cannonball hurtling towards him. Phew, that was close. If that had landed, it would have left a massive hole in my deck. Here, take this back. With a swift motion of his right hand, he activated his devil fruit ability, enveloping the cannonball in a dark purple aura. In a remarkable twist, the cannonball, initially aimed directly at the Freedom, suddenly altered its trajectory and shot towards the attacking pirate ship. Intercept the incoming cannonball, shouted a pirate, his head wrapped in a bandana, as he rallied his comrades. With his command, a volley of cannon fire erupted from the pirate ship. That small ship has cannons. Be cautious. Artillerymen, increase firepower to suppress their cannons. Helmsman, give it everything you've got to close the distance. Prepare to board. A pirate wielding a long knife efficiently directed his crew. Captain Ratio, I didn't expect to encounter such a fat shipwright after leaving Magic Valley Town. Your foresight is impressive, remarked a pirate with a pointed face and a tricorn hat. Desperately seeking to curry favor with the captain. Oh haha. If we take that ship, I'll make you the squad leader. Captain Ratio replied with satisfaction, patting the other pirate's shoulder, which only made the latter's grin brighter. This was the notorious Ratio pirates, known for their activities around Gaia Island's Magic Valley Town. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of cannon fire echoed as cannonballs rained down upon the Freedom. Damn it, these pirates just won't quit. Slade exclaimed in anger, stepping forward to confront the incoming cannonballs. Slade, conserve your strength for when we board and fight. Allow me to test my abilities. Chong's eyes gleamed as he focused on the approaching cannonballs. His observation Haki was fully engaged, absorbing every detail of the airborne projectiles. With a solid stance, Chong executed a martial arts move, using his ability to envelop all the cannonballs in a web of power. Then, with synchronized motion, he performed a Tai Chi-like gesture, miraculously redirecting the cannonball's flight path. Tai Chi, steady the universe, leverage strength against strength, and bend all to my will. Ha! Back to where you came from. As he concluded his impromptu poem, all the cannonballs, as if obeying his command, veered away from the Freedom and hurtled towards the pirate ship instead. Captain, this is simply unbelievable. Meow. Slade and Mumu watched in awe as the cannonballs descended like meteors upon the pirate ship. Their force multiplied by tenfold, thanks to Mu Chong's gravitational influence. What a bunch of useless fools. Captain Ratio, realizing the impending disaster, cursed and rushed toward the bow of the ship, wielding two 1-meter-long barbed short swords. Get out of my way. Ratio's eyes were fixed on the falling cannonballs, feeling the pressure of the moment. Yet as captain, he had no reason to retreat. Crash, crack. With a powerful stomp, he launched himself towards the nearest cannonball. But as soon as he made contact, his expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, this cannonball is definitely rigged. With a swift motion, he sliced through two cannonballs, triggering an explosion that rendered his previously lethal technique utterly ineffective. Amidst the smoke of the explosion, an injured Ratio fell heavily onto the deck. Captain Ratio. Before the multitude of pirates could approach to assess Ratio's injuries, the remaining cannonballs in the sky whistled down with a thunderous cacophony. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire pirate ship erupted into chaos, engulfed in explosions, flames, and the anguished cries of the pirates. Ah, save me, please. Pull me up. I do not wish to die yet. Captain Ratio, think of something quickly. At that moment, Captain Ratio was propped up by a fellow pirate. Surveying the inferno and the dilapidated ship that was on the brink of sinking, he could scarcely believe his eyes that it wasn't he until he heard his name being called that he regained his senses. And his gaze turned fierce once more. Clutching two broken swords, Ratio rushed to the prow of the ship, observing the approaching ship, Freedom, only a short distance away. Suddenly, he bellowed to his crew, "Lads, launch the boarding ropes. Let us board the enemy vessel. I shall rend them to pieces." As Ratio's command echoed, the remaining conscious pirates swiftly fired boarding ropes towards the Freedom. "Captain, what shall we do?" Slade, his brow furrowed, felt a pang of panic as he witnessed the multitude of ropes and grappling hooks flying towards the enemy ship. Do not fret, Slade. They are but a rabble, a fine opportunity to test your training from these past few days. Fool, wait for the right moment. Wood chuckled heartily, yet made no move to obstruct the pirates who were already racing up the ropes towards Freedom. For Slade, the time for war was inevitable. This was merely a chance to seize. Very well, let the battle commence. Gradually invigorated, Slade charged forward, brandishing his 2-meter-long staff, and delivered a sweeping strike to a pirate who had just boarded Freedom. Bang! With a resounding crash and a spurt of blood, the boarding battle officially began. Towering at over 2 meters, Slade swung his staff, undeterred by the incessant tide of pirates rushing towards him, embodying sheer ferocity. However, he could not withstand being outnumbered, and soon found himself encircled. The other pirates shifted their focus, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards the seemingly harmless Wood. "Kill. Let us take down this brat first. That head is mine." Just as one pirate swung his blade down, a figure suddenly appeared before Wood, delivering a kick that sent the pirate, along with his weapon, tumbling into the sea. Is that through? Wood mused, rubbing his nose in contemplation as he beheld the arrival of Skik, intrigued by his technique. "With this old man here, how could I allow you to approach our captain so easily?" The aged Skik, with a cigarette gripped between his teeth, stood defiantly before Wood, coldly declaring, "You there, where did this old fool come from? Eager to meet your demise. I shall grant you that privilege. Attack, kill him. Old fool must die." The obstructed pirates became increasingly frantic. Did a decrepit old man dare to provoke the illustrious Ratio pirates? Bah, how ignorant. Sorrow. Skik spat out the cigarette and charged at the raucous pirates with a fierce glare. "Higi, it truly is the Navy's 6th form. Sorrow. Bring it on, bring it on." Wood grinned as he watched Skik wreak havoc among the pirates. Hey, how arrogant must one be to confront the enemy captain as a mere underling? In a flash of observation, a plump pirate brandishing a spiked club charged at Wood. Clang. Without flinching, Wood raised his left hand to meet the club, producing a resounding clang as it was effortlessly blocked. "What? Go ask the Sea Kings." Bam! A heavy punch struck the rotund pirate's abdomen, causing his bulging belly to visibly cave in. The pirate then soared into the air, crashing into the sea. "Captain, come help. There are too many of them." At that moment, Slade, beset by the onslaught, finally called out for Wood's assistance, having far exceeded Wood's anticipated time frame. Not bad. Slade, you've improved. Here I come." As Wood's voice trailed off, he vanished from his spot with explosive speed. Bang. Bang, bang, crack. Where did this little brat come from? His strikes are ruthless. Accompanied by the sounds of fists meeting flesh, the cracking of bones, and even weapons shattering, the pirates who had been surrounding Slade began to descend into disarray. For Wood's strikes were merciless. Each blow was lethal. Wood opted not to employ his powers directly, believing that using his fruit abilities against mere minions would be a waste, that a man should savor the visceral joy of flesh meeting flesh. Ah, Captain, you finally arrived. With a swing that sent another pirate flying, Slade turned to Wood, his expression one of desperation. It is not the time to relax, Slade. We must vanquish these pirates first, Wood declared, charging forward with precision and agility. Onward. With Wood's presence on the battlefield, Slade felt a significant reduction in pressure, and his staff swung faster and with greater force. Captain Ratio, what manner of pirates are these? Why are they so formidable? A spindly, rat-faced pirate, perched atop a fragment of the pirate ship, asked Ratio in fear. Damn it, from whence do these pirates hail? Why do they not fly a Jolly Roger? How can just 3 of them possess such combat prowess? Ratio plunged his broken blade into the deck, his expression darkening as he realized the strength of those on the opposing ship when the cannonballs began to rain down. Thus, he had ordered the boarding action, intending for his subordinates to hold the enemy at bay while he devised a plan. Bajur, go find the lifeboat. We must leave at once and return to Magic Valley Town. A glint of malice flickered in Ratio's eyes as he instructed the rat-faced Bajur. Yes, Captain. Without hesitation, Bajur turned and began searching amidst the wreckage of the ship, while Ratio departed the prow. Their actions went unnoticed by the pirates aboard Freedom. They are leaving. How dull. Then it is time for this conflict to conclude. Under the influence of Wood's observation Haki, he was acutely aware of every move Ratio made. Upon seeing the enemy captain boarding a lifeboat, Wood lost all desire to continue the fight. Hey, everyone. The war is over. Do any of you have objections to my statement? As Wood's voice resonated, an aura of conqueror-esque Haki surged from him, enveloping the battlefield in an instant, silencing the previously raucous environment to an eerie stillness, where even breathing could be discerned. Brother Wood, you truly are remarkable. Skid relaxed his battle stance, standing amidst the disheveled pirates. Casually lighting a cigarette, Captain? Slade, having retracted his 2-meter-long staff, gazed around at the pirates sprawled in disarray, confusion etched on his face, despite Wood's slight control over the output of his conqueror-esque Haki. The overwhelming presence still caused many pirates to faint, with only a handful remaining standing. Yet, the terror reflected in their eyes suggested that any dissenting opinions would be swiftly quelled. Your captain has abandoned you to flee. Continuing this battle serves no purpose, so, my friends, shall we cease hostilities and converse? Wood, at a modest height of 1.85 meters, stood with arms crossed among the pirates, yet none dared to utter a word of dissent. Even the piercing truth of your captain has abandoned you was met with silence, as every pirate-esque gaze fixated on Wood. Observing their reactions, Wood smiled faintly, shook his head, and turned to sit upon the circular seat beneath the mast. Crossing his legs to "Is there anyone among you who can speak on behalf of the group?" Wood nonchalantly began, picking his nose. Meanwhile, Skid and Slade had joined him, and even the blood-soaked by Moo appeared from seemingly nowhere. His teeth and claws stained with blood, prompting Wood to exclaim in disbelief at his grotesque appearance. After a prolonged silence, not a single pirate dared approach to speak. The pirates who had fainted on the deck gradually regained consciousness. One of the recently awakened pirates, brandishing a knife, attempted to charge forward for a brawl, only to be struck unconscious again by a fellow pirate beside him. They quickly bowed and nodded towards Chong, a testament to the lament of the weak in the presence of the strong. Esteemed sir, are you the legendary hero? Just as Chong was growing somewhat impatient, a voice, slightly aged, emerged from the throng of pirates. In that fleeting moment, all eyes converged upon the speaker. Is that not Lipu? What is he saying? Hero. He is speaking of a hero. How could this be? Aye. Before anyone could process, a soaked man, seemingly in his 40s or 50s, tremblingly stood on the deck with a kitchen knife in hand. As everyone turned to him, Lipu, who was already shaking in fear, found himself unable to utter a word. Hero? Are you referring to me? Chong, filled with confusion, raised a finger to point at his own face and inquired of Lipu. Yes, sir. Do you not remember me? You once dined with a blind friend of yours at my noodle shop. Lipu mustered his courage and slowly approached Chong. His willingness to step forward stemmed from his trust in the hero. Oh, Mu Xiaogo, is this the fabled hero, Captain? Are you truly a hero? Wait, what legendary hero are you talking about? What do you mean by hero? The astonished and curious gazes of Skid Slade, along with a barrage of questions, left Mu Chong utterly bewildered. He then turned to Li Pu. Sir, it is entirely understandable if you do not recall. This is the title everyone bestowed upon you after you left Magic Valley Town. It has been half a year since your departure. Li Pu was gradually relaxing, a glimmer of anticipation emerging on his face. Approximately a year ago, Mu Chong, under the tutelage of Xiao, embarked on a journey for practical combat experience, participating in nearly 1,000 life or death battles in the underground arena of Magic Valley Town within a mere 3 months. It was evident how terrifying Xiao's training had been for Mu Chong. The underground arena was a place of entertainment for pirates, steeped in a chilling aura of bloodshed. Every pirate who entered was a butcher with hands stained in blood. Yet, with Mu Chong's arrival, it was as if a towering tree had risen in an endless desert, providing a glimmer of hope in this desolate realm. Fights in the arena had no rules. Any means could be employed to eliminate the opponent, and only the last one standing could claim victory. Therefore, once one entered the combat cage, the war would not cease until death ensued. Mu Chong was the exception. Throughout nearly 1,000 life or death battles, he never slaughtered a single opponent, but merely incapacitated them, rendering them utterly defenseless. Over time, he became the most popular contender in the arena. However, this drew the ire of certain powerful figures, who gathered over 2,000 ruthless pirates to besiege Mu Chong and Xiao. Yet, merely 2 days later, 3 major pirate crews were annihilated in Magic Valley Town. When the local inhabitants opened their doors for business that morning, treasures adorned the thresholds of nearly every household, especially for the common folk, who received even more. Later, it was revealed by insiders that it was witnessed firsthand that all of this was orchestrated by a blind man and a youth, prompting everyone to remember the masked fighter known for never killing in the arena. Hero, you are truly a hero. This is wonderful. We shall not perish. In that moment, upon hearing Li Pu recount the entire saga, the surviving pirates felt an overwhelming sense of relief, exclaiming in gratitude, Mu Xiaogo, you truly astonish this old man. I never expected that the hero spoken of among the pirates of the Grand Line would be you. Skig's face was alight with joy and admiration as he scrutinized Mu Chong from head to toe. Wow, it really is you, Captain. You are my idol. Please, give me your autograph. Get lost. Mu Chong shoved aside Slade's piggish face, ignoring the raucous pirates, and instead turned his attention to Li Pu standing before him, instinctively beginning to scrutinize him. Growing increasingly familiar as the pirates observed Mu Chong lost in thought, they all fell silent. But their eyes shimmered not with fear, but with excitement and anticipation. I remember now. You are the owner of that noodle shop near the arena. Don't you have a daughter? Once, she secretly added an extra serving of egg fried rice for me, without telling you. You ended up scolding her. Am I right? Mu Chong's eyes suddenly lit up as he pointed at Li Pu, joy evident in his voice. The noodle shop run by Li Pu was a frequent haunt for him and Xiao after their bouts in the arena. And over time, they became well-acquainted, and no wonder this fellow recognized him. Thud, thud, thud. Please, esteemed hero, save my daughter. Li Pu, upon hearing Mu Chong's words, fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his forehead against the deck as he pleaded desperately for his daughter's rescue. Everyone watched in astonishment at this scene, while Mu Chong's brow began to furrow. Have 2 people help him up. I detest those who kneel at the slightest provocation. Mu Chong adjusted his posture and cast a sidelong glance at the pirates behind Li Pu. Slowly speaking, as soon as he finished speaking, 2 pirates stepped forward, one on each side, to assist Li Pu to his feet. Hero, can you tell us what happened? Esteemed hero, I am aware of this. A robust pirate pushed through the crowd and approached Mu Chong, ready to narrate the events. Li Pu's daughter, Linlin, was the cook at the noodle shop, helping Li Pu run the business since childhood. Now 20 years old, she had blossomed into a stunning beauty. Xiao maintained a stable noodle shop in the pirate-infested Magic Valley Town. One must surely have some backing. However, half a month ago, a band of ruthless pirates emerged, wreaking havoc in Magic Valley Town and annihilating several formidable pirate crews, including the ones that supported the noodle shop. Without their protection, the shop became an easy target for the marauding pirates. Yet, when they attempted to vandalize the noodle shop, The exquisite dishes crafted by Linlin captivated their leader. Without hesitation, he whisked Linlin away. Declaring she would serve as their ship's cook, in a fit of rage at losing his daughter, Lipu clashed with them and was grievously injured. Had it not been for Linlin's intercession, Lipu might have perished. Later, he was rescued by the subordinates of Xiao and subsequently joined the Xiao pirate crew. Esteemed hero, that is the gist of the matter, the robust pirate concluded, standing respectfully to await Mu Chong's response. Lipu, according to his account, they have abducted your daughter to serve as their cook. This indicates that your daughter is not in imminent danger, so do not panic. After speaking, Mu Chong disregarded Lipu's reaction and turned to the robust pirate. Are those pirates still in Magic Valley Town? Yes, esteemed hero. They have taken over a manor. They were still there 3 days ago when we left Magic Valley Town, the robust pirate promptly replied. The destination of the freedom is also Magic Valley Town. Since I have already enjoyed your daughter's generous hospitality of egg fried rice, it is only fitting that I pay a visit to those pirates. Mu Chong gradually rose, stating calmly, Truly, you are the esteemed hero. You are remarkable. Thank you, esteemed hero. Lipu exclaimed, his knees buckling again as he attempted to kneel, but no matter how hard he tried, his body remained immobile. This scene caused the robust pirate beside Lipu to widen his eyes in disbelief. Hey, I say, everyone, the hull of the freedom is in tatters. Rest assured, esteemed hero, leave it to us. The pirates raised their hands and shouted, as if it were the most honorable task. Excellent. Once you have repaired the freedom, we shall host a banquet on the deck. Wonderful. Esteemed hero. Roar. Mu Chong's words ignited the fervor of the pirates, for they had never imagined that the two factions, once at odds, could now find such harmony, nor did they anticipate encountering the revered hero they so longed for. All the pirates began bustling with activity. Some began to gather useful timber from the ocean's surface, while others relentlessly salvaged the treasures of the original Xiao pirate crew. Still, some pirates directly followed Mu Chong into the galley of the free ship, paying no heed to the throngs of pirates surrounding them. Unperturbed by any potential mischief, observation Haki had already enveloped the entire free ship. At this moment, only 3 individuals were seated together on the deck. Mu Chong gazed up at the azure sky adorned with white clouds. Slade scrutinized the bustling pirates, and Xiao quietly smoked a cigarette, while Mu had long since vanished from sight. Brother Mu, upon arriving at Magic Valley Town, do you truly intend to antagonize that group of pirates? Xiao, still absorbed in his thoughts, could not suppress his concern. He was well aware of the chaos that plagued Magic Valley Town. What troubles the old man? Mu Chong did not respond directly. Instead, he withdrew his gaze from the sky and met Xiao's eyes. Speaking slowly, Magic Valley Town on Gaia Island is the most tumultuous gathering place for pirates along the Grand Line. Battles erupt incessantly here, and the Navy has often found themselves powerless. You think Brother Mu can handle that band of pirates? Xiao's gaze bore into Mu Chong, searching for a hint of anxiety on his face, but all he found was calmness and a smile. Ha ha ha. Old man, you worry too much. Why bother with such thoughts? It only adds to your troubles. With that, Mu Chong leaned back and reclined comfortably on the deck of the free ship. They are merely a group of failures who can only bully the weak in the first half of the Grand Line. Had they even the slightest desire to become strong, they would never have chosen to anchor their ship in Magic Valley Town and cease their voyages. Why fear the weak? Slowly, Mu Chong raised his right hand and made a sudden grasp towards the sky. The clouds that had been floating above seemed to be drawn together by an unseen force, miraculously converging in unison. Moreover, 6 months ago, I managed to annihilate 3 large factions alongside Uncle Xiao. So now, dealing with just one pirate crew is hardly a challenge. The vivid memories of that war replayed in his mind, where Xiao had played a supportive role, while Mu Chong, as the main combatant, truly felt what it meant to dance on the edge of death. Brother Mu, grandfather? Just as Xiao was about to say something more, a powerful voice echoed in his ears. He turned in confusion to see Slade, beaming with confidence, looking at him. This gaze sent a shiver down Xiao's spine. Grandfather, I believe in the captain. With his concern for this ship, he would never recklessly lead the free ship into a pit of fire. Ha ha. Upon hearing Slade's words, Xiao burst into a hearty laugh, his voice booming and drawing the attention of the surrounding busy pirates. I must be getting old. I must be getting old, with a flick. He ignited a match, bringing it close to his cigarette, and 2 tears gently slid down his cheeks in the glow of the flame. Hee hee, old man, How about we discuss something? Mu Chong sat up, picking his nose as he leisurely addressed Xiao. Brother Mu, feel free to speak. Old man, why not teach me and slay that Navy 6 style? Ha. All right. Xiao, pinching the cigarette between his fingers, laughed heartily at Mu Chong. Grandfather, is that really possible? Slade's face was filled with anticipation, indicating his long-standing desire to learn. I am indeed getting old. The future belongs to you young ones. Xiao patted Slade's shoulder, nodding happily. Hero Lord, the free ship has completed its repairs. Hero Lord, the obstacles ahead of the free ship have been cleared. At this moment, 2 jubilant voices rang out from nearby, as 2 pirates excitedly reported to Mu Chong. Then what are we waiting for? Raise the sails, the free ship sets sail. Mu Chong stood up and declared loudly. Furthermore, let the festivities commence. Roar. The festivities have begun. Hero Lord, you are fantastic. Long live the captain. Meow. Yaha. It is such a great fortune to meet Hero Lord. I have longed to see your true form, and I never expected it to come true so swiftly. Hero Lord, I raise a glass to you. A scruffy pirate shouted loudly towards Mu Chong, lifting his goblet. Hero, Not too shabby, Come, let us drink together. Mu Chong rubbed his nose, muttering a few words to himself, then raised his goblet high, calling for everyone to join him. Roar. Cheers. The pirates erupted in cheers, downing their drinks in unison, followed by a chorus of hearty laughter. Hero Lord, are you preparing to seek companions for the new world? Suddenly, a pirate in the crowd shouted at the top of his lungs, drawing the attention of everyone on the deck towards Mu Chong. Indeed. I seek to find a group of interesting and like-minded companions to embark on adventures across the seas aboard the free ship. As a man of dreams on the ocean, setting sail is an absolute necessity. Mu Chong raised his goblet once more and drank deeply, laughing heartily. That sounds marvelous, Hero Lord. Then, Hero Lord, are you also in pursuit of the Pirate King's treasure? The words of a pirate sent ripples through the crowd, causing everyone's breaths to quicken. The final words of the Pirate King had always been a creed among pirates. The great treasure of Pirate King Roger. Of course, obtaining it would be splendid. However, it is not my ultimate goal. In this world, on this sea, there exist far greater things worthy of adventure than mere treasure. Something more worthy of adventure than the great treasure. What could that possibly be? Mu Chong smiled knowingly, choosing not to elaborate further. Sometimes, leaving a sense of suspense creates a far greater impact than revealing everything outright. Hero Lord, may I board your ship? Just as the crowd was lost in contemplation, a pirate wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up from the throng, his eyes sparkling with eagerness as he fixed his gaze on Mu Chong. His appearance shattered the restraint of the other pirates on the deck. And in the next moment, all the pirates, fueled by their intoxication, surged toward Mu Chong, clamoring for a place aboard the free ship. Hero Lord, I am skilled in swordsmanship. Let me board. I can clean the floors. What was once an orderly deck erupted into chaos, the atmosphere teetering on the brink of uncontrollability. Shut the hell up. Mu Chong furrowed his brow, a glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes as his conqueror's Haki erupted forth. Crack. It was as if a mirror had been shattered by a powerful blow. All the eager pirates instantly fell into a stupor, and then, as if a button had been pressed, they began to collapse one by one onto the deck. Slipping into unconsciousness in an instant, the deck of the free ship became eerily silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The sound of someone nervously swallowing echoed in the air. Under the influence of Conqueror's Haki, aside from Slade and Xiao, who sat beside Mu Chong, only 3 individuals remained standing before him. A towering figure, scarred and muscular, standing at a height of 3 meters. A silver-haired man dressed in samurai attire, a swift blade hanging at his waist, and the bespectacled pirate who had spoken earlier. How infuriating. This pressure? How is this possible? Wow, it truly is astonishing. Only one in a million possesses the aura of a king. Hero Lord is indeed worthy of his title. The bespectacled pirate slowly lifted his head, a flash of light reflecting off his glasses, his face betraying a mix of astonishment and anticipation. Hey, the 3 of you. Quite impressive. Mu Chong's lips curled into a smile as he surveyed the 3 pirates. Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, he felt a surge of delight. He had not expected a few among the hundreds to withstand the pressure of Conqueror's Haki. Hero Lord, have we passed your test? The muscular man with the blade at his waist clenched his teeth, raising his head to address Chong. Hey, 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 I never said that just because you three are still standing means you can board the free ship. However, the three of you are far superior to them. I have high hopes for you. Perhaps you could assist me, though I wonder if you are willing. Chong rubbed his nose, maintaining a smile as he gazed at the trio, and inquired, what does Lord Xiao intend for us? Two of them exchanged curious glances, looking toward Chong. Oh, aren't you curious? Chong shifted his gaze to the silent, golden glasses-wearing pirate beside him, scrutinizing him up and down. I, Hilbot, am willing to follow Lord Xiao. The golden glasses pirate, Hilbot, straightforwardly knelt on one knee, bowing his head and extending a hand as a gesture of allegiance. The smile that had graced Chong's face abruptly vanished, replaced by seriousness. Hilbot's actions astonished the others. What kind of mindset must one possess to make such a decisive choice? I, Baku, am also willing. I, Locas, am ready to follow Lord Xiao. The burly Baku and the scimitar-wielding Locas quickly emulated Hilbot. Chong regarded the three kneeling before him, slowly rising to his feet, and with a gentle motion of his right hand, he lifted them effortlessly. The three regained their footing involuntarily, their eyes wide with astonishment as they reevaluated Chong's strength. Since you three have taken such a step, I, Chong, am not one to be stingy. However, I must state in advance that you will not all board the Freedom. I have more pressing matters that I need you to attend to. Will you accept this task or not? Chong crossed his arms in front of him, looking earnestly at the surprised trio, awaiting their response. Accept. I am willing. Whatever Lord Xiao decides, so shall it be. Bang, bang, bang. Ha! Good. Once we arrive at Magic Valley Town, you shall know what you must do. Remember, those who follow me shall face no restrictions, save one that must be etched in your hearts. Traitors shall be slain. Chong laughed heartily, slapping Baku on the shoulder, but as his words settled, a terrifying aura of death enveloped the three. In that moment, it felt as if they stood before the Grim Reaper. Where any who dared to touch would meet their demise. Yes, Lord Xiao. As the sun and moon shifted, the world turned upside down. On the vast ocean, the Freedom sailed steadily forward. Incredible! I never imagined Lord Xiao would be so formidable. Even while training, on the deck of the Freedom, surrounded by a throng of pirates, all eyes were drawn to Chong and Slade, who were engaged in training, with discussions and murmurs echoing all around. Damn it! Even though I am training just as hard, why does no one pay attention to me? Slade, filled with resentment, listened to the praises around him, none of which were directed at him, and felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Meow. Ha ha ha. Keep practicing. Strive to master soar by the time we reach Magic Valley Town. Otherwise, I won't allow you to accompany me to Sky Island. Chong disregarded the pirate's chatter and spoke sternly to Slade. What? No, I must go to Sky Island. Slade intensified his training. Fantastic. We have arrived at Magic Valley Town. After several days of sailing, the Freedom finally reached Magic Valley Town, since the crew of the Ratio pirate group had been at the helm. They maneuvered the ship directly into the harbor at the back of Magic Valley Town, truly a gathering place for pirates along the Grand Line. There are an astonishing number of pirate ships here. Slade, having disembarked from the Freedom, stood beside Chong, marveling at the scene around him. Just a bunch of lawless scoundrels. Ski-Dick lit a cigarette, glancing at the slightly excited Slade, and snorted coldly, meow. Ha ha ha, let us go. This has nothing to do with us. Now that we've arrived, let us attend to our own matters. Chong chuckled, turning to look at the busy pirates behind him on the Freedom, and continued, Hey everyone, can we entrust the Freedom to you? Rest assured, Lord Xiao, we will take good care of her. Yes, Lord Xiao, you can leave it to us, the bustling pirates at the bow of the ship shouted cheerfully. Then I'll leave it in your capable hands. Let us go. Chong smiled slightly, turning to stride toward Magic Valley Town without a hint of hesitation in his step. Captain, is it really all right to leave the Freedom in the hands of these pirates? I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Slade, frowning deeply, followed closely behind, his 2-meter-long iron staff leaving deep impressions in the ground as he questioned Chong. Notably, the weight of the iron staff behind Slade had increased several-fold. As Chong had infused it with gravity, training must not cease. Rest easy, Slade. Hilbot and the others are still aboard. With them present, there is nothing to worry about. Chong smiled faintly, a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes as he spoke. Is that so? I understand, Captain. Just as Slade was about to inquire further, He caught sight of the smile forming on Mu Chong's face and instinctively chose to trust him. In the meantime, the trio had vanished into the harbor, and the port returned to its usual lively atmosphere. Hundreds of pirate ships gathered here, and the number of pirate crews passing through each day was countless, so the arrival of the Freedom did not pique their interest. After a few glances, they resumed their own affairs. However, the observant would notice that no pirate flag was hoisted on the mast of the Freedom, which drew their attention. They've finally disembarked. Our opportunity has arrived. Quickly contact Captain Ratio. Humph, if he destroys our ship, let him compensate us with his own. This ship will be ours. Be careful. Move swiftly. In a dim corner of the Freedom's cabin, a small group of pirates gathered, each displaying triumphant grins. Bang! A figure was kicked onto the street, followed by a barrage of curses. You fool, daring to eat on my turf without paying. You must be tired of living. Get lost. A group of burly men brandishing weapons stood before a tavern, bellowing at the battered man on the ground that you'll regret this. You dare to disrespect the fierce tiger pirate group. Just wait until you die. Despite his bruised and battered state, the pirate on the ground shot a cold glare at the hulking men, shouted at them, and then bolted. Captain, did he just mention the Zyro pirate group? A subordinate, with a hint of worry on his face, whispered to one of the burly men beside him. What is there to fear? Regardless of the pirate group, daring to cause trouble on that gentleman's turf will lead to their demise. Oh look, we have guests. Please, come inside. The burly man's scolding of his subordinate was cut short as he spotted Mu Chong and his companions approaching the tavern. His previously fierce expression instantly morphing into a welcoming smile. The faces of the three transformed. What kind of bizarre establishment is this? However, hunger urged them to step inside, despite their initial intention to visit Lip's noodle shop, which had ceased to exist since Lip joined the Ratio pirate group. Cheers, cheers. I'm really impressive. Killing that useless fool was too easy. I heard the captain snatched another beautiful woman. Her looks are absolutely stunning. As Mu Chong pushed open the door and stepped into the tavern, a cacophony of sound enveloped his ears. The clinking of glasses, chatter, and laughter filled the air, the place bustling with patrons. Under the dim lighting, the surroundings were shrouded in smoke and the odor of sweat permeated the atmosphere. Mu Chong's arrival stirred not a ripple. The noise persisted unabated. Welcome, dear guest. Please, this way. We have a table available. The burly man smiled, guiding Mu Chong to an empty table, and everyone took their seats, with Bai Mu jumping onto a chair, curiously surveying the surroundings. What would you all like to eat? The burly man was impeccably attentive in his service, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor at the door. Anything will do. Just bring it out quickly. I'm famished. Slade took the initiative to engage in conversation, addressing the burly man with a casual banged AT that moment. A dazzling Bailey glided through the dimly lit space and landed in the man's hand. His eyes lit up, and he immediately expressed his reassurance before happily turning to leave. This scene drew the attention of Mu Chong and Slade, who found their gazes converging on Shik. The latter nonchalantly lit a cigarette and took a puff, proclaiming, young people venturing into the world must understand the nuances of human relationships. This old fellow is quite the actor. Well done. Mu Chong's lips twitched as he observed Shik's haughty expression, unable to resist a sarcastic remark. Amidst their banter, a short while later, the table was laden with an abundance of food. Yet over half of the plates were already empty. As Mu Chong and Slade indulged in a frenzied feast, I heard Mont Blanc Kalike went treasure hunting in the sea again today. How much treasure do you think he'll find? A man raised his glass, his face flushed with intoxication, speaking loudly to his companion in a flippant tone. That guy who blindly believes in the great swindler Rolando. Truly laughable. Indeed, it's just a legend. How could one take such tales seriously? Floating islands cannot possibly exist. Perhaps the Sky Island does exist, where countless treasures lie. The tavern erupted with raucous laughter, all mocking the man's words. Brother Mu, do you truly believe there are floating islands above? At that moment, Shik exhaled a puff of smoke and turned to Mu Chong, inquiring softly. He understood that the man before him intended to fill his belly and then ascend. Yes, floating islands do exist. If one ascends approximately 10,000 meters, one can behold the Sky Islands that I plan to go up and take care of some matters. Mu Chong continued to gorge himself without lifting his head. His voice was not loud, Yet it caught the attention of a nearby man clad in a captain's outfit, with golden short hair. Huh. What a ridiculous notion. There will always be foolish people chasing after such elusive dreams. Ha! How laughable. Bang! Just as the man finished speaking, Slade abruptly stood up, anger flaring as he intended to confront him. His movement silenced the tavern's clamor, and just as everyone expected a spectacle, bang! The door of the tavern was kicked open with a loud thud. And a throng of people entered, shouting frantically, "Where is the heroic master?" This declaration caused the faces of everyone in the tavern, who were ready to watch the show, to pale. The entire establishment was thrown into chaos. Heroic master? Is that what he is shouting about? Huh? Who is the heroic master? You fool, you don't even know who the heroic master is. How can you stay in Magic Valley Town? Hey, ascent that a crew member of the Ratio Pirates. Why is he looking for the heroic master? What Ratio? Huh, the heroic master. Even the man in the captain's outfit, who had been mocking Mu Chong, was now quietly observing. The tavern, which had only been silent for a brief moment, erupted once more into a cacophony, this time discussing matters concerning the heroic master as for the legend of the floating island. It had long been forgotten by all. Dear guest, if you're here to dine, please find a seat. If you're here to cause trouble, remember to weigh your options. As for the heroic master you mentioned, I haven't heard of him, but this place is, get lost. Bang! Before the tavern staff could finish, a large hand forcefully pushed him aside, slamming him against a table. Damn it, Captain, we have troublemakers. With the staff's exclamation, the previously noisy tavern fell silent once more. Ha ha ha. Serve, go take care of that guy. Someone is causing a ruckus in your tavern. Ha. Yes, serve. Hurry up. In the dimly lit tavern, someone called out provocatively to a person named Serve. Shut up. If someone dares to cause trouble in my tavern, I will deal with it. You just enjoy your drinks. The burly man, who had earlier welcomed Mu Chong and his group with a smile, cursed loudly and strode toward the newcomers, evidently Serve himself. Hee, now this will be entertaining. Cheers. You're something, brother. You have a wicked mind, but I like it. Ha ha ha. Slade. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, with everyone eagerly anticipating a confrontation, Mu Chong called out to Slade, signaling him to handle the situation. These fools are ruining my meal. Slade seized a large piece of meat, munching as he approached the group at the tavern entrance. These individuals were the original pirates of the Ratio crew, who had just finished their tasks aboard the Freedom and were now searching for Mu Chong. Notably, only a small fraction of them were present, while Hilbot, Baku, and Lucas were absent from this group. Are you here to cause trouble? Serve brandished a gleaming cleaver, glaring fiercely at the leader of the group. That in such a charged atmosphere, the primal instincts of the pirates were instantly ignited. I'm here to cause trouble. So what? Do you want to fight? Come on. Serve's fiery temper flared even more, his mind flashing to the visage of that esteemed figure. Instantly, his gaze turned menacing as he raised his hand to strike. Damn it, I'll cut you down. Whoosh, bang. At that moment, a massive iron rod came hurtling through the dimness with a resounding force, slamming into the floor between them with an earth-shattering thud, casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere. All eyes turned to Slade, who was leisurely chewing on a chunk of meat as he slowly emerged, their expressions a mix of astonishment, confusion, and mockery. Slade's countenance darkened. He lamented, couldn't you all have arrived a bit later? Must you come when I'm eating? At this rate, the captain will have devoured all the food. Apologies, Serve. These are my people. I'll handle this, Slade calmly addressed the somewhat dazed Serve. Serve glanced at Slade. Then at the 2-meter-long iron rod embedded in the floor, swallowed hard, and took a step back, though his gaze remained fixed on Slade. Is this person the heroic master? Doesn't he seem like it? You fool. You've never seen the true face of the heroic master. In the dim light, the others in the tavern could only discern faint silhouettes, engaging in whispered discussions. The former members of the Ratio Pirates recognized Slade, and upon seeing him approach, they all broke into smiles. It's Lord Slade. Lord Slade, where is the heroic master? The Freedom is all set. We came to find the heroic master. The crowd eagerly approached. Crack. Slade did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved the iron rod from the floor, then said, the captain is eating. Do not disturb him, but if you have nothing to do, seek out Hilbot on the ship. He knows how to arrange things. Slade's tone was unequivocal, carrying an air of authority that brooked no refusal. The crowd paused in surprise, then hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement, gradually exiting the tavern. What began as an unexpected ruckus came to an end, leaving the patrons of the tavern disappointed, casting unfriendly glances at Slade. Yet, in the next moment, they followed his figure, seeking out where Slade had settled. Which one of you is the heroic master? How could the heroic master possibly be here? He has been missing for over half a year. If only the heroic master were here, I would ask him for an autograph. Ha ha. With you? Don't dream. The tavern erupted into noise once more. Such disturbances occurred almost daily in Magic Valley Town, with incidents sometimes escalating to fatalities. The inhabitants of this island had long since grown accustomed to it. Especially these ruthless pirates. Hey, do you know where the heroic master is? As Chong quietly savored his meal, a disdainful voice rang out from beside him. The man, who had been facing away from Chong and his companions, now held a bottle of liquor, coldly sneering at Slade. Hey. There's more drama unfolding. The hyena Bellamy, with a bounty of 55 million Bailey, also interested in the heroic master. Chong heard a sound and lifted his head, directing his gaze towards its origin. Given the proximity of the two individuals, he could discern the other's features. Short yellow hair, a wide grin revealing a mouth full of teeth, and a half-sleeve jacket worn over a captain's outfit. At that moment, the figure was casually lounging with one leg crossed, observing Slade. What business is it of yours? Whoosh, bang. Slade, who had just returned to partake in his meal, was already in a foul mood. Before he could even savor a few bites, he was interrupted once more, his anger escalating. He shot a furious glance at Bellamy and uttered a retort. In response, Bellamy, rather bluntly, hurled the bottle of alcohol he was holding towards Slade. On this island, the bounty of 55 million on the hyena Bellamy underscored his considerable prowess, and his tone dripped with hostility, a clear provocation. Slade raised his hand, shattering the bottle, and slowly rose to his full height, gripping a 2-meter iron rod. Meanwhile, Chong, seemingly unfazed, had procured a toothpick from somewhere and was leisurely picking at his teeth, occasionally glancing at the now furious Bellamy. Is this truly the loyal underling of Doflamingo from the original story? Even in the face of death, does he still cling to the hope that Doflamingo would forgive him, the hyena Bellamy? Feeling Chong's gaze upon him, Bellamy's eyes turned to meet his in that moment. Both exchanged looks filled with derision and disdain. Ha. What a laughable, unrealistic idealist, still here prattling on about chivalry, a wretched creature living in a fantasy. How pitiful indeed, Bellamy cackled, clutching his belly in mirth, with a few of his lackeys echoing his laughter. Yet, the other patrons in the tavern wore expressions of anger and helplessness. Bellamy was a force they could not afford to provoke. With a sharp thrust, the pointed end of Slade's iron rod aimed directly at Bellamy, the wind it generated stinging the faces of those around. You shall not speak to my captain in such a manner. Apologize. Slade, towering over 2 meters, stood resolutely, a grave expression fixated on Bellamy, the iron rod unwavering. Apologize? Ha. I am Bellamy the hyena. You expect me to apologize to him? Ha. Are you ready to die? Bellamy roared with reckless laughter, excitement brimming on his face, showing no hint of fear in the face of Slade's threat. Instead, he appeared eager for a fight. I warn you, this is Lord Jorah's territory. If you wish to cause a ruckus here, think carefully. If you want to brawl, take it outside. At that moment, a voice emerged from the dimly lit bar, belonging to Seth. Upon hearing the name Jorah, all fell silent. Even Bellamy's expression flickered with a brief change. Apologize. Slade's iron rod remained steadfastly aimed at Bellamy, disregarding the mention of Jorah, his mind solely fixated on the insult directed at him aboard the ship. How dare you provoke Lord Jorah? Ha. You want to fight? I will be waiting for you out on the street. Bellamy, incensed by Slade's straightforwardness, carelessly stood from his seat, preparing to exit the tavern. Did I allow you to leave? With that, Slade's voice thundered as the tip of his iron rod suddenly shot towards Bellamy. Bellamy had not anticipated Slade would strike at that moment. After all, the name of Lord Jorah wielded considerable intimidation in this tavern. The attack came as a complete surprise, leaving Bellamy with no time to evade. He quickly crossed his arms over his chest. However, the tremendous force of the iron rod sent him crashing into the nearby liquor shelf, shattering it, and sending bottles scattering across the floor, followed by the resounding crash of the iron rod hitting the ground. He struck first. The patrons, stunned by the gravity of the situation, were taken aback, having just heard the name of Lord Jorah. He has taken down Bellamy the hyena. Who is he? the tavern erupted into chaos. The once quiet atmosphere now filled with frenzied chatter, a stark contrast to before. How dare he disrespect Lord Jorah, seeking his own demise, as Seth prepared to rally his men to teach Slade a lesson. A cacophony of manic laughter erupted from beneath the wreckage of the liquor shelf, accompanied by a peculiar metallic creaking sound. Is that the spring fruit? Chong, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly focused on the liquor shelf. With his observation Haki, he sensed a gathering energy, the creaking sound clear to his ears, in the original story. This was the moment when Bellamy, the Paramecia-type spring fruit user, revealed his abilities. Bang! Suddenly, Bellamy sprang forth from beneath the shelf, his speed astonishing in an instant. He stood before Slade. Bang! Crack! Crash! With a single punch, he sent Slade flying, crashing through the tavern wall and into the street. Who gave you the audacity to lay hands on me? Bellamy the hyena? You seek death, and I shall oblige. With that, Bellamy surged towards the street where Slade was slowly rising. It was only after Bellamy vanished from the tavern that the others regained their senses, surging out in a frenzy to witness the unfolding spectacle. Old man, aren't you worried? Aren't you going to check? Chong rose slowly, making his way towards Slade's 2-meter-long iron rod, all the while addressing Skidik. Worried, but every fledgling must learn to soar. I can't always be at his side to protect him. Besides, as the captain, you don't seem anxious at all, so why should I be? Skidik exhaled a slow stream of smoke, his eyes peering through the hole in the wall. Though he spoke nonchalantly, the concern in his gaze was unmistakable. Beginning to let go, old man. Then you may remain seated. I shall take a look. Chong bent down to pick up the iron rod from the ground, twirling it with finesse while casting a glance at the obstinate Skidik before striding out. Meow. Mumu followed closely behind, swaying her body as they exited, leaving only Skidik to smoke a cigarette of unknown flavored. Chong stepped outside. Slade and Bellamy were already locked in combat, both adorned with injuries. Bellamy the hyena, with a bounty of 55 million, undoubtedly possessed considerable strength, especially with the enhancement of the spring fruit, leaving Slade at a disadvantage, even being pressured at times. Bang! Bellamy delivered another punch, sending Slade flying a considerable distance. Standing in the center of the street, he laughed victoriously to ha. Pathetic, you can't even withstand a single punch from me, and you dare to provoke Bellamy. Who gave you the courage to demand that I apologize to that clueless fool? Bellamy. The crowd cheered, their excitement palpable. Truly, Bellamy the hyena is formidable. Perhaps the opponent is simply too weak. As the onlookers gathered, their chatter grew louder, and with each cheer of his name, Bellamy reveled in the moment. Cough, you insufferable lot. Silence. All of you, be quiet. With a resounding bang, Slade stood, his fury ignited by Bellamy's incessant taunting that he stomped the ground, his body vanishing from sight as he executed a shave, one of the Navy's 6 styles. Skidik had taken half a day to master this technique, teaching it to both Chong and Slade, who had both learned to utilize this high-speed movement just before boarding the ship at Magic Valley Town. However, Slade's application was less refined compared to Chong's complete mastery at that moment. Facing Bellamy, Slade unleashed his shave, reigniting the battle. How swift! Bellamy's expression faltered, uttering only 2 words before Slade's attack was upon him. Bang! Unwilling to back down, Bellamy's tightly clenched right fist met Slade's, the impact sending both combatants reeling to the next moment. They clashed again, exchanging blow for blow, each strike landing with brutal precision. Dust swirled around them as their fierce confrontation shattered the tranquility of the street, debris flying in the wake of their ferocious exchanges. Who is this guy? You've thoroughly enraged me. Time seemed to stretch as the battle raged on. Eventually, Bellamy's frustration boiled over. An unknown foe had dared to engage him for so long, challenging his pride. After a fierce exchange of blows, they both retreated, each panting heavily, the earlier frenzied onslaught draining their stamina. I care not for your connections to chivalry, but know this. You have provoked my ire. Prepare to meet your end. Buzz, creak. Look, it's happening. The abilities of Bellamy the hyena. The fellow across from me is on the brink of death. I observed as Bellamy crouched down, his legs transforming instantaneously into high-pressure springs, the creaking sound resonating with a terrifying force. Slade's expression grew grave, He had witnessed the terrifying capabilities of devil fruit powers before, as his own captain was a user of such abilities. Yet, at this moment, Slade displayed no sign of fear, continuously adjusting his stance. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, Bellamy's compressed legs reached their limit, propelling him towards Slade at an exaggerated speed. Disappeared? Huh. The wind. Bang. In the blink of an eye. Bellamy's fist struck Slade's abdomen, causing him to grimace in pain and spit out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. Ha ha ha. Feel the might of the spring. Bellamy did not relent. His spring-like legs reactivated, and with another loud bang, he charged at Slade once more. Before Slade could even touch the ground, Bellamy's assault landed upon him with a series of explosive impacts. Roll away, you waste. It was only when Bellamy delivered a final kick that the frenzy of attacks came to an abrupt halt. Slade lay on the ground, battered and bleeding profusely, as Bellamy looked down at him with disdain. This is the fate of those who provoke me, Bellamy. What a pathetic creature, still foolishly dreaming of the Sky Island. How laughable. Ha ha ha. Allow me to escort you on your journey. As Bellamy spoke, he approached the motionless Slade, raising his foot to stomp on the latter's head. Hey. Bang. What, my heavens, how is he still alive? Truly astonishing, Slade, Muko exclaimed, retracting his foot that had been poised to strike, unnoticed by the others who had been captivated by Slade's slow rise. Cough 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 ha ha ha. The battle is not over yet, hyena Bellamy. Such a light attack. It barely tickles. Slade clutched his chest, standing upright slowly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and surprisingly displaying a confident smile. Devil fruit users are not invincible. Your speed is impressive, yet there are still openings. Luckily, I possess a keen sensitivity to those openings. Hyena. Continue. Slade took a deep breath, regaining some composure as he resumed a combat stance. His taunt successfully provoked Bellamy, whose face was now a mask of fury. How can this be? How can you still be standing? Openings. Ha ha ha. Let us see if you can keep up with my speed. The moment Bellamy's words fell, his legs transformed into springs once more, and the ominous sound echoed again. Bang. Like the sound of a taut bow releasing an arrow, Bellamy propelled himself towards Slade, eager to witness how the latter would counter his strike. Bang. What? In the next instant, Bellamy was incredulous as he saw his fist blocked. How is this possible? It's my turn now, hyena Bellamy. Bang. Slade seized Bellamy's fist with one hand, pulling him closer, while his other fist collided with Bellamy's jaw, sending him crashing away. Without a moment's pause, Slade charged forward. Bellamy, momentarily stunned by the blow, quickly adjusted his stance, as his feet barely touched the ground. His spring ability activated once more, propelling him like a cannonball towards the oncoming Slade. A flicker of surprise crossed Slade's eyes, clearly not expecting such a swift counterattack. Bang! Bellamy's punch landed against Slade's crossed arms, followed by a swift twist of his body as he delivered a kick to Slade's abdomen. The force sent Slade retreating, causing the ground to crack beneath him, the transmitted power propelling him back towards Bellamy. Boom! The two fists collided in a fierce exchange, and the two resumed their brutal melee. Is at observation Haki. No, it's the air. It's Slade's acute sensitivity to the air that allows him to sense Bellamy's fist wind, enabling him to make judgments. Truly, Slade, you are remarkable. However, Muko closely observed the two fighters. Unlike the other onlookers, his mind racing to comprehend how Slade dodged Bellamy's attacks until he solidified his thoughts. Bang! Slade's body crumpled to the ground once more, appearing even more grievously injured, eliciting gasps from the surrounding crowd. Yet, their gazes towards Slade had shifted dramatically. Damn it! This is infuriating. How could you force me to this extent? You are dead meat. Bellamy, bloodied at the corner of his mouth, glared viciously at the motionless Slade, his fury unabated. Kill him, Bellamy. Yes, Captain, Avengeroo. Bellamy's subordinates shouted fervently, each one eager to leap in for the kill, but too intimidated to disturb their captain's fervor. Humph, silence. Bellamy strode towards the fallen Slade, accompanied by Muko, who had been watching intently. Who is he? Damn it. Who is this blind fool interrupting us? Are you trying to save him? Bellamy noticed Muko's approach, raising a hand to halt his eager subordinate, his tone dripping with contempt. Hyena Bellamy, bounty of 55 million berries, captain of the Bellamy pirates. This battle concludes here. What do you think? Muko stated as he approached Slade, preparing to examine his injuries. Bang! In the next moment, A gleaming large blade appeared in Muko's hand, the blade slicing through the air. When the adults are speaking, when did it become your place to interrupt? You little brats. Swish. Muko flicked his arm, sending the blade flying back towards its origin. When he caught it, it would not be so easy for the opponent to catch it on its return. With a sickening thud, one of Bellamy's subordinates fell. The blade embedded in his heart. Bellamy's expression hardened. The speed of that blade's return was astonishing. Even he had merely caught a glimpse of a shadow, leaving him somewhat astonished. Who are you? The captain of this fellow. What do you intend to do? Ha ha ha. When one of my crew is injured, as captain, it is only natural to seek justice for my crew. You, apologize to him. Muko glanced at Slade's injuries. Determining he wouldn't die just yet, he then stood upright, eagerly engaging Bellamy in conversation. Regarding Hyena Bellamy, Muko had gleaned some knowledge from the original work. Currently, Bellamy was completely enamored with Don Quixote da Flamingo, even treating him as a deity. It wasn't until 2 years later, in Dressrosa, that he was slightly influenced by Monkey D. Luffy's actions that asked for whether Bellamy lived or died thereafter. Muko was unaware. However, this did not diminish Muko's admiration for Bellamy. He was a loyal hyena. Captain, Aru is dead. Avenge him. Avenge Aru. Kill him. A gunshot rang out as one of Bellamy's subordinates raised a firearm and shot at Muko. Smoke still curling from the barrel. Naturally, the shot missed, as everyone present was under Muko's observation. Haki. Ha ha ha. This truly is your captain. Bellamy laughed. Both of you speak the same foolish language. Entirely detached from reality. Do you think I would apologize to him? Bellamy seemed to have heard an exceedingly ridiculous joke. Was this fellow here to amuse? The surrounding crowd began to murmur in agreement. In the world of pirates, does the concept of an apology even exist? Really? But I believe you will. Bellamy. Muko remarked dismissively, picking his nose as he cast a scornful glance at Bellamy, delivering a response that erupted laughter throughout the crowd. Ha ha ha. Has this guy lost his mind? No, I think he has simply gone off the deep end. Did you hear that, you fool? Everyone is laughing at you. You're truly delusional if you think I would apologize. Dream on. Ha ha ha. Bellamy laughed more wildly, and the people around mocked Mu Chong's delusions. That so? I think it can be done, can't it? Then let us make it happen. Mu Chong's voice, though not loud, distinctly reached the ears of the surrounding crowd, especially Bellamy. The onlookers fell silent, their faces filled with anticipation for how Mu Chong would compel Bellamy to apologize. Huh? Are you provoking me? You fool? Bellamy's gaze darkened, his earlier rage still simmering, now directed at this audacious fool. I am indeed provoking you. Hyena Bellamy. You harm my crew, and it's only right you come forth and apologize. If you refuse, I'll make you agree. Mu Chong maintained an expression of disdain as he regarded Bellamy, a clear contempt radiating from him. You fool, you've succeeded, creaked Bellamy, just as he finished speaking. The power of the spring fruit manifested in his legs, and he aimed to knock Mu Chong down, intending to make the other pay a price. Mu Chong watched Bellamy's movements with keen interest, marveling at the wonders of the devil fruit. Spring fruit of the superhuman type. Spring? Elasticity? Power? Could I also achieve that? He chuckled. Ha! The ignorant fool dares to underestimate my spring abilities. I am the invincible spring man. Bang! Before Bellamy's words could fully leave his lips, the springs on his legs erupted with astonishing elasticity, launching him toward Mu Chong. Elasticity. In an instant, it granted its user exaggerated kinetic energy, enabling incredible speed. The faster the speed, the greater the energy, and thus the more formidable the resulting force. However, there is always a limit to that speed, just like now with yours, shave. At the moment Bellamy initiated his attack, Mu Chong's words flowed without interruption. His eyes wide as he watched Bellamy's fist hurtling toward his head. Let us save the pleas for later. First, I'll give you a good beating. Just as Bellamy thought this punch could send Mu Chong flying. The next moment, astonishment filled his eyes as Mu Chong vanished before his fist. Where is he? Caught off guard, Bellamy was about to voice his confusion when Mu Chong's fist suddenly appeared at his abdomen. The immense pain caused Bellamy to retch immediately. Bang! How is this possible? How could this be? Clutching his stomach, Bellamy staggered back, the excruciating pain making him tremble. After a moment, he regained his composure and fixed his gaze firmly on Mu Chong. The direction of the spring's elasticity is linear, The kinetic energy generated from compressing the legs can only attack in a straight line. Therefore, as long as I can evade your linear attack, your current spring fruit ability is nothing but a joke, hyena Bellamy. Chong crossed his arms and articulated his critique of Bellamy's spring fruit ability. Is this fruit weak? No, possessing the power of the strength fruit. I can clearly recognize the might of elasticity. Yet, Bellamy cannot comprehend this. He merely escalates the speed granted by the springs without understanding their true potential. Stop your boastful drivel. You know nothing of the spring fruit's power. Slow speed? Ha! Then let us see you try this move again. Bellamy's eyes were filled with defiance. The pain in his abdomen began to subside. He spoke again. His words fell. The springs symbolizing his power reappeared on his legs. This time compressed to a terrifying degree. Spring jump! Bellamy shouted, propelled into the air by the force of the springs. Yet instead of directly targeting Chong, he began bouncing off surrounding buildings, gaining speed with each leap. Here it comes, the captain's ultimate move. You fool, prepare to meet your end. Ha! The spectators recoiled in fear from Bellamy's leaps, terrified of being unintentionally trampled, while Bellamy's subordinates cheered him on. Utilizing the elasticity of the springs, he continuously leapt between buildings, each contact allowing him to apply more elastic force, thus amplifying his speed. Was this not the iconic scene from the original work when he battled Monkey D? Luffy, Chong slowly lowered his arms, uncertain of how much speed Bellamy could accumulate with this move. However, under the influence of his observation Haki, he discerned Bellamy's every action with clarity. Should I wait for him to finish accumulating speed? Well, in battle, will your opponent allow you to complete your big move? Wouldn't that be foolish? Let us wait. I'll let him lose convincingly. After all, I have nothing to lose, Chong muttered, his gaze returning to the sky, where Bellamy was still leaping back and forth. At this point, the latter's speed had reached a level nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Prepare to perish, fool, along with your unrealistic dreams, and vanish from this sea. Bellamy's voice suddenly rang out from above, causing Chong to lose his composure. Damn it, you idiot, who announces their attack like that? Whoosh! In the next instant, Bellamy's fist was thrust before Chong, the ferocity of his punch creating a wind that sliced through the air like a blade. Speechless, bang! With those two words, one sound concluded, and Bellamy lay sprawled before Chong, visibly struggling to breathe. Meanwhile, Chong gradually retracted his fist. Unnoticed by anyone was the fleeting shadow above. What? How is this possible? Bellamy the hyena has been knocked to the ground? Who on earth is that person? The rapidity of events left the crowd in shock. By the time they reacted, Bellamy had already collapsed, unconscious, while Chong stood unscathed. His observation Haki having allowed him to perceive Bellamy's attack in its entirety. One single punch had sent the other into slumber. Hey, who will bandage the injured? Step forward and tend to these two. Chong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calling out to the onlookers that he had noticed that Slade, cradled in Skid's arms, had fallen unconscious. Stop dawdling. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm not stingy with my payments. Chong shouted again, seeing the hesitation among the crowd, nobody daring to step forward. Suddenly, from the back of the crowd, a thin man wearing a hat and carrying a box rushed over. Nodding and bowing incessantly. Don't dilly-dally. Hurry and bandage Slade, and check on him too. Chong ignored how the man addressed him, waving his hand for the other to tend to Slade's injuries. Brother what about them? Skid had handed Slade over to the doctor and approached Chong, glancing at Bellamy's lackeys. Forget about them. They won't stir up any trouble. How's Slade? Chong shot a glance at the trembling pirates before turning his attention to Slade. Concern evident in his eyes. He's fine. This kid is tough. He just needs to recover, Skid reassured, though the worry on his face belied his words. Ha! That's good. Old man, Slade possesses an extraordinary ability. Chong smiled reassuringly at Skid, expressing his satisfaction with Slade. Is that so? Is he the hero? Could it be that the long-lost hero has returned to Magic Valley Town? Just as Skid was about to inquire further, the surrounding noise interrupted him. He saw the crowd gazing at Chong, their eyes sparkling like stars, much like ravenous wolves spotting a lamb, as if they were about to pounce. Ha! Hello everyone. I am the hero. It has been too long, Chong declared, unabashedly pulling out a mask from his pocket and slowly donning it. He then opened his arms wide to embrace Magic Valley Town, as if he had returned to that arena. The cheers surrounding him akin to celebrating his victory over an opponent. What is that mask? It's him. It is indeed that very mask, the one that has achieved nearly 1,000 victories in just 3 short months. I have been present for each and every battle. The illustrious hero has returned. How splendid. I never imagined that man would truly come back. Hero. The entire street erupted with terrifying shouts, as everyone cried out a singular name. Perhaps those from elsewhere do not grasp the significance of these two characters, but in Magic Valley Town, they symbolize strength, the act of robbing the wealthy to aid the poor, the eradication of evil. In the embodiment of trust and reliance, the hero has actually shattered his mask. Is he to reveal his true visage? Indeed, it is so. A true warrior ought to present themselves openly before all. I stand in support of you, illustrious hero. Oh ho! Mu Chong's actions reignited the fervor of the street, making this moment unforgettable for all who lingered in Magic Valley Town, just as everyone reveled in the joyous atmosphere. A series of gunshots abruptly shattered it, plunging the street into an eerie silence, with everyone's gaze filled with fury directed towards the source of the gunfire. Oh ho ho ho! How lively it is here! Let me see who this hero truly is. At the entrance of Magic Valley Town, the crowd slowly parted, revealing a rotund figure illuminated by the setting sun. The sound of high heels clicking against the cobblestones drew closer, and the stout silhouette finally unveiled her true countenance. Hiss! How could Lady Jorah appear here? Humph! What's with the arrogance? If it weren't for that man backing her, you'd best shut your mouth. Lady Jorah has arrived. As the crowd recognized the newcomer, a collective gasp echoed through the air, for the formidable figure they had long feared stood before them. Yet, amidst the throng, a few individuals regarded the plump woman with disdainful glances. Oh ho ho ho! Who is the hero? Come forth and let me see. Jorah, adorned with triangular framed glasses, possessed strikingly sharp features, her hair divided in the center with 2 different shades of curls, and her lips glistening with gloss, presented herself as a formidable auntie. Goodness, to evolve into such a form is truly remarkable. The world of One Piece is indeed wondrous. Mu Chong observed the auntie, whose appearance stretched beyond his aesthetic sensibilities. Unable to suppress the twitch at the corners of his mouth, oh ho ho ho! You are the hero? Quite dashing indeed. How about becoming my subordinate? Jorah's extraordinarily unique glasses scanned Mu Chong with a glimmering gaze, and to his surprise, she nodded in satisfaction before speaking. Auntie, who are you? Mu Chong, oblivious to this woman's role in the original tale, responded with confusion to her inquiry. Fool! This is Lady Jorah. Upon seeing her, shouldn't you kneel in reverence? At the sound of Mu Chong's reply, the smile on Jorah's face swiftly turned frigid. Auntie, who are you referring to? Her subordinates, incensed, shouted at Mu Chong, only to be silenced by Jorah. Oh ho ho ho! A most intriguing man indeed. Young sir, do you not find my attire to be artistic? Jorah's cold visage broke into a fleeting smile as she began to sway her body in front of Mu Chong. Hiss! It's over. Lady Jorah is irked. What shall the hero do? As Jorah's words fell, the surrounding crowd suppressed their breaths, fearful of attracting the ire of the enraged Jorah. Mu Chong, momentarily incredulous, felt a wave of anxiety. He dreaded the thought of this Annie lunging at him for an embrace. It would spell disaster. Truly hideous. Before Mu Chong could formulate a response, a voice beside him, belonging to Skik, uttered the words in a tone of exclamation. Though merely a casual remark, those 3 words ignited the entire crowd into laughter. Puffed. My apologies. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Someone among the onlookers was the first to succumb to laughter, and in the next instant, the street erupted in a cacophony of uproarious mirth. Silence, all of you. Yet, the laughter that filled the street was swiftly interrupted by a shrill roar, awakening the crowd to the realization of whom they were mocking. It's over. Perhaps we ought to leave at once. Run. Just as the words were spoken, those nearest to Jorah turned to flee. However, mere steps into their escape, a chilling voice echoed, Oh ho ho ho! Did this lady permit your departure? Continue laughing. One must enjoy witnessing a masterpiece. Jorah slowly turned her gaze towards those frozen in fear, reiterating, Stay. Remain to appreciate my artistry. Oh ho ho ho! Life is art. As Jorah's voice resonated, a plume of white smoke erupted from her raised hand, enveloping one of the desperate souls that in the next moment, A splendid mural materialized from the smoke, while the supplicant vanished without a trace. That oh ho ho ho. Behold, behold, how exquisite my masterpiece is. Do you not agree? Jorah's eyes sparkled as she admired her creation, yet her smile vanished as her frosty gaze swept across the crowd, coldly declaring, "Thud. Very well, it is splendid. Lady Jorah's art is the finest. Oh ho ho ho." A gaggle of coarse fools, you understand nothing of art. Beneath Jorah's shadowy countenance, a voice filled with a sinister allure emerged as she suddenly spread her arms wide, releasing a torrent of transparent, bubble-like smoke that swiftly enveloped those nearby. Destructive art. The onlookers, not lacking in wits, began to scatter the moment the smoke manifested in Jorah's hands, their faces betraying sheer terror. Run. This is Lady Jorah's power. We will be transformed into art. Help. The once vibrant street fell silent in an instant. Some managed to escape, but others were not so fortunate. Those ensnared by the smoke were transformed into exquisite artworks, floating silently around. Chong watched as the smoke drifted towards him, raising a hand to disperse it, noting how it seemed to shy away from the wind. Oh ho ho ho. Art, art, my art is the most perfect. Do you not agree, young hero? Jorah's gaze fixated on Chong. Her murderous intent laid bare that it seemed as if he was already destined to become her next masterpiece, the subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo, the heavenly Xiao. Oh, young hero, do you recognize me? Chong remained silent. For upon witnessing Jorah's abilities, his mind involuntarily recalled a scene from the original narrative, of a multitude of people stitched together by a diminutive figure. It suddenly dawned on him, recalling this ante's origins. Jorah, a member of the Don Quixote family, affiliated with the Trebly army, a killer endowed with the powers of a devil fruit, specifically the paramecia type known as the art fruit. He had not anticipated encountering a subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo here. She likely did not belong to the cadre of family executives. Chong furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering how to navigate the current predicament. However, a well-meaning individual soon made the decision for him. As Jorah's rotund figure pounded against the cobblestones, each step resonating with a thud, it seemed as if she would shatter the very pavement beneath her. Oh ho ho ho. Young hero, come with me. The young master will be thrilled to see you. Jorah charged towards Chong, her laughter echoing unpleasantly. Damn it, if I refuse now, will this hefty woman relent? Chong shifted his footing, enveloping Jorah in his observation Haki. Noting that her speed was not particularly swift, yet her artistic abilities warranted caution. Oh ho ho ho. In that case, let me personally escort you to meet the young master. Jorah finally retracted the facade of a smile that adorned her face, and an ominous shadow swiftly enveloped her countenance. Her already plump visage became even more grotesque. As her words echoed, she had already approached Chong, her massive fist hurtling directly towards his face. Move out of the way, Chong retorted, fully aware of the pink mist that enveloped her fist. With a sudden burst of strength, he deftly evaded the oncoming blow, vanishing from the path of Jorah's punch. You think you can escape? Jorah bellowed with a sinister laugh. Destructive art. With her self-introduction, a vast expanse of translucent foam surged toward Chong, its speed significantly surpassing that of her previous attack. Aimed directly at Chong, who had just sidestepped. Shave. The moment Chong stabilized his position, he propelled himself once more to the side, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of foam. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards Jorah. Ha ha ha. Are you not dodging? Come, embrace me. Jorah, facing Chong's onslaught, made no effort to defend herself, instead opening her arms wide in anticipation of his approach. Damn, that cursed devil fruit ability. Chong halted abruptly. For through his observation Haki, he sensed that Jorah's outstretched arms were enveloped in a mist of transparency. The moment his fist made contact with that substance, it would undoubtedly be transformed into art. It must be said, Doflamingo, the knight Yasha, had an eye for talent. His subordinates wielded such troublesome devil fruit powers. Ha ha ha. Has the brave warrior surrendered? Then come, obediently return with me to meet the young master. Jorah regarded Chong's reaction with satisfaction, her confidence in her devil fruit abilities unwavering. That simply won't do. Jorah, I have my own matters to attend to. Let's keep the knight Yasha waiting. Chong exhaled deeply. Adjusting his mindset, he had initially harbored intentions of concealing his capabilities, but at that moment, clarity dawned upon him, and his gaze brightened. Ha ha ha. I will not allow you to disrespect my young master." With a thunderous charge, Jorah lunged at Mu Chong, her palms radiating a thick fog. "Then let us battle." Mu Chong, no longer hesitating, enveloped his fists and forearms with armament Haki and propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. As the two figures prepared to collide, Mu Chong glimpsed Jorah's triumphant grin, yet in the next moment, her laughter ceased. Shave? Bang! Mu Chong's body shifted sideways, while Jorah attempted to pivot to face him. However, what awaited her was a pair of fists imbued with armament Haki, delivering a resounding blow that sent her reeling backward. Yet Mu Chong's assault did not relent. He closed the distance with blinding speed. While Jorah endured the pain searing through her abdomen, Mu Chong's fists once more struck her face. Bang! Another powerful punch wrapped in armament Haki contorted Jorah's facial flesh. Bang! Bang! Arg! You wretched fiend! What followed was a relentless barrage of punches, akin to a machine gun, pummeling Jorah's body from every angle. Her form resembled a kite severed from its string, flailing wildly amidst the onslaught. Thud! Bang! Crack! The tempestuous assault concluded with Mu Chong delivering one final kick that sent Jorah crashing into the wall beside the street, her body buried beneath the debris. That's a wrap. Time to call it a day. Mu Chong clapped his hands, a smile gracing his face as he muttered to himself. Yet he made no move to depart, for his observation Haki revealed that Jorah still drew breath. In the realm of the Pirate King, the strong often possessed formidable physiques. The damage inflicted by blunt instruments was generally minimal. With tough skin and an alarming recovery rate, he would need a blade after all. Mu Chong gazed at the dust-laden ruins, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Despite the ferocity and density of his previous assault, the sensations transmitted through his observation Haki indicated that Jorah's injuries were not fatal. If I had a knife and could land multiple strikes, as long as she fails to protect her vital areas, she would surely perish. Therefore, I must acquire a knife, especially since my swordsmanship is commendable. A grin flickered across Mu Chong's face as he recalled a conversation in the Freedom Ship's lounge. Though I am a wielder of a devil fruit, I am also a swordsman. The two do not conflict. You have mastered all my sword techniques. Now, having acquired a devil fruit, I hope these two abilities will magnify your strength. Damn it, you little brat. How dare you humiliate me so? I shall transform you into an artwork, a piece that can never be restored. Emerging from the debris, Jorah was a shadow of her former self, her hair disheveled, her body coated in dirt, and blood trickling from her lips. It seemed her bulk served a purpose. That layer of blubber acted as a natural shield, allowing her to merely spit blood despite the violent onslaught. Mu Chong's resolve to procure his own knife solidified. Jorah, now fueled by rage, charged at him, vocally announcing her techniques as if to ensure he was aware. Mu Chong, however, would not indulge her quirks that he raised his right hand towards Jorah, pressing down forcefully. Gravity field. Suddenly, Jorah felt an overwhelming weight, as if each step bore the burden of 1,000 pounds. Curse it. What is this? A devil fruit ability. You too are a wielder of a devil fruit. At that moment, Jorah's expression shifted from astonishment to terror as she realized she could no longer move. Let it end. This is becoming dull. With those words, Mu Chong vanished from sight, reappearing before Jorah with a fist cloaked in armament Haki. Striking her squarely in the face, the relentless assault continued, and Jorah found herself utterly defenseless against such a fierce onslaught. Even if she could react, her heavy body hindered her speed. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch sank deeply into her flesh, rendering her a mere human punching bag. Bang. Another heavy strike sent Jorah crashing into the wall, embedding her further into the rubble. Yet Mu Chong did not cease. He raised his right hand, channeling the power of his devil fruit towards the debris. One by one, the fragments of rubble gravitated towards the center, whether wood or stone, as if drawn by an unseen force. Once all the debris had converged, a colossal sphere, approximately 3 meters in diameter, materialized upon the street of Magic Valley Town. Unforgivable, hesitating momentarily, Mu Chong released his grip, and the massive sphere erupted in a cacophony of sound as the barely conscious Jorah tumbled forth from the center. Let us go, old man. Mu Chong strode past the waiting Skid, paying no heed to the commotion behind him. Meow. Brother Mu, are we not killing her? Skid inquired softly, glancing at Jorah, now being carried away by her subordinates. Why would I? Let it be as it is. Chong shook his head in response, crouching to inspect Slade and Bellamy, now swathed like mummies, before turning to the doctor tending to them. How are their injuries? How long until they recover? Master Hero, their injuries are quite severe, particularly for Lord Slade. Complete recovery will require 3 to 4 days. The thin doctor, donning a hat, answered immediately with a placating demeanor. Very well. I entrust their care to you for these few days. That Chong gently patted the doctor's shoulder. A simple gesture that brought the man immense joy as the trio conversed. The crowd that had previously fled from Jorah's intimidation began to return, their faces lighting up with inexplicable joy at the sight of her being carried away. The hero has spared her life. Truly, that man. Even in such circumstances, he refrained from resorting to lethal force. However, being beaten to such a state, wouldn't that be more torturous than death? The crowd exchanged glances between Chong and the already disappearing Jorah, engaging in animated discussions as the twilight's glow gradually faded from the street. However, it did not in the slightest affect the liveliness of Maguga town. Crowds of people flocked towards the tavern, engaging in animated discussions about the day's events, while Chong and Shikadik carried the injured Slade towards the Freedom ship. As night fell, they needed to return to rest and prepare for the tasks of tomorrow. Mumu glanced back repeatedly at the mummy discarded in the middle of the street, perplexed as to why Chong had overlooked one that had not been moved. It was only when a group rushed out to carry it away that Mumu turned and hurried towards Chong. Damn it, a pack of ungrateful wretches. The hero had the heart to spare you. Yet you could commit such heinous acts. Hilbot, how should we deal with these scoundrels? On the deck of the Freedom ship, Locus, gripping his long knife, stood before a group of tightly bound pirates. His expression fierce and his eyes filled with murderous intent. Locus, hold your horses. Let's wait for Lord Hero to return before making any decisions. That we merely need to keep an eye on them. Hilbot's tone was calm, yet beneath his glasses, his eyes burned with fury. That it turned out that these pirates had seized the opportunity while Chong and his group left the Freedom ship to gather nearly 50 of their own, intending to seize the ship and flee. However, to their astonishment, Hilbot, Locus, and Baku had resolutely defended the Freedom ship. Until just now, the remaining dozen pirates had been securely bound on the deck. What about Baku? Locus shot a fierce glare at the restrained pirates, then turned his gaze towards the still unconscious Baku on the deck. No need to worry, Locus. The doctor has already treated him. This fellow is remarkably resilient. He will awaken shortly. Hilbot looked at Baku, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes as memories of Baku blocking a nearly fatal blow for him resurfaced. Damn it. A bunch of ungrateful wretches. Locus remained furious, cursing as he plopped down on the deck, his long knife still unsheathed. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps approached as a breathless pirate dashed forward. The tension that had gripped Hilbot and Locus dissipated as they exhaled deeply. If another group were to arrive now, they would truly be unable to withstand it, given their injuries. Speak. What is it? Hilbot was the first to inquire, his icy tone instantly rousing the disoriented pirate. Lord Hero has returned. What? Is it true? The proclamation felt like a refreshing rain, washing over the two men, a wave of relief spreading throughout their bodies. Let us go, Locus, to welcome the hero. Before Hilbot could finish speaking, he had already moved toward the disembarkation point. Despite his high intelligence, he too needed a pillar of support. Hilbot, you go greet the hero. I will keep an eye on this bunch of ungrateful wretches. I am not at ease. Locus, who had been about to depart, halted, his gaze resolutely fixed on the pirates bound on the deck. That so? Then let us wait together. Hilbot cast a deep glance at Locus, who had withdrawn his foot and sat back down. The two resumed their previous positions, leaving the pirate who had come to deliver the news in a state of bewilderment on the coast. Chong furrowed his brow slightly as he observed the strangely quiet Freedom ship. Brother Mu, there's something amiss with the Freedom ship. Shikadik also noticed the anomaly. Normally, the deck would be bustling at this hour. Yet a metallic scent of blood hung in the air. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Let us go take a look. After entrusting Slade entirely to Shikadik, Chong set off towards the Freedom ship. Followed closely by Mumu, Shikadik glanced at the Slade in his arms, paused briefly, then followed suit. Something truly interesting has transpired. Sighing, Chong mused, pirates will always be pirates, no matter their initial intentions over time. Their once fiery hearts inevitably grow cold. As Mu Chong approached the underside of the Freedom ship, he was met with a gruesome sight. Pirate corpses littered the area, severed limbs scattered about, and the blood flowing had stained the surrounding sands a deep crimson. With a determined leap, Mu Chong landed on the deck of the Freedom ship. Two ecstatic voices greeted him. Hillbot and Locus rushed to meet him, only to be followed by a cacophony of pleading voices. Lord Hero, we were wrong. Please spare us. We promise we won't do it again. Lord Hero, you have always refrained from killing your enemies, haven't you? Please, show us mercy this time. Silence. You wretched scum, shut your mouths. Hearing the pirates dare to plead for mercy infuriated Locus, who had just sheathed his long knife. In a fit of rage, he drew it again, the blade slicing toward the loudest pirate. Thud. A large head tumbled onto the deck, and the previously chattering pirates fell silent, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Locus. What happened to Baku? Mu Chong surveyed the scene on the ship, and upon seeing Baku lying on the deck, he furrowed his brow and asked softly. Just then, as Mu Chong posed his question, Hillbot prepared to kneel, but was abruptly halted by Mu Chong. Lord Hero, Baku was gravely injured while saving me from the pirates' attack. He has been bandaged and is no longer in danger. But he has yet to awaken. Hillbot lowered his head, engulfed in guilt over the incident. Hillbot, I hope you remember everything that has transpired today. Keep firmly in your heart the sacrifice Baku made for you. In this vast and desolate sea, having a comrade to shield you from a fatal blow is a profound debt of gratitude. With that, Mu Chong's hand came down solidly on Hillbot's shoulder, their gazes locking as they both recognized the resolve reflected in each other's eyes. That ha ha ha. They both erupted into hearty laughter, leaving those around them puzzled. Lord Hero? Once their laughter subsided, Locus gently called out. Mu Chong. Mu Chong slowly approached Locus, regarding the silver-haired swordsman whose face bore a resolute expression, and patted his shoulder. You are quite remarkable, Locus. As a swordsman, one must be decisive in battle, wielding your blade to cut through all obstacles. However, I hope you do not let the desire to kill cloud your heart. A sword serves two purposes, one side for slaying enemies, and the other for protection. While advancing fearlessly, remember also for what you fight. Mu Chong gazed earnestly at Locus, passing on words once spoken to him in the hope that they would aid the growing swordsman. Yes, Lord Hero. For Locus, Mu Chong's words were like a stimulant. Feeling the hero's concern, his hands trembled with excitement as he gripped his sword. Mu Chong smiled slightly and turned towards the group of pirates bound together on the deck, his expression suddenly darkening with fury. Lord Hero, we beg you for another chance. Yes, Lord Hero. You won't kill us, right? We wish to follow you, to board your ship. As Mu Chong approached them, the pirates perceived a glimmer of hope and began showering him with flattery and sweet words. Mu Chong stopped before them, slowly surveying each pirate before finally speaking. Everyone, when you bombarded this Freedom ship from the sea, we became enemies. Knowing that you were merely following orders, I spared you after the battle and even used this ship, which you had attacked, to safely return you to Maguga town. At this point, his tone shifted dramatically, infused with an overwhelming aura of dominance that enveloped the entire Freedom ship. However, you have betrayed the trust one placed in you. When you once again raised your weapons against this ship, it reached a point of no return, and thus, take a good look at this beautiful sea. With that, Mu Chong turned and strode towards the cabin. Calling back to Hillbot and Locus, I leave them to you. Their blood is too tainted for the Freedom ship. Subsequently, Mu Chong, along with the newly boarded skit, carried Slade into the cabin. My lord, you cannot do this. Get lost. You are unworthy of being a hero. You disgrace the name of a hero. The bound pirates on the ship, realizing their hopes for survival were futile, began to hurl curses. However, their cacophony was abruptly interrupted by a singular cry, meow, by Moo Moo, who trailed behind, curiously glanced at those still on the deck and strolled toward the group of pirates. Shameless. I will kill you. Bai Moo Moo launched a claw attack, disfiguring the pirate who had just shouted the most vehement insults, and then turned away, heading towards the cabin. As for the fate of this group of pirates, one could easily infer from the grim expressions of Hillbot and Lucas what awaited them. In the next moment, a chorus of anguished screams erupted. Until silence fell, the sun finally sank into the sea, and night enveloped the island, bringing tranquility to the coastline. Yet, the clamor from Magic Valley Town continued to echo from the cabin of the Freedom. The two sat on stools, the table laden with food. As Mu Chong and Bai Mu feasted heartily. Meanwhile, Skik anxiously observed Slade, who was soundly asleep. Xiao, does the treatment of those outside affect you? Skik lit a cigarette and exhaled slowly. Ha ha ha, not at all. Just a bunch of trash. They've been given opportunities and failed to cherish them. Leaving them alive is merely a disaster. Mu Chong swallowed a mouthful of meat and resumed his frenzied eating, plunging the room into silence, save for the continuous sounds of chewing, until the cabin door swung open, and Hilboat and Lucas entered, carrying Baku. They placed Baku on a nearby soft couch, then took their seats at the dining table. However, they did not begin eating, though they swallowed repeatedly. Ha, what are you waiting for? If you're hungry, eat. There's plenty of food. No need to be so reserved. Dig in. Mu Chong observed their awkward demeanor and smiled as he spoke. Thank you, my lord. Both replied in unison and eagerly began to seize the food. Meow. Bai Mu, witnessing this scene, immediately flared up, and with a shout, intensified its eating pace. Yet, Hilboat and Lucas showed no inclination to yield. Even though Bai Mu was Mu Chong's pet, and instead became increasingly competitive, their faces turning crimson from the struggle. Ha! Puff ha ha! Mu Chong and Skid burst into laughter. This was precisely the scene that should unfold aboard this ship. Amidst this jovial atmosphere, the food on the table visibly diminished, each plate becoming spotless. Truly, they resembled famished souls reborn. Burp. I am so full. Mu Chong let out a satisfied belch, rubbed his now distended belly, and reclined comfortably against the table and chair, mimicking Bai Mu. Skik remained composed, smoking his cigarette, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Slade, while Hilboat and Lucas proactively tidied the remnants of food on the table, even cleaning the kitchen before returning to their seats. Hilboat, Lucas, do you two believe in the existence of Sky Island? In the quiet cabin, Mu Chong initiated the conversation, his question catching both off guard. My lord, based on what I have gathered throughout Gaia Island, everyone claims that the existence of Sky Island is a lie. No one believes it to be real. Hilboat adjusted his golden glasses and began to speak slowly. What Hilboat said is correct. No one believes in Sky Island's existence. However, there is one peculiar individual who has always believed in the existence of the land of gold, and every so often, he jumps into the sea to seek that legendary land of gold. Everyone mocks him for his delusion, thinking he can become rich through a myth. Lucas slightly furrowed his brow, sharing the information he possessed, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face towards the end. My lord, do you truly believe in the existence of Sky Island? Hilboat was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, realizing Mu Chong's inquiry must hold significance. After all, he was the hero here, and he was well aware of the legend. Yet, still asking such a question, Hilboat keenly sensed a deeper issue. Ha ha, Sky Island is right above us. It truly exists. Mu Chong's declaration left the three in the cabin wearing expressions of disbelief. Compared to Skik's calmness, the other two appeared somewhat agitated. My lord, is this true? But that's merely a legend. Many have attempted to find Sky Island through the sky current, yet none have survived. Their ships were destroyed, and they perished. Lucas was the first to speak, his astonishment transforming into worry and fear as he spoke of the sky current. A miraculous natural phenomenon in the waters surrounding Gaia Island. It was said to be caused by a massive hole in the seabed, where seawater floods in, heated by geothermal energy, creating immense steam. As more steam builds up, the pressure increases until it explodes, resulting in the sky current, which can last for a full minute and reach heights exceeding 7,000 meters. My lord, Lucas is correct. I have had the fortune of witnessing that sky current, and it truly is a force beyond human reach. Hilboat's eyes, hidden behind his golden glasses, reflected a changing expression as he recalled that moment, until a flicker of fear crossed his features. Who? Mu Xiao. Although I have never personally witnessed the sky current, I have heard tales of it circulating in the Grand Line. The land of gold, overflowing with gold, may indeed just be a myth from 400 years ago. Skik exhaled a plume of smoke, leaning back in his chair as he spoke, his disbelief in the existence of Sky Island evident. Ha ha ha. How can one claim Sky Island doesn't exist without exploring it? You must understand, everything in this wondrous sea exists for a reason. You don't believe in the existence of Sky Island. What if I said that the great treasure spoken of by Pirate King Roger also doesn't exist? How would you feel? Mu Chong's words were undoubtedly a bombshell, especially the last statement, which posed a colossal challenge to Hilboat and Lucas. who had set sail in pursuit of the great treasure. Until now, they had never questioned the authenticity of that treasure. This. Lucas stared wide-eyed at Chong, desperately wishing for him to clarify that his previous words were mere jest. Who, my lord? Your statement makes it quite difficult for me to decide. Hilbot adjusted his golden glasses, his expression considerably calmer, though his rapid breathing betrayed him. Ha ha ha. Xiao, if those pirates were to hear this, it would be hard to imagine the consequences, as a former member of the Navy. Skik was not as infatuated with the great treasure as the other two, yet he clearly understood the weight it bore on the seas. Regardless of the circumstances, this arrow was undoubtedly initiated by the words of that man. Friends, let's not delve into whether the words of Pirate King Roger are true, but doesn't that so-called great treasure bear a striking resemblance to the land of gold from 400 years ago? Nowadays, countless pirates are clamoring to reach the New World, fervently believing in the existence of the great treasure. So why can't I believe in the existence of Sky Island? Is it merely because too much time has passed? Chong's voice resonated like a tolling bell, leaving the cabin in a state of bewilderment. As the three stared at him, their eyes wide with astonishment. This reasoning so difficult to comprehend. So hard to conceive. No, it is quite understandable, and easy to consider. Perhaps someone has already thought of it. Yet, to this day, no one has dared to articulate it so directly. Who? Xiao this, but my lord, why must the land of gold necessarily be in Sky Island? Why could it not be at the bottom of the sea? At that moment, Lucas stammered, his questions revealing a subconscious belief that had placed Sky Island in the heavens. Lucas, if we follow the thoughts of my lord, I am even more inclined to believe that the land of gold resides in Sky Island rather than beneath the sea. This moment. Hilbot, who had been deep in thought, took over Lucas's words, murmuring softly, "Go. What is it that you, Hilbot, have to say?" Quite an interesting fellow. Do continue. Hilbot displayed no reaction to the words of the other two individuals. However, upon hearing Chong's remarks, he adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and proceeded to say, "Lucas, you ought to be aware that at the opposite end of Gaia Island resides a rather extraordinary individual. The chestnut-haired Mont Blanc Kalikai. This man has tirelessly infiltrated the waters surrounding Gaia Island for decades, in search of the fabled land of gold. Yet, despite the passage of years, he remains empty-handed. After all, the land of gold, even if submerged beneath the waves, is as vast as half a small town." A glimmer of wisdom shone in Hilbot's eyes as he lifted his gaze towards the ceiling of the lounge and continued. "If the Sky Island truly exists, I am inclined to believe that the land of gold has been swept into the heavens by the colossal surges of the skyward currents. How could this be?" As soon as Hilbot finished his statement, Lucas immediately interjected, but his words faltered midway, swallowed back down, his face turning a deep shade of that moment. He found himself unable to counter the other's assertions, plunging the entire cabin lounge into a profound silence, with everyone deep in thought. Only one person gazed at Hilbot with curiosity, Chong, observing the handsome man clad in gray-white attire with golden-rimmed spectacles, desperately trying to recall the myriad images from the original work. Yet, no matter how hard he strained his memory, he could not find this character's silhouette. This treasure had fallen into his hands. Rather than laboriously contemplating here, why not join me and ascend along the skyward currents to see for ourselves? So, my friends, who dares to take this risk? Feeling the oppressive atmosphere in the cabin lounge, Chong deemed it time to act. Thus, he issued an unexpected invitation to ascend to the heavens. What? Ascend along the skyward currents? Are we really starting such an audacious journey right from the get-go? How exhilarating. Xiao, you're truly testing this old body of mine. Chong observed the reactions of the three with a slight smile and reiterated, though his words elicited no laughter. What do you say, everyone? Shall we witness history together? If the Sky Island exists, then the legends of the past 4 centuries will come to fruition, and we shall have borne witness to history. If it does not, we shall face destruction at sea. As the captain of the Freedom, I do not compel anyone to act against their will, so the choice is yours, my friends. Who would have thought that in my old age I would have the fortune to partake in such a grand endeavor? As the shipwright and helmsman of the Freedom, I shall not hesitate to join." Skik rekindled a cigarette, and his aged frame radiated an unexpected vigor. To witness history? That sounds intriguing. Never before have I embarked on such a thrilling voyage. This opportunity is rare indeed, so, esteemed hero, allow me to offer my humble assistance. Hilbot, without a moment's hesitation, adjusted his spectacles as he articulated his thoughts. For him, ascending to the heavens was secondary. Following the footsteps of the heroic Mu Chong was of utmost importance. Who? Taking 3 deep breaths, Lucas slowly raised the long knife in his hands, holding it horizontally across his chest, and solemnly declared, "A blade can only be truly sharp if it moves forward without hesitation. As a wielder of the blade, I must be prepared to face life and death. What difficulty lies in ascending to the heavens? Please take me with you, esteemed hero." Lucas sat upright, placing the swift blade before his forehead, responding as if in oath. "Ha! Excellent, excellent." Mu Chong listened intently to the attitudes of the 3, his heart brimming with joy. Not only had he welcomed this old man as a temporary crew member, but the other 2 had also climbed aboard under his own invitation. Regardless of their temperaments or loyalty, they had to be tested. Now, faced with the elusive Sky Island and the perilous Skyward currents, how could he refuse those willing to risk their lives to accompany him? The Freedom is a vessel that sails forth unrestrained. And I warmly welcome your addition. Mu Chong extended his hand in invitation towards Hilbot and Lucas, his face aglow with happiness. Hilbot and Lucas exchanged smiles, then firmly grasped Mu Chong's hand. From this moment forth, the chief strategist and the world's greatest swordsman of the Freedom are officially appointed. The devil fruit is indeed a wondrous existence in this world. Anyone who consumes it is bestowed with unique abilities. After expressing his admiration, Mu Chong immersed himself in the development of his devil fruit powers. Earlier that day, during the battle with Bellamy, who wielded the spring fruit, the effects of the latter's powers had provided him with clear insights into the development of his own devil fruit. Elasticity embodies a manifestation of force, generated through the rebound effect of compressed objects, thereby propelling target objects into motion. Wow, this sounds incredibly complex. Mu Chong rubbed his brow, recalling the painful times of studying physics in his previous life. His expression thickening with helplessness. What have I done to deserve this? To reach the Sky Island, one must harness the power of the skyward currents, and then utilize buoyancy to ascend further into the sky to ensure safety. Thus, I shall first explore the effects of gravity and buoyancy. Mu Chong gazed at the twinkling stars in the sky, his lips moving as he muttered to himself. Subsequently, he closed his eyes once more, activating the power of his superhuman-type devil fruit, the force fruit, as circles of pale purple energy swirled around him, appearing and disappearing from above. Suddenly, all the light rings abruptly converged towards Mu Chong's body, vanishing within him. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. Mu Chong's previously seated form began to levitate. Indeed, he floated entirely without any external support. He, whether altering his own gravity or augmenting his body's upward buoyancy, he could now possess the ability to fly. Thus, it becomes evident that the float fruit is far from desirable. With this thought, Mu Chong erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing into the stillness of the night. As dawn's first rays filtered through the clouds, illuminating the port of Magic Valley town, the crew of the Freedom stirred from slumber at the dining table in the cabin lounge, notably after a night of rest. Baku's injuries had nearly healed, and he now sat on a stool enjoying his meal, while Slade still bore some bandages, appearing somewhat downcast. "What troubles you, Slade?" Noticing Slade's mood, Mu Chong took a sip of juice and inquired. "Captain, you cannot leave me behind on the Sky Island. My injuries are of no concern. Look, I have fully recovered, completely fine." After speaking, Slade pounded his chest twice with his fist as proof. Who said I wouldn't take you along?" Mu Chong chuckled at Slade's antics, amused by the handsome lad's playful demeanor. Didn't the captain say so? Grandfather, you deceived me." Realizing the truth, Slade turned to Skid, his expression becoming one of utter discontent, as it dawned on him that this old man had tricked him. The others burst into laughter, and amidst the jovial atmosphere, breakfast came to an end. Skid, Lucas, and Baku, you 3 remain on the Freedom. Hilbot and Slade, come with me to seek out Mont Blanc Kalikai. Meow. Mu Chong wiped his mouth and organized the day's plans, while the nearby Mumu, having not heard her name, quickly called out, "Hee. Silly, of course, you were coming with me." Mu Chong patted her head and stepped out of the cabin lounge, with Slade and Hilbot following closely behind. The port where the Freedom was docked was located on the eastern side of Gaia Island, adjacent to Magic Valley Town. According to Hillbot's description, Mont Blanc Kalikai resided on the western side of Gaia Island. Thus, they needed to traverse through Magic Valley Town, even crossing the entirety of Gaia Island. Therefore, the group set off early. However, just as Mu Chong and his companions disembarked from the Freedom, they were intercepted by several pirates brandishing newspapers. "Good sirs, what is your intention?" Hillbot adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, stepping forward to block their path as he inquired in a low voice. "Esteemed hero, we mean no harm. We have merely come to deliver today's newspapers, which contain news about you," the lead pirate said while handing the newspaper to Hillbot, his expression radiating sheer delight, as if he were performing a monumental task. "So swiftly have I reported this? Thank you all." Upon hearing this, Mu Chong was momentarily taken aback, then expressed his gratitude to the few individuals delivering the newspapers. "The illustrious hero has thanked me," he exclaimed. "The illustrious hero has also expressed gratitude towards me." Ha ha! The group jovially jostled one another as they departed the port, evidently anticipating yet another day brimming with tales to share over drinks. "Captain, the newspaper." Hillbot handed the paper to Mu Chong. Notably, since Mu Chong officially accepted the three of them yesterday, they acknowledged each other as crew members of the free ship. Thus their address for Mu Chong shifted to Captain. "Let us go. And read as we walk," Mu Chong remarked upon receiving the newspaper. His curiosity piqued as he perused the events that had transpired just the day before. It was remarkable how swiftly news could spread. Mere hours after the occurrence, it had already made its way to print. The one who obtained this morning's paper was not solely Mu Chong and his companions, but also Morgans, one of the kings of the underworld, whose ability to control the news of this world was indeed formidable. He had organized the news overnight and dispatched it across the globe by dawn. Bang! How infuriating. Is the hero declaring war against our Don Quixote family? After vanishing for over half a year, his return has already resulted in injuries to two of our own. Such is unforgivable. Within a lavish palace, several tall men in distinctive attire sat, all wearing grim expressions as they scrutinized the newspaper in their hands. Jorah has actually been defeated? This hero is indeed no ordinary foe, capable of countering the powers of the art fruit, remarked a man clad in a garment that seemed to drip with slime, a long stream of mucus trailing from his nose as he leaned on a cane. "Doflamingo, leave this to me. Allow me to confront this so-called hero." At that moment, a man adorned in a fringed hat, with two lines etched upon his face and draped in a red cloak reminiscent of an indigenous tribe, abruptly stood up and addressed the man seated at the head of the table. "A hero, merely a foul little brat. Go and warn him." With the conclusion of this man's statement, the opulent palace fell into silence once more. This seemed to be a trivial matter. However, the hero's reappearance had drawn the attention of another faction. Perhaps out of necessity, the previously tranquil conference room suddenly filled with peculiar sounds, all eyes turning to the source, yet quickly diverted as everyone suppressed their laughter. Bang! Quiet down. Carp, Sengoku, seated at the head, glared at Carp, who was heedlessly munching on potato chips, his frustration boiling over as he slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Ha! Sengoku, you lost to me while eating chips yesterday. Are you unwilling to accept it? I could grant you another chance." Carp paid no mind to Sengoku sire, continuing to snack lazily as he replied, "Shut up, Carp. Ha! Calm down, calm down." Noticing Sengoku was on the brink of losing his temper, Carp hastily stashed away his chips, though his posture remained far from formal. The others in the room pretended to ignore their banter until Carp finally settled down, allowing their focus to shift back to Sengoku. First matter, Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, has appeared in the first half of the Grand Line. According to reports, former Whitebeard Pirate 2nd Division member Marshal D. Teach is still on the run. A clash between the two is inevitable. The intelligence department must closely monitor and secure first-hand information. Sengoku's expression was grave, his voice deep and commanding as he spoke succinctly. Regardless of their motives, there is no need to spare their lives. Now that we know their locations, it is best to dispatch forces to capture them. Should they resist, eliminate them on the spot." From within the meeting room, a man wearing sunglasses and smoking a cigar coldly remarked, "Ha! No need to be so aggressive, Akainu. Your temper is as fiery as ever. The young are prone to impatience." Beside him, Carp, picking his nose, languidly responded, "Humph, Carp, are you worried your grandson might end up in Impel Down?" The grandson of the illustrious Navy hero has turned pirate. Akainu did not yield to Carp's status. Directly addressing the core of the issue with bluntness. Bang! Enough! We will conclude this matter here. The intelligence department will keep a close watch on the two of them. Now, let us proceed to the next agenda item. Sengoku rubbed his forehead, interrupting the exchange between the two, and continued, based on intelligence reports, the hero, who has been absent for 6 months, has resurfaced in the town of Magic Valley on Gaia Island. Whoa, Commander Sengoku, surely this trivial matter does not warrant such a serious meeting. As Sengoku's voice faded, a man clad in yellow and white striped suit and sunglasses displayed an impatient expression. Kizaru, mind your attitude. Sengoku shot a stern glance at the indifferent Kizaru, then added, previously, the hero did not merit such attention. However, according to reports, on the very day the hero appeared in Magic Valley, he defeated Bellamy the hyena, who had a bounty of 55 million berries, and Jorah, a killer affiliated with Doflamingo's Torpal army. Both are users of devil fruit powers, and witnesses have suggested that the hero is also likely a devil fruit user. Sengoku did not afford anyone the chance to interject, fully articulating the details at hand before placing the documents on the table, awaiting responses from the others. Oh dear, how frightening. After half a year, he has become a devil fruit user. Are the seas now teeming with devil fruits? Kizaru's face briefly displayed astonishment before returning to his typical nonchalance. Humph. What hero? Merely a band of notorious pirates seeking to disrupt the peace. There is no need for lengthy discussions. Simply issue a bounty. Now that they have set sail, their fates are sealed. The impetuous Akainu crossed his arms, his face suffused with murderous intent. Oh dear, how rash. Akainu, based on the hero's previous conduct, there is a distinction between him and other pirates. I suggest we remain observant instead. Kizaru adjusted himself comfortably, casting a sidelong glance at Akainu as he spoke leisurely. Humph, it is precisely because of you lethargic individuals that pirates have become so brazen. Commander Sengoku, is there anything else? Such meetings only serve to delay our efforts in eradicating pirates. Akainu shot a glare at the man who had just spoken, then turned to Sengoku and stated decisively, do not rush, Akainu. Sengoku waved his hand, signaling Akainu to settle down, then began, regarding the hero, the world government has requested the Navy to send personnel to negotiate and ascertain their intentions. Regardless, the hero's influence is undeniable, and the world government wishes to avoid a repeat of the incident with the pirate Jinbei. Sengoku's expression remained solemn as he surveyed all the naval officers present, slowly articulating his next words. Upon finishing, the meeting room fell silent. Clearly no one was eager to undertake the task of approaching the hero. Sengoku, I can go and meet this intriguing little fellow. Just as silence enveloped the room, Carp's voice chimed in, his face alight with a smile. You cannot go, Carp. You must remain at headquarters. Furthermore, regarding your other grandson, I have yet to address that with you. Stay put. In response to Carp's eager offer, Sengoku spoke through gritted teeth, clearly exasperated by the old man's antics. Ha ha ha. As Luffy already set sail, Carp laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by the notion of his grandson becoming a pirate. Humph. An entire family of scoundrels. Bang. Akainu, do you wish to test the strength of my iron fist? You are growing old, Navy hero Carp. Enough. Silence. Akainu's words ignited Carp's temper, leading him to pound the table in anger. But Sengoku intervened. Where is Akiji currently? After chastising the two, Sengoku turned to a nearby rear admiral and inquired, Report, Commander Sengoku. According to the last update from Admiral Akiji, he is currently in the first half of the Grand Line, but still quite far from Magic Valley. The Vice Admiral promptly rose and respectfully declared, inform Akiji to divert towards the Demon Valley town of Gaia Island. Have him make contact with the heroic knight to ascertain the intentions of the other party. If any anomalies arise, he is authorized to eliminate them on the spot. Sengoku's expression remained unchanged, yet his tone was laced with a palpable aura of menace as he issued the lethal command. Understood, Commander Sengoku. The Vice Admiral responded to the order and immediately exited the conference room. Very well, we shall conclude matters concerning the heroic knight here. Let us proceed to the next agenda. The meeting at the naval headquarters continued. While in Demon Valley Town, Muko remained oblivious to the formidable admiral he was about to confront. At that moment, he was seated on the grass, engaged in conversation with a burly man sporting a tuft of chestnut hair. While nearby, Hilbot and Slade displayed a spectrum of expressions as if they were privy to some incredible revelation. Only by Mumu lay quietly on the grass, dozing peacefully. Ha ha ha. So, old chap, It's settled then. Tomorrow, we shall set sail ahead of schedule, and I would appreciate your guidance to lead us to the sky current. Muko suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh, while the others looked on helplessly at this audacious man. The audacity of the heroic knight truly astonished me, yet I must inquire once more. Are you indeed resolute in seeking the sky current to find the sky island? That is, seated opposite Muko was the burly man. Clad only in trousers and bare-chested, his diamond-shaped face adorned with tattoos on his left arm, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Ha ha ha. Mont-Blanc Coulicate. Are you not the man who wagered his life against fate to validate the existence of the Golden Country and break the curse of the Mont-Blanc family? Why, now that I offer to help you uncover the truth, do you falter? Muko gradually lowered his body, his smile fading as he earnestly fixed his gaze upon the man before him. It is impossible for me to retreat. I firmly believe in the words of my ancestors. I believe in the existence of the Golden Country. Upon hearing Muko's declaration, Mont-Blanc Coulicate became animated, vehemently countering. Huh? Then what are you hesitating for? You need only help me pinpoint the location of the sky current and inform me of its eruption time. Trust me, I shall ensure you hear the sound of the golden bell. Muko's exuberant voice finally pierced through the hesitance of Mont-Blanc Coulicate, this man who had long wavered now showing signs of acquiescence. Moreover, I will gather all the people of Gaia Island to witness that moment, to reveal to the world with irrefutable truth that Mont-Blanc Norland did not lie. So, assist me, Mont-Blanc Coulicate. Let us together add a splash of color to this world. As Muko spoke with increasing fervor, he inadvertently rose to his feet, arms outstretched, gazing earnestly at the man seated on the ground, whose eyes were already glistening with unshed tears. Ha! 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 Mont-Blanc Coulicate laughed heartily, sitting on the ground with hands pressed against his eyes, though the tears escaping through his fingers betrayed him. Heroic knight, thank you. Mont-Blanc Coulicate slowly stood, his gaze serious as he regarded the significantly shorter Muko, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Leave it to me. Heroic knight, I shall ensure your ship reaches the location of the sky current without fail. Excellent, clap, ha ha ha. With Muko's decisive response, the two exchanged knowing smiles, their hands clasping firmly together. In that moment, dreams and reality intertwined. Two fervent hearts entrusting each other with the pursuit of a historical truth spanning 4 centuries. However, seeking the truth indeed required a gamble with one's life. Captain, that is the sky current we are discussing. On the way back to the free, Hilbot could not resist confirming with Muko once more. Are you truly considering navigating the free directly above the sky current? That seems perilously reckless. Ha ha. Hilbot, are you afraid? With that, Muko slapped the man on the shoulder and proceeded forward without awaiting a response. Hey, Slade, aren't you going to dissuade the captain? Hilbot called out to catch up with Slade, his tone tinged with urgency. Dissuade the captain? Dissuade him from what? Slade ambled along, hands clasped behind his head, taking leisurely steps. He dared not quicken his pace, for the tug at his wounds would bring him pain. Hey, Slade, did you not hear? The captain intends to position himself at the center of the sky current. How is that even remotely feasible? Smack. Just as Hilbot's voice grew louder, Slade's right hand delivered a swift smack to the back of his head, sending him staggering. What nonsense are you spouting, Hilbot? That is the captain we are speaking of. What reason could there possibly be to doubt his words? It is merely the sky current. I trust him because he is the captain. Upon uttering those words, Slade bestowed upon Hilbot a knowing smile before turning to continue towards the free. Meanwhile, Hilbot stood rooted in place, lost in thought as Slade's words echoed in his mind. Even as the latter disappeared from view, Captain, he is indeed the captain. What reason could there be to doubt him? I believe in him, simply because he is the captain. Slade's words reverberated in Hilbot's ears, and he gradually lowered his head, his body beginning to tremble. Yes, he is the captain. How could I not trust my own captain? What right do I have to remain aboard? I was wrong. As his words fell, Hilbot slowly lifted his head, gazing in the direction where Muko had vanished, and then swiftly ran towards him, calling out to Lucas, who was practicing swordplay on the deck. Hey, Lucas, go inform Skid and the others that regardless of what transpires, they are to remain calm and stay put. Though Lucas did not fully grasp Muko's intentions, he nodded and quickly made his way into the cabin, while Muko paused at the bow of the ship, raising a hand to caress the railing of the free, murmuring softly, Are you ready, free? Are you prepared to move with me? Fear not, I will protect you. As Muko's words faded, a series of white ripples emanated from his palm, cascading over the free. That should do it. Ha! Now, rise, free. With Muko's laughter, the previously stable free began to ascend at a visible pace, gradually lifting from the ocean's surface. The vessel's tremors drew the attention of everyone aboard, who rushed to the deck, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the levitating free, ITS flying. It's actually flying. The captain possesses incredible abilities. Little brother Muko never fails to surprise us. Not only were the few aboard astonished, but anyone busy at the port at that moment witnessed the spectacle, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Mouse agaped, is this the power of the captain? Hilbot, who had hurried back, caught sight of the free now soaring above the sea, and a wave of guilt washed over him for his earlier doubts. Smack. Trust him, Hilbot. There is nothing our captain cannot achieve. Slade's hand landed on Hilbot's shoulder, his tone earnest. At that moment, Muko on the deck felt the free being tugged by a thick rope, his expression momentarily perplexed. However, he quickly comprehended as the fruit's power began to wane. The vessel gradually descended. Bang! The ship once again splashed into the ocean, forcing water to surge towards the shore. Captain, I was wrong. Captain! Upon witnessing the free stabilize once more, Hilbot shouted as he rushed towards the ship. Slade, why are your hands trembling? At that moment, Lucas, having swallowed a mouthful of meat, noticed Slade gripping his cup with trembling hands and remarked derisively, Shut it, Lucas. Whether it's my hand or yours, look at how you're shaking all over. You're truly pathetic, Lucas. Upon hearing Lucas's words, Slade retorted without hesitation, his face adorned with disdain. Humph, how could that be? I'm merely excited. Lucas twisted his neck, striving to control his trembling body, and stubbornly declared, Ha ha ha. Pfft, ha ha. Don't laugh. Hilbot, you're not faring any better. Slade tore off a piece of meat and cast a sidelong glance at Hilbot, who was desperately suppressing his amusement. Slade, is this how you've always been tormented by the captain? Hilbot glanced at Chong, who was conversing with Montblanc-Culiquet, and slowly posed the question at hand. It's a long story. Slade tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, an expression of melancholy crossing his face. Though alas, tears were absent. Indeed, the captain's training methods are quite unique. Even now, I have yet to acclimate to this newfound gravity. Hilbot raised his right arm, its weight oscillating up and down, feeling the oppressive force upon it, further deepening his respect for Chong's abilities. Is that so? I don't feel anything of the sort. At that moment, Baku, standing nearby, muttered something, only to be met with a barrage of ridicule. Pervert. Devil. Ugh, muscle-bound freak. To discuss this matter, we must begin with the training session from noon. After lunch, Chong mysteriously gathered everyone on the deck of the Liberty, claiming he would train together with them for their collective advancement in facing future adversaries. All but Slade and Skiddick bore expressions of anticipation. The prospect of training alongside the heroic figure was indeed thrilling. However, when Chong raised his right hand and that heavy gravity enveloped each person, the previously eager sentiments plummeted, instantly morphing into grimaces of agony. Even more outrageous was Chong's assertion that to ensure everyone never forgets their training and continues to progress, this gravity would persist aboard the Liberty. Increasing incrementally as everyone groaned in despair. A single phrase from Chong silenced them all, leading to reluctant acceptance. From this day forth, unless absolutely necessary, this gravity will remain aboard the Liberty and will continually intensify. Each of you must adapt to this force. When you find yourselves overwhelmed by it, that will be the moment you disembark. Upon hearing this, astonishment painted every face, and unease began to stir within their hearts. Perhaps it was Chong's encouraging words echoing in their ears that calmed their restless spirits. Everyone, this vast ocean is not merely a place for scenic enjoyment. I trust each of you has faced various dangers, to some extent, but I can assure you, the challenges the Liberty will encounter in the future will surpass any peril you have previously encountered by a significant margin. This is the first half of the Grand Line. Why is it referred to as the Pirate's Paradise? Because the strength here is feeble, and the Liberty shall confront the monstrous beings of the New World, perhaps even the entire world itself if you lack this awareness. This courage, then this ship is not suited for you. So, let us train hard, everyone. Those stronger than you are still striving. What right do you have to complain of fatigue, under Chong's relentless motivational influence? The current scene of mutual banter among the group came to be. Pfft, a bunch of spoiled brats, none of you understand the value of such a training environment. It's not something one can simply wish for. Living under this pressure daily will greatly enhance your physique and is all for your benefit. Yet here you are, complaining. Skiddick smacked Slade on the head, his expression serious as he sharply criticized each of them. Grandpa, they said, why don't you hit them back? Slade covered his head, looking utterly aggrieved. Thought it's too far. The old man can't reach me, can he? Pfft. Ha ha. My apologies, ha 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 ha. Just as Skiddick's words fell, the two nearby couldn't contain their laughter. Deepening Slade's scowl. Hillboat, Lucas, tomorrow morning, you two will venture into Magic Valley Town and spread the news about the Liberty soaring through the sky during the midday tide.as for how you spread it. That's up to you. By noon, I want everyone on Gaia Island to know. Understood? Just as Slade was being laughed at, Chong suddenly spoke up, interrupting the ongoing banter, and directly issued his command. Yes, Captain. Rest assured. Captain, Hillboat, and Lucas immediately stowed their smiles, responding with utmost seriousness. Slade and Baku, you two will follow Skiddick to inspect the Liberty and reinforce it, ensuring the ship's safety. Chong then turned to the other three and continued. All right, Captain. Yes, Captain. Don't worry, Chong, I will meticulously inspect the Liberty. Slade and the others likewise responded earnestly, for this concern directly pertained to the ship's safety. Pfft. Ha ha ha. No need to be so serious. Just focus on your assigned tasks. Chong observed the somber expressions plastered across everyone's faces and shook his head. All right. Once you've finished eating, go about your business. Seeing no response from the crowd, Chong helplessly waved his hand and then rose to head towards the deck. The sky was now studded with stars, and the gentle sea breeze caressed the tranquil surroundings. Chong settled into a position at the bow of the ship, relishing the solitude, as the peaceful environment allowed him to concentrate on developing his devil fruit abilities. With the aid of a smile, Chong could effortlessly manipulate gravity. Moreover, through the course of their voyage over the past several days, he successfully grasped concepts of attraction and repulsion that in his battle with Bellamy. Chong had encountered elasticity, and he had been pondering its manifestations over the past 2 days. Currently, he was preliminarily able to utilize the superhuman fruit of strength, a devil fruit with immense developmental potential. However, to fully awaken its capabilities, substantial physical strength was essential. Thus, the endeavor of physical training must not cease. Hey. Have you heard? The heroic captain's ship can fly. You must be drunk. How can a ship fly? Perhaps it's you who is soaring. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Did you start dreaming just because night has fallen? What's the rush? Let's drink. At a round dining table sat 3 men clad in black trench coats, their laughter erupting from one man's remark, igniting a frenzy of mockery among the surrounding pirates, the alcohol amplifying their raucous laughter. Hey, Hick, you ignorant fool over there. Don't mock others without witnessing it firsthand. I saw with my own eyes that the heroic captain's ship took to the skies. Hick, a disheveled drunkard, having just swallowed a hearty gulp, slammed a half-empty bottle of whiskey onto the table, bellowing loudly. The previously jovial pirates, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, pounding their fists on the table and rising to confront the inebriated man. Get lost. Who are you talking about? Are you tired of living, daring to provoke us, the Siberian pirates? Oh my, what a grand name. The Siberian pirates. Hick, never heard of it. Ha! What nonsense are you spouting, brother? You've never heard of the Siberian pirates. Hick, what if I haven't heard of it? Pfft, ha ha ha. The dimly lit tavern resonated with laughter, whether at the man's words or the Siberian pirates. The mirth persisted for quite some time. Damn it, a bunch of fools. You wretched pirates. The man who had stood up, pounding the table, was clearly flustered, unaware of the absurdity of his own statements. Ah. Pirates, wretched pirates, aren't you one yourself? Or do you mean to say the Siberian pirates are fictitious? Or perhaps a navy undercover? Suddenly, the once boisterous tavern fell into a profound silence, all eyes converging on the standing pirate, the immense pressure causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Hemph, we are leaving. At that moment, a burly man at the round table snorted coldly and turned to exit the tavern, followed by the others, including the trembling man, each with faces as cold as frost as they departed the establishment. Hick, but ha! In the next moment, the tavern erupted once more with raucous laughter, as if an extraordinary revelation had been made, or perhaps it was merely a trivial interlude, for everyone seemed utterly accustomed to such occurrences. Indifferent in the dim light, no one paid heed, least of all the 3 men clad in black at the round table, who silently exited the tavern. Hey! I saw Xiao seeking out that chestnut head during the day. Do you think he is intent on finding the Golden Land? Just as the laughter began to fade and the tavern returned to its normalcy, another voice pierced through, capturing everyone's attention, as if the topic of Xiao was of utmost concern to all. That chestnut head who tirelessly dives into the sea to salvage. Does Xiao truly believe in the existence of the Golden Land? What about the Sky Island? Hiss. Could it be that the long-absent Xiao reemerges for the Sky Island? TSK, what nonsense. Sky Island. What could possibly exist there? I firmly believe Xiao is in pursuit of the Golden Land. Isn't the Golden Land located on the Sky Island? Silence fell once again, the tavern enveloped in a stillness so profound that one could hear a pin drop. With the remaining breaths growing heavier. Pfft, you actually believe that legend that lies spun for 4 centuries? Burp, but he is Xiao. Bang, crash. The moment that sentence concluded, a loud crash erupted from the counter, followed by the sound of shattering glass bottles. And then a figure, head bowed, exited the tavern. That seemed to be the hyena Bellamy. Xiao's defeated foe, hyena Bellamy? Ahaha. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I just couldn't help it. Ha. A rowdy bunch of carefree pirates filled the dimly lit tavern, creating a lively atmosphere in the rather modest Magic Valley town. It was as though a storyteller had wandered into the realm of brothels, who would heed your nonsensical tales, despite the late hour. Yet, under the moonlight, silhouettes continued to flit through the streets of Magic Valley town. Damn it, Xiao. Draped in a coat, Bellamy strode alone down the street, still bandaged from his earlier injuries, his face contorted in anger. Defeated, he had hoped to enjoy a drink at the tavern and hear some amusing tales, only to find the entire place abuzz with discussions about Xiao, which left him utterly disheartened. Infuriated, he had stormed out. Walking alone under the moonlight. Humph, Sky Island. Golden Land. Xiao. Ha ha ha. What a laughable dream, to naively believe in such things, and to speak of Xiao. Do you think you're worthy? Cursing under his breath, Bellamy ambled down the street, unknowingly approaching the port at the end of the road. Hyena Bellamy? Who? At that moment, a voice emerged from the darkness on the left side of the street, startling Bellamy, who immediately became alert. The bounty of 55 million on Bellamy. And he lost to a mere brat. How pitiful. As the voice echoed again, 3 figures gradually emerged from the shadows, their faces obscured by darkness as they stood with their backs to the moonlight. They halted 5 meters in front of Bellamy, gazing at him with mocking expressions. You bastards. Who are you? Don't block my way. Infuriated by the appearance of these 3 individuals, Bellamy shouted vehemently. Want revenge? Bellamy, we can assist you. The man at the forefront raised a hand to adjust his wide-brimmed hat, his alluring voice striking at Bellamy's core. Oh, revenge? Who are you? Do you have a grudge against Xiao? Upon hearing the word revenge, Bellamy paused, indeed wishing to pummel Xiao. It seemed fate had delivered an opportunity. Bellamy, you need not concern yourself with our identities. Simply follow our orders, and I promise to deliver Xiao to you without fail. Sensing Bellamy's shift in mood, the leading man softened his tone. Another fool thinking he can command me. Bellamy, dream on. Get lost, or I'll take you down too. The once amicable atmosphere darkened immediately following Bellamy's words. Truly an ungrateful pirate. You refuse to accept the gifts offered, then you shall no longer be needed. With that, the leading man stepped back, allowing the other 2 to advance. Oh, a fight. Ha ha ha. I fear no one. Come on, let me show you the might of my spring legs. Seeing the impending confrontation, Bellamy growled fiercely. Despite his firm words, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Hyena Bellamy, I give you one last chance. Obey our commands, or face death. The man in the wide-brimmed hat, now positioned behind the 2 dark-clad individuals, spoke again, his tone dripping with menace. I, Bellamy, was not raised to be intimidated if you think I'll follow your orders. Think again. Bellamy's expression darkened. Though his injuries had not fully healed, he stood resolute against the threats of the cloaked figures. Very well. The ignorant pirate shall meet his demise. Kill him, and make it swift. The dark-clad man pressed down on his hat, a cold voice emanating from the shadows. Bang! The moment his words fell, the 2 men in front surged forward, their feet clashing against the cobblestones, racing towards Bellamy with incredible speed. One to the left and one to the right. Humph, do you think I, Bellamy, am easy prey? A glimmer of determination ignited in Bellamy's eyes as his devil fruit ability activated, his legs instantly transforming into spring legs. As the 2 dark figures charged toward him, Bellamy shouted, leveraging the spring's force, launching himself toward the left wall. The two assailants missed their mark and quickly turned to re-engage Bellamy, yet suspended in midair. Bellamy did not evade their attack. He propelled himself off the wall, gaining extraordinary speed from his spring powers. With a resounding crash, he barreled toward one of the dark figures, his fist slicing through the air. Die, you bastards! Facing Bellamy's onslaught, the dark figures showed no sign of slowing or evading, maintaining their forward momentum. One massive fist met Bellamy's head-on. Bang! Their fists collided, the resulting shockwave sending gusts of wind swirling around them. With both forces equally matched, in that tense moment of stalemate, another dark figure's fist emerged from Bellamy's periphery. Damn it! Bellamy cursed under his breath, exerting his strength once more, using the rebound from the collision to twist his body just enough to narrowly evade the attack from the side. Yet, as soon as his feet touched the ground, a sweeping kick came barreling towards him. Bang! Hiss! A dull thud echoed as the kick landed squarely on the arms Bellamy had raised in desperation. The pain forced a sharp intake of breath, causing him to stagger backward, the sea breeze sweeping through as the first round of combat concluded, with Bellamy momentarily at a disadvantage, facing two foes. You bastards, come on, let's fight again. As Bellamy halted, preparing to regain his composure, he saw the two dark figures charging at him once more, clearly intent on denying him a moment's respite. In that instant, a surge of frustration welled up within him. Without a hint of hesitation, he activated his devil fruit again, compressing his spring legs to unleash a tremendous burst of energy, just as the two dark figures neared. Bang! The sound of his spring legs echoed, and Bellamy shot toward one of the assailants at an almost imperceptible speed. Just when he believed he would land a devastating blow, the dark figure in front of him suddenly halted and vanished from his sight. What? Bellamy gasped, a cold sweat breaking out. Oh, die. Bang! Ugh! An excruciatingly unpleasant sound rang in Bellamy's ears, followed by an overwhelming pain in his abdomen. He was sent flying, uncontrollably crashing into a building with a massive thud. The resounding crash and the sound of collapsing structures echoed far through the quiet streets of Magic Valley Town. In the next moment, countless lights flickered to life from the buildings lining the street. What just happened? Where did that explosion come from? Is there a battle occurring? Curious onlookers continuously emerged on the once desolate street, transforming it into a lively scene. For pirates, the thrill of battle was too enticing to ignore. And two attackers clad in black were evidently unprepared for the overwhelming curiosity of the crowd, turning to glance at the man wearing a wide-brimmed hat behind them. Retreat, without a moment's hesitation. The man in the hat issued the command to withdraw, clearly indicating that their identities must remain shrouded in darkness, unseen by the light. Bang! Crash! Ha ha ha. Hey, the fight isn't over yet. I've only just begun to warm up. Just as the three men in black attempted to turn away, a voice filled with rage and derision echoed from the ruins of a collapsed building, and Bellamy emerged slowly, his gaze fixed intently on the trio. Ha! You think you can just beat me and leave? Who do you think I am? I am Bellamy the hyena. Buzz! Creak! As Bellamy shouted, the powers of the spring devil fruit manifested in his legs with terrifying compression. It was Bellamy the hyena. Who was he fighting? Who were those three men in black? Under the pale moonlight, the onlookers caught a glimpse of Bellamy, their expressions turning to shock. What a bunch of fools. You two, finish him off quickly. We cannot reveal our identities yet. The leader of the black-clad men, observing Bellamy poised for attack, darkly commanded. Bang! Upon hearing the order, the other two men wasted no time, shattering the cobblestones beneath their feet and launching themselves toward Bellamy like arrows released from a bow. Ha ha ha. Allow me to show you the true power of the spring. Spring pistol. Bang! With a mighty shout, Bellamy sprang into the air, soaring toward a nearby building, and in the next instant, he rebounded off another structure, his body ricocheting back and forth through the street with increasing speed. The two men in black looked up at Bellamy's movements, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Fools, stop him. At that moment, the man in the wide-brimmed hat spoke from the shadows once more. Sorrow, one of the black-clad men murmured, his body vanishing in an instant, only to reappear directly in Bellamy's path. Huh. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted from above. Prompting everyone to look up, the two figures collided midair, and before any gasps could escape the crowd, the black-clad man was slammed into the ground. Bang! The cobblestones shattered as the impact created a deep crater. And while Bellamy triumphed in this clash, the black-clad man's interference successfully disrupted Bellamy's technique. In the next moment, before the latter could regain his composure, a crescent-shaped beam of white light struck Bellamy directly. Fta! A scream pierced the night as a spray of crimson blood splattered into the air under the moonlight. In an instant, Bellamy's body plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. Bang! Puffed. The collision with the earth reopened his wounds, blood gushing forth, even causing Bellamy to spit out a mouthful of blood. Kill him. A cold voice echoed from the darkness, sounding as though it were the harbinger of death. The black-clad man who had just kicked Bellamy from the air landed and immediately heard the chilling command. Without hesitation, a slight movement of his lips signaled his leg to rise once more, sending another identical white arc hurtling toward Bellamy's head. Death loomed ever closer. Damn it. Move, you fool. In that instant, anguish and unwillingness painted Bellamy's face. Despair filling his eyes as he gazed at the approaching white arc. A vision of a man in sunglasses, draped in a feathered cloak, flashed through his mind. How he wished for that man to appear and save him. As the arc drew nearer, Bellamy slowly closed his eyes, the scent of death almost tangible. Ding. But in the next moment, a somewhat familiar voice rang in Bellamy's ears, prompting him to snap his eyes open. The image imprinted in his mind was one he would never forget, a figure clad in white, standing tall against the moonlight, a dark hand firmly blocking the pale arc of light. Is that our CH? What swift movements! But, is he a Navy officer or a world government agent? As our CH spoke, he swung his arm, sending the white arc flying away with a tremendous crash. The arc, undeterred, collided with a nearby building, resulting in a massive explosion. Retreat, retreat. Is that figure the hero? How can this be? The onlookers, in a frenzy, scrambled to confirm our CH's identity, their astonishment palpable. Cough. Why? Why? Lying on the ground. Bellamy stared at our CH, his mind consumed with questions that he could not fathom why the hero had come to his aid. Not dead yet. Huh, Bellamy? Huh? Let us finish this. Our CH glanced back at the still recovering Bellamy, then slowly approached the equally astonished black-clad man, who clearly hadn't anticipated his arrival. Why did our CH appear and save Bellamy? Time rewound, shifting the scene to the deck of the Freedom, where our CH sat. Pondering how to develop his devil fruit powers, he contemplated. The sounds of battle from the streets of Magic Valley caught his attention, the skirmish between Bellamy and others not far from the street corner. Thus, the sounds were unmistakably clear, drawing even the crew from the cabin. Captain, what is happening? Slade burst out, wielding his 2-meter-long iron rod, and upon seeing our CH unharmed, he immediately inquired, There's fighting in Magic Valley. Our CH furrowed his brow, his observation Haki instantly extending outward. Although his Haki could not yet reach the terrifying distance of a smile, it was nonetheless quite effective. Captain, it's just a fight. Battles happen every day in Magic Valley. Pirates never rest. Lucas, with one hand on his sword hilt and the other shielding his eyes, craned his neck to see in the direction of the commotion. Is that so? You all go rest. I'll take a look. However, our CH's observation Haki sensed that it was not as simple as it seemed. Yet, it did not appear overly dangerous, so he waved his hand to dismiss the crew and set off toward Magic Valley. Damn, did I just see that right? The captain is flying. Lucas rubbed his eyes vigorously, staring at the figure gradually fading into the moonlight, left in stunned disbelief. Tisish, what a fuss. Off to bed. Slade yawned and ambled back to the cabin. Having already witnessed the captain lifting the ship into the air during the day, what was so strange about him flying now? The others glanced back repeatedly at the distant street, their minds echoing a singular thought. How incredible. Sensing something amiss, our CH ascended higher, gradually concealing himself in the shadows, and hovered above the battlefield. This was the result of our CH's development of the gravity fruit, allowing him to lessen his own weight and manipulate the direction of his movements. A technique he had named Sky Dance. Is that Bellamy? 2 against 1. Who are these 2 black-clad men? Wait, there are 3 of them. Our CH paused in midair, stroking his chin as he observed the battle involving Bellamy and the 3 combatants. The initial exchanges were unremarkable until one of the black-clad men executed Saru, causing our CH's expression to turn grave. Saru, is that the Navy? But surely the Navy wouldn't wrap themselves up so tightly. Concealing their identities, an intelligence organization from the Navy? Or perhaps an assassination group from the world government? How intriguing. This is clearly aimed at me. As our CH pondered these possibilities, his expression grew serious. For he surmised correctly. Those black-clad men were indeed targeting him. If the battle continued as it was, Bellamy would undoubtedly be captured or killed by the 2 men. Either outcome would mean Bellamy would never reappear in Magic Valley. And consequently, the battle against the Straw Hats would never occur. Saved by Don Quixote da Flamingo? Highly unlikely. Bellamy had yet to earn the Night Stalker's recognition. His loyalty was merely a figment of his imagination. Recalling the incident surrounding his appearance in the newspapers, RCH speculated that perhaps due to the rumors surrounding him in the Grand Line, the Navy or world government might send someone to engage with him. However, this seemed to be happening rather quickly. Then you cannot die, Bellamy. At that moment, a deadly arc of white light surged toward Bellamy, who lay on the ground, while Mu Chong's figure vanished into thin air, only to reappear in time to save Bellamy. Oh ho ho ho, the hero, you have appeared. At this juncture, the three men clad in black observed Mu Chong advancing towards them and immediately formed a defensive triangle. The man at the forefront, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, lifted his head to regard Mu Chong, uttering a sound that betrayed his surprise. Are you representing the world government or the Navy? Mu Chong halted, arms crossed over his chest, gazing at the three masked figures who were tightly wrapped in their cloaks, and directly posed the question. Clearly, Mu Chong's straightforward inquiry startled the trio, though they quickly regained composure. Oh ho 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 ho. We were just preparing to pay a visit to the hero, and unexpectedly, you have graced us with your presence, saving us quite a bit of trouble. The man at the helm spoke slowly while his hands, concealed behind his back, made an odd gesture. In the next instant, the two black-clad men began to stealthily retreat into the shadows. Hey, let them withdraw. Facing me alone is not a wise decision. Mu Chong raised an eyebrow but did not impede the movements of the two men. Under his observation Haki, the two figures merely concealed themselves in the darkness, resembling two venomous snakes poised to strike with lethal intent. Oh ho 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 ho. Do you wish to engage in combat? Or are you perhaps unwilling to consider our terms? The man in the wide-brimmed hat continued with an unsettling tone that a gust of sea breeze swept through, making the moonlit street feel even colder. The onlookers, watching from a distance, began to feel an urge to leave, puzzled by the chill that enveloped Magic Valley town that night. So, do you represent the world government or the Navy? Mu Chong pondered briefly before voicing his curiosity, eagerly awaiting a response. Oh ho 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 ho. All you need to do is agree to come with us, and there's no need for further questions. The man's voice was indeed unpleasant, and his reply stripped Mu Chong of any remaining patience. To imply that you lack common sense is indeed an understatement. What is the point of negotiations if you do not reveal your identity? Are you so ashamed to show your face that you must hide it so thoroughly? Return and have your master send someone with a brain and the ability to face the light to speak with me. Mu Chong had completely lost his patience. Are you all truly so foolish? Who would follow you without reason? At that moment, the man in the wide-brimmed hat visibly bristled at Mu Chong's words, his body trembling slightly. Oh ho 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 ho. The hero, to utter such words, one must possess the strength to back them up. After speaking, the man waved his hand, and the two figures lurking in the shadows sprang into action. Fools, are they not merely cannon fodder? Mu Chong shook his head, his body vanishing from sight, paying no heed to the advancing black-clad men as he charged directly toward the man in the wide-brimmed hat. What? How do you know the 6 styles? The man was not shocked by Mu Chong's intent to strike, yet the abilities he exhibited left him astounded. However, there was no time for further contemplation as Mu Chong's attack was already upon him. So fast, the man exclaimed, instinctively crossing his arms defensively over his chest. Boom. Ugh. The tremendous force of Mu Chong's blow collided with the man's arms, sending him staggering backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground as he struggled to regain his balance. He quickly looked up at Mu Chong, his expression filled with astonishment. Just as Mu Chong finished his initial strike and prepared to continue, his observation Haki sensed 2 attacks closing in from either side. With a light push of his feet, a white light flashed, and Mu Chong's body abruptly halted its forward momentum, evading with extraordinary speed. With a swift motion, Mu Chong seized the punch of the black-clad man to his right. The power of his devil fruit activated, and under the gravitational pull, the punch of the right side assailant was redirected to collide with the incoming punch from the left. A loud crash echoed as Mu Chong stepped back, while the 2 black-clad figures found their fists meeting in a clash, both astonished by the turn of events. Haha, losing focus in battle is a poor habit. Bang! The demonic sound resonated in the ears of the 2 black-clad men, and they felt a tremendous pain in their abdomens, their bodies swaying unsteadily. Bang! Bang! Seizing the opportunity to strike, Mu Chong continued his assault, his fists landing on the opponent's midsections before swiftly twisting his body and delivering a kick to one of them, sending him flying. This left the 2 men sprawled at the feet of the man in the wide-brimmed hat. Mu Chong then straightened up, flicking his cloak behind him, arms crossed once more, smiling at the trio clutching their stomachs. His series of movements, illuminated by the moonlight, was nothing short of stunning. How impressive, facing 3 opponents and still gaining the upper hand. Truly, a man who has achieved 1,000 victories in less than 3 months. The crowd erupted into whispers, excitement palpable that I wonder if he could become a member of the hero's crew. As the battle concluded, the man in the wide-brimmed hat, ignoring the surrounding murmurs, fixed his fierce gaze on Chong, coldly stating, "Oh ho 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 ho. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of us? You must consider the consequences. If this continues, you will be marked as our primary target for elimination." "Ha! Let us see if you can leave Magic Valley Town first." Chong rubbed his head, his mind swirling with questions regarding the intentions of these 3 men that oh ho 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 ho. "You wish to keep us here, just you." With the man's words, the trio began to adjust their stances for an offensive. "TCH, you clearly do not grasp the reality of your situation. I failed to comprehend why your superior would send you 3 to test me. Are you attempting to ascertain whether I would kill you?" Unable to fathom the reasoning, Chong abandoned his contemplation, knowing he would eventually uncover the truth, thus adopting a resolute gaze. In the next moment, a resounding crack echoed as the stone bricks shattered, and Chong's figure vanished, his fists enveloped in armament Haki, though the dim moonlight rendered it less apparent. "Oh ho 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 ho. Kill him." The man in the wide-brimmed hat, equally unyielding, commanded his comrades to retaliate the instant Chong charged forth. The 3 men formed an inverted triangle, their speed remarkable, but Chong's swiftness surpassed theirs. Just as they launched their attack, Chong's strike had already found its mark on one of the black-clad figures. Bang poo! The punch, empowered by armament Haki, was an assault that the opponent could not withstand. With a single blow, he was sent hurtling away. Raging leg. A white arc of light sliced toward Chong's recently halted form. "Hey!" A glimmer of red flashed in Chong's eyes as his body shifted slightly, the arc narrowly grazing his nose. Boom! A building collapsed under the impact of the arc. Hero. Immediately, a whiplash kick came hurtling toward Chong's face. "Fool!" Bang! "What?" Chong coldly uttered 2 words, and in the stunned gaze of his opponent, he seized the man's ankle. Bang! In the next instant, a pitch-black fist slammed into the man's face, the immense force contorting his features and sending his hat flying as he was flung backward. "Damn it!" Raging leg. The last remaining black-clad man glanced at his comrade who had been sent flying and unleashed 2 white arcs of light from his feet, crossing in a zigzag pattern toward Chong. How amusing! Gravity fist. Fierce tiger. Chong took a steady stance, his left palm extended forward while his right fist drew back, a white energy circle gathering ferociously upon his right fist. With a powerful shout, he propelled his fist forward, summoning a pure white energy tiger that lunged at the black-clad figure. A horrified scream echoed as the black-clad man was pierced through by the white tiger, his body akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing into a building at the street's corner, even penetrating the structure and uprooting a tree along the coast before plummeting to the shore. His fate uncertain. "What? This is a devil fruit ability. You have consumed a devil fruit." The sight rendered the remaining 2 men speechless, a wave of terror washing over them. "Oh, you are unaware. It appears that your superiors have not tasked you with waging war against me. Nor do they intend to conceal their true motives by sending you to your demise, correct?" As Chong spoke, he advanced towards the 2 individuals, an invisible aura emanating from him that compelled them to retreat in succession. Retreat. Gravitational field. Just as the man in the broad-brimmed hat issued the withdrawal command, Chong's fruit ability enveloped them with a resonating hum. In an instant, immense gravity descended upon the 2, causing one of the black-clad figures to be crushed to the ground, the stones beneath him beginning to shatter, while the man in the broad-brimmed hat struggled to maintain his stance, agony etched on his face. Clearly unable to move an inch. "Pahoxia, what do you intend to do? Do you dare to take our lives? Do you know who stands behind us?" Even at this moment, the man in the broad-brimmed hat clung to the hope that Chong would refrain from killing them. Little did he know that his comrade, flung away, was likely nearing death. "Huh, spare you. Am I to wait for you to return and relay all my information to your master? Killing you may indeed pose certain complications. Yet at least I hold the upper hand. So, if you were in my position, what would you do?" Chong smiled as he approached the trembling man in the broad-brimmed hat. "No, no, no, you cannot kill me. If you do, the world government will not let you go." The fear of death had finally overwhelmed the man in the broad-brimmed hat, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Suddenly, his legs gave way, and he knelt on the shattered stones, the weight of gravity causing them to fracture. It must be said, Your impulsiveness is the root of your life as forfeit. You cannot even distinguish between mere contact with me and engaging in battle? Or are you so eager for merit that you wish to claim my head as a trophy? Chong stood before the man, his gaze steady and calm, until his right hand rested upon the top of the man's head. Huoxia, crack. Before the sound could finish, the sickening crunch of bones breaking echoed, and the man's large head was violently twisted off, blood gushing forth like a fountain, instantly staining the white cloak crimson. The man's lifeless eyes remained wide open, the terror on his face undiminished, as his head rolled far away, disappearing into the darkness of the street. Hiss! The onlookers gasped in shock at the gruesome sight. The chill of the night deepening in the town of Magic Valley. A gust of sea breeze swept by, seemingly attempting to disperse the thick stench of blood, yet the chill only seeped deeper into their bones. Huoxia, do not kill me. Witnessing his companion's head being severed by Chong, the other black-clad figure, crushed by gravity, now exhibited immense terror, repeatedly pleading for mercy. It seems you are not even official members of the CP organization? I have heard that those within have all undergone hellish trials, their hearts hardened and ruthless. Chong approached the black-clad figure, looking down upon him, and gradually replied to his words. No, not at all. Then that serves no purpose. Buzz, bang. Just as the black-clad figure's words trailed off, Chong raised his right hand, forming it into a fist, activating his power, a white halo encircling as he struck the man's head. With a resounding boom, the immense force drove the black-clad figure's head into the stones, followed by the sound of shattering bones, leaving the figure silent forevermore. I need to procure a proper knife. A swift slash to the throat would be far more efficient. While fists can kill, they lack the elegance. As Chong spoke, he removed the blood-stained cloak and casually discarded it on the streets of Magic Valley. Then strolled leisurely towards the free ship at the coastline. As for Bellamy, still lying on the ground, Chong chose to disregard him, thinking that as a captain, he surely had subordinates to carry him back. When Chong reached beneath the free ship, he saw Slade and the others standing at the stern, all aligned. Captain, are you uninjured? Captain, meow. For concerned voices rang out, accompanied by one exclamation, bringing a smile to Chong's previously frozen face. Huh? You are all here. I am fine. Let us head back. Chong waved his hand, exchanging a glance with the elder Skik, who was smoking nearby, before his gaze settled on the bound black-clad figure, who appeared to be on the verge of death. Captain, this is the one you sent flying. He still has a breath left. You need to inquire about anything. Slade lifted the black-clad man's head, revealing a face marred by scars, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, his eyes half closed, gasping for air. There is nothing of value. He is merely a lackey of the world government, devoid of any significant information. A mere cannon fodder. Dispose of him, and let us return. Chong glanced at the black-clad figure, shaking his head at Slade, then leaped onto the deck of the free ship, making his way to the lounge. Hey, Locas, it's your turn. Remember to dispose of him far away. Slade released his grip, calling out to Locas before preparing to board the ship. Hey, Slade. Why me? Locas exclaimed, bewildered, pointing to himself in confusion. Because your knife is swift. Hillbot chimed in with a mysterious smile. Following the others onto the ship, Locas scratched his head, unable to grasp the meaning, and approached the black-clad figure. Come now, let me send you off. Remember to bring some strong individuals next time, so I at least have the chance to draw my sword. Pooh. As Locas finished speaking, his long knife slid across the figure's throat, silencing him completely. Subsequently, Locas dragged the body aside and cast it into the sea before returning to the free ship. As the night deepened, the port was filled only with the sound of waves lapping against the hull, while several large ships quietly docked at the shore. However, the town of Magic Valley was ablaze with light, the nighttime battle becoming a topic of conversation over drinks. Within a building resembling an inn, a group of pirate subordinates bustled about, rushing in and out. Hurry, quickly tend to the captain's injuries. Prepare the food. The cacophony filled the room, each face marked by concern, sweat beading on their foreheads. In the center of the room, Bellamy lay awake on the bed, indifferent to the ship's doctor wrapping his wounds. Even when touched at the injury site, he remained expressionless. That moment, Bellamy's mind was consumed by the image of the white cloak beneath the moonlight, etched vividly in his memory. Why did he save me? Bellamy murmured, his gaze filled with complexity. Captain Bellamy, What are you saying? Standing beside the bed was a man clad in a white plush coat, the emblem of the hyena pirate crew emblazoned on his chest. With white hair, Sachis, the first mate of the hyena pirate crew. Sachis observed his captain's murmurs, his voice low as he inquired, yet receiving no response. His expression grew uneasy, furrowing his brow before turning to leave. First mate, how is Captain Bellamy? As Sachis exited the room, a pirate subordinate hurriedly approached, whispering, that is Hyena Bellamy. He won't die. He simply appears a bit unwell. Ensure someone keeps a close watch on him. I am going to get some rest. Sachis shook his head, his expression returning to normal, speaking to the subordinate before entering another room, leaving the bewildered pirate to glance around before returning to where he came from. As the morning sun rose higher above the horizon, the entire Gaia island once again radiated with vibrant vitality. On the deck of the free ship, Chong, Slade, and Baku each took turns lifting their respective weights. All bare-chested, glistening beads of sweat sparkling under the sunlight. Compared to the well-defined muscles of Chong and Slade, Baku's physique resembled that of an adult grizzly bear, his bulging muscles prompting Chong and Slade to involuntarily turn their heads. Ha ha ha. Ah, truly, the vigor of youth. The elder Skik, seated on a chair, gazed with satisfaction at the three drenched in sweat, nodding in approval, his eyes occasionally reflecting envy. Meanwhile, Mukum had not been idle, hopping about on the deck of the free ship, appearing unburdened by any load. However, each time it lands upon the deck, the boards emit a creaking sound, as if a heavy object is pressing down upon them. Remarkable. One wonders what experiences this white creature has shared with the woodman. To move so effortlessly under such gravity is truly extraordinary. Indeed, at this moment, the entire ship, the Freedom, is enveloped in a layer of devil fruit power applied by the woodman, with gravity pervading every inch of the vessel. Should someone suddenly board now, they would undoubtedly perceive a stark contrast between the environments above and below the deck. Woodman, the skyward current. Bang. I already told you, Mont Blanc Kulikate, didn't I? Do not board directly. Merely call out from below. Can you still manage that? The sudden turn of events left Skik, who was seated, momentarily stunned. Before he couldn't help but burst into laughter, he glanced at Mont Blanc Kulikate, who was pressed against the deck by the force of gravity, and shook his head in exasperation at that moment. Even the old man was unable to cope with the gravitational pressure aboard, leaving him to simply sit there. Woodman, Skid called out, turning to the sweat-drenched woodman. Upon seeing him look over, he pointed at Mont Blanc Kulikate, indicating that the gravitational field had overpowered one of their own. Upon noticing Skid's gesture, the woodman immediately understood. He dropped the heavy barbell he had been holding, which thudded against the deck with a dull thump. Then, with a wave of his hand, he diminished the gravity aboard the Freedom and strolled toward Mont Blanc Kulikate, laughing as he approached. Are you all right, uncle? Feeling the gravity lessen, Mont Blanc Kulikate slowly rose to his feet, a wry smile crossing his face as he responded, Hero, your abilities are truly remarkable. It's all right. It's just that the applied gravity was a bit excessive. I'm glad you're fine. The woodman beamed at him, awaiting his response. Mont Blanc Kulikate had set out early that morning on a small boat to ascertain the position of the skyward current. His hurried return surely meant he bore significant news. Hero, I have fulfilled my promise. I have confirmed the position and approximate timing of the skyward current. Approximately 3,000 meters from here, it will erupt around midday. Based on my observations, the intensity will be similar to past occurrences, likely propelling the Freedom into the sky. However, are you truly intending to proceed with this? As he spoke, a flicker of concern emerged in his previously confident gaze. In his understanding, stopping the ship directly in the midst of the skyward current was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Remarkable work, uncle. It's all right. It's all right. Take a moment to rest. Once Hill Boat and Lucas return, we shall set sail. The woodman gave Mont Blanc Kulikate a hearty thumbs up, then waved dismissively to ease the man's tension. Afterward, he turned and headed back to the lounge, still drenched in perspiration. After a brief wash, the woodman, clad in white attire and draped in a white cloak, returned to the deck, sitting beside the old Skid and casually picking up a glass of juice. Refreshing. Hey, Slade, you two should stop your training and tidy up. We have work to do shortly. The woodman called out to Slade and Baku, who were still sweating profusely, prompting them to set down their weights and begin cleaning up. Phew. Woodman, are Hill Boat and Lucas all right? Skid exhaled a puff of smoke, casting a glance at the now somewhat dapper woodman, and spoke slowly. Huh? Fear not, old man. Hillboat's intellect is not to be underestimated. In fact, he is quite clever. Moreover, their time spent in Magic Valley Town was not brief, so this task should not pose a challenge for them. The woodman reclined on the deck, gazing up at the blue sky and white clouds. His eyes deep in contemplation. It was as if he had transcended the clouds and glimpsed the sky island at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Hero, are we truly going to do this? What if you must maintain your resolve? Montblanc. Under no circumstances should you utter words of fear. Staking your life on the dreams you cherish is a rather romantic notion, is it not? Aha. Just as Montblanc was about to speak, the woodman decisively interrupted him, instilling renewed determination in his gaze. Oh ho ho ho. Hero, we have arrived. Why is the ship still here? Let us ascend into the heavens. Hero, he. Indeed, we can hardly contain our excitement. As the woodman and his companions engaged in conversation on the deck of the Freedom, a chorus of cheers suddenly erupted from the port below. The trio simultaneously rose and peered over the ship's edge. Hero, it's the hero. Oh, that chestnut head is also on board. Oh ho ho ho. Hurry and take flight. Hero, we are all eagerly awaiting, observing the throngs of people gathering at the port. A smile crept onto the woodman's lips. It appeared that Hillboat and Lucas had indeed performed their duties well. Early in the morning, he had assigned them the task of announcing the Freedom's upcoming ascension into the sky using the Skyward current, ensuring that everyone on Gaia Island, including newcomers, would be informed of this endeavor. Now, witnessing the crowds pouring forth from Gaia Island, it seemed they had succeeded. Hey, Captain, we are back. At that moment, on the left side of the onlooking crowd, Lucas was energetically pushing through the throng, waving his hand and shouting, his face beaming with a smile. Spotting him, the woodman smiled and gave Lucas a thumbs up, beckoning him aboard. Well done, Lucas. Where is Hillboat? Why have I not seen him return? As Lucas stepped onto the deck of the Freedom and joined the others, the woodman inquired. That fellow Hillboat mentioned he wanted to pay a visit to Bellamy the hyena. He should be back shortly, Lucas replied, taking a drink from a cup that Slade handed him and downing it in one gulp. Bellamy, you say? The woodman paused, then turned his gaze toward the direction of Magic Valley Town. Lost in thought, Bellamy the hyena, a devoted fan of Don Quixote da Flamingo in the original story, was a loyal subordinate who was defeated by Monkey D. Luffy in Magic Valley Town, only to encounter him again in Dressrosa. At that time, Bellamy harbored unusual feelings toward Luffy, yet, when faced with Doflamingo's aggression, he still clung to his delusions, making him quite the enigma. With the woodman's involvement and their two encounters, one loss and one rescue, it was possible that Hillboat had gleaned some insights. As the woodman pondered this, he pulled himself from his reverie, for he had spotted Hillboat and Bellamy approaching the Freedom amidst the crowd. Hillboat actually brought Bellamy the hyena along? What on earth is going on? Lucas also noticed the approaching duo and echoed the question that lingered in the minds of everyone aboard. Humph! At that moment, a snort drew everyone's attention, and they saw Slade, arms crossed, glaring intently at Bellamy. Huh? Not convinced, are you, Slade? If you're not satisfied, then improve yourself and defeat him. The woodman laughed heartily at Slade's furious demeanor. Tisich, it's only a matter of time. Captain, I, Slade, will not remain stagnant. Gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, with a proud expression on his face, Slade struck a pose that made everyone want to give him a beating. Ha 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 ha. All right. Montblanc. Everyone is here. Let us prepare to set sail. I entrust this to you. The woodman disregarded Slade and turned to Montblanc, speaking a final time. He then waved to Hillboat below, signaling him to hurry aboard, and made his way to the bow of the Freedom to take his seat. All right, little ones, we are off. As Hillboat stepped aboard the Freedom, with Skig's booming voice, the ship unfurled its sails and began to glide toward the sea, following the direction indicated by Montblanc. We have set sail. The hero has embarked. They are truly going. He. Indeed. Off we go, lads. As the hull of the free ship gracefully departed from the harbor, the crowd on the shore erupted into a cacophony of sounds, with a portion of them hastily rushing towards their vessels. Yet, a segment of the crowd remained at the port, and some even lingered in the town of Magic Valley, perhaps believing that Chong and his companions were merely treading the path of death. Humph! Bellamy, who had chosen not to board the free ship, scoffed disdainfully before boarding another vessel, following closely behind the free ship. At this moment, his thoughts remained a mystery to all. Bang. Locus, what on earth are you shouting about? On the deck of the free ship, Slade, stationed at the bow to observe the weather, was startled by Locus's sudden exclamation. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, followed by a stern retort. That is the Skyward current. It possesses a dangerously formidable power. During my years on Gaia Island, I have always been able to witness its terrifying form from afar. Now, we are about to confront it directly. Is it wrong for me to call out a couple of times to ease my nerves? Locus shouted back, his voice trembling with anxiety, struggling to quell his inner turmoil. TCH, coward. Slade shot Locus a disdainful glance before fixating his gaze on the boundless sea ahead. Yet, deep within, he too felt a surge of apprehension. Damn it. Slade, when you see it, I hope I don't catch you screaming. Huff, Captain, no matter how many times I face the Skyward current, I always feel a twinge of fear. Hillbot, ignoring the bickering between Slade and Locus, took a deep breath to alleviate his tension and slowly addressed Chong, who was comfortably reclining nearby. Hillbot, it is undeniable that the forces of nature cannot be underestimated. However, your trepidation stems from your own inadequacy, Hillbot. When you possess strength, that power will instill sufficient confidence in you to face the Skyward current. Chong leisurely reclined on the deck of the free ship. His eyes slightly squinted as he spoke. Become stronger, Hillbot adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, his gaze drifting towards the vast expanse of the sea, lost in contemplation. The free ship had already distanced itself from Magic Valley for quite some time. According to the information provided by Montblanc-Culiquet, the free ship was now situated near the Skyward current, albeit not yet at the moment of its awakening to this moment, aside from Chong and by Moo. Everyone else aboard the free ship was rife with tension, their eyes occasionally glancing towards the reclining Chong. Were it not for their trust in him, they would never have found themselves in this precarious position. Ouch! Why am I so anxious? Where is that damned Skyward current? I truly feel for the heroic knight. This endeavor is utterly reckless. Can they truly succeed? At this time, in this expanse of ocean, the free ship was not alone. Various vessels, including pirate ships, merchant ships, and even fishermen's boats, were scattered across the distant waters. Every person aboard was keenly attentive to the small figure in the distance. What is this? On the deck of the free ship. Slade, who had been gazing motionless at the sky, suddenly had his eyes flicker with intrigue, fixating intently on a white cloud above, his voice tinged with suspicion. Hey, what's the matter? Slade, Locus, who had been beside him, immediately noticed his altered demeanor and inquired. Captain, it seems to be approaching. Slade, ignoring Locus's question, called out Chong's name in a low voice, his eyes never leaving that unmoving white cloud. What is coming? Is it time? Upon hearing Locus's exclamation, everyone on the deck of the free ship grew tense, swiftly rising to the bow. Locus relinquished his position to Chong, who followed Slade's gaze to the cloud above. However, the stationary white cloud provided no discernible information. Yet, trusting Slade, Chong remained silent and unleashed his observation Haki, enveloping a vast area of sea within a 2,000-meter radius. According to Montblanc-Culiquet's information, the Skyward current lay within this range. Hiss, nothing at all. Slade, stop being so mysterious. Locus could no longer hold back the oppressive atmosphere, gripping his sword tightly at his waist. Heroic knight, according to my information. It should not yet be time for the Skyward current to erupt. Even Montblanc-Culiquet furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings before speaking slowly. No, it has arrived early. It has begun. Two voices rang out almost simultaneously. Interrupting Montblanc-Culiquet's words. Chong and Slade exchanged knowing smiles, understanding the trust reflected in each other's eyes. Has it come? Huff. I'm feeling a bit anxious. Ha. I never expected the old man to experience such a thrilling event. As Chong and Slade spoke, the others could not help but voice their astonishment. Except for Baku, who remained at the mast, gripping the sail ropes. Everyone else visibly displayed their tension. Everyone, the Skyward current is upon us. I can already sense its awakening. Put aside your anxiety. To be fearful before battle is not the spirit of the free ship's crew. It's merely a current. Do not let it drown your will to be strong. Ha. Such behavior is only characteristic of the weak. Buzz. Chong's gaze fixated on a point approximately 500 meters ahead, where he sensed a terrifying force brewing. This power made even him shudder slightly, let alone his companions. Thus, as Chong's voice echoed, an aura of dominance, confidence, and fearlessness radiated from him, enveloping the surrounding sea. The conqueror's Haki surged forth, calming the winds, stilling the waters, dispersing the clouds, and steadying the hearts of the crew. Everyone, lift your heads and look ahead. The journey of the free ship has only just begun. Do not let the heart of a strong individual falter. Mu Chong's commanding voice resonated in everyone's ears. Under the influence of the conqueror's haki, their gazes grew resolute, their spirits ignited, and the earlier tension dissipated entirely. Ha 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 ha. I, Slade, shall pierce the heavens with this iron rod. He he he. My blade, too, shall cleave through the skyward current. Huff. This truly stirs the blood, Captain. Ha ha ha. Brother Mu, you are remarkable, Captain. I, Baku, fear nothing. Meow. Ah, this is truly. Ha ha ha. Mont Blanc Culicat, you are not a member of the free ship. There is no need for you to share in this peril. Come, allow me to escort you to safety. Feeling the heightened resolve of everyone aboard, Mu Chong's spirits soared, elated that the seed of courage had been planted and awaited its sprouting. He then approached Mont Blanc Culicat, shared a knowing glance, and grasped his shoulder before swiftly departing the deck of the free ship, soaring towards a distant pirate ship with great speed. Douc, someone is approaching. Huh, it's the heroic knight. And the other one is that chestnut-haired fellow. Which direction is that? Is it the Hyena pirate cruise ship? Onlookers, witnessing Mu Chong and his companion land on the Hyena pirate cruise vessel, began to murmur among themselves. Those aboard the nearby pirate ships could clearly see Bellamy and his crew appearing somewhat tense. Why has the heroic knight landed on the Hyena pirate crew's ship? Has Bellamy perhaps pledged allegiance to the heroic knight? It is very likely. After all, the heroic knight saved his life. Amidst the discussions, Mu Chong gently placed Mont Blanc Culicat onto the deck of the Hyena pirate crew's ship. He then approached Bellamy, resting a hand on his shoulder and exchanging a few words before soaring back to the free ship, leaving behind a crew of wide-eyed sailors, astonished expressions painted on their faces, and Bellamy, standing at the bow, fists clenched, gritting his teeth as he intensely watched Mu Chong's retreating figure. Captain, meow. As Mu Chong, clad in white, re-emerged onto the deck, the crew of the Freedom stood in two orderly lines, their gazes fixed upon him, eagerly awaiting his next command. Ha ha ha. Old man. Mu Chong's eyes traversed the faces of the crew before finally resting on the similarly standing Skid, to whom he smiled and addressed. Ha ha ha. The old fellow is indeed the ship's engineer, isn't he, Brother Mu? Skid, his mane of white hair framing a face that radiated an air of nonchalance, displayed no hint of hesitation. Ha ha ha. That is simply splendid. Now, everyone, let us welcome this grand vessel. The thrilling journey is just beginning. Ha ha ha. As he concluded, Mu Chong spread his arms wide, the sea breeze billowing his white cloak, embodying a moment of unrestrained freedom and youthful exuberance. Roar. Ha ha. Set sail, onward. Slade. Leave it to me, Captain. With the dialogue concluded, Slade and Skid proceeded into the control room, their task to steady the Freedom at the heart of the tumultuous sea current. As the Freedom was not an automated vessel, it relied solely on the wind to fill its sails, thus Mu Chong remained on deck, channeling his fruit abilities to control the ship's propulsion. The others diligently managed the massive sails, ensuring that the Freedom navigated smoothly along its predetermined course. Look, the ship is moving. Is it about to begin? How exhilarating. In the eyes of the onlookers, a small black dot advanced forward, then veered right, moved ahead again, and ultimately came to a stop. At that moment, the entire sea seemed eerily silent, as if the very fabric of space were ensnared by some unseen force. The wind ceased to blow, the waves stilled, and all movement halted, save for the sound of breathing. Hoo, the wind has risen. Recoil the sails. Once the ship was anchored, Slade returned to the deck, his gaze fixed upon the clouds above. With a single shout, the previously clear blue sky was swiftly engulfed by dense dark clouds, the light dimming rapidly, the oppressive atmosphere thickening. As everyone worked in unison to stow the sails, a fierce wind surged from all directions toward the Freedom. Boom, whoosh, whoosh. Captain, it's turbulence in the air. This situation could easily spawn a tornado. At that moment, Slade shouted towards the bow where Mu Chong stood, whose silhouette served as the ship's steadfast anchor. Understood. Slade, leave the ship's stability to me. You keep an eye on this tempestuous weather. Mu Chong did not turn back, having unwavering faith in Slade's words. Ha ha ha. This commotion is truly extraordinary. Come forth, let me witness your might. Standing at the ship's bow, Mu Chong remained steadfast against the howling winds, his gaze fixed upon the stormy sky, attuned to every gust that swept by. With a resounding thud, the sea began to churn violently under the influence of the tempest, waves crashing against the hull of the Freedom, the wooden planks creaking ominously. Hurry, Captain. A tornado is about to form. Slade's voice echoed once more, sounding as if it were a desperate roar. Captain, silence, locus. At this moment, heeding orders is paramount. We must trust our captain and navigator. Gilbot firmly grasped the mast handrail, unhesitatingly interrupting Locus. Cursed fate. Locus slammed his fist against the mast, feeling utterly powerless in that moment. As the winds intensified and the freedom swayed violently, the relentless waves threatened to sweep the ship away. Ha 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 ha. I have found you. Winds. In the midst of everyone's mounting tension, Chong, who had remained silent, suddenly erupted with a loud shout. He then spread his arms wide, and a series of white halos shot forth from his palms. Vanishing in an instant. He maintained this posture until the swirling air currents were on the brink of forming a tornado, just as Slade's reddened eyes could no longer bear the strain. And the freedom was on the verge of capsizing under a colossal wave. Chong sprang into action. Boom! With a resounding stomp of his right foot upon the deck, he pressed down on the rising ship, grounding it with his stance. Then, he abruptly retracted his outstretched arms, commanding, "Silence, you rascals! Wind force! Taiji formation!" With a thunderous roar, Chong's command completed the Taiji push-pull motion, causing the chaotic winds to suddenly be drawn in by an unseen force. Amidst the howling, a circular wind current formed around the freedom, its previously intangible nature now visible as a white vortex, encircling the ship and creating a vertical wind tunnel that shot skyward. While outside, the tempest raged. Within, a serene calm prevailed. Boom! Without the tumult of waves, the freedom settled steadily upon the sea, motionless. Who? Ha 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 ha. Who else dares? In that moment, Chong stood tall, gazing skyward with a triumphant roar, unleashing an aura of supreme authority that resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Exuding an unparalleled majesty. Crack. Rumbling. Buzzing. Oh no! What is that sound? It's coming from beneath the ship. It's the soaring sea current. It's approaching. The sudden voice sent a wave of dread through everyone aboard. A palpable sense of unease settling in. Even Chong's expression turned grave as he peered down at the sea below. The behemoth is upon us. Everyone, brace yourselves, look after yourselves and those around you. We shall ascend to the sky island together. In this moment of escalating tension, Chong shouted, his voice a rallying cry to steady the fraying nerves of the crew and bolster his own resolve. Come forth, soaring sea current. I await your arrival. Crouching at the ship's bow, Chong positioned his right hand forward and his left hand behind, stacking them together. In the next instant, a series of dense, milky white halos shot forth from his palms, racing towards the depths of the ocean. Force is a physical phenomenon arising from the interaction of two bodies. When two objects interact, it is called a collision, while a unidirectional interaction is termed an impact. Thus, if two bodies exert forces in the same direction, both scenarios can be avoided. Therefore, I simply need to synchronize the ascent speed of the freedom with that of the soaring sea current at a precise moment to avert a collision. A bead of sweat trickled down Chong's brow, landing upon the deck, his face glistening with perspiration as he clenched his teeth. His mind raced with strategies while his hands fervently channeled his fruit abilities. Attempting to envelop the entire expanse of sea beneath the ship, his observation Haki surged forth, unreservedly extending toward the impending eruption of energy below, seeking to pinpoint the explosion point of the forming sea current. Crack. Rumbling. It's here. Chong suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood as the sea current erupted violently. Despite his caution, he had underestimated its power, the sudden force overwhelming him and causing a heavy weight to settle in his chest. Come forth, soaring sea current. I await your challenge. Feeling the rising surface of the sea, Chong muttered, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The terrifying sounds from the depths of the ocean reverberated, carrying with them a surge of energy. Within Chong's perception, the energy coalesced into a formidable presence. Suddenly, as if a gust had swept through, the once rising sea level plummeted. When tranquility returned, an eerie silence enveloped the freedom. At that moment, all aboard the freedom were taken aback. But the next instant, Slade shouted in terror, "Captain, I am aware." At the very moment the sea level stilled, Chong was drenched in cold sweat. The impending energy from the depths far surpassed his expectations. At that moment, it seemed as though he beheld the gates of hell. A thunderous shout from Slade roused him. Damn it, let's do this. In an instant, Chong forcefully separated his previously intertwined hands, slamming them onto the deck. Immediately, a dense halo of white light erupted from his body, surging forth and swiftly merging into the hull of the free. With a resounding roar, Chong's face turned crimson, as the explosive force emanating from him unleashed a tempest, causing his white garments and cape to flap violently. In but a heartbeat, the underside of the free became enveloped in a visibly thick layer of milky white protection. Just as this shield formed, the long-awaited, turbulent sea current roared towards them with the ferocity of thunder. Boom! The explosion echoed like the earth-shattering detonation of an atomic bomb in that moment. It felt as if the world was coming to an end. The heavens crumbling, all aboard the Free were rendered deaf, as if the specter of death had knocked upon their souls, freezing time itself in a haunting countdown. 1 second before the violent sea current collided with the Free's hull. Chong had already cast 3 layers of protective barriers upon the vessel. In the first second of contact between the sea current and the Free, the elastic force of the milky white shield, born from the accumulated power of the strength fruit, activated, dissipating the impact. In that moment, Chong's upward force surged forth, matching the ascent of the Free with the current, thereby mitigating the shock to the utmost. Building upon these 2 forms of protection, Chong further reduced the ship's gravitational weight, ensuring that the explosive eruption of the sea current did not obliterate the Free's hull as time resumed its flow. The terrifying force unleashed by the sea current propelled the Free upwards into the stormy skies. Ha ha ha. Surrender the sky, Free. Ha 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 ha. Chong stood at the bow of the deck, arms outstretched, shouting towards the heavens. In that moment, all fear vanished, all oppression crumbled. For Chong, it was akin to a rebirth. He had succeeded. At that instant, the sea current was lifting the Free into the skies. Below the vessel lay the vast, receding ocean, while above loomed the rapidly approaching firmament. The Free resembled a mighty eagle, soaring with wings unfurled. Captain. Ah. Help, Captain. Ah. I can't stand up. Just as Chong reveled in this joy, a chorus of wails erupted from the deck of the Free. Slade, Hillboat, Lucas, and Baku lay motionless on the deck, their bodies seemingly enduring an unbearable pressure. Is it the air pressure resulting from the rapid ascent? Ha! How does it feel, everyone? Chong, hearing their cries, turned to Slade and the others. Understanding the predicament they faced, the sea current could propel objects to an altitude of 7,000 meters in a mere minute. One could only imagine the air pressure they were experiencing at that moment. Why was Chong unaffected? He owed it to the loving training imparted by Uncle Xiao. Captain. Ha! Don't worry, you won't die. Experiencing this isn't so bad. As a wielder of the strength fruit, Chong did not rush to alleviate their pressure. After all, they wouldn't be crushed. Letting them feel this terrifying sensation might not be a bad thing at all. Suddenly, 3 sharp cracks resonated through the wind's cacophony, piercing the eardrums like daggers. Not good. In Chong's alarmed cry, a horizontal beam used to secure the sails above the mast of the Free fractured under the relentless air pressure, crashing down towards the deck. The combined weight of the beam and the air pressure would surely pierce through the Free's deck. Damn it. Stop. In that moment, Chong's eyes turned red with fury, his hands shooting upwards as he summoned every ounce of his remaining strength to unleash the powers of the devil fruit. Slade. After releasing his ability, Chong's body went limp, collapsing onto the deck, yet his gaze remained fixed on the 2 falling beams. Having expended much of his energy during the Free's ascent, he could only do his utmost to lessen the weight of the beams. However, he could not prevent their impact on the deck. Hearing Chong shout, Slade's instincts kicked in. Under the immense air pressure, he pushed himself up, propelled by sheer will. With a thunderous roar, he leaped towards the beams, flipping midair to extend his hands skyward. Bang! Bang! The beams collided with Slade's outstretched hands, the tremendous pressure forcing him down onto the deck. Uft! The sounds of impact echoed, and Slade cried out, spitting blood as the beams fell upon him. Just as Slade's ordeal came to an end, the other beam from the mast plummeted, but it did not strike the Free's deck. Baku had embraced it tightly in his arms. Baku smiled at Chong, his face radiant with triumph, yet the blood at the corner of his mouth was starkly visible. Tisish, Baku. Chong called out softly, his heart trembling for the good-natured, taciturn giant who had gradually carved a place in his heart. It's dark, crack, rumble. Just when everything seemed tranquil, the surroundings suddenly dimmed, followed by flickering lightning and rolling thunder. Fortunately, the lightning concealed within the storm clouds did not strike the Free. That thunder. Ha ha ha. Thunder God Enel. Your captain has arrived. As Chong gazed upon the natural spectacle of lightning, a smile spread across his lips. The primary purpose of this voyage to the Sky Island was to have the Free's crew embark on their official duties. The stormy clouds lingered for only a moment. Soon, the Free broke through the gloom, emerging into brilliant light as the surroundings brightened once more. It hurts. Captain, am I still alive? Captain, cough, cough. Little Moo, the old man nearly lost his life. Meow. Is that the Sky Island? As the Free ascended from the storm clouds, its speed began to decelerate. Those who had lived their lives under the weight of gravity regained their ability to move. As Hillboat's voice trailed off, everyone looked up at the enormous white cloud drawing closer, their expressions a mix of shock, disbelief, and joy. Ha ha ha. Everyone, that is the sea cloud of the Sky Island. We have arrived. The Sky Island truly exists. Chong stood, his white garments billowing in the wind, arms wide as if to embrace the vast sea cloud, while his observation Haki extended towards it, curiosity piqued by such a wondrous phenomenon. Meow. The Sky Island? It really exists. Whoa. I, Lucas, have seen the Sky Island. It's truly astonishing. Captain, how do we ascend? The ever-composed Hillboat, struggling to control his trembling excitement, cautiously inquired. Ha ha ha. Just charge right through. The sea cloud of the Sky Island is like the sea water of Qinghai. Just pass through it. Sea water. Farewell. What is that? Chong's gaze fixated on the sea cloud before him. Despite having mentally prepared himself countless times, the awe of confronting nature's marvel left him utterly stunned. Yet, suddenly recalling the properties of the sea cloud, Chong decisively turned and strode into the cabin. However, just before he stepped inside, his observation Haki detected an object at the edge of the sea cloud. Sending a jolt through him, before he could contemplate further, the sea cloud surged forward, compelling him to hastily enter the cabin and shut the door. Whoosh, with minimal resistance, the entire hull of the Free plunged into the sea cloud. And everyone aboard felt a momentary constriction. Yet, in but a fleeting moment, freedom was restored once more. Before the crowd could catch their breath, they were left utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. As far as the eye could see, a vast expanse of white stretched out, entirely cloaked in sea clouds. At that moment, the vessel, Liberty, was floating upon this sea of clouds, devoid of any sensation of descending. Wow, how marvelous! These clouds can actually lift the Liberty. A somewhat weakened Slade, momentarily forgetting the pain in his chest, was completely absorbed in astonishment. Huff, why do I feel as though my breathing is somewhat constricted? Lucas clutched his chest, gasping for air as if he were on the verge of asphyxiation. Indeed, there is a bit of breathlessness. My chest feels quite tight. Hillbot also grasped his chest, panting heavily. Ha ha ha. Is everyone all right? You all seem to be doing well. At that moment, Chong pushed open the cabin door and slowly made his way onto the deck, subsequently seating himself on a bench beneath the mast. Captain, is this the Sky Island? Why does it feel as if my breathing is somewhat labored? The crowd gathered around Chong as he emerged, each taking a seat nearby. Lucas was the first to inquire. To be precise, we are not yet at the Sky Island. We are currently beneath it, at an elevation of 7,000 meters above the blue sea. It's normal to experience some breathlessness at this height due to the thin air. Just give it some time to acclimatize, Chong explained with a smile. Although his mind was not entirely focused on the deck of the Liberty, his observation Haki was wildly extending outward, completely enveloping the sea clouds, conducting a thorough search akin to a carpet. Just before plunging into the sea clouds, he had perceived a particularly unusual object. That shouldn't be. I distinctly sensed it. Why has it vanished? As he released his observation Haki, Chong's brow began to furrow, for that object had indeed disappeared. So we are not at the Sky Island yet. How do we reach it? Lucas, hearing Chong's words, raised his hand to gaze curiously at the distant expanse of white. Hey, Lucas, it's time to get to work. At that moment, Hillbot called out to Lucas, gesturing towards the broken beam beneath their feet, indicating for him to assist. It was then that Lucas noticed that aside from Chong, who was deep in thought, and by Mumu, who lay at Chong's feet, the others had already busied themselves. Lucas chuckled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head as he hurried towards Hillbot, and Chong then stood and walked towards the bow of the Liberty, taking a seat, while his observation Haki continued to extend outward. Eager to discover what lay upon the sea clouds, Mumu followed closely behind, needing no work, as wherever Chong went, he trailed along. Hey, put in some effort, Slade. We're almost there, Lucas shouted at Slade, who was pulling the rope. Shut up, Lucas. I'm injured. Baku, come help me. Slade glared at Lucas and hollered towards Baku, who was approaching with a group carrying a beam. Coming, Slade. With a thud, Baku tossed the beam onto the deck and quickly grabbed the rope's end. Together with the three of them, they finally managed to repair the broken mast beam. Phew, that was tough. Even Old Man Skid didn't come to help, leaving us novices to do the repairs. Lucas, seemingly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, complaining in a pitiful tone. Quit your whining, Lucas. The old man is preparing the food. Why don't you go lend a hand? Hillbot, sitting nearby, responded to Lucas. No way. Can Lucas's cooking even be eaten? Slade remarked disdainfully while checking his injuries. Lucas's cooking is indeed rather unpalatable. Baku suddenly chimed in. Puffed. Ha. Baku. Ah. What are you saying, Baku? Don't tarnish my impeccable image. Amidst the laughter, Lucas fumed, angrily gesturing at Baku, which only ignited even more laughter from the crowd. The joyous sounds on the deck of the Liberty persisted for quite a while, echoing far and wide, as everyone seemed to forget the heart-stopping terror of the soaring currents, expressing their elation instead. However, unexpected events often knock at the door unannounced. No, they strike the bottom of the Liberty with a bang. Bang. Suddenly, 2 consecutive impact sounds reverberated, causing the entire vessel to sway, prompting everyone to swiftly enter a state of alert. Their gazes turning towards Chong at the bow. Captain, we have a situation. Slade shouted, brandishing a metal rod as he dashed toward the ship's edge, nervously scanning the surroundings while issuing a loud warning. Ah, don't panic, Slade. Our ship's fisherman has arrived. Chong, absent-mindedly picking his nose, wore a disappointed expression, for he still had not located the object he had been yearning for. Instead, he was greeted by a colossal presence. What are you saying, Captain? Slade asked, somewhat bewildered. Ha. Relax. I'll summon this big fellow right now. With that, Chong's frown vanished, and he abruptly slapped the deck with his right hand, unleashing the power of his devil fruit, which surged through the hull of the Liberty and plunged downward. Roar. A tremendous roar erupted, followed by the astonished expressions of the onlookers as a colossal creature resembling a lobster was pulled from the sea clouds by Chong. Its immense form was nearly 100 times that of the Liberty, and it waved its enormous pincers incessantly. A sea king. Is this a sea king? This is truly quite large. Captain. Ha. This big fellow is not a sea king. Lucas, it's a unique fisherman of the Sky Island. It will be our guide to the Sky Island. Chong stood up, facing the giant fast shrimp, nodding in satisfaction. Hey, you don't look too pleased. Do you, big fellow? Am I putting you out by asking you to pull our ship? As Chong spoke, his gaze suddenly turned fierce, and his conqueror's Haki swept over the once ferocious fast shrimp, causing it to tremble, as if it had glimpsed a far more terrifying creature. Cold sweat poured down its body. Just wait patiently, big fellow. After we finish our meal, we'll have you take us to find your god. Roar. The fast shrimp let out a cry, though it sounded somewhat pitiful. Captain, can we leave that creature there? This is, quite frankly, unbelievable. Lucas, still at the dining table, could not help but inquire, for the creature was indeed intimidating. Ha. No worries. I was just looking for this big fellow. I didn't expect it to show up on its own. It makes things so much easier. Chong replied while eating, his pace in fetching food remaining unhurried. It seems that Brother Mu possesses quite an extensive knowledge of Sky Island. At that moment, Skid suddenly interjected, having noticed Chong's familiarity with the subject in such a short time. That is not important. Old man. However, the ship's crew is about to board the Liberty. As Chong spoke, he paused, raising his gaze towards Skid, while Slade beside him also halted his movements. Oh, have you found a suitable crew member so soon? Here, at Sky Island, Skig's brow twitched, a mixture of astonishment, reluctance, and curiosity flashing across his face. The primary objective of our ascent to Sky Island was to find that fellow. However, his temper is rather foul. But that is all right. Ha. He is my designated fisherman. As Chong spoke, he assumed a contemplative expression, only to break into a grin and resume his meal. Is that so? Ha. It seems the old man is about to be out of a job. Skig lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag while offering Slade a reassuring glance. At this moment, Chong remained silent. Indeed, according to their agreement, once the official crew member for the Liberty was in place, Skid would disembark. This ship would no longer have a place for the old man in the lounge of the Liberty. The group continued to enjoy their meal, filled with curiosity about the forthcoming adventure. Meanwhile, beneath the sea clouds, Gaia Island was bustling with activity. In the waters surrounding Gaia Island. It's been so long. Surely we want to fall again, right? The soaring currents have ceased, and we have yet to see the ship of the descent from the skies. Could it be that the Sky Island truly exists? At the moment when the soaring sea current came to an end, all the onlookers were eagerly awaiting the descent of the ship belonging to Magong from the heavens. However, as time passed without any sight of the vessel, restlessness began to stir among the crowd. On the deck of the ship belonging to the hyena pirates, the brown-haired Mont-Blanc Curecat clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on the sky as the dark clouds gradually dispersed, tears streaming down his face. A grown man. He wept like a child. He did it. He truly accomplished it. The hero had proven the existence of the Sky Island. And thus, The golden country he spoke of must also reside in the skies. In that moment, Mont-Blanc Kirkat's gaze grew resolute, a smile spreading across his face as he chose to believe in Mourning. Eagerly awaiting the sound of the golden bell, Captain Bellamy, please take me back to Gaia Island, where I shall await the hero's ringing of the golden bell. Wiping away his tears, Mont-Blanc Kirkat approached Bellamy, who was also gazing at the sky, and softly remarked, "Hey, how can you speak to our captain like that?" Just then, a subordinate rushed in, but before he could finish his words, Bellamy kicked him aside. Bellamy leaned closer to Mont-Blanc Kirkat, his eyes sharp as he regarded him in silence. "Captain Bellamy, do you truly have such faith in him?" Before Mont-Blanc Kirkat could finish, Bellamy interrupted, "Captain Bellamy, the facts have proven otherwise." "Have they not? The hero has yet to fall from the sky after all this time. I have no reason to doubt the existence of the Sky Island. As for the golden country mentioned by our ancestors, according to our agreement, I am willing to wait 3 days for the hero." Mont-Blanc Kirkat met Bellamy's gaze with unwavering determination and seriousness. "Ha ha ha. The hero, you say? Back to Magic Valley Town?" Bellamy laughed heartily, casting one last glance at the now clear sky before leaving with a parting remark, not looking back as he entered the captain's quarters. "What? The hero has soared into the heavens using the soaring sea current." In the office of the Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku shouted into the transponder snail, his face reflecting astonishment. "Yes, Admiral Sengoku, I witnessed the entire event firsthand. The hero's ship ascended into the sky using the soaring sea current. And after waiting for a considerable time, we have yet to see the hero descend. Therefore, we tentatively conclude that the hero has reached the Sky Island." The voice from the transponder snail conveyed an excited report, the excitement clearly palpable. "Ha. Understood." Sengoku exhaled deeply in response, pausing for a moment before speaking again. "Have you clarified the identities of those 3 individuals in black?" Report to Admiral Sengoku. "No. We have been unable to uncover any information about them." The transponder snail's voice carried a hint of nervousness, droplets of sweat appearing on its tiny snail face. "Is that so? I see." Sengoku furrowed his brow, choosing not to press further, and ended the call, leaving the office in silence once more. Within the resplendent palace of Dressrosa, an ugly man with a runny nose examined the information in his hands, muttering to himself, "Hiki, this hero is indeed unexpected. He dares to take such risks with a legend that has persisted for centuries. Truly unbelievable." He then looked up at the man seated on the throne adorned in a pink cloak and sunglasses. "Hey, Doflamingo, should we send Diamante to pursue the hero?" The man on the throne raised his head upon hearing this, glancing at the information the ugly man held. "No need for that. However, there's no need to call Diamante back either. Tell him to head to Gaia Island and deal with the failures." With a sinister chuckle, he added, "The hero, you say? How intriguing." As the man's words echoed through the palace, tranquility returned, save for the striking image of the hero displayed prominently on the table. "Ha ha ha. Faster, faster, great lobster, go faster, faster." High above the clouds at an altitude of 7,000 meters, an enormous lobster raced across the sea clouds with remarkable speed. Yet, there were still voices urging it to accelerate further. At the bow of the ship Freedom, Mourning spread his arms wide, reveling in the exhilarating blend of speed and thrill. "Oh ho, Captain, this is too fast. Ha ha ha." Slade clung tightly to the ship's railing, his eyes nearly shut against the wind. Yet, he did not forget to shout, and the entire deck was filled with similar expressions of disarray, their faces nonetheless illuminated with joy. This adventure was exhilarating. If we could catch one and release it into the sea, our sailing speed would be no concern, someone exclaimed, igniting a spark of excitement in everyone's eyes as they turned to Mourning, their anticipation palpable. "Ha! Don't even think about it, everyone. This is a specialty of the Sky Island. Once in the sea, it might not survive," Mourning remarked, suddenly intrigued by the enormous lobster below, contemplating the possibility of capturing it. The lobster, sensing the ominous intent, let out a series of roars, propelling itself even faster. "Stop, turbo shrimp." However, just as they were about to reach their destination, a commanding voice resonated in the turbo shrimp's mind, causing it to come to an abrupt halt, trembling uncontrollably. Bang, bang, as the turbo shrimp screeched to a halt. Multiple collisions echoed across the deck of the Freedom, followed by a cacophony of startled cries. "Ah, that hurts. Captain, what happened? What's going on?" Hilbot rubbed his face, which had collided with the door frame, looking utterly bewildered. "Help, help, Captain." Lucas, who had been thrown off, clung to the edge of the ship, eyes shut tight as he shouted, "Ha ha ha. Lucas, you were so weak that you could be thrown off like that." Slade, steady as a rock, leaned on a 2-meter-long iron rod, laughing boisterously at Lucas. Just as Lucas was about to retort, he was suddenly lifted by Bacca. "I'm saved. Thanks, Baku. No problem, Lucas. We are family. Baku playfully patted Lucas on the back, nearly causing him to choke, which only elicited more laughter from everyone. What is Magong looking for? Skid K stood at the ship's edge, taking a puff of his cigarette, curiously observing Magong, who had leaped off the ship. Meow? Hey, what is the captain doing? Soon, the crew gathered around Skid K, their attention drawn to Magong, who was flitting about in the sea clouds, completely forgetting about the trembling turbo shrimp. Where did it go? I distinctly sensed it was right here. At that moment, Magong had his left arm crossed over his chest, his chin resting on his right hand, suspended above the white sea clouds, puzzled as he gazed down. Just moments ago, his observation Haki had detected something intriguing. In that fleeting instant, he had ordered the turbo shrimp to stop, but as he leapt off the freedom and hovered above the white clouds, the object had vanished once more. No, I am certain I did not miss-see. It must be right here. Hiding, is it? You cannot evade me. Abandoning contemplation, a smile broke across Mugong's face as he swiftly descended towards the sea clouds. It should be fine. Just as Mugong's hand was about to make contact with the sea clouds, he glanced back at Slade on the deck. Feeling Mugong's gaze, Slade tensed up, instinctively tightening his grip on the iron rod. Hey, you won't die from this. As Mugong's words rang out, his right hand plunged into the sea clouds without hesitation, his entire palm submerging within. Damn, this wretched feeling of weakness, but thankfully, it's not enough to exhaust me or hinder my abilities. The sea clouds of the Sky Island had a similar effect on those with abilities as the sea water of the Blue Sea. However, given Mugong's current physique, the area of contact had minimal effect. Now, let us see just where you are hiding. With that, as Mugong's voice faded, the sea clouds began to converge around his palm, only for them to swirl around it in the next moment. As the surrounding sea clouds continually converged under the influence of gravity, the vortex grew ever larger. Initially, Chong drew the nearby sea clouds towards him with gravitational force, only to subsequently alter the direction of that force, causing the clouds to swirl around him, thus forming the cloud vortex. Suddenly, Chong's cloak billowed as a colossal vortex enveloped him, expanding further, resembling a tornado gradually taking shape, though this tornado was composed entirely of pure white sea clouds. Ah, ha, found you. Just as everyone on the deck anxiously watched this scene unfold, an excited voice suddenly emerged from within the cloud vortex. Boom. In the next moment, the already towering white vortex shattered explosively, and the sea clouds cascaded down like white snowflakes from the sky. Standing amidst the falling snowflakes, Chong gazed at a pure white devil fruit in his hand, his joy reminiscent of a child Escalating. This pristine devil fruit resembled a pineapple, its surface adorned with spiraling white patterns that, upon closer inspection, appeared as delicate white clouds floating above. At that moment, the fruit spun ceaselessly in Chong's grasp. No wonder it was so hard to find you. Your color truly blends in with the white clouds. If it weren't for the occasional reflection of light, it would be nearly impossible to spot you. Hey, come with me. I shall find you a master. Chong nullified the buoyancy of his gravitational fruit powers, seized the white devil fruit, and turned to soar towards the deck of the free ship. Meow. The captain has returned. Upon seeing Chong flying back from the distance, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over everyone, and smiles blossomed on their previously tense faces. Even the normally anxious Slade relaxed his grip on the iron rod, his expression softening. Hey, Slade, eat it. As Chong approached the free ship, he crouched on the ship's edge and tossed the white devil fruit directly to Slade, stating in an authoritative tone that brooked no refusal. Taken aback, Slade raised his hand to catch the incoming object. When everyone finally discerned what it was, expressions of astonishment and disbelief filled the air. Some gazed wide-eyed in confusion, others scrutinized it with curiosity, while one individual wore a face of disdain. This is a devil fruit. Hilbot was the first to speak, his eyes fixated on the pure white devil fruit, his face a mask of astonishment, though not a trace of greed could be seen in his gaze. What? This is the legendary treasure of the sea, a devil fruit worth millions of berries. Upon hearing Hilbot's words, Lucas's bewildered expression sharpened into one of astonishment. Though he was born in the Grand Line, he had merely heard legends of devil fruits without ever encountering one. Now, witnessing one firsthand, he was utterly flabbergasted. However, in contrast to the flabbergasted reactions of these two men and Bacchus' indifference, Slade and his grandfather, Skydeck, appeared remarkably composed. Little Moo, this devil fruit. Skydeck's cigarette was still smoldering, nearly burning down to his fingers, yet he remained oblivious, his eyes fixed on Chong. But just as Skydeck began to speak, Mu Chong interrupted with a wave of his hand. Old man, I trust Slade. Mu Chong smiled faintly at Skydeck, uttering a single sentence that sent the old man's heart racing. Ha 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 ha. Old man, old man. Tears glistened in Skydeck's eyes as he laughed heartily. Making his way towards the control room, his back slightly hunched, the deck fell into a brief silence. Even Hillbot and Lucas nearby quieted down, as even the slowest minds could grasp the significance of what was about to transpire for Slade. Mu Chong crouched on the ship's edge, a smile gracing his face as he fixed his gaze on the downcast Slade, awaiting his response. At that moment, Slade was suppressing his inner excitement with great effort. Having grown up in a naval base, he understood precisely what a devil fruit signified, a source of power, a means to be revered, a way to unleash his innermost desires, and even a path to touch authority. Captain. After a long pause, Slade took a deep breath, gently calling out to Mu Chong. Slowly, he lifted his head. When Mu Chong beheld those eyes, his smile widened even further. They were eyes of unparalleled clarity. Boom! Slade's right fist struck his chest with conviction, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Mu Chong. Captain, I am Slade, the navigator of the free ship. Entrust it to me, Captain. And I shall ensure this ship carries your ambitions to every corner of this vast ocean. Entrust it to me, Captain. Slade's face flushed crimson as he poured every ounce of strength into his declaration, shouting earnestly at Mu Chong. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Mu Chong, eyeing the towering Slade, whose stature was over 2 meters. His black dreadlocks cascading and dressed in gray and white, nodded in immense satisfaction. How could a navigator of my choosing be anything less than exceptional? Make sure to finish it all, Slade. Ha! Hey, Slade, what powers does that devil fruit possess? Hurry and show us. After the free ship resumed its journey, Lucas, like a tailing shadow, followed Slade wherever he went, eager to uncover the abilities of the white devil fruit. Get away, Lucas. Ugh, with every word Slade uttered. The taste in his mouth made him nauseous. He had indeed followed Mu Chong's advice, consuming the entire devil fruit piece by piece, and now everyone around him seemed hostile. Ha! Is it not finished yet? Slade, it's just a fruit. Why such a reaction? Hillbot remarked, observing Slade slumped on the deck. Humph, Slade, unwilling to engage, let out a dismissive snort, closing his eyes to quietly experience the transformation of the fruit's abilities within him. Hey, Hillbot, is the devil fruit truly that dreadful? Seeing Slade's aloof demeanor, Lucas abandoned his pursuit and turned to Hillbot with a question. Geez, Lucas, you fool. I've never tasted a devil fruit. How would I know what it tastes like? Hey, the captain has. Why not ask him? Hillbot shot Lucas a sidelong glance, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Go. Right? Lucas's eyes lit up as he scampered over to Mu Chong, who was seated at the bow. Just as he was about to inquire when he was captivated by a peculiar archway appearing ahead of the free ship. Wow. Why is there an archway here? Have we arrived in heaven? All aboard the free ship were drawn to Lucas's exclamation, rushing to the bow to gaze eagerly at the approaching archway. Everyone, once we pass through this gate and ascend along the cloud path, we shall reach the true Sky Island. A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Mu Chong's eyes as he looked beyond the archway towards the island in the sky. What are we waiting for? Let us charge ahead. Just as Lucas excitedly waved his fists, an elderly woman suddenly appeared behind the archway, waving her hand as if to greet them. However, the speed of the quick shrimp was too swift. Propelled by the fear instilled by Mu Chong, showing no signs of slowing down as it barreled through the archway, quickly vanishing into the cloud path. Captain, did someone just wave to the free ship? Hillbot pondered, leaning on his chin in confusion, recalling a fleeting moment he thought he saw something. Oh, it's of no consequence, Hillbot. After all, battles are bound to ensue. Ha 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 ha. Mu Chong waved dismissively, fully aware of the figure that had appeared at the entrance. But even if he were to stop, he lacked the berries to offer her. That quick shrimp performed admirably. Meow. Charge ahead. Charge ahead. Ha! He. By Mumu, Lucas, and Baku were thoroughly engrossed in their fun, completely oblivious to the changes in their surroundings. As the quick shrimp sped onwards, the floating island drew ever closer. Bang, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the rear of the free ship, followed by shouts that approached at astonishing speed. At that moment, the individuals on the deck, enjoying their journey along the cloud path, halted, turning to glance back. Well, they're arriving rather quickly, aren't they? What was the name of that brigade again? As Mu Chong beheld the rapidly approaching figures behind the hull of the Freedom, a myriad of images flashed through his mind, yet the name of the unit eluded him. Wow, Captain, they can fly, and they are incredibly swift, exclaimed Lucas, his eyes gleaming as he pointed at the approaching group. Wait a moment, Lucas, are they actually flying? What on earth are they doing? Are they denizens of Sky Island? Slade slapped Lucas on the shoulder and shouted at him, then turned his gaze quizzically towards Chong. Ah, yes, they are indeed the inhabitants of this island. Chong observed the group with keen curiosity. They donned white berets and uniforms primarily in shades of blue and purple, traversing the unique transportation device known as Weiba. Swiftly intercepting the Freedom. Hey, stop, invaders! A tall man approached the bow of the Freedom, his expression stern as he regarded Chong and his companions. Also, I am McKinley, captain of the Heavenly Kingdom's White Beret Brigade. I am here to formally inform you that, as you entered the Heavenly Kingdom without paying the entrance fee, you are now under arrest. Hey, McKinley, do you know how to get to Apato? Just as McKinley was speaking earnestly, he was interrupted by Chong, who was nonchalantly picking his nose. That Chong's words sent a chill down McKinley's spine. And no, you cannot go there. That is the dwelling place of the god. You will perish if you venture there. Captain McKinley shook his head vigorously, his speech fragmented, revealing his evident anxiety. Not only he, but also the members behind him, were taken aback upon hearing Chong's intention to go to Apato. Shut up. McKinley. Chong furrowed his brow, his initial curiosity towards the residents of Sky Island dissipating entirely as he shouted, Listen, McKinley, if you can guide us to Apato, then lead the way. If not, get out of my way. I have no time to waste on your nonsense. Anger flickered across Chong's face, the latent aura of his conqueror's Haki instilling fear in McKinley and his crew, causing them to swallow nervously. Captain, one of the crew members approached McKinley, gently tugging at him while casting a fearful glance at Chong. McKinley clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he fixed his gaze on Chong. Just as Chong's impatience peaked, McKinley stepped aside, clearing the path. Ha! McKinley, go back and inform the residents of Sky Island that soon they will no longer need to fear the so-called punishment of the god. I shall resolve the issue regarding that so-called god of Apato. Remember to prepare a feast for us upon our return. Chong laughed heartily upon seeing McKinley step aside, realizing that the people of Sky Island were not malevolent. Their intention in blocking the path was merely to protect Chong and his crew from the divine punishment. After Chong finished speaking, he patted the edge of the Freedom, and the enormous speed shrimp seemed to receive a command. Swiftly resuming its course towards the land revered as the realm of the gods, Apato. God, did that fellow just mention a god? Lucas mused, resting his chin on his hand and gazing upward at a 45-degree angle. His expression rife with confusion. Could that so-called god be a kind of totem or a deity that requires offerings? Slade, clutching his iron rod, similarly gazed ahead at the cloud path, his eyes filled with an inexplicable anticipation. Perhaps it is not a deity of offerings. Slade, the captain just mentioned the punishment of the gods. If it were a dead deity, why would there be a punishment? Hilbert, leaning against the edge of the Freedom, adjusted his golden spectacles and spoke. Is it possible that there truly exists a god on this island? What they refer to as God and the celestial dragons. Upon hearing Hilbert's words, Lucas's mouth fell agape in astonishment, a look of fear dawning on his face. Ha! Listen closely, everyone. There is no such thing as God in this world, whether it be the god of Apato or the celestial dragons of the Red Land. They are merely individuals who declare themselves as gods. Essentially, they are no different from you. If there is any distinction, perhaps it is merely that they possess greater strength. Once you acquire sufficient power, your fear of these so-called gods will dissipate entirely. Chong, seated at the bow, gazed ahead at the cloud path, his tone remarkably calm, yet his words left those behind him in shock. Wow, little Mu is indeed audacious. Skidik exhaled deeply, observing Chong's back. Hearing this, Chong turned to glance at the expressions of everyone on the deck, a slight smile gracing his lips. Ha ha ha. Be courageous, everyone. In this world, there is nothing that can thwart the dreams of the brave. Only by becoming true strong individuals will you possess the right to speak. Strong individuals, Captain? How strong must one be to be considered strong? As Chong's words fell, Slade's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion as he inquired. Oh, that is a fine question, Slade. Chong regarded the tall, dreadlocked young man, pondering his question before turning back to face the forward cloud path, continuing, Let us proceed. Everyone, our destination today is Apato, where you shall first experience the disparity between yourselves and the strong. Without heeding the discussions behind him, Chong began to contemplate. His assertion was rooted in the fact that the individual they were about to confront would be the most formidable adversary the Freedom had encountered since setting sail. Perhaps engaging with this god would enable all aboard the Freedom to recognize their future aspirations or even surpass them. This was one of Mu Chong's objectives for this journey. As for whether Mu Chong could triumph over the so-called god of apato, that remained to be seen. On the island of the gods, apato, a colossal golden ship devoid of sails docked at the shore, its hull emblazoned with a grand character for God, signifying its nobility. At this moment, on the deck of the divine vessel sat a man adorned with a white headscarf, elongated earlobes with earrings, bare-chested, a thunder drum affixed to his back, golden rings adorning his hands, and wearing lantern pants with bare feet, his toes decorated with rings. This man wore a cold expression, propping his chin on his right hand, lost in thought as he stared vacantly at the distant cloud path, flickers of electricity dancing between his fingers, creating an extraordinary spectacle. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Another group of trespassers has invaded the realm of the gods. Finally, some amusement in this dull time. A hint of a smile appeared on the man's languid face as he yawned widely. And in the next moment, he vanished from sight. In a chamber within apato, for men with small wings on their backs were resting. However, in the next instant, they were jolted awake, quickly forming a line. Their expressions tense as they stared at the man who had suddenly appeared, now seated at the table and picking his nose. Yeah, ha ha. We have illegal intruders in this divine apato. You four, go capture them. I haven't had any fun in ages. Remember, bring them alive. Before the others could respond, a flash of lightning flickered, and the man who had been seated at the table picking his nose vanished once more, leaving the four men in a state of anxious tension. Curse those invaders. Let us go and make them feel the awareness of death. One bald man, sporting peculiar sunglasses and dressed in a green vest with white wings on his back and lantern pants, spoke. He was the overseer of the trial of iron. Hey, let me be the first this time. My 3-foot bird can hardly contain its excitement, exclaimed a man wearing goggles and an orange cotton coat. Holding a spear-like weapon, he was Shura, the overseer of the trial of ropes, his expression fierce. Roar, roar. Shura, don't be so hasty. My surprise ball is also itching to be unleashed, a corpulent figure clad in a pristine white jumpsuit, adorned with wings upon its back and presiding over the trial of the sphere, spoke up. TSK, cease your squabbling, for I shall take the lead this time. The last, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of spider legs and draped in purple attire, maintained a demeanor of disdain, frequently biting his lip and rolling his eyes. The overseer of the trial of the swamp, coldly declared, Humph, silence. Lord Enel has commanded that we capture them alive. Stay alert and exercise caution. Do not, by any chance, end their lives. The consequences will be yours to bear. The bald figure, gazed intently ahead, his tone betraying an undercurrent of eager anticipation as he remarked, Roar, roar. Do not think you can monopolize this. I shall play with them properly, the rotund Shadley exclaimed, waving his hands excitedly. Shoo. You all proceed at your leisure. I shall advance to meet the intruders first. Suddenly, Shura let out a sharp whistle, summoning a massive purple bird that soared through the air. He then leaped onto its back, casting a cold smirk at the other three as the bird flapped its wings and took flight. Damn it, that wretched Shura has once again beaten us to it. The spider-haired Gadaz rolled his eyes in irritation, his expression one of utter disdain. Roar, roar. Meanwhile, the Freedom ship continued its swift journey along the cloud passage, the express shrimp seeming to defy fatigue, while colossal trees rushed past on either side. I am so full. Are we not there yet, Captain? On the deck of the Freedom ship, the crew gathered around a chaotic array of empty plates, with Lucas, rubbing his belly, lazily murmuring, Ha ha ha, behold, we have arrived, as Mu Chong's words echoed. The express shrimp finally came to a halt, revealing a scene that failed to ignite the group's enthusiasm. Why is it so dilapidated here? Is this where the so-called god resides? Lucas leaned against the ship's railing, his right hand resting on his forehead as he surveyed the ruins before him. Perhaps we have merely reached the outskirts. Lucas thought the god they speak of must dwell deeper within the island. Hilbot adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, gazing at the desolate landscape as he spoke. With a gentle thud, the Freedom ship was set down by the express shrimp, nestled securely between two structures. Ha ha ha. Thank you, express shrimp. You are free now, so depart swiftly. Mu Chong waved at the massive creature, which, in an instant of relief, vanished speedily at the end of the cloud passage. Everyone, let us proceed. We have arrived, and it seems someone is here to greet us. Just as Mu Chong prepared to leap from the Freedom ship, his observation Haki detected a figure rapidly approaching from the sky. The group halted, following Mu Chong's gaze upward, just as confusion spread. A piercing scream echoed through the air. In the next moment, A colossal purple bird swooped down towards the freedom ship. "You beast, how dare you threaten our freedom ship?" Lucas exclaimed, drawing his long blade in an instant. With bent legs and a powerful thrust, he launched himself towards the avian foe. "Descend, beast." As Lucas's blade met the purple bird, a brilliant flash of steel sliced through its underbelly, and blood gushed forth. "Ga!" The creature let out a mournful cry, losing its balance in midair and plummeting towards the ground with a resounding crash. "Ha ha ha. Quite the reliable performance, Lucas." Chong beamed with delight as he observed Lucas, poised with his weapon atop a nearby tree. "Cough, cough, cough. How dare you injure my pet? You shall all pay." Just as the crew prepared to applaud Lucas, a voice filled with rage erupted from below the downed bird. "Huh? Is there someone beneath the bird?" Slade swiftly drew an iron rod, fixing his gaze on the figure emerging from behind the creature. "Who is this? Wings upon their back? Another Sky Islander, perhaps, allied with those beret-clad individuals?" Hillbot scrutinized the increasingly visible figure, slowly speaking. Not at all, Hillbot. This is one of Apato's 4 divine officers, and he is certainly not here for a friendly chat." Chong settled onto the railing of the freedom ship, observing the divine officer's appearance with a sense of urgency regarding their exploration of Apato. Now that the officer has appeared, defeating him will surely provoke Enel. "Hey, who among you wishes to test this fellow's prowess?" Chong inquired, smiling at his companions while clutching his right knee. "I shall take on this challenge, Captain," Lucas declared eagerly, leaping forth. "Leave it to me, Captain. I am capable." Slade, Hillbot, and Baku eagerly prepared to leap from the ship, only to be interrupted by a shout from behind. Hey, what do you think you are doing? I am the one who brought this creature down, so it is only right that I handle it." "Captain, is this fellow to live or die?" Lucas, brandishing his long blade, bounded back onto the freedom ship, taking the lead and addressing Chong. "Ha ha ha. You are quite bold, Lucas. Regardless of the outcome, enjoy your battle to the fullest." Chong chuckled, knowing well that Lucas might not prove a match for the divine officer. "Roar, let us go." With Chong's signal, Lucas leaped down, propelling himself toward the furious Shura. "Damn you. You are the one who injured my pet. You shall pay for this." Shura seethed, cursing as he brandished his spear to meet the oncoming Lucas. Clang! The clash of blade and spear resonated, as both combatants engaged in a fierce exchange, seemingly evenly matched. "Captain, do you believe Lucas can prevail?" Hillbot inquired softly, concern etched across his features as he approached Chong. "Ha ha ha. Hillbot, trust in your comrades. However, do remain prepared to offer assistance." Chong's sudden shift in tone nearly caught Hillbot off guard, prompting him to tightly grip the ship's railing and focus on Lucas. "Ha ha ha. Fear not. With me present, Lucas shall come to no harm. Everyone, from this moment onward, I implore you to approach the ensuing battles with utmost seriousness. For a mere misstep could prove fatal. I hope this voyage imparts valuable lessons." Chong's expression shifted to one of gravity, as he recognized their purpose was to help train and elevate their spirits as warriors. Yet, if they remained unable to adapt, there is no need for such concerns, young Mu. At that moment, Skidrek, puffing on a cigarette, approached Chong with a serious demeanor, slowly speaking. Chong paused in surprise, turning to the elder, who momentarily reminded him of a smiling figure. He remained silent, waiting for the elder to continue. "Young Mu, you have already cared for them sufficiently. The old man understands your concern. However, excessive protection can lead to harm. Just as my overprotection of Slade has resulted in his current state. Thus, young Mu, this sea is merciless, a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. If one cannot adapt, they must be eliminated. Otherwise, life itself is the price." Once Skidrek finished, he sat down on the deck, continuing to smoke without further comment. Chong regarded Skidrek thoughtfully, a smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth, truly believing that having an elder is akin to possessing a treasure. "Ha ha ha. Thank you, old man." Chong earnestly expressed his gratitude, to which the elder waved dismissively, returning his attention to the battlefield involving Lucas. "Damn, why can I not strike him? Why?" Lucas's blade clashed repeatedly with Shura's spear. However, each time Lucas's longsword struck towards Shura's body, it was inexplicably evaded by the latter, leaving him utterly perplexed, and his emotions began to show signs of agitation. "Hey, you foolish invader, have you realized that you cannot harm me? Ha ha ha. I am the man who wields the heart network. Your attacks are all too predictable to me." Shura's heart swelled with pride as he toyed with Lucas, continuously inflicting wounds upon him with his spear, but none were fatal. Indeed, Shura intended to thoroughly torment Lucas. "Damn it, this is impossible. The heart network? What a load of nonsense. Go die," Lucas shouted, pouring all his strength into his assaults. Yet, he found himself powerless to land a blow on his opponent. Clang. Once more, their weapons clashed, and just as Lucas prepared to withdraw his sword for another strike, a sinister smile crossed Shura's face. Fire spear. Boom. As Shura's words fell, his spear erupted in a torrent of searing flames, engulfing the unsuspecting Lucas. Lucas was instantly consumed by the flames, his body ablaze, the impact sending him rolling on the ground. His cries of pain echoing. Lucas. The crew aboard the vessel gasped in shock at the sight, immediately preparing to leap from the Freedom to assist him. Stay put. Everyone. This is Lucas's battle. What reason do you have to interfere with a man's growth? Mu Chong's cold voice stunned them into silence, their eyes wide with anticipation. However, when they saw Mu Chong fall silent, they turned their gaze back to the battlefield, though every one of their bodies trembled slightly. Ha ha ha. Ignorant invader, have you tasted the might of the fiery shell? On the battlefield, Shura watched Lucas roll on the ground, satisfied with his handiwork. Lucas struggled with all his might to extinguish the flames engulfing him. His clothes were in tatters, his body marred by burns, yet he managed to stand, trembling but with a fierce light in his eyes. What are you shouting about, you fool? I'm not down yet. Ha! The battle has only just begun. Lucas's silver hair was singed and disheveled, his gray cloak reduced to mere tatters. Still, his unwavering form stood tall, with his right hand gripping the long sword across his chest, and his left hand gently resting on the blade's back. His gaze sharpened with intensity. I am a sword-wielding warrior, and my blade remains keen. How could I possibly fall here? Thud, thud, thud. Lucas propelled himself towards Shura, his longsword cutting through the air in a flurry. Accelerating once more. Ha ha ha. Ignorant invader, dare you come forth to meet your death? Then let you taste the power of the fire spear. Shura showed no fear, his icy words resonating that he charged at Lucas. And in the next moment, their weapons collided with tremendous force, the injured Lucas refusing to yield. Ha ha ha. Are you ready, invader? Fire spear. Just as Shura spoke, Lucas attempted to retract his sword and retreat. But he suddenly found his feet immobilized. Before he could express his shock, Shura's voice rang out again. Boom, the scorching flames erupted once more from the spear, and the immobilized Lucas bore the brunt of the blow. The sound of his agony filled the air, thrilling Shura to no end. Ha ha ha. Foolish invader, you. But just as Shura was about to mock Lucas, a longsword pierced his chest, blood instantly staining the ground red. How could this be? How could this be? Shura gasped, staring in disbelief at the sword embedded in his chest, staggering back in shock. Did I not strike you? Lucas taunted. Thud. Thud. Both Shura, with the sword lodged in his chest, and Lucas, engulfed in flames, collapsed to the ground almost simultaneously. Lucas, Shura. At that very moment, two urgent voices echoed from opposite directions. Arriving so slowly, Mu Chong's gaze darted towards the depths of Apaya, where three figures rapidly approached. Thud. 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 The sound of three consecutive collisions rang out as Slade, Hilbert, and Baku leaped from the Freedom, landing on the ground. Go. Be careful. Mu Chong, seated on the edge of the Freedom, nodded slightly at the three who had jumped down. He then raised his right hand, activating the power of the strength fruit. A white aura enveloped Lucas, extinguishing the flames that had engulfed him with a puff, lifting his body and bringing him to the deck. I leave it to you, old man, Mu Chong said to Skik with a grave expression. Lucas's injuries were indeed severe. Given the current situation, he had lost the ability to fight again. Meow. Rest assured, Mu, leave it to the old man. Skik responded without hesitation, swiftly taking Lucas into the cabin of the Freedom for treatment. With Skik's reply, Mu Chong said nothing further, instead using his strength to leap onto a thick branch, crossing his arms over his chest as he stood there. Observing the 6 individuals below who had now converged. The other 3 high priests have gathered. Enel truly shows us respect. I wonder how long you intend to keep us waiting. As Mu Chong spoke, he unleashed his observation Haki, enveloping the area without reservation. He would not let his guard down against the elusive lightning. Roar, roar. So, you are the damned invaders, who injured Shura. The portly Shadley's previously jovial expression darkened into one of ferocity. Though the 4 of them often exchanged banter, their camaraderie remained intact. Now that Shura had been gravely injured, Shadley's fury flared. I presume the 3 of you are not here to welcome us. Are you? Even if you had not just fought with Shura, I doubt you would have been courteous, right? Hilbert stepped forward first, adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses, his gaze sharp and fixed on the 3 high priests before him. Ignorant invaders, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Surrender and return with us to meet our God, or face death. The Baldam slowly drew his white longsword, its tip aimed directly at Hilbert and his companions. Roar, roar. What are you wasting words on, Alm? Just take them down, Shadley commanded, and as his voice fell, he produced a spherical object from seemingly nowhere and waved it forward, releasing a massive white serpent that surged toward Hilbert and his companions. Roar, I'm coming. With no hesitation, Baku let out a roar, planting his feet firmly on the ground before charging forward, his right fist crashing into the serpent's head. Boom! The immense force obliterated the serpent's head, sending Baku stumbling back 2 steps, his right hand marked with injuries. Yet, disregarding his wounds, Baku charged once more at Shadley. Roar, roar, quite powerful. Are you, invader? Then I, Shadley, shall play with you. Shadley, startled by the destruction of his serpent, momentarily froze but did not falter. Instead, he propelled himself into the air with a burst of wind, soaring towards Baku. Iron whip. Just as Baku lunged at Shadley, suddenly swung his white longsword, transforming it into a whip-like strike aimed at Baku. You shall not interrupt my companion's fight. Get lost, shave. As unleashed his white whip, Slade charged toward him, wielding a 2-meter-long iron rod with the force of thunder aimed straight at Alm. Should this strike connect, Alm would undoubtedly be severely injured. A flash of white light flickered in Alm's eyes beneath his sunglasses, and he decisively abandoned his attack on Baku, evading just in time before the iron rod struck down, narrowly escaping the blow. Observation Haki. With a swing that met only air, Slade's gaze instantly turned grave upon witnessing his opponent's evasive maneuver. He was no naive novice. After all, the rigorous training under Chong, coupled with his innate sensitivity to the surrounding atmosphere, allowed him to swiftly comprehend the ability employed by his adversary. Ignorant invader, what nonsense is this observation Haki? This is the mind network bestowed by the divine. Sheathed his blade, disregarding the ongoing skirmish between Shadley and the others, his gaze fixed intently on Slade, the flames of battle raging fiercely. It seems both of you have found your opponents. Allow me to handle this one, he exclaimed, but then, where did he go? Beside him, Gadas, with his spider-like hair, sneered at Hilbot. However, the excessive roll of his eyes obscured his view of Hilbot entirely. An opportunity. Hilbot seized the moment, darting in close and launching a punch aimed squarely at his opponent's face. But just as his fist was about to connect with Gadas, the latter miraculously dodged. Foolish intruder, you cannot strike one who possesses the mind network. Jet iron fist. With a resounding boom, as Gadas' words fell, Hilbot witnessed a fist advancing toward him in slow motion. Yet, in the next instant, that very fist crashed into his abdomen with a force that sent him hurtling backward, colliding violently with a nearby tree before tumbling several times to a stop. Hilbot, Baku exclaimed as a white iron sword was sent flying by a single punch. Upon seeing Hilbot sent sprawling, he instinctively turned to call out, Roar, roar. Foolish invader, becoming distracted in battle could cost you your life. The ominous voice of Shadley resonated behind Baku. Impact palm strike. A gloved hand pressed firmly against Baku's back. Boom. Ugh. In the next moment, a torrent of air erupted from Shadley's palm, striking Baku's back with tremendous force, propelling him away and slamming him into the ground, his shirt visibly torn with a gaping hole. Cough, cough. Damn it. With a roar of defiance, Baku momentarily paused on the ground before charging once more at Shadley. Roar, roar. You sustained no injuries from my full-force impact palm? What kind of body is this? In that moment, Shadley was taken aback, unable to suppress his loud exclamation. Yet, as he sensed Baku's rapid assault, his astonishment quickly faded. Roar, roar. If one impact palm won't do, then I'll unleash several more. With that speed, you cannot hope to strike me, invader. As Shadley's words echoed, his feet propelled him forward once more, and he collided with Baku. However, once again, Baku's attack fell short. For Shadley, endowed with the mind network, evading Baku's strikes was exceedingly simple. Roar, roar, too slow, foolish invader. Impact palm strike. Boom. This time, Shadley's palm connected directly with Baku's abdomen, unleashing a powerful air shockwave that resounded with a forceful thud. Ugh. The immense power contorted Baku's face in agony, his body uncontrollably flying backward, crashing to the ground and spewing blood, motionless in that moment. Baku? At the sight of Baku collapsing, Slade's brow furrowed deeply, his teeth clenched in silent fury, whispering, Grr, want to save your companion. Ignorant invader, we, who possess the mind network, are an insurmountable peak for you. Sensing Slade's urgency, Alm waved his white longsword mockingly, his voice dripping with derision. Cough, cough. Ugh, Just when the onlookers believed Baku and Hilbot could no longer rise, two voices suddenly pierced the stillness. That really hurts. Damn it. Why did that guy's speed suddenly increase just then? Hilbot rubbed his pained abdomen with one hand while adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses with the other, his eyes filled with a fierce determination directed at Gaydaz as he pondered his next move. Not painful at all. Not even as bad as Captain's black fist. But why did he send me flying without even touching me? Baku scratched his head, appearing rather dim-witted, yet a glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Quite impressive. Reliable indeed. Everyone. But Slade, what surprises can you offer me? Perched on a sturdy branch not far from the battlefield, Chong maintained his original stance, a joyful smile illuminating his face as he cast an expectant glance at the restless Slade. Roar, roar. Foolish invader, no matter how many times you rise, it's futile. Your struggles only bring me greater delight. With a joyful outburst, Shadeli witnessed Baku rise once more, flailing his arms in excitement. Yet, in the next moment, a surge of air propelled him toward Baku once more. Roar. Ha! Baku, however, remained steadfast, bending his legs into a solid stance, his muscles swelling like an inflating balloon, bulging with power. He stood his ground, seemingly opting to face Shadeli's assault head-on. Roar, roar. Are you so terrified you cannot move, invader? If so, then perish. Shadeli, observing Baku's lack of reaction, appeared intrigued, yet his assault showed no signs of hesitation. In the midst of his words, Shadeli's gloved hand pressed directly against Baku's chest. Roar, roar. Useless invader. But just as Shadeli's palm was about to make contact with Baku, the latter's left fist surged forward, aiming directly for Shadeli's palm. Yet, how could he strike when endowed with the mind network? As expected, Shadeli's hand deftly evaded Baku's punch, landing solidly once more against Baku's chest. Roar, roar. Farewell, invader. Boom, boom. What? Puff. Crack. Ugh. Baku. What a man, Baku. That reckless fighting style you learned from Lucas truly served you well. If that's the case, he deserves something to save his life. From his vantage point on the branch, Chong observed everything that transpired with clarity. It became evident that Baku, instead of evading, had chosen to absorb Shadeli's strike with his chest. In that fleeting moment when Shadeli unleashed his impact, Baku tightly embraced him with his formidable arms. Though Shadeli's strike inflicted severe damage, causing Baku to spit blood, he refused to relinquish his grip, roaring through the pain as he crushed Shadeli's bones, resulting in the latter spewing blood and appearing momentarily weakened. Both combatants fell to the ground simultaneously, yet Baku showed no sign of loosening his embrace, still clutching Shadeli tightly, a smile lingering on his lips. This scene left all present utterly astonished, as Baku's reckless fighting style shattered the perceptions of the remaining two divine officials. Damn it, despicable invader, die! The Baldalm erupted in fury, charging toward the fallen Baku with his white longsword drawn. Hey, you won't get past me, you scoundrel! Clang! Slade's iron rod clashed against Alm's longsword, producing a thunderous sound. Get lost! Ironcloud's iron fork. Alm bellowed, his white longsword morphing as it crossed over Slade's iron rod, lunging toward him. Is it a cloud? Seeing the white stinger aimed at him, Slade instinctively reached out. In Alm's astonished gaze, the stinger pierced directly into Slade's palm. Yet, astonishingly, no crimson blood flowed forth, as if it had completely melted away. What is this body? Alm was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape. He had witnessed such a phenomenon before. In the divine realm of apato, their gods possessed bodies akin to this. Your attack seems to have no effect on me. At that moment, Slade's heart began to stir with excitement. Ever since he consumed the devil fruit, he had been diligently studying his newfound abilities, although he had gleaned some knowledge about the devil fruits during his childhood at a naval base. He had only been aware of their existence in a vague sense. Now, with his head bowed, he gazed at his own body with exhilaration, momentarily forgetting that an enemy stood before him. Impossible, impossible. Only our gods possess such powers. That must have been an illusion. Alm was in disarray, unable to convince himself to believe in the scene he had just witnessed. Gripping his white longsword, he charged once more towards the oblivious Slade. Hey, Slade, be careful, shouted Hilbot, noticing Slade's lack of reaction. But it was too late. That Alm's longsword descended from above, cleaving the unresponsive Slade in two. Indeed, two distinct halves. Slade. Hilbot's eyes turned crimson in an instant. He felt as though he had witnessed Slade's demise, a sensation that pierced his heart. Just as he prepared to rush forward, he was struck dumb once again. Not only Hilbot, but even Gaydaz found himself frozen in place, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. desperately trying to comprehend the unfolding reality. To say that Alm was astonished would be an understatement. Before him, the once sundered body transformed into two billowing white clouds, slowly ascending. A sense of despair washed over Alm. How eerily reminiscent it was of the body of a god. Fortune truly smiles upon you, Slade. Who would have thought that the white devil fruit you stumbled upon was of the Logia type? Oh my, this fellow is bound to float away. Muko, who had been vigilantly observing, was now elated. The Logia-type devil fruit was a rare treasure. Muko was not mistaken. Slade was indeed floating. Not only was his body suspended, but his very demeanor soared. The opponent's attacks could not reach him. He was invincible. Ha! Come on, you bastard. Come and strike me. I'll show you what it means to be audacious. Mind web. Cloud net binding. Slade's maniacal laughter echoed from the two clouds hovering above. In the next instant, with a resounding shout, the tranquil white clouds expanded rapidly, enveloping the area above. Soon, a vast net woven entirely of clouds emerged beneath, descending upon Alm and Gatus, compelling the two to flee. A mind web. What a joke. How can one evade such a vast area? Cornered, Alm had no choice but to resist. Iron cloud, iron western sword. He bellowed, swinging his white sword downward toward the cloud net. Clang, thud. The clash of the white sword against the cloud net produced a metallic sound. Yet in the very next moment, Alm's sword was ensnared by the cloud net, slowly being absorbed, causing him to relinquish his weapon. He himself was bound by the constricting cloud net. Ha ha ha. Futile, you fool. Your weapon is utterly restrained by my cloud net. Do you think you can strike me, a being of clouds, with a cloud weapon? Slade's proud voice resonated amidst the white clouds. At this moment, he was undeniably elated. It is time to conclude this cloud net strangulation with a swift motion. The cloud net that had ensnared Alm and Gatus sprouted sharp spikes along each strand. Piercing into their flesh, two agonized cries erupted, and in the next instant, blood stained the white cloud net. Suspended in the air, Alm and Gatus were pierced by countless arrows, the pain rendering them on the brink of unconsciousness. Ha ha ha. This ability is marvelous. I am Cloud, and Cloud is me. Ha ha ha. As Slade's laughter echoed, the vast expanse of white clouds gradually coalesced, forming the shape of Slade himself, floating in midair, unable to contain his exhilaration. He burst into laughter. However, in the next moment, Slade, who was particularly sensitive to the air, felt a sudden chill run down his spine, a fear that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. Instinctively, he turned to look behind him, where a stoic face filled with fury came into view. Thunder release. Buzz. Hey, Enel, dare to make a move and see what happens. Indeed, the owner of that expressionless face was none other than Enel, the so-called god of the Sky Island, apato, wielding the power of the Thunder Devil Fruit. Having witnessed the defeat of his 4 divine officers, Enel could no longer remain idle. He appeared on the battlefield with the fury of a thunderstorm. Initially, he intended to unleash a lightning strike upon Slade, but the moment he materialized, he was detected by Muko, who had been observing the fray. Due to the immense speed of the lightning, even with his observation Haki activated, Muko found himself close to Slade before Enel could release his attack. Yet, before Enel could even assume a stance to unleash his lightning, he was enveloped by Muko's conqueror's Haki. In that moment, Muko unleashed his Haki without reservation, marking the first time he had fully exerted his will. It was as if the very essence of death from the depths of the inferno surged forth, assaulting Enel's consciousness and soul. At that moment, the specter of death loomed large. In Enel's eyes, he seemed to glimpse the Grim Reaper wielding a massive scythe, and he felt an instinctive realization that any further movement could lead to his demise. In an instant, Enel decisively abandoned his attack on Slade. With a flash of lightning, his form reappeared amidst the nearby ruins, his gaze fixed warily on Muko, who stood beside Slade, crackling with electricity. Yaha. Who are you? Just what was that aura? Enel questioned, still shaken by the earlier power he had sensed. Slade, you and Hillbot should return to the Freedom Ship. The ensuing battle is mine now. Remember to watch closely. Muko gently patted Slade on the shoulder, his voice calm yet resolute, though his gaze never wavered from Enel. Yes, Captain. Slade responded without hesitation, not even casting another glance at Enel, as he and Hillbot hurriedly carried Baku back to the deck of the Freedom Ship, tending to his wounds while keeping an eye on the battlefield. Answer this god's question. Intruder. Enel, adorned in a white headscarf, bare-chested, with 3 large drums on his back and donning lantern pants, slowly straightened his posture amidst the ruins. The previously apathetic expression on his face now bore a grave intensity. Huh? Thunder God Enel, You have finally made your appearance. I thought you would watch your subordinates fall one by one without intervening. Muko, with his black hair and white attire, draped in a white cloak, approached Enel, scrutinizing the so-called god of the Sky Island. Yaha. Intruder, your prattle is excessive. Answer this god's question immediately, or I shall unleash the wrath of thunder upon you. Enel, clearly rattled by the earlier display of power, hesitated to act impulsively. Ha ha ha. Would you like to know, Enel? Then come aboard my ship and become my shipwright, and I shall reveal to you what transpired. Care to consider it, Enel? Muko asked with a smile, arms outstretched, his face alight with anticipation. Yaha. You are a fool of audacity, attempting to recruit the great god? Who bestowed upon you such courage and audacity? Do you seek death? Enel, feeling increasingly agitated, unleashed arcs of lightning that flickered erratically around him. TCH, I knew it wouldn't be so easy to lure you aboard. Then let us engage in battle. Enel, show me the true weight of your self-proclaimed divinity. Let me witness if your strength can support your ambition. With a swift motion, Muko touched his nose and then dramatically tore off his cloak, hurling it toward a nearby thick branch, the light cloak. Upon contact with the branch, produced a sound reminiscent of a heavy object crashing down. Yaha! How foolish of you, intruder, to challenge the great god. Your ignorance will cost you dearly. Enel's gaze narrowed at Muko's seemingly casual gesture. However, upon hearing Muko's words, his confidence surged, believing himself invincible with the power of lightning at his command. Ha! Then let the battle commence. Enel, gravitational field. Buzz. Bang. As these words fell, Mu Chong's expression instantly turned grave. Following this, the power of the gravity fruit activated, and a circle of white energy waves swiftly enveloped the entire battlefield. The sudden heaviness that appeared on his body caused Enel to shudder. Before he could react, a figure materialized before him. Armament. Heavy fist. Mu Chong's cold voice echoed, as his pitch-black fist, devoid of emotion, struck towards Enel. Sizzle. Ha ha ha. Ignorant invader. You cannot harm a god with the mind network. As Mu Chong's figure appeared before Enel, a flash of lightning flickered, and Enel's body vanished from sight, reappearing behind Mu Chong in the next instant. 10 million volts. Electrocution. Enel extended a finger from each hand, one above and one below Mu Chong's head, coldly stating, "Is that so, Enel?" Bang. How is this possible? Before the lightning at Enel's fingertips could manifest, a chilling voice echoed, and he felt a horrifying impact to his abdomen. The tremendous force etched a painful expression across Enel's face. In the next moment, his body was propelled backward, crashing into a colossal tree. Crack. Bang. Boom. The massive trunk barely withstood the impact for a moment before it was snapped in half, sending Enel crashing into the ruins beyond. Debris scattering amidst the thunderous noise and billowing smoke. Mu Chong gradually withdrew his offensive, landing on the ground, gazing calmly in the direction of the ruins, awaiting Enel's emergence. Presently, Enel possessed the power of the rumble fruit, and his speed was undeniably swift. Coupled with the assistance of the mind network, he was indeed an unassailable god on this island. However, he was not without vulnerabilities. As Enel emerged slowly from the ruins, a smile gradually surfaced on Mu Chong's face, his satisfaction with the appointed shipwright growing. Damn it. I am a god, you brat. How can you lay hands on my body? Answer me. Why? Enel wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face contorted with fury, his gaze fixated on Mu Chong. Ha ha ha. Enel, do you still consider yourself a god? From the moment you appeared, it's been nothing but why? Why? Is a god truly so ignorant? Mu Chong's body sank slightly as he observed the wrathful Enel. Always prepared for both attack and defense. How dare you show such disrespect to this god? Die, invader. Divine judgment. Enel, seething with rage, suddenly extended his right hand towards Mu Chong, and in an instant, a massive lightning pillar surged towards him. Enel, this sky island is too small. It cannot accommodate your ambitions. Should you continue to confine yourself here, the world will no longer echo with the legend of you, the thunder god Enel. The moment Enel raised his hand, Mu Chong's observation Haki had already predicted the trajectory of the divine judgment attack. The ground beneath him shattered as he vanished beneath the lightning pillar, his black fist striking directly at Enel. Shut up, brat. I am a god, the greatest god in this world. Everyone must bow before me, including you, you wretched insect. With the mind network activated, Enel evaded Mu Chong's attack just as the black fist approached, swiftly repositioning behind him. He dared not draw closer to Mu Chong but commenced a long-range assault. Electrocution. A bolt of lightning sped towards Mu Chong, only to miss its target the next moment, crashing into the ground and shattering it into flying debris. Come with me, Enel. The grand stage of the Blue Sea is where your ambitions can be realized. You are still far from it, Enel. Mu Chong's voice echoed beside Enel, followed by a pitch-black fist striking towards him. Bang! In disbelief, Enel was once again hit by Mu Chong, his body sent crashing into the ground like a cannonball, creating a deep crater. Dazed, Enel lay at the bottom of the pit, unable to comprehend why this brat could predict his position and accurately strike him. Enel, there are countless powerful beings in this world, and thrilling adventures abound. Yet this mere sky island has completely obscured your vision. Come, Enel, follow me. I will show you the true grandeur of this era. Let your name, the Thunder God, resound throughout the world. Mu Chong hovered above Enel, arms outstretched as he passionately described the wonders of the world, sincerely inviting Enel. Thunder metallurgy. Enel cast a glance at Mu Chong, showing no intention of responding, instead drawing forth his golden staff. In the next moment, lightning crackled, and Enel appeared directly above Mu Chong, the golden staff descending with a swift strike. Repulsion. Shinto Rasen. Mu Chong made no move to evade, merely tilting his head to regard Enel and the descending golden staff, a flash of red glimmering in his black eyes. Bang! In an instant, Enel felt a terrifying force collide with both the golden staff and his body. How is this possible? Enel was sent flying, astonishment evident in his gaze. There is nothing impossible, Enel. Your arrogance has halted your progress. A strong individual must continuously endure life and death trials, utilizing the gravity fruit's ability. Mu Chong deflected Enel's attack and, propelled by the force of the air, swiftly appeared above Enel's rigid body. Awaken, Enel. Armament. Gravity fist. Mu Chong's dark palm grasped Enel's body, rendering him unable to elementalize. Then, his palm formed a fist, the gravity fruit's power condensing weight as it drove down upon Enel. Bang! Boom! The two plummeted from the sky, Mu Chong's gravity imparting immense kinetic energy that propelled them downward with terrifying force. Enel's back struck the ground, causing it to shatter as he sank into a pit, followed by a violent expulsion of blood. The moment Enel spat blood, Mu Chong had already darted aside, standing at the edge of the deep pit, furrowing his brow as he gazed intently at the fallen thunder god Enel. Was he weak? No, this individual was far from weak, possessing the immensely powerful rumble fruit and an expansive mind network. With both powers combined, he was undoubtedly formidable. However, Enel had encountered Mu Chong, who was even stronger, under the tutelage of a smiling mentor, enduring increasingly burdensome battles, facing the relentless trials of the life and death arena in Magic Valley Town, and enduring countless trials of warfare on the Grand Line. All of these experiences were insurmountable barriers for Enel, who had become so self-satisfied as to call himself a god. The path of the strong has never had shortcuts. Ha 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 ha. Why? Why am I a god? Why do I, as a god, lie in this pit? Why do I, as a god, spit blood? Tell me, Blue Sea people. As Mu Chong pondered, Enel, radiating with lightning, suddenly appeared before him, wielding his golden staff. Whoosh! The golden staff, imbued with thunderous might, struck down towards Mu Chong's head, while he incessantly shouted, "Why, clang! Awaken, Enel!" Mu Chong chose not to evade this time, instead crossing his dark arms to block, his gaze sharp as he regarded Enel. Electrocution. Hiss. You bastard, Enel. Initially intending to continue persuading him, Mu Chong erupted in a furious tirade. What the hell are you doing with that electrocution, you fool? Ha ha ha. So you fear lightning too, Blue Sea person? I am the god of this world. Enel swung the golden staff, launching a fierce physical assault. Each collision with Mu Chong's arms was accompanied by jolts of electricity, and as he witnessed Mu Chong stagger from the electric shocks, a manic laughter spread across Enel's face. Hiss. Have you laughed enough, you idiot? Your mind is filled with God. You're a lunatic. Today, I will show you what true divine power is, driven to madness by the electric shocks. Mu Chong's body was nearly paralyzed. In a fit of rage, he struck down Enel's golden staff with a single punch. Domain. Gravitational field. Mu Chong's icy voice resonated as his left foot slammed down onto the ground. And in the next moment, an overwhelming gravitational force enveloped the battlefield. The visibly dark purple ripples crushed the ground beneath them into ruins. Bang! Bang! At this moment, every object on the ground was utterly obliterated. Even the towering trees caught in the chaos crumbled to pieces. The terrifying force of the battlefield was sealed off, and at the very epicenter of this gravitational domain, Enel was crushed into elemental lightning the instant this overwhelming pressure manifested. Do you wish to flee, Enel? Ha ha ha. Remember, in this realm, I am the deity. As Mu Chong's words echoed, he appeared directly before the elemental Enel, his speed akin to instantaneous movement. In the next instant, A pair of obsidian fists struck Enel, forcing him out of his corporeal form. Puff. Under the immense impact, blood gushed from Enel's mouth. Chong did not relent in his assault. Within this domain, his own stamina was fleeting, necessitating a swift resolution to incapacitate Enel in the shortest time possible. Boom, boom. Thus, for the ensuing 3 minutes, Enel's body endured unprecedented devastation under Mu Chong's relentless onslaught. Each powerful punch was imbued with the strength of Haki. The sound of bones and flesh fracturing resonated with every strike. Enel's golden staff was sent flying from his grasp, and even the massive drum on his back was shattered by Mu Chong's blows. His body bore no unscathed area, drenched in blood. Wake up. Enel, boom. With Mu Chong's thunderous shout, the final, crushing blow landed upon Enel's abdomen. As the gravitational field dissipated, Enel's body was catapulted away, crashing through several thick tree trunks before finally coming to a halt hundreds of meters away. Puff! Another spurt of blood erupted from Enel. His body now rendered weak and limp, sprawled upon the ground, bones shattered and barely clinging to life. This technique is truly exhausting, he panted. What a fatigue. Thankfully, I didn't exhaust myself only to be beaten by Uncle Xiao like last time. At this moment, Mu Chong was not faring much better. He hunched over, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, feeling as though all his strength had been drained. His legs trembled uncontrollably, barely supporting his frame. It's the first time I've unleashed this technique with such fervor since my last encounter with Xiao. Enel, my shipwright, you mustn't perish just yet. Boom. As Mu Chong's words fell, his legs could no longer bear his weight, collapsing to the ground in a heap, utterly devoid of energy to summon his crewmates. Let alone check on Enel's condition. Please don't die, Enel. Upon uttering this, the weariness enveloped him, his eyelids grew heavy, and gradually, he succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the captain's calls ringing in his ears. Creak, creak. The golden rays of the setting sun spilled across the ocean, illuminating a figure pedaling a bicycle along a path of solid ice. The contact between the bicycle's wheels and the icy surface produced a distinct creaking sound, an extraordinary occurrence upon the tranquil waters. Ahem, that Marshal Sengoku certainly knows how to present a challenge. A hero, you say, and he soars through the skies? Ahem, after enduring this tiresome journey without rest, just as I approach Gaia Island, I receive word that I needn't proceed. How utterly exhausting. On the bicycle was a tall man clad in a white waistcoat and a deep blue shirt, a backpack slung over his shoulder, and a green eye patch resting upon his brow. He was engaged in a monotonous tirade about a certain individual, exhaling frosty breath with every word. Ahem, forget it. I might as well take a look. Perhaps replenish some supplies. A hero, you say? The eye patch-wearing man, seemingly struck by a revelation, resolved to head toward Gaia Island, the bicycle creaking further away across the ice. Simultaneously, in the unknown seas, a ship adorned with a pirate flag sailed steadily forward as the sea breeze caressed the vessel. The flag atop the mast revealed a peculiar pattern. Upon a black background, a white circular clown's face grinned, bisected diagonally by a white line. Lord Diamante, Gaia Island lies just ahead, at our current speed. We shall arrive before nightfall. On the ship's deck, a pirate reported the journey's progress to a man before him. Is that so? I didn't expect to arrive so swiftly. It's unfortunate that Doflamingo informed me that the hero has taken to the skies. I am quite disappointed that I can't give him a thorough thrashing. Diamante, wearing a fringed hat, his face marked with 2 scars, and draped in a red cloak reminiscent of a tribal chieftain, expressed his disappointment with a dramatic flourish. Surely, upon learning of Lord Diamante's approach to Gaia Island, that cowardly hero must have fled in terror. The reporting pirate discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead, cautiously replying, Is that so? Since you've said as much, I shall accept it. Let us proceed to Gaia Island. Doflamingo mentioned he has some traders to deal with, after Diamante's hearty laughter. A fierce expression flickered across his face, sending the small pirate behind him scurrying off the deck in fright. Aboard the Apaya, in the free ship's cabin lounge, Gulyaluyu, the warm breath and the incessant sound of snoring roused Mu Chong from his slumber. Is that you, Mumu? Get that massive head of yours away from me. Your drool is landing on my face, you fat creature. Feeling utterly drained, Mu Chong opened his eyes to find a gigantic head resting on his chest, drool pooling dangerously close to his face. Meow? Meow. Mu Chong's voice jolted the slumbering by Mumu awake. Upon seeing Mu Chong's eyes flutter open, I leaped with joy, bouncing around before darting out of the room. Mere seconds later, a flurry of excited voices filled the air. Captain, you're awake. Captain, how do you fare? Captain, you truly are remarkable. Captain, everyone, step back. Mu Xiao has just awakened. Don't crowd so closely. How are you? Mu Xiao, as Mu Chong beheld the familiar, kind faces around him, a smile broke across his countenance that each of you looks as lively as ever. Gulyalu, old man, I'm starving, absolutely famished, in the next moment. Mu Chong's gaze fixated on Ski Dick, his eyes brimming with a fervent hunger that ha. I've had everything prepared. Mu Xiao. Hey, you silly lads, what are you dawdling for? Quick, bring out the food from the kitchen. At the sound of Mu Chong's hunger, Ski Dick erupted into laughter, clearly relieved to hear him speak of food, indicating that he was indeed well. He promptly instructed Slade and the others to fetch the food from the kitchen. In just a minute, the dining table was laden with a plethora of dishes. What followed was a spectacle. Under the watchful eyes of Slade and the others, Mu Chong launched into a frenzied feast. Devouring the food with the speed and precision of a seasoned warrior, leaving nothing to waste, solely focused on one thing, eating. Gaga. What kind of stomach is this? The captain can eat so much. Lucas gaped in astonishment at the rapidly depleting food supply. Eat well. Indeed. Eat heartily. Ha. There is still more in the kitchen. Today, we have enough food to last. Ski Dick, puffing on a cigarette, watched with satisfaction as Mu Chong devoured the feast. Ahem. What of the shipwright? In the midst of his voracious eating, Mu Chong abruptly inquired, causing everyone to freeze momentarily before they collectively turned their gazes towards Ski Dick, a myriad of questions swirling in their minds. Shipwright? Old man. Is he all right? Ski Dick was momentarily taken aback, but as realization dawned, he leapt to his feet, panic etched across his face. Oh no. That fellow has been taken away. Hillbot surveyed the empty battlefield, devoid of Enel's presence. Not just him, but even his subordinates have been taken. Curse it. Had I known, I wouldn't have dispelled my powers. Slade gripped the iron rod in his hand, scanning the surroundings with a sense of regret. It's my fault, Mu Xiao. It's all on me. Ha. No worries, old man. If that fellow wishes to depart, no one could have stopped him. However, I too am filled with curiosity, given his severe injuries. Will he be able to survive? Mu Chong interrupted the words of Skydeck, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation, and said, Captain, what shall we do? At that moment, Hillbot turned to Mu Chong and softly inquired. Hillbot, you and the old man stay aboard the Freedom to watch over Lucas and Baku. Slade and I will seek out Enel. Aside from Enel's group, there should be no one here capable of threatening you. After a moment's thought, Mu Chong instructed Hillbot and the old man. Everyone nodded in agreement. Once Hillbot and Skydeck departed, Mu Chong exchanged a glance with Slade, and both ascended into the air. Soaring directly towards Enel's residence, indeed, they were flying. Possessing the powers of the Ricky fruit, Mu Chong had long since developed the ability to fly. Meanwhile, Slade, glancing back at Mu Chong, remarked, Hey, Captain. What kind of look is that? Slade felt uneasy under Mu Chong's unabashed gaze and wrapped his arms around himself, warily stating, Slade, what is that cloud beneath your feet? Is it a manifestation of your fruit powers, following the direction of Mu Chong's finger? Slade noticed a pure white cloud lifting him skyward, and the scene, coupled with the iron rod in his hand, evoked the image of a proud figure in Mu Chong's mind. Ha, Captain, am I not impressive? This is one of my abilities, which I call the flying cloud. What do you think, Captain? Am I not impressive? Ha! Observing the envy in his captain's eyes, Slade immediately became full of pride, tossing his dirty braids into a flamboyant style. Bang! Just as Slade struck his pose, expecting praise from Mu Chong, he instead received a swift kick that sent him tumbling off the cloud. Ouch, not bad at all. Slade, this cloud is indeed quite comfortable. However, that name you chose is truly dreadful. After kicking Slade off, Mu Chong settled onto the white cloud, contentedly stroking it. Captain, Slade, who had re-emerged atop a new cloud, wore an expression of resignation. His captain was simply too indulgent. It's decided then. Slade, you shall call that move the somersault cloud. Ha. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon you a title, the great sage equal to heaven. Ha. Seated on the cloud, Mu Chong was oblivious to Slade's dismal expression, becoming increasingly excited as he finalized the two names. Captain, what are you saying? Somersault cloud. What sort of name is that? The great sage equal to heaven. That name is quite good. When Slade heard somersault cloud, his expression faltered, clearly displeased. Yet, upon hearing great sage equal to heaven, he felt an inexplicable thrill. Ha. Good, good. Let the somersault cloud speed up. Slade, this is too slow. At this moment, no one could comprehend the joy swelling within Mu Chong as he bellowed for Slade to accelerate the somersault cloud. Ah, understood, Captain. The great sage equal to heaven. Huh, he. Somersault cloud. With Slade's loud declaration, the figures of Mu Chong and Slade rapidly vanished from the scene, leaving behind their joyous laughter. I in the heart of Apaya. A massive ship was docked upon the land. This ship gleamed resplendently, its size immensely grand, distinct from other standard sailing vessels, as it was surrounded by numerous large propellers, lacking sails. Divine One, get out. No one enters without my command. Go away. A furious shout echoed from within the cabin, followed by two men clutching medical boxes hurriedly exiting, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Hey, just leave the medical boxes here. You may go. At this time, wrapped in bandages, waved his hand wearily at the two men, who promptly placed the medical boxes down, uttered an acknowledgement, and hurried off the deck. Hey, Shura, and Shadeli. At this point, Gaidas, seated nearby, shifted his frail body and slowly spoke. TCH, they're beyond saving. By the time the divine team found them, they were already dead. Slowly closed his eyes. This battle had ended in utter defeat. Even their god now lay helplessly within the cabin. Though, you too. Not dead yet. Just as and Gaidas were silently lamenting, Mu Chong and Slade suddenly descended onto the ship's deck, followed by Mu Chong's infuriating voice. You again. Cough, cough, cough. Detestable invaders. Upon seeing the two unexpectedly appear, and Gaidas immediately felt a sense of impending danger, struggling to rise. Yet, the pain from their wounds hindered their efforts. Hey, you two might as well sit tight that if you dare move again, I wouldn't mind letting you experience the taste of the cloud network once more. As Slade spoke, his raised right arm transformed into white clouds, his gaze warning and Gaidas. What do you want from us? Witnessing Slade's actions, instantly lost any will to resist. He couldn't beat them, nor could he evade them. Those who recognize the situation are wise, indeed. Where is your god? Is he still alive? Mu Chong inquired as he curiously surveyed the surroundings of the ship. Our divine one, cough, cough, cough. How dare you trespass on this god's territory? Are you seeking death? Just as was about to say something, he was interrupted by a voice emanating from the doorway of the cabin. There stood Enel, wrapped in bandages, struggling to lean against the door as he stepped forward. Each movement an arduous endeavor. After resting for much of the day, he was finally able to stand, showcasing his remarkable physique. Ha. I knew you wouldn't go down so easily, Enel. Come with me. I'm here to invite you aboard. Upon seeing Enel emerge, Mu Chong couldn't help but beam with delight and boldly approach 100 million volts. Discharge. Zap. Ugh. Cough. 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 Detestable. Slap. 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 Ha. Enel, even in such a state, you still think to unleash your electricity? Observing the tiny sparks flickering from Enel's fingertips, Mu Chong erupted into laughter, his right hand emotionlessly patting Enel's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. Cough. 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 Stop it, you rascal. Do you intend to crush this god? Ha. My apologies. I'm just too overjoyed. Watching Enel's contorted face, Mu Chong sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Bang. Enel cast a sidelong glance at Mu Chong and then plopped down onto the deck. He was utterly exhausted. Hiss. State your purpose for being here. Sea Dweller. Enel adopted a poker face, fixing his gaze intently on Mu Chong. Is that so? Ha. Enel, join me on my ship. Let us stir up some excitement in the world of the sea to witness the wonders of this realm. The Sky Island is, after all, far too small. It has completely confined you within a cage. With your formidable powers, you are merely stagnating here. The god you claim to be has lost the heart of a strong warrior. And in the sea, you would only be regarded as a provincial weakling. The thunder god I envision, Enel, is not a nameless figure in this world. TCH, this god will not accompany you to the sea. I shall remain aboard this ark of prophecy, seeking the infinite land. Sea Dweller, cease your futile attempts to recruit me. Enel withdrew his gaze from Mu Chong, caressing the ark of prophecy he had designed and built. A look of yearning gracing his face. Infinite land, the moon, perhaps. That place is not worth visiting, Enel. A desolate moon, devoid of life, aside from a handful of forgotten robots and a band of aimless space pirates. It pales in comparison to the excitement of the sea. Mu Chong lightly touched his nose and surveyed the ark of prophecy beneath him, speaking slowly. Yet at that moment, Enel was utterly captivated and astonished by Mu Chong's words, staring at him incredulously. What did you say, Sea Dweller? You know of the infinite land. You know what exists there? Impossible. How could you know? Enel's astonishment was shared by Slade and the nearby Ohm, both of whom gaped at Chong. Ha ha ha. Enel, I know far more than you can imagine. You see, Enel, you too can be considered a sea dweller. Chong took a few steps on the deck before finding a comfortable spot to sit down, facing Enelu directly. What? Impossible. I have lived on the sky island of Baika since childhood. In his haste, Enelu had forgotten to refer to himself as a god. However, when he mentioned Baika, a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. But you have no wings, Enelu. After speaking, Chong paid no heed to the astonishment of those around them or the anger etched on Anelu's face. He continued unabated. Whether it be the original inhabitants of Baika or those currently residing on the Sky Island, all possess wings behind them, perhaps a hallmark of their race. But why do you, devoid of wings, exist? I surmise it is due to the island that was thrust upwards by the soaring sea current 400 years ago, where a portion of the Qinghai people existed. Hindered by geographical circumstances, some perished due to the environment, while a fortunate few survived, intertwining their lineage with the races present on the Sky Island at that time. Yet, as time passed, influenced by genetic traits, newborns began to sprout wings. With the demise of the elder Qinghai, only those with wings remain on the current Sky Island. Perhaps you, Enelu, are the fortunate one untouched by genetic influence. As Chong's words echoed, the fury on Enelu's face gradually faded, and his gaze fell into contemplation. As for the vast land you yearn for, it lies far from this island on the moon, which indeed possesses expansive terrain. However, it is not as you envision, filled with limitless land. In fact, compared to Qinghai, the moon barely offers even half of its expanse. Moreover, it is desolate and devoid of life, with a pitiable absence of biological essence. Even if you were to conquer it, there would be no sense of achievement. Enelu, do you wish to live out your life in solitude? Do you not desire to let your existence flourish with brilliance? Do you not wish for all to acknowledge your name as the Thunder God? Awaken, Enelu, the moon is not your true home. A more vibrant and colorful world is where you ought to be. There, countless strong beings await, allowing you to experience the exhilarating passion of life as transcendence. It is a realm filled with innumerable large islands, awaiting you, Thunder God Enelu, to conquer them. Only when everyone acknowledges you as the Thunder God will you truly grasp the meaning of life. Rather than fading into obscurity on that moon, as Chong concluded, he instinctively unleashed his conqueror's Haki. Unlike the terrifying aura of death he exuded during his confrontation with Enelu, this time, the Haki radiated a powerful will of a sovereign, encompassing the ambition to encompass the world. Under this baptism of conqueror's Haki, Enelu's eyes lost their fury and confusion, shining brightly as he stared at Chong. What is this ability? Curiosity danced across Enelu's face, for he could never forget the deathly aura that had once frightened him into retreat during battle. Ha ha ha. This is conqueror's Haki, Enelu. It is the innate spirit of a king. Only those with a heart of a warrior, who continually endure the trials of life and death, and who ceaselessly pursue their ambitions, are worthy of such an ability. Do you wish to possess it, Enelu? Chong, sensing the change in Enelu's gaze, could not contain his joy. Yeah, of course. Now, can your ship carry the ambitions of this god? For I intend to let the name of the Thunder God resound throughout the entire world, no longer clouded by confusion. Enelu, despite being wrapped in bandages, exuded a faint yet discernible aura that resisted Chong's conqueror's Haki. Oh, ha ha ha. Not bad, Enelu. My ship is named the Freedom, and it is meant to carry those who are brave and in pursuit of freedom. In this world, one cannot claim to be free without strength. Therefore, Enelu, as long as your power is sufficient, if you wish to prove something, then go ahead and prove it. Just do not fall behind. Chong directly articulated the significance of the Freedom, which was the direction he had established when setting sail. He was formally inviting Enelu. Yeah ha ha ha. Just don't be surpassed by me, Captain. I will always be ready to challenge you. If one day I defeat you, the captain of the Freedom will be none other than me. Enel chuckled, clutching his forehead, acknowledging Chong's identity as captain. He. Is that so, Enel? Then I shall entrust you with the role of shipwright aboard the Freedom. Chong extended his right hand towards the laughing Enel. With no hesitation, Enel grasped Chong's hand, and the two men exchanged glances, erupting into laughter that echoed across the Sky Island. At that moment, the gears of Enelu's destiny began to turn. A being imbued with the power of thunder was about to descend upon Qinghai, a revelation that would shock the world. In that instant, the fate of the Freedom also began to shift. No longer confined to the seas, but destined for grander adventures. Hey, Thunder God Enelu, once your injuries have healed, how about a duel? As Chong and Enelu ceased their laughter, Slard, clutching an iron rod, coldly gazed at Enel. Yet ha ha ha. Who are you to challenge the power of a god? Enel glanced at Slard, his tone dripping with disdain. Ha ha ha. I am Slard, the navigator of the freedom. I just find you irritating. What do you say? Dare to fight? Slard's proud demeanor was no less formidable than Enel's, as he tilted his head back, continuing to provoke. Yeah ha ha ha. No need to fully recover. I can show you the terror of a god's power right now. Electrocute. As Enel's voice fell, a slender bolt of lightning shot forth from his fingertips, darting towards Slard. Zizzle. Bang. The lightning surged through Slard's body without obstruction, striking the edge of the ship with a thunderous boom, yet Slard emerged unscathed. Your body? No. Is it your ability? At that moment, Enel was baffled, realizing that this fellow possessed an ability akin to his own. Ha ha ha. Enel, you should wait until you're healed before fighting Slard. Right now, you cannot harm him. While he might just give you another beating. Chong laughed heartily, slowly rising to his feet while pulling Enel up as well. I cannot touch his body, nor can he touch mine. Enel donned a deadpan expression, dismissively addressing Slard. Is that so, shipwright? Bang. A black fist collided with Enel's chest, the impact forcing him against the wooden wall of the cabin. This, shipwright, do not presume to replace the captain. There is only one captain of the freedom. And that is this very person standing here. I acknowledge your ambition, but I will not tolerate anyone threatening the harmony of the freedom. If you disagree, then let us settle it with a fight. Slard retracted his fist, standing with the iron rod beside him, his expression serious as he addressed Enel. TCH, yahahaha, quite the reliable navigator, but even without your warning, I am well aware. However, that does not deter my resolve to defeat this guy. He is the first to leave me in such disarray. A serious expression crossed Enel's face, and by the end, his eyes burned with intensity as he looked at Chong. Ha ha ha. Relax, Enel. If you say that, I might just feel embarrassed. Hee hee. Chong chuckled in response, but his expression soon turned serious as he glanced at Slard and Enel. Ambition is a good thing, my friends, for it prevents us from being eliminated in this brutal world. But remember, the freedom must remain harmonious. Ha ha ha. Now, let us explore the Ark Proverb. As Chong spoke, he headed towards the cabin of the Ark Proverb. This vessel, highly praised by sea enthusiasts, piqued Chong's curiosity. Two voices, each filled with disdain for the other, echoed as they followed Chong into the cabin of the Ark Proverb. On the deck, and Gadaz exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at their leader's willingness to follow another. Is it truly so extravagant to construct a ship with so much gold? Are you not afraid it will sink to the ocean floor? Upon entering the ship's interior, Slard was struck by the dazzling array of golden structures. Yet he still found the urge to jest. Kacha. Tisish. Ignorant navigator. This Ark Proverb does not need to sail on the sea. With me here, it can fly anywhere. Enel, with a sense of pride, glanced at the fidgeting Slade and remarked. TCH, does it run on lightning? My cloud can lift a ship into the skies. Slade, withdrawing his hand from the golden handrail to mask his embarrassment, retorted. Meanwhile, the forward-moving Chong paid no mind to the bickering behind him. Instead absorbed in the grandeur of the Ark of Proverb. One must admit, Enel possesses quite the intellect to devise such a complex power supply system, enabling this colossal vessel to achieve flight. Well, one can only say that the shipwright he chose is indeed exceptional. The trio wandered aimlessly within the Ark of Proverb, both Chong and Slade awestruck by Enel's grand design. The entire ship was nearly enveloped in gold, a testament to Enel's seemingly inexhaustible wealth. Upon reaching the lounge, they had scarcely settled when two individuals adorned with white wings presented them with fruit. Crisp, Enel exclaimed. Biting into an apple. Is this Ark of Proverb operational yet? Ah, not yet. Some components remain unaddressed, but in the hands of the divine team, it will be completed swiftly. How about it, Captain? Let us return to Qinghai on this Ark of Proverb. It will astound everyone. Yeah, ha ha. How exhilarating. The more Enel spoke, the more animated he became, nearly tossing the apple from his hand, that we should keep the Ark of Proverb here for now. It is not yet needed, should it appear over Qinghai at this juncture. With our current capabilities, we would be unable to safeguard it. Those residing on the Red Earth continent would stop at nothing to claim it for themselves. Chong's expression turned somewhat grave, as he asserted that, indeed, should the Ark of Proverb manifest upon the sea, the celestial dragons would undoubtedly dispatch agents to seize it. Although both Slade and Enel wielded natural abilities, their domineering presence was decidedly insufficient. Is that so? Are there truly individuals at sea whom the captain cannot defeat? Enel's gaze wandered, betraying a sense of reluctance. As a shipwright, he refrained from contradicting, instead becoming intrigued by the strong in Qinghai. Huh, Indeed, Enel, this world is teeming with formidable beings. Whether they are those whose names echo across the seas or those concealed in various corners of the world, they are not foes we can currently vanquish. However, who can predict what the future holds? Ha ha ha. A fierce glint sparked in Muchong's eyes, igniting a fervor within Enel as well. Yeah, ha 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 ha. I can't wait to set sail for Qinghai, Captain. Enel's eyes sparkled with impatience. His excitement palpable. Patience. There are matters yet to be resolved here. For the next 2 days, Enel, you, and Xiao shall tend to the repairs of the Freedom. The hull has sustained some damage during our ascent through the sky current. Muchong gestured dismissively, curbing Enel's enthusiasm. Before continuing, my directive is to integrate the flight system of the Ark of Proverb into the Freedom, yet without discarding the original sail structure. Reinforce the existing hull. Discuss the specifics with Xiao. This must be accomplished within 2 days. 2 days, you say? Understood, Captain. Who is Xiao? Enel pondered briefly before promptly agreeing, only to follow up with a curious inquiry. My grandfather, the temporary shipwright of the Freedom. Once you, the official shipwright, are in place, my grandfather can finally rest, Slade interjected calmly, though a flicker of reluctance danced in his eyes. Enel nodded silently, sensing Slade's emotional shift through his observation Haki. Such matters should be left to the captain. Moreover, there is one final matter, the promise made to Mont Blanc, Curicate, to ring the golden bell. Enel, do you know where it is? Muchong mused for a moment, confident in leaving the ship matters to the duo. Then turned to Enel and inquired, the golden bell? I have no recollection. However, I do know where the gold lies. It is in Shandora, a land abundant with gold. The golden bell the captain seeks should reside there. Enel was taken aback by Muchong's revelation, then pointed toward Shandora, exclaiming, what? A place overflowing with gold. Does such a realm truly exist? Could it be that the golden land spoken of by that chestnut-headed elder is indeed real? Slade, overhearing Enel's words, wore a look of astonishment. He too had not anticipated the legends to hold truth to ta. Of course, Slade, the beliefs steadfastly upheld by Mont Blanc Curicate are no mere fabrications. We must investigate. It is said to be a site rich with historical significance. Muchong's expression radiated enthusiasm as he rose, already making his way outside. Slade and Enel followed closely behind, exiting the cabin. Upon noticing the trio's emergence, OM and Gatas immediately stood and bowed to Enel. Ah, you two may go about your business. I shall henceforth accompany this fellow. He is my captain. Enel indicated Muchong with a finger, his expression unassuming. What? OM and Gatas exchanged glances, then turned to Muchong, awaiting his input. You two remain here for now. Someone will come to inform you of your tasks. If there is nowhere else to go, stay here and continue to guard the Sky Island. Muchong addressed OM and Gatas. As 2 of Enel's 4 divine officers, their strength would indeed aid Muchong's forthcoming plans. Understood, Captain, the 2 responded in unison, then watched as Muchong and his companions departed. Meow. Bai Mumu was the first to spot the trio soaring through the air, joyfully bouncing upon the deck. The captain has returned. Oh, who is that besides Slade? Ascent that the god of Apaya. The crew on the deck of the Freedom beamed with delight at the sight of Muchong and his companions. However, upon seeing Enel, their expressions grew even more animated. Hey, how are you all? Did you miss us? Muchong's voice resonated as the trio landed on the Freedom's deck, standing tall. Muchong reached nearly 1.9 meters, while Slade and Enel towered at 2.3 and 2.66 meters respectively. Both Muchong and Slade donned white robes, while Enel wore white trousers and was bare-chested. Notably, the thunder drum that once adorned Enel's back had vanished after Muchong had shattered it. As they stood there, the 3 handsome figures illuminated the Freedom's deck, much to the delight of those aboard. Ha ha ha. Little brother Mu truly knows how to astonish us time and again. Xiao, lingering at the back, took a deep drag from his cigarette, gazing at the new face of Enel, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. Everyone, allow me to formally introduce this individual, the official shipwright of the Freedom. The thunder god Enel, from now on, he shall oversee the Freedom. His prowess is unquestionable, and as for his character, well, it's decent enough. Ha 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 ha. In short, he is a reliable companion. Muchong shifted aside, presenting Enel with an official introduction. Ah, everyone, I look forward to your support. Enel shot a glance at Muchong, internally grumbling about the remark regarding his character, but still extending a formal greeting. Hey, do you have a penchant for nudity? Why aren't you wearing a shirt? And no shoes either? Lucas chimed in, his face sporting a mischievous expression. Captain, May I give him a good thrashing? Enel asked, picking his nose and directing the question at Chong, sparks of lightning already crackling around him. Ha ha ha. Youngster, do not be so quick to anger. Come, let us discuss the modifications for the freedom, Xiao interjected, stepping forward to pull Enel toward the ship's control room. Ha ha ha. Enel, this is Xiao, who possesses a wealth of shipbuilding experience. Go with him. The modifications for the freedom rest upon your shoulders. Chong disregarded Enel's expression of disdain, continuing on his way toward a chair beneath the mast. Hearing Chong's words, Enel huffed in response, sizing up the elderly man who had grabbed him, and silently followed. Slade, use your abilities to carry the freedom to Apaya, anchoring it there. Then we shall set forth together to seek the land of gold. Chong sat upon a chair, addressing Slade, who was already resting on the deck. Upon hearing Chong's call, Slade, without a moment's hesitation, lifted his right hand while remaining seated. In an instant, Slade's right hand transformed into a cloud of pure, pristine white, resembling the ethereal pathways of clouds, which swiftly converged towards the hull of the freedom. With a thunderous roar, the vessel began to rise, buoyed by the immense cloud, and gradually, it commenced its ascent towards apato. Wow, that's truly impressive, Slade. Your ability is astounding. With this, the freedom can soar, Lucas exclaimed, dashing to the edge of the freedom, gazing at the thick, white clouds below, marveling in awe. Meanwhile, Slade, having retracted his hand, was gasping for breath. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lifting the freedom was somewhat taxing for him. Ha ha ha. Your stamina still leaves much to be desired, Slade. Lifting the freedom has you out of breath. Chong observed Slade's condition, momentarily furrowing his brow before relaxing it, speaking slowly. Phew. I too wish to possess your monstrous physique, Captain. I have only recently consumed the devil fruit, so I believe I am doing rather well. Slade took a deep breath, somewhat helplessly replying to Chong. Not enough, Slade. You must remember that regardless of the type of devil fruit power, it requires a strong physique to support it. Never assume that consuming a Logia-type devil fruit makes you a formidable being. Such a belief could lead to a grim fate, as exemplified by Enel. Chong's tone turned serious, for there were certain truths that needed to be conveyed to this fellow. Phew. Understood, Captain. Slade adjusted his breathing and replied earnestly, recognizing Chong's wisdom. Not enough. From now on, double the gravity training. Want to possess my physique? Prepare yourself for the possibility of death. A faint smile graced Chong's lips, and a nostalgic glimmer flickered in his eyes. Yet in the next moment, his expression returned to clarity. Ignoring Slade, who had fallen into contemplation, Chong turned to Hilbot, Lucas, and Baku, gesturing for the trio to draw nearer. Captain. Hilbot adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, sensing that Chong had something important to convey, perhaps even guessing its nature. Hilbot, Lucas. Chong raised his gaze, looking gravely at the two, who had been diligent since boarding the ship, earning the respect of their peers in various aspects. Are you suggesting that Lucas and I remain behind, Captain? Just as Chong hesitated to speak, Hilbot was the first to voice his thoughts. Do share your thoughts, Hilbot. Chong's eyes brightened, allowing Hilbot to continue without interruption, while Lucas listened intently. Hilbot surveyed his surroundings, gently adjusting his glasses, a spark of insight illuminating his eyes. Captain, the Sky Island is a splendid location, situated at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the sea. Very few possess the capability to reach it, which adds a layer of security. Moreover, considering the unique battle tools we encountered on our journey, along with the boundless riches of the Golden Country, this truly is an exceptional base of operations. With a confident smile, Hilbot's eyes gleamed with excitement. Continue, Chong encouraged, feeling a surge of confidence in entrusting this task to him. Captain, now that you have brought down Enel, the god of the Sky Island, who currently oversees the freedom, his absence will create a power vacuum. Without their upper echelon's oppression, those with ambition on the Sky Island may initiate unpredictable conflicts. However, if you can quell such a war, you will gain newfound authority over the Sky Island, enabling us to seize it. And what comes after seizing it? Chong inquired. Firstly, with the existence of the Golden Country, the freedom will have ample funds to sustain itself at sea. Additionally, it can serve as a training ground for the strong, as its location is safer than any island in the ocean. Finally, when you require the Sky Island, it will become a force that can shake the world upon our return to the Blue Sea. As Hilbot spoke with fervor, he spread his arms wide, eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he gazed at Chong. Bowing deeply, he expressed his excitement. Haha, I knew I did not misjudge you, Hilbot. You are absolutely right. I intend to establish this place as our stronghold. However, you overlooked one critical point. Relying solely on brute force will invariably foster resentment among the populace. A balance of kindness and authority is the way of a true ruler. Hillbot, Lucas, I will entrust you with Enel's entire crew and ensure the resolution of the Sky Island's conflicts before we depart. As for the development of the Sky Island, I will offer you some guidance. But thereafter, it will be entirely in your hands. Mu Chong's expression grew solemn as he addressed the two, denying them the opportunity to speak before pivoting toward the approaching arc maxim. My demands are as follows. First, maintain control over the Sky Island, possessing the sole authority. Second, oversee the ocean's intelligence, ensuring the freedom receives accurate information at all times. Third, engage in all manner of trade, but absolutely refrain from slaughter, pillaging, or heinous acts. Lastly, surpass all dark forces and become the sovereign of the underworld in these waters. As Mu Chong's voice echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the deck of the Freedom. None had expected his ambitions to be so audacious. And they stared at him in disbelief. A gust of wind tousled the hair and garments of everyone present, prompting Mu Chong to speak once more. Ha ha ha. Do not feel pressured, Hillbot and Lucas. Though we may not embark on adventures together aboard the Freedom henceforth, there will always be a place for you on the ship. It is your home, and I believe in you. Remember to develop gradually in the early stages. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me. I will assist you. Mu Chong's face brightened with a familiar smile, squinting at the two who remained in stunned silence. Phew. Understood, Captain. Leave it to us. We will provide you with a force worthy of your trust. Hillbot exhaled deeply, clenching his fists earnestly. Indeed. Rest assured, Captain, we will not let you down. Lucas echoed with solemnity, placing his left hand on his sword and his right fist over his heart. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Excellent. But remember, everything in this world is predicated on your own strength. Therefore, your training must not wane due to busyness. Only the strong deserve to wield authority. Understood? Mu Chong laughed heartily, satisfied with their resolve. Yet, he solemnly reminded them once more of the paramount importance of strength in this world. Receiving their affirmations, Mu Chong turned his gaze to Baku, who was still wrapped in bandages but appeared to be recovering well. Baku, come with me back to the Blue Sea. Let us continue our adventures aboard the Freedom. He. Yes, Captain. The towering Baku, over 3 meters tall, displayed a childlike grin, stroking his closely cropped hair as he responded to Mu Chong. Captain, we have arrived. Just then, Slade's voice rang out, prompting everyone to look toward the immense arc maxim, which had docked before them, astonishing Hillbot and the others. Ignoring their astonished expressions, Mu Chong called out to Enel, instructing him to delegate certain arrangements to his subordinates and ensure the necessary modifications to the Freedom were in order. Subsequently, the group of 7, accompanied by a white figure, embarked on their journey to seek the Golden Country. The surface of Apato was largely obscured by towering trees, interspersed with a myriad of vegetation. Without an understanding of the environment, one could easily lose their way. However, with Enel as their guide, the challenges were rendered trivial. The group moved swiftly, as their destination was clear, and aided by Slade's cloud, they could have flown directly, were it not for Mu Chong's desire to observe the surroundings closely. Captain, we are approaching Shandora. As the voice of Enel echoed, the path ahead for the group instantaneously widened, revealing a scene that sent waves of exhilaration through them. It was nearly impossible to suppress the excitement bubbling within as they beheld a landscape strewn with the ruins of collapsed buildings. Behind the remnants of shattered walls stood a relatively intact structure. But what truly thrilled the group was the gold scattered across the ground. Point 1 can only imagine the sensation of stepping into a room filled with red bills, freely at one's disposal. This gold, it's all real. The land of gold truly exists. At the moment the ruins appeared, Locust stepped forward, examining this and that, murmuring in a state of high agitation. Mu Chong chuckled, turning to glance at the few individuals still standing behind him, their expressions a struggle to contain their own excitement, which prompted him to laugh aloud. Hey, what are you waiting for? Go on, immerse yourselves in the joy of being buried in gold. It will all be ours from now on. As Mu Chong's words faded, several figures dashed forward, even by Mumu joining in the rush, each fervently beginning their exploration. Snap, tisk, inexperienced fools. Enel, munching on an apple, calmly approached Mu Chong, a look of disdain plastered across his face. Remember what you said, Enel. When you're out at sea, be sure to manage your expressions well. Skik, smoking a cigarette, stepped up beside Mu Chong, teasing Enel. In contrast to the youthful exuberance, the old man exuded a sense of composure. Got it, old man. Call me master. TSK. Huh, master? You all? What transpired in the cabin just now? The brief exchange between Enel and Skik left Chong utterly astonished, taking a step back in sheer shock as he gazed at the two, desperately seeking answers. Ha ha ha. Thanks to young Tom, I've managed to pass on my shipbuilding skills. Although Enel is a bit older, he has a solid foundation. So, I've reluctantly taken him on as a disciple. Ha ha ha. The more Skik spoke, the more animated he became, his face flushing with excitement and tears welling in his eyes. Hey, old man, you're the one who forced me into this. My skills don't require anyone's instruction. I can ensure the freedom's journey on my own. Upon hearing Skik's words, Enel erupted in fury, immediately countering. Ha ha ha. There's a vast difference, a vast difference. Some of your techniques are indeed quite unique, and even I have only encountered them a few times. But when it comes to the sea, there's a significant gap, so study hard. Young Enel. Skik waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unaffected by Enel's displeasure, as if he truly was forced. Snap. Tisk. That infuriating old man. Facing the silver-haired Skik, Enel surprisingly displayed no irritation, merely huffing as he resumed eating his apple. Perhaps in days gone by, the old man would have been struck by lightning for such insolence. However, now that he was aboard the ship, Enel chose to yield some respect to Captain Chong. Ha ha. I truly appreciate it, old man. I leave Enel in your capable hands. Chong laughed heartily at the banter between the two, then cast a deep glance at Skik's back, likely understanding the old man's intentions. This was not merely a passing of skills, it was a matter of trust. Skik had initially introduced himself as a friend willing to assist on board, though he had spent less than half a month aboard. The old man's lifelong connection with ships was a sentiment beyond the comprehension of the youth. Furthermore, with his grandson Slade still on the freedom, perhaps this was his motivation to mentor Enel. But such thoughts were secondary. Regardless of what Enel might learn from Skik, it would undoubtedly benefit the freedom immensely. Boom, roar, just as Chong conversed with the two. A sudden explosion resonated from deep within the ruins of Xiangwala. Followed by a sound akin to a beast's roar, the tremors beneath their feet caused the expressions of Chong and Skik to grow grave. Ha ha ha, it seems these fellows have roused the giant beast. Enel, still nonchalantly nibbling on his apple, remarked without a hint of anxiety. Giant beast? Skik turned to Enel, inquiring. Duh. It's the enormous serpent Nora of the Island of Gods, known as the Sovereign of the Sky by the residents of the Sky Island. TSK, merely a small snake. Ha! Let us go take a look at this so-called Sovereign of the Sky. Chong laughed heartily, shedding his white robe as he surged forward, followed closely by Skik, despite being silver-haired. The old man moved with surprising agility, while Enel, lagging a step behind, shot forth with a flash of lightning, vanishing from sight. It'd be by the time Chong and Skik reached the battleground, Enel was already perched atop a broken wall, calmly munching his apple while observing the chaos. Ignoring Enel, Chong focused on the scene before him, where a massive serpent over 100 meters long was ensnared by thick white cloud ropes. However, as the serpent writhed, it seemed the bonds would not hold for long. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the serpent Nora reared up, snapping the cloud ropes one by one, regaining its freedom. Slade jumped down quickly. At that moment, Slade suddenly shouted, successfully drawing everyone's attention to the serpent Nora, revealing that someone was still atop it. Bang, 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 roar. The serpent Nora thrashed its body, now unbound, and with a mighty roar, it flung Baku off into the air. Baku. Nimbus. Locus cried out, dashing towards the serpent Nora with his blade drawn. Having noticed the serpent's massive jaws gaping towards the airborne Baku, Slade quickly raised his right hand, conjuring a white cloud that appeared beneath Baku. Catching him effortlessly, the two actions unfolded in an instant. Baku was safely cradled by the Nimbus, while Locus was sent sprawling by the serpent Nora's tail. Roar. The serpent Nora let out a deafening roar. Its colossal body coiling in the center of the ruins, its enormous eyes locked onto Chong and his crew, its forked tongue flicking menacingly. Captain Slade, floating back on a cloud, approached Chong, while Hillbot supported Locus, their faces betraying no signs of defeat, rather brimming with eagerness. Snap. Ha ha ha. Pathetic. A mere little snake has you all in such disarray. Let me take care of this, Enel remarked, taking a bite of his apple. Slowly advancing towards the serpent Nora. Hey, shipwright. I arrived first. It's not your turn to act. Just stick to your apple. Slade waved his iron rod, stepping past Enel to address the overly confident individual. Ha! Everyone, clear the way. Just as Enel and Slade grappled over their positions, Chong intervened, pushing the two apart as he confidently approached the serpent Nora. Roar! The serpent Nora, observing the approaching tiny human, seemed to exhibit a hint of derision, swiftly swinging its massive tail towards Mu Chong. Hey, no need to be so aggressive. I'm quite friendly. The serpent Nora's colossal tail swept past, stirring a gust of wind but failing to strike Mu Chong. Hey, can you behave yourself? Dodging the tail's onslaught, Mu Chong hovered mid-air, eyeing the formidable creature. Roar! In response, the serpent let out a thunderous roar, its thick tail once more aimed at Mu Chong. Bang! 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 The battlefield erupted in chaos. Debris flying and dust swirling, the ground shaking violently beneath the serpent's might. Hush! Behave! Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced through the tumult. In the next moment, the colossal serpent Nora crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, its eyes rolling back as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Damn it! I must learn this ability from the captain. TSK, what are you thinking, shipwright? This is the innate aura of a king. You have a long way to go. Upon hearing Enelu's remark, Slade, still clutching his iron rod, retorted, Humph, I want to let the gap between me and the captain widen any further, and no matter what, I'll catch up, so don't hold me back. Slade. Enel did not cast his gaze upon Slade. Instead, his eyes were fixed intently on Mu Chong, who had just descended from the head of the serpent, Nora. Yet, he spoke provocatively to Slade, Tisich, let us talk again once you've mastered the art of Haki. Upon hearing Enel's words, Slade paused momentarily, instinctively glancing at Mu Chong, a flicker of realization flashing in his eyes. Nevertheless, he retorted defiantly, Ha! Truly impressive. Captain. Locus burst into laughter and promptly dashed over, followed closely by the others. That serpent is enormous. It nearly swallowed me whole just moments ago, Locus exclaimed, striking Nora with his long knife as he spoke, still shaken by the encounter. Ha ha ha. Pay no mind to him. By the way, have you found the golden bell? Mu Chong surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. Just previously, he had stood atop Nora's head, employing Conqueror's Haki in a manner distinct from his usual approach. This time, his Haki had penetrated deep into Nora's very soul, causing the creature to faint in an instant. Captain, I've located the golden bell. It's within this ruin. I was so taken aback by its sudden appearance that I didn't get a good look. Locus pointed towards the dilapidated structures behind Nora. Let us go take a look. Mu Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leapt over Nora's body and sped towards the ruins, with the others trailing closely behind. The architecture within the ruins was relatively well preserved compared to other locations, littered with golden ornaments. Even some of the buildings were gilded in gold. Truly a land of riches. As they passed through a golden-hued wall, a colossal bell fashioned entirely of gold came into view. Its surface entwined with vines. One of the supporting pillars had already broken, and the base was a chaotic assembly, still made of gold. Is this the golden bell? Hillbot adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes betraying a hint of barely contained astonishment. Not just he, but everyone present fell into silence, while they may have hesitated to acknowledge the truth of a legend that had persisted for 4 centuries upon seeing the abundance of gold. The sight of the monumental bell, a testament to the history of the land of gold, rendered them speechless, as the weight of 4 centuries loomed before them. The golden bell has been silent for 400 years. It is time for the world to hear your voice. After all, there is someone out at sea awaiting your answer. As Mu Chong spoke, he raised his right hand, activating the powers of the strength fruit. And a white energy sphere enveloped the surface of the golden bell. With a resounding boom, the bell began to lift slowly into the air, the massive vines entwined around it snapping one by one. While the fallen pillars crashed to the ground, the magnificent golden bell hovered seamlessly in the sky. Hey, Enel. After completing this feat, Mu Chong turned to the side where Enel was munching on an apple, signaling that the next task was his. Understood, Captain. Lightning metallurgy. With Enel's voice, bolts of lightning shot from his right hand, enveloping a vast expanse of gold. In the next moment, the formerly solid gold transformed into a cascading golden liquid, swirling around the bell. Before long, 2 massive pillars formed to support the golden bell, while on the ground, a gigantic golden rod coalesced into existence. Slade. Once Enel completed his task, Mu Chong gestured towards the floating golden bell. All right, Captain. Floating cloud platform. Slade extended his right hand, and in an instant, the previously tranquil clouds rapidly converged upon the golden bell. Before long, a pure white cloud platform replaced Mu Chong's strength fruit ability, lifting the bell's pillars. Ha ha ha. Now, it is time to ring the golden bell. Hey, Akiji, are you so aggressive? I haven't provoked you. Why must you resort to violence, Diamante? Clutching his bleeding chest wound with one hand while wielding a sword in the other. Addressed Akiji fiercely. Diamante, one of Doflamingo's officers, what brings you to the first half of the Grand Line instead of staying in the New World? Akiji's right hand was entirely encased in ice. And as he spoke, wisps of white steam escaped from his mouth, while ice crystals spread from his feet. What I do here is none of your concern. This is a family matter for the Don Quixote family. Do you intend to meddle? Diamante's gaze was fixed on Akiji, ready for any counterattack, remaining cautious in the presence of an Admiral Dada. A family matter? Hee. Just as Akiji pondered, a phone bug within Diamante's grasp suddenly rang. Prompting him to retrieve it, a face adorned with sunglasses and a sinister grin appeared. Hee. Admiral Akiji, what are you doing to my subordinate? The voice from the phone bug was brazen, laced with an air of authority. Doflamingo, your subordinate has left the New World to disrupt my meal in the first half of the Grand Line. How do you maintain control over your crew? The moment the phone bug spoke, Akiji gradually withdrew his freezing powers. Disrupting an admiral's meal? My sincere apologies, Akiji. That I heard that the celestial dragons are once again recruiting for heavenly gold. Why are you so leisurely, Admiral Akiji? The phone bug's owner wore a sly smile. Speaking with ill intent, Dada, you seem to be quite well informed, Tenryubito, but do not forget, you are now a warlord. A glimmer of warning flickered in Akiji's eyes as his tone intensified. So, Admiral Akiji, are you preparing to ignite a war between the Navy and the warlords? With the conclusion of the phone bug's statement, the entire street fell into a hushed silence. A gust of wind swept through, carrying a chilling aura, and at that moment, a colossal bell tolling resonated from the heavens. Dong, dong, dong. Following that were three powerful chimes, echoing through the skies above Gaia Island. The sound was piercing, imbued with the echoes of history, reverberating across the vast ocean. In that instant, all inhabitants of Gaia Island looked up in astonishment, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions as they listened to the resounding chimes. Only after the bell had tolled 9 times did the surrounding world fall silent once more, but this tranquility lasted merely a moment. As the entirety of Gaia Island erupted into fervor. Is that the sound of a bell? A bell from the heavens? As confusion spread among the crowd, an exuberant shout broke through the clamor of Magic Valley Town. Ha ha ha. The hero, it is the hero. He has fulfilled his promise to ring the golden bell. It is true, all of it is true. My ancestors were not mere storytellers. Everything they claimed is real. The land of gold exists. At that moment, Montblanc Kirket, lying in the streets of Magic Valley Town, disregarded his bloodied wounds, covering his eyes with a large hand, tears streaming down his face as he wept like a child. Ah, it's the hero. Indeed, just days ago, the hero soared into the sky on the sky current. Is it true? The Sky Island really exists, and so does the land of gold. Truly, it is the hero. Ha! Let us raise a toast to the hero. With Montblanc Kirket's words, the streets of Magic Valley Town erupted once more into a cacophony of excitement. Those who knew the truth rushed to the taverns to celebrate the hero's victory, while those unaware of the reality joined in the revelry, leaving only Akiji and Diamante amidst the clamor. The hero, Akiji, shall we call this battle to a close? At that moment, a commanding voice resounded from the phone bug once more. Ah, the hero. I am indeed curious to see what manner of man he is. Akiji, who had been gazing up at the sky, turned his attention back to Diamante upon hearing the voice from the phone bug. Doflamingo, instruct your men to return to the New World at once and to cease their appearances in the first half of the Grand Line. You warlords should first deal with the pirates in the New World. Did you hear that? Diamante, it's time to go home. Snap. Upon uttering these words, the once defiant visage of the telephone bug vanished in an instant, succumbing to silence. Let us depart. Diamante glanced at Akiji and then at the 2 figures lying in the distance. Without further hesitation, he turned and left the town of Magic Valley. Are we leaving so soon? Should we wait for the hero? I am truly curious. Never mind. Akiji watched Diamante and his companions depart, then lifted his gaze to the sky. After murmuring a few words to himself, he too turned to leave the town of Magic Valley, since Sengoku has issued the order to call off the hunt for the hero. There was no need for further complications. Once Akiji departed, only the 2 figures lying on the cobbled street remained. Cough, cough, cough. Hey, curly head, stop crying. Think of a way to survive first. The speaker was the hyena Bellamy, whose injuries were far more severe than those of Montblanc Kirket beside him. His body was riddled with bleeding wounds, and his face was a patchwork of bruises. Blood still dripped from his mouth as he spoke. Ha ha ha, the hero did it. Bellamy. He truly proved the existence of the Golden Country, clearing up all misunderstandings about my ancestors. I am so elated. Montblanc remained enveloped in immense joy, completely forgetting the pain of his wounds. Cough. Hey, curly head, at that moment. Bellamy summoned all his strength to interrupt him, because treating him might indeed be fatal. Diamante had truly fought with lethal intent. If not for Akiji's timely intervention, Bellamy would have perished. I apologize, Bellamy. I was too excited. I shall call for help immediately. Realizing his oversight, Montblanc hastily endured the pain in his body and rose to assist Bellamy. His injuries were not severe. Today he had merely been summoned by Bellamy to the tavern for drinks, only to be mistaken for an accomplice by Diamante and subsequently attacked. By the way, Bellamy, I believe you should consider the suggestion the hero made before his departure. I think the hero is a trustworthy man. With the conclusion of Montblanc words, the two figures gradually faded from the streets of Magic Valley. In the lofty heights of the Sky Island, the remnants of the Golden Country were in disarray. Hey, Slade, can you carry all that gold? Put it down, put it down. The Freedom Ship's hull cannot bear such weight, Lucas exclaimed, watching Slade use his fruit abilities to lift an entire building made of gold. He was suddenly alarmed, for this was the startup capital for their construction on the Sky Island. Don't be so stingy, Lucas. There is gold everywhere here. Enough for your use. I am merely taking this small piece. See, it's not even as much as the captain has. A crafty expression spread across Slade's face as he gestured towards a distant wooden structure. Captain, what are you doing? Planning to take the entire Golden Country? Lucas turned sharply and was met with a sight that shocked him for the day. He saw all the gold from the Golden Country continuously converging towards the ever-expanding golden sphere above, threatening the very existence of the Golden Country. It was only under the ravenous gaze of Hilbot and Lucas that Slade finally ceased his extraction of gold from the Golden Country. Yet, gazing at the enormous golden sphere suspended in the air, everyone could not help but chuckle at their captain's audacious method of collection. Just as everyone prepared to leave, they were suddenly drawn by a cacophony of noises. Turning simultaneously towards the outer direction of Shandora, a group of individuals riding on wild beasts, wielding various weapons, donned in primitive attire with white wings sprouting from their backs, approached, blocking Slade and his crew within the ruins. Snap! Tisk! It's those guys again, perpetually battling the people of Angel Island to the death. How dare they come here today, Captain? Should I take care of them? Upon seeing the newcomers, everyone assumed battle stances. Just then, Enel beside them bit into an apple and slowly spoke. Wait a moment. Enel, there are more people approaching. It seems they were also attracted by the sound of the golden bell. Slade halted Enel, pointing towards the direction of Angel Island, speaking in a calm tone. Quite a few are coming. It appears that without the threat of the deity, these people believe they can enter the realm of the Island of Gods. Upon hearing Slade's words, Enel followed his finger and, using his observation Haki, discerned numerous figures rapidly approaching. Hey, who are you? Are you here to fight? Lucas set down the golden jewelry he was holding, drawing his sword with its tip directed at the newcomers. Speaking in a serious tone at that moment, the once intimidating demeanor of the newcomers weakened significantly upon noticing Enel's presence, leaving only their leader to step forward. Hey, who lit the lamp of Shandora just now? The man who stepped forward was tall and robust, with a pair of small white wings on his back, deep red hair, a fierce expression, tattoos around his left eye and shoulder, his upper body bare, carrying a burning cannon on his back and grass skirts bound around his lower half. Hey, War Demon Weber, you might want to speak a bit more politely. Otherwise, the deity, wouldn't mind letting you taste the sting of lightning. Standing aside, Enel, digging in his nose, coldly huffed at the agitated Weber. Deity, Enel, you are from the Sandia tribe, right? What was your name again? Oh, War Demon Weber, how is it? I lit the lamp of Shandora. Are you not eager to thank me? Slade observed the masked Weber with keen interest, having heard that this fellow was someone willing to sacrifice his life for the dreams of his ancestors, a foolish yet lovable character, the lamp of Shandora. Was it you who lit it? Weber's voice trembled slightly as he spoke, struggling to maintain composure, but his shaking hands betrayed him. Indeed, Slade's observation Haki could distinctly sense Weber's emotions, and he smiled as he spoke. Thank you. As Weber's voice echoed, this man over 6 feet tall bowed deeply to Slade. When he straightened up again, tears streamed down his face, flowing from beneath his mask. Weber, Captain. The team members who had followed Weber gasped in astonishment at their captain's actions. The lamp of Shandora, which our ancestors have long awaited, is finally lit. The war is over. Thud. Weber's pent-up emotions finally erupted as he removed his mask, revealing a rugged yet tear-streaked face. TSK. Captain. The people behind Slade. Except for Enel, war-bewildered expressions, initially expecting a battle to ensue. The abrupt turn of events left everyone momentarily at a loss. Only Enel snorted disdainfully, though. They arrived quite promptly. Let us seize this opportunity to resolve matters concerning the Sky Island once and for all. Following Enel's gaze, Slade noticed a group of individuals from Angel Island, escorting an elder into view. The elderly man, sporting a white beard and clad in silver armor, held a long spear as he approached Slade and the others. He glanced at Weber beside him, then at Enel, before addressing Slade. "May I ask, sir, about the Lamp of Shandora?" The elder had barely opened his mouth when Slade interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Slade, captain of the Freedom Ship, hailing from the blue sea beneath the Sky Island Point. One of the purposes of our visit to the Sky Island is to fulfill the request of a descendant of Roland, to locate the golden country that was swept to the Sky Island by the upper sky stream, which you refer to as Shandora. The bell toll you just heard is the sound of the Lamp of Shandora, which lay silent for 400 years. Now, as this bell resounds across the sea once more, it attests to the existence of this history, while also rectifying the regrets of several generations. Therefore, with the Lamp of Shandora reignited, the war on the Sky Island shall officially conclude from this moment onward. Who is in favor? Who is against? Whoosh! As Slade's words fell, the entire ruins of Shandora fell into an eerie silence. Perhaps none of them had anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. A gust of wind blew, the surrounding clouds drifted slowly, and everyone pondered Slade's words. Bang. "I, Confur, agree with your proposal, Sir." Ganfuer, clad in armor and wielding a long spear, was the first to cast aside his weapon. Amidst the astonished gazes of those behind him, he slowly spoke. Chong nodded at Ganfuer but remained silent, turning to face Weber, who had already risen and returned to normalcy. "While I am indeed grateful, my lord, for igniting the flames of the Chandora lamp, if you wish for me to relinquish the notion of war entirely, I must challenge you, Captain of the Liberty." Humph! With Weber's declaration, a wave of agitation surged behind Chong. Enelu and Slade's eyes blazed with fervor, and with a disdainful snort, Lucas unsheathed his long knife. Hilbert adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and stepped forward. Baku, towering over 3 meters, charged ahead, his massive fist aimed directly at Weber, but was halted by Chong's commanding shout. Baku's fist came to a standstill before Weber, the gust of wind generated by the punch brushing against Weber's cheek, causing a fleeting sting. "Ha! The challenge is directed at me. Return, Baku," Chong bellowed, beckoning Baku back. "War Demon Weber, I accept your challenge. Come forth, let me witness the strength of the Sandians." Chong gradually stepped out of the crowd, approaching Weber with one hand behind his back and the other gesturing in an inviting manner. Chong accepted Weber's challenge with the understanding that to command the Sky Island, a measure of forceful intimidation was necessary. "All right, here it comes." Burning cannon. In an instant, Weber positioned the cannon behind him and fired at Chong. Simultaneously, his sliding shoes unleashed a powerful gust, propelling his body toward Chong. "How decisive, Weber," Chong observed as the cannonball hurtled toward him, extending his right hand to activate the power of the strength fruit. Just as the projectile was about to make contact, its trajectory abruptly altered, redirecting it back toward Weber. What? This spectacle left Weber and everyone else, save for the crew of the Liberty, utterly astonished. Weber abruptly slammed on the brakes, narrowly evading the incoming cannonball. Boom! The cannonball struck the ruins, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Weber turned to gaze at the fire, momentarily entranced. Losing focus in battle is not a wise course of action. A chilling voice echoed in Weber's ear, and in the next moment, a heavy fist slammed into his abdomen. Bang! Ugh! Weber's body was sent hurtling back with immense force, crashing into a large tree, blood spilling from his mouth. "You have lost, warrior of Sandia. Cheers." "Ha ha ha. To the everlasting flames of the Chandora lamp, Ganfuer, you've had too much to drink. Ah ha ha ha. Let us celebrate. Another round." The massive art proverb and the still undergoing renovations of the Liberty lay anchored on either side, with heaps of burning bonfires piled between the two vessels. A multitude of people encircled the bonfires. Nearly all the residents of the Sky Island had gathered here, including the Sandians, after 4 centuries of warfare. The flames of the Chandora lamp were rekindled, heralding the arrival of peace upon the Sky Island. Oi, shipwright, why do you always gaze up at the moon? Is there something troubling you? Speak up so we may all share a laugh. Under the glow of the flames, a slightly inebriated Slade nudged Enel. Noticing that the latter was lost in thought, his drink raised toward the full moon. "Ha! What are you, a navigator, understand? Alas, there is no turning back." Enel lamented quietly to himself, realizing that since he chose to follow Chong, the dream of reaching the moon seemed ever more elusive. "Ha ha! You will return, Enel. The construction of this world demands technology that transcends eras. And there, precisely lies what we need. The arc proverb shall remain, and one day it will be utilized." Chong, heartily consuming a plate of fried rice, casually responded to Enel's words, prompting a smile to grace the latter's face. In the distance, a collection of bonfires surrounded by Sandians and the Divine Squad, along with Hilbert, Lucas, Baku, and the Angel Island Escalating, saw a group of men raising their cups, unabashedly discussing topics understood only by men. "Oi, Captain, you've devoured over a dozen plates of fried rice. Is it truly that delectable?" By the bonfire, Slade observed Chong as he reached for yet another plate of fried rice, unable to contain his curiosity. "Ha ha! It's delicious. Exceptionally so. I never imagined the culinary skills of the Sky Island to be this remarkable that I ask there any more? You should try some," Chong replied enthusiastically as he continued to savor the fried rice. Genuinely impressed. "Captain, now that the Liberty has Enel as our shipwright, does this mean my grandfather will depart from the Liberty?" Upon hearing this, Chong paused mid-bite, looking up at the somewhat despondent Slade. "What is the matter?" Reluctant to part, Chong set down his plate of fried rice, lifting his cup to clink with Slade's. "Not at all, Captain. I am genuinely happy that my grandfather gets to stay on the Sky Island. It is much safer here than on the sea. Besides, he has his own duties to fulfill, which is far better than idly retiring. He is willing to contribute. Then what troubles you? Captain, can you cook?" "I cannot." "Neither can I, and I doubt the shipwright can either." Baku probably cannot either. Thus, on our ship, no one can cook." "Captain, this is a problem." Slade earnestly counted on his fingers, then helplessly conveyed his concerns to Chong. "Damn, this is indeed a problem." With all matters on the Sky Island resolved, the Liberty was set to return to the sea, due to plans for the construction of the island. Hilbert, the sharp-minded fellow, needed to stay behind, while Lucas would remain to assist as a fighter. Old Man Skid was destined to disembark. Therefore, the only ones remaining aboard the Liberty would be Chong, the captain, Enel, the shipwright, Slade, the navigator, and Baku, the fighter. For hefty men, none of whom could cook. Chong felt his head might explode, pondering where to procure a chef. "Never mind, let us eat first. We'll figure it out tomorrow." "Wait. Stop." Chong suddenly glanced at the plate of fried rice he held. It was truly delicious. He could simply bring the person who made this fried rice onto the ship. Regardless of whether it would work, it would suffice temporarily. As this thought struck him, a spark of brilliance lit up in Chong's eyes, causing Slade beside him to shiver involuntarily and instinctively inch away. This night was destined to be sleepless, with cups clinking together, recounting endless stories, and cups of tasteless liquor downed, laden with parting melancholy. Yet, the burning flames warmed every open heart. Bang, 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 boom. The following morning, from deep within the apato forest, a cacophony of clashes and explosions echoed, interspersed with frantic, furious shouts. "Ah, you untrustworthy shipwright. You promised not to use observation Haki. Can you handle it? Yah! You treacherous navigator. That black fist of yours just smashed into my divine face. Only a fool wouldn't dodge. You shipwright. You simply cannot handle it. Watch my fists, you navigator. You cannot defeat me. Behold my lightning." Bang, boom. Another explosion resounded, and a group of onlookers surrounding the battlefield wore expressions of sheer delight. "Hey, is Slade really that formidable? Even Enel can't defeat him." "What are you saying?" "War Demon Weber, their clash is not a real battle. It's training. No abilities can be used, and neither can observation Haki. More importantly, each of them is burdened with Chong's gravity." And Weber observed the two combatants in the arena. Envy reflected in their eyes, yet they couldn't help but discuss. "Chong is simply too strong. I challenged him again earlier, and I couldn't even withstand his aura." Weber sighed deeply, still haunted by the morning's encounter. "Ha ha ha ha. To challenge Chong is to seek a beating. In the end, I even lost my sliding shoes." Glanced down at Weber, who was now barefoot, unable to suppress a teasing remark. "No. Chong said my shoes contained something he needed, and he willingly requested them." Weber's gaze fell into contemplation as he shot a sharp glance at before swiftly approaching the battlefield, eager to experience the sensation of gravity training. Meanwhile, within the ruins of Xiangwala, the giant python Nora had been engaged in a stalemate with Chong for quite some time, obstinately refusing to yield. "Hey, Nora, if you don't move aside, I'll have to take action," Chong exclaimed. Exasperatedly shaking his fist, the creature before him seemed utterly oblivious to the absurdity of blocking his path while letting out a tremendous roar. The giant python Nora shook its massive head, its gaping mouth inching closer to Chong's face. "Wait a moment, are you suggesting I should go in?" Chong's expression shifted to one of surprise as he pointed at Nora's mouth. As if understanding, the giant python quickly nodded and gestured with its enormous tail towards its belly. I recall that in the original story, this giant python swallowed a great deal of Xiangwala's gold. It can't possibly be asking me to help it clear its intestines, can it? Realizing Nora's intent, Chong couldn't help but smile wryly. "Clever, Nora. All right, I agree. Lie down. Just remember not to close your mouth. My fists can be quite painful." Once he finished speaking, Chong pointed at Nora's mouth, signaling for it to lie down. To Chong's astonishment, Nora seemed to comprehend his words completely, obediently lowering its colossal head to the ground, facilitating Chong's entrance. With a heavy sigh, Chong activated his fruit ability, levitating his body toward Nora's gaping maw. The python's size was immense, its mouth wide enough to rival the height of several stories, allowing Chong to easily fly inside. However, the moment he entered, darkness enveloped him. Yet, for someone with the observation Haki like Chong, this was hardly an obstacle. "Nora, open your mouth wider. I'm about to start throwing things out." After an indeterminate amount of time, Chong's observation Haki finally sensed the location of the gold. He shouted at Nora and raised his right hand, activating his power to envelop all the foreign objects that Nora had swallowed. In the next instant, everything began to levitate and was propelled toward Nora's gaping mouth. After what felt like an eternity, when Chong emerged from the giant python's mouth, a veritable mountain of various gold pieces lay piled before him, towering higher than a single story, resembling a shimmering golden hill from afar. "How on earth do you consume everything? Can you even digest this? Goodness, you're not going to excrete nothing but gold, are you?" Chong said to Nora, incredulous at how this enormous creature had survived with such a vast quantity of items within its belly. The moment Chong stepped out, the giant python Nora suddenly let out an exhilarated roar, thrashing its body in delight, as if it had been liberated from an overwhelming burden. The commotion caused by Nora was so significant that within moments, several figures appeared nearby. The first to arrive was Enel, who glanced around, then at the innocent-looking Chong, and without a word, swiftly departed. Chong could distinctly see the expression on Enel's face that conveyed, "You've interrupted my peace." Next to arrive was Slade, who emerged from a mass of clouds. "Captain, what's all the commotion?" "I extracted a substantial amount of gold from Nora's belly, and now it's in this state. Perhaps it was simply too burdened before and is now feeling relieved." Chong pointed at Nora, who was still bouncing around joyfully, explaining to Slade. Shortly thereafter, and Weber, patrolling apato with their crew, also arrived. After inquiring about the situation, they were waved away by Chong. "Captain, why don't we let them take some of this gold?" "Huh? Oh, right. I completely forgot," Slade replied. Understanding that as captain, Chong's word was final, he stood beside Chong, clutching his stick, with a resounding crash. As a wall collapsed, the giant python Nora twisted its body and returned, lowering its snake head toward Chong before pointing at the towering pile of gold. "Captain, it seems this snake is trying to say something?" Slade exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing this spectacle. "Gold?" Chong pondered Nora's actions, realizing that this creature, living in Xiangwala, must be quite familiar with gold. Yet, it had approached him specifically to inspect it. "Treasures." Two voices echoed simultaneously from Chong and Slade, their eyes meeting, both reflecting surprise to in the next instant. Chong wasted no time, raising his hand to activate his fruit ability. The mountain of gold swiftly scattered, all levitating in midair, casting a golden glow that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Chong and Slade quickly looked up, scrutinizing the floating gold. However, despite their thorough examination, nothing appeared out of the ordinary. Aside from the gold, there were merely a few weapons. "Captain, I don't see anything unusual here." "Aside from the various gold pieces, there are just a few weapons," Slade remarked, resting his chin in contemplation, marveling at the sheer quantity without finding anything particularly remarkable. "Could it be that I'm overthinking this? Is this creature merely intending to gift us these?" Chong mused, bewildered. his gaze shifting toward the giant python Nora at that moment. Nora suddenly roared, its massive 100-meter-long body instinctively retreating a considerable distance. Its eyes reflecting fear as it stared at the floating gold. Something's not right. This gold must hold some significance, Chong realized, detecting Nora's unease. If it were merely gold, the creature wouldn't react so strongly. With a swift flick of his white cloak, Chong soared into the air, heading directly toward the gold, with Slade closely following, curious as to what could instill such fear in the colossal serpent. Captain, there's nothing wrong. Slade examined the gold for an extended period, almost pressing his face against it, yet could find no issues. He turned to Chong, but his words faltered as he noticed Chong, who was eerily fixated on a white long knife. Captain, is this knife significant? Slade gently floated over to Chong's side, peering at the white long knife. Yes, this knife is problematic. Chong remained suspended in midair, his eyes never leaving the knife. His observation Haki enveloped the blade with fervor. Had he not just examined the gold, he might not have sensed the faint trace of blood energy contained within the knife. Indeed, it was blood energy. This knife floated quietly, seemingly indistinguishable from the surrounding gold. However, its pure white handle and sheath, along with its nearly 2-meter length, made it stand out. Chong gazed at the knife. A glimmer of red light flickered in his eyes, a smile slowly forming on his lips. He cautiously extended his right hand, gripping the hilt of the white long knife. Since you have chosen me, it would be remiss to depart without acknowledging your intent. For the moment Chong enveloped the knife with his observation Haki, a voice echoed in his consciousness, urging him to grasp the blade. However, this voice was swiftly overpowered by another, more domineering presence, vanishing within an instant. Nevertheless, Chong chose to seize the knife. An unforeseen transformation ensued. Huh? What is this? At the instant Chong gripped the knife, an overwhelming surge of blood energy enveloped him, rapidly permeating his body, with thick strands of blood seeping into his temples. In mere moments, he found himself encased in a crimson cocoon. The next moment, the blade unsheathed itself, floating directly above the blood cocoon, as tendrils of blood emanated from the blade, penetrating the cocoon. Its color shifted from red to a dark crimson and eventually to pure black, ceasing the flow of blood strands. Yet, the blade began to descend, slowly embedding itself into the dark cocoon. Hey! Are you trying to consume your master so soon? Disobedient weapons face the risk of being lost to history. Behave yourself, or I might not hesitate to destroy you. Just as the blade was about to penetrate the black cocoon, an overwhelming aura surged within, causing the cocoon to crack in but a fleeting moment. The blood cocoon shattered entirely, revealing the figure of Chong clad in a flowing white robe. Ha ha ha. What a magnificent blade. From now on, you shall accompany me, white serpent, Chong exclaimed, gripping the sword hilt with his right hand while holding the scabbard with his left. His gaze fixed intently on the weapon in his grasp, unable to contain his exuberant laughter. This blade is truly remarkable. The entire sword, resplendent in snowy white, exhibited an unblemished hue across its blade, hilt, and scabbard. Its total length measured an impressive 1.6 meters, with the blade extending approximately 1.2 meters and the hilt around 0.4 meters, resembling a meow dagger. At first glance, the sword appeared rather unremarkable, save for the striking serpent's head, with its forked tongue, adorning the junction between the hilt and blade, setting it apart from the ordinary. The serpent's gaping maw clamped onto the blade, its body elegantly winding and embedded along the hilt. Two sharp fangs protruded from either side of the serpent's mouth, embedded into the blade, while the serpent's tongue flickered, also encrusted along the sides of the weapon. However, the moment Chong grasped the sword, the name White Serpent resonated within his mind. Captain, at that moment, Slade's voice reverberated from behind, laden with curiosity. What is it, Slade? Chong inquired, sheathing the long blade with satisfaction at his waist. Then turning to regard Slade with a puzzled expression. Are you all right, Captain? Slade asked me. Indeed. Ever since you took hold of that sword, you have remained motionless here. The sun is nearly setting, and it was only when I saw you laugh that you seemed to return to normal. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing Slade's words, a glimmer of crimson flickered in Chong's eyes as he lowered his gaze to the white serpent at his waist, patting the blade with his left hand. Ha! What a splendid sword! Deep within the dense apaya forest of Divine Island, the air was occasionally shattered by thunderous explosions. At times, the very ground of the island trembled in response. Had one not known the source, they might have believed Divine Island was on the verge of collapse. On the deck of the Ark Proverb, a crack echoed. Hey, Navigator, is the captain still there? Enel, munching on an apple, sauntered over to Slade, who was perched on the ship's edge, and inquired. Yes, it has been the entire day. Apart from having Baku and the others deliver some food, he has remained in this state, Slade replied, his legs crossed. His body nestled between a fluffy cloud, while numerous clouds swirled above his head, morphing into various shapes, swords, axes, hammers, shields, and more. Click, tisk, so serious. Captain, Enel remarked, a spark of mischief glinting in his eyes, and with that, he vanished from the Arc Proverbs deck. TCH, that was merely past beatings. At the moment Enel disappeared, Slade opened his eyes, muttering a sardonic comment before closing them once more, the clouds above continuing their whimsical transformations, a suggestion from Chong himself. Boom, bang, in the depths of the Apaya forest, chaos reigned. With a radius of nearly 50 meters shattered, the earth torn asunder, trees toppled haphazardly, and some trunks reduced to mere splinters. Chong, bare-chested, displayed muscles of formidable strength. And with every swing of the long blade, White Serpent, the very space around him trembled. His movements were deliberate and slow, as though burdened by an immense weight. Each arm's swing and footstep seemed laborious. The ground beneath him pocked with shallow craters. Phew. At last, I've broken through again. I've endured an entire day for this. The sensation of breaking through is exhilarating. With great effort, Chong straightened his body, surveying himself with satisfaction before casting his gaze upon the White Serpent, a smile creeping onto his lips. Hiki. Suddenly, a flash of crimson ignited in his eyes as he sensed a presence behind him. A smile gracing his face. With a gust of wind, Chong's figure vanished from his spot, reappearing 50 meters away in midair, where he swiftly swung the White Serpent downward, its blades slicing through the air. Ship, Enel, who had intended to assess the situation, found himself frozen in shock, eyes fixated on the nearly face-to-face black blade. His words caught in his throat in that instant. He felt as though this dark blade could cleave him in twain within the next heartbeat. Even with the power of a logia fruit, he could not evade the blade's edge. Swish, clang. Yet, the black blade existed for merely a heartbeat before vanishing from sight. As the sound of the long blade sliding into its scabbard echoed. Enel regained his composure. Ha ha ha. How does it feel, Enel? What do you think of this blade? Chong brandished the White Serpent before Enel, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Enel's gaze fixated on the pure white long blade, now appearing as an ordinary sword, the previous black hue having dissipated. Captain, what happened to that black blade just now? Enel queried, casting an eager glance at Chong, desperate for an explanation. That is the power of armament Haki, a force capable of threatening even logia users. As he spoke, Chong descended to the ground, retrieving his discarded clothing from the dirt, and seated himself beside a fallen tree. Armament Haki, isn't it supposed to be on the hands? Hearing Chong's words, Enel was flooded with memories of being pummeled by both Chong and Slade. In his mind, armament Haki could only manifest upon the hands. Ha ha ha. Would you like to learn? Enel, Chong inquired, fastening the long blade to his waist, a smile gracing his face. Yes, of course, Captain, I certainly do not wish to be left behind, Enel declared, determination gleaming in his eyes, an indomitable will stirring within him. This is precisely what I have been seeking for my crew. Tomorrow, right here, summon Slade and Baku. I shall introduce you to the power that enables one to stand firm upon the seas. After all, it won't be long before we face those monsters. Chong clapped Enel's shoulder, a solemn expression crossing his face before he shot a smile and soared towards the freedom, power to stand upon the seas. You say? I wonder how my lightning compares to the monsters the captain speaks of. I truly look forward to it. The next morning, before the sun had graced the eastern horizon, Chong, donned in white robes, sat in the very place he had wrought such devastation, his body levitating as he meditated, facing eastward with closed eyes. This was one method for Chong to enhance his observation Haki, achieving a tranquility surpassing even the sky, maintaining a calm mindset to fully utilize observation Haki even amidst battle. The long blade, White Serpent, floated beside him, seemingly ordinary, as the two remained in serene stillness. The wind caressed the sea of clouds, revealing the radiance of the rising sun, and in that moment, the entire space fell into silence. The wind stilled, the clouds ceased their movement, and all sounds vanished, leaving only the red sun gradually unveiling its full visage. Refreshing. With Mu Chong's exuberant shout, the space regained its vitality, heralding the dawn of a new day. Captain, Captain, we're here. Meow. Roar. Swish, swish, boom. The very ground behind Mu Chong began to tremble. As figures rapidly materialized upon the expansive terrain, swish, a large white creature lunged toward Mu Chong, its substantial form akin to that of a tiger, measuring a length of nearly 1.5 meters. Ha! You glutton! Get up. At this rate, I won't be able to carry you any longer. Mu Chong chided the spoiled white Moo nuzzling against him. Although he feigned annoyance, his hands were filled with affection. This was his steadfast companion. Everyone has arrived. Wait, even Nora is here. Mu Chong beamed at the gathering crowd, a smile gracing his face. Upon seeing Nora's serpentine head, however, he couldn't help but display a wry grin. Captain, they insisted on coming. I couldn't control them. Enel, standing nearby, chimed in with a nonchalant demeanor. Ha ha ha. No matter, since everyone is here, let us proceed together. After all, in this world, strength forms the foundation of survival. After Mu Chong finished speaking, he cast a glance over each person's face, etching their countenances firmly into his memory. The crew members of the Freedom ship, who were about to return to Qinghai, included the navigator Slade, the shipwright Enel, the warrior Baku, the temporary cook Aisha, and the remaining crew members staying behind to develop the Sky Island. The strategist Hill Boat, the current chief of the Sky Island, the warrior Lucas, the current deputy chief of the Sky Island, former high priest Apato, Alm, and Gaydas. The former is now the captain of the first team of the Sky Island, while the latter is the captain of the third team, the former inhabitants of Sandia. The battle demon Weber is now the captain of the second team of the Sky Island. His original crew still serves under him, alongside the residents of the God Island, the captain of the guard team McKinley, who is now the captain of the fourth team of the Sky Island, with his original crew still under his command, and the discipline officer Skik, the steward Gonfouer, and the guardian beast of the Sky Island, the giant python Nuala. Mu Chong, as the captain, held command over the entire situation, yet he also acted as a hands-off manager, intervening only at crucial moments and leaving matters to the strategist Hill Boat when not absolutely necessary. Mu Chong imparted numerous suggestions to him, including ideas that were not of this era. The reconstruction of the Xiangwula ruins had recommenced, the residents of the God Island were no longer secluded, and the land of Apato was no longer solely the domain of the gods. In summary, everything was progressing favorably. Notably, Mu Chong had copied the information inscribed on the historical document placed on the Sky Island. Standing atop the colossal vines of Xiangwula, Mu Chong concluded a morning of rigorous training. A long howl escaped his lips, its resonant tones echoing throughout the entire Sky Island. Roar, the giant python Nuala, who had been accompanying Mu Chong, imitated his actions, raising its head to let out a long cry towards the sky. Well done, Nala. I find you increasingly endearing. If only the Freedom ship were larger, I would undoubtedly take you along to Qinghai. Mu Chong tightened the white robe on his body, secured the white serpent at his waist, and with a swift motion, landed atop Nuala's head, gently stroking it as he spoke. Roar. Ha ha ha. Don't sulk, Nuala. Although I cannot take you with me this time, I promise you that one day I shall return to fetch you, and we will have a grand time in Qinghai. Mu Chong affectionately patted Nuala's massive head, his face brimming with tenderness. Ever since that day he had helped this creature remove the white serpent from its belly, Nuala had developed a deep attachment to Mu Chong. Roar. The giant python Nuala let out a low growl, and Mu Chong, perceiving its emotions through his observation Haki, sensed a hint of despondency. Hiki. I'm heading back to Qinghai. Nuala, remember to guard this place for me, as you are my appointed guardian beast of the Sky Island. Ha ha ha. Mu Chong soothed Nuala's spirits and then turned his gaze towards the spot where the Freedom ship was docked. Speaking slowly, Roar, let us go. Our companions must be waiting. As Mu Chong's words faded, Nuala emitted a low growl and swiftly descended along the massive vines. After 3 days of transformation, the Freedom ship, thanks to the collaborative efforts of Skik, Enel, and the God team, finally completed its magnificent metamorphosis. Its overall size had more than doubled, reaching nearly 100 meters in length, with a lateral deck length of almost 60 meters and a height exceeding 10 meters. Now, it appeared significantly more imposing than before, still a dual-track sailboat, but enhanced with electric propulsion. The ship's interior was laden with a substantial amount of gold, a demand strongly advocated by Enel, who claimed that with such wealth aboard, the ship would be invincible. The external structure of the ship had not undergone major alterations, but the overall strength of the Freedom ship had been reinforced, utilizing nearly every available material on the Sky Island. Furthermore, the ship bore various unique shells from the island. Notably, the figurehead at the bow, which Chong initially envisioned as a dragon's head, was ultimately transformed into a likeness of Mu's head. Much to the delight of that plump creature, who remained ecstatic throughout the day. Ha, are we all set? Chong inquired, observing the crew of the Freedom ship, all prepared for departure, with the diminutive Aisha standing at the center. A slight smile gracing his lips. We have been ready for ages, Captain, just waiting for you. At this moment, Enel had shed his previous appearance, no longer bare-chested, but instead donned a long robe mimicking Chong's style. Enelu's robe was predominantly white, adorned with scattered light blue lightning patterns, and lined with a blue and white shirt, complemented by his traditional white lantern pants, presenting a remarkably dashing figure. Chong was taken aback by Enelu's attire and instinctively glanced at the others, only to be astonished by the sight. Every crew member on the Freedom ship, whether departing from the Sky Island or remaining behind, was clad in identical white robes, albeit with differing patterns. Slade's robe featured cloud motifs. Baku's bore a shield-like design. Aisha's displayed wings, and Hillboat's was adorned with golden dagger-like patterns. That Lucas's robe showcased a crescent moon motif. Even Mu was dressed in a white top emblazoned with snowflake-like circular designs. The six of them stood at the forefront of the crowd, all smiles directed at Chong, forming an undeniably striking ensemble. Ha! Let us set sail. Witnessing this scene, Chong felt a hint of moisture welling in his eyes. Without uttering another word, he raised his right hand, firmly extending his thumb upwards. Yea, Qing Hai, your thunder god has arrived. As Chong's proclamation echoed, Enel burst into laughter, and with a flash of lightning, vanished from sight. Received, Captain. Boom. Following this, Slade smiled and, with a nod, transformed into a vast expanse of white clouds, gently lifting the Freedom ship aloft. Aye, Captain. Baku placed his right hand on his chest, bowing to Chong before leaping onto the deck of the Freedom ship. Hee. 11-year-old Aisha blushed, offering Chong a sweet smile, but remaining rooted in place. Meow. Chong cast a doting glance at the duo below, and then turned to face the gathering crowd. With a gradual opening of his arms, he began to ascend into the air, accompanied by Aisha and by Mu. Ha! Everyone, the Sky Island is in your capable hands. This is our shared home. I hope you all work together to build it well. In the future, let us stand atop the world together. As he spoke, Chong had already brought Aisha and Baku onto the deck of the Freedom ship. The five of them, along with one creature, stood at the ship's stern, waving their arms towards the inhabitants of the Sky Island. As the Freedom ship ascended, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of concern and well-wishes, filling the air with heartfelt messages that resonated throughout the Sky Island. Some individuals even discreetly wiped away tears. Skig slowly lit a cigarette, keeping his gaze fixed on the Freedom ship, tears welling in his eyes. Yet a smile of contentment graced his face. Captain has departed. I envy you. Lucas remarked, we still have our own tasks. I believe that in the near future, we will stand once again behind the captain. Roar. The reverberations of their voices faded into the sky as the Freedom ship vanished from view. Yet no one moved from their spots. Each person maintained their stance, gazing after the ship for an extended period. On the deck of the Freedom ship, Captain, how do we descend? You cannot possibly expect me to just float the Freedom ship down to the sea from 10,000 meters up? Slade's expression was filled with urgency as he pondered how to address the situation. Ha! Silly navigator, you need not worry. With me here, everything will be fine. Enel struck a haughty pose, crackling with electric energy. Aisha instinctively took a step back, only to be supported by a large hand behind her. Fear not. Enel is no longer the god he once was. He is now a very reliable partner. Chong smiled gently at Aisha, who discreetly glanced at Enel and nodded slightly at Chong. Slade, retract your clouds. Chong then turned to Slade, speaking in a calm tone that conveyed no emotional turbulence, as if addressing a trivial matter. Understood, Captain. Slade responded to Chong's request, instinctively complying that he anticipated that Chong would use his abilities to support the descent of the Freedom ship. However, when Slade completely withdrew the clouds beneath the ship, the entire world fell silent. The surrounding environment began to rise slowly, and the Freedom ship accelerated downward, gaining speed with no intention of slowing down. Puff! Due to the weight of the hull and its descent speed, The Freedom ship effortlessly pierced through the cloud layers of the sea of clouds in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Ah! Ah ha 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 ha! Yay ha 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 ha! Accompanying the rapid descent of the Freedom, screams of fright, bursts of laughter, and exhilarating shouts reverberated through the air above the ocean as the Freedom plummeted straight down from an altitude of 10,000 meters toward the sea. Look, there is the Scythe Pirates. It is said their captain has a bounty as high as 99 million berries and employs exceedingly cruel tactics. Tisich, how ignorant you are. The Scythe Pirates are nothing compared to that grand ship over there. The Giant Bear Pirates, whose captain's bounty has surpassed 100 million berries. Hiss, truly impressive. A few dockworkers at the harbor were quietly discussing the pirate ship moored at the port. Today's harbor was remarkably lively. Just then, a long whistle echoed from the sea. Capturing the attention of many at the port, the colossal two-masted sailing ship gradually approached the harbor, its towering masts proudly displaying a pirate flag fluttering in the wind. Look, that ship belongs to the frenzied Axe Pirates, captained by the notorious Moncari, with a bounty of 190 million berries. How did he come to be here? As the pirate ship drew closer to the harbor, a chorus of gasps erupted, with nearly all the dockworkers pausing their tasks, while a small faction of other pirate crews also gazed at the vessel. Oh ho 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 ho, gather round, lads, once we reach the island. Feast, drink, and revel to your heart's content. Damn it, this journey has been dreadfully dull. On the deck of the frenzied Axe Pirates, a giant man towering at 4 meters tall bellowed loudly while raising his wine glass, spilling liquor all over his thick beard. Ho ho ho. The captain is magnificent. Moncari's words incited cheers from the crew, as they all raised their cups and roared in celebration. Huh, what is that in the sky? Yo, what's wrong, brother? Have you drunk too much and lost your wits? What are you looking at? On the deck of the frenzied Axe Pirates, 2 drunken pirates suddenly noticed something terrifying, just above their ship. Another vessel was plummeting straight down. Captain Moncari, a ship is falling from the sky. The first pirate to spot the descending ship shouted in alarm, his cry drawing the attention of all the pirates on deck, including Captain Moncari. Oh ho 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 ho. It is said that in the waters around Gaia Island, ships sometimes fall from the sky. I never expected to encounter one while I, Moncari of the Frenzied Axe, was here. Moncari flung aside his wine cup, wielding a massive axe in hand, and strode boldly toward the bow of the ship. Lads, prepare the cannons. Blast that wretched ship to pieces. I must see what lies upon this sky-falling vessel. Cannons, prepare the cannons now. At Moncari's command, the ship erupted into a cacophony of chaos as the pirates began to scurry about, and at that moment, the ship above was in further disarray. Captain, we're almost there. At this rate, the Freedom will be wrecked. Think of something, Captain. Slade gripped the railing tightly, anxiously shouting at the still joyful Moukong at the bow. Huh? Almost there? Ha! Didn't he notice? Upon hearing the shout, Moukong immediately flipped over, only to find everyone on deck glaring at him in anger. Ha 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 ha. No worries. Let us prepare to stop the ship. With a flourish of his robe, Moukong began issuing commands. Enel, stabilize the Freedom's hull, use the propeller and wind to slow us down. Slade, use your giant nimbus to drag the Freedom and reduce its descent speed. Everyone else, hold steady. Ha 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 ha. The rest is up to me. As Moukong's voice rang out, everyone aboard the Freedom instantly sprang into action. Thunder flashed, and white clouds swirled as the formerly rapid descent of the Freedom was abruptly stabilized, its speed diminishing swiftly. Yet it was not enough. Come to a stop, Freedom. We have returned. Moukong crouched at the ship's bow, pressing his hands down, sending ripples of white waves emanating from his palms, swiftly merging with the hull of the Freedom. In the next moment, the descent of the Freedom visibly slowed, gently drifting toward the sea. Boom! Boom! Just as everyone thought the crisis had passed, a series of thunderous booms erupted from below, with dark cannonballs hurtling straight towards the hull of the Freedom. Captain, someone is firing at the Freedom. Baku, who had been standing at the edge of the ship, urgently shouted at Moukong. Meow. Damn those pirates. Let me tear them apart. Slade, transformed into a cloud, poked his enormous head out from the mist, his eyes blazing with fury. Cloud shield, electric strike. The 2 voices rang out as all the cannonballs flying towards the Freedom exploded mid-air, inflicting no damage whatsoever. At the moment of the explosions, all the pirates at Gaia Island's port looked up toward the sky. Look at the sky. What is that? A falling ship. The frenzied Axe Pirates are attacking the falling ship. Just then, standing at the bow of the Freedom, Moukong drew his white serpent, declaring, To welcome my return to the sea in such a manner is truly a fool's errand. With that, Mukong leaped from the Freedom, his body plummeting to the same height as the frenzied axe pirate's ship, facing a group of pirates about 20 meters away, curling his lips in a smirk. Captain Moncari, that man? At that moment, the pirates aboard the frenzied axe ship were left dumbfounded. How could someone jump down from a falling ship? How could anyone hover above the surface of the sea? Why was that person wielding a sword toward the pirate ship? Indeed, Mukong, suspended above the sea, swung his white serpent without hesitation, revealing an enormous pure white serpent, its diameter easily measuring 20 meters, bearing its fangs as it charged toward the frenzied axe pirates. With a swift motion, Mukong sheathed his sword and turned. Bang! Boom! The Freedom crashed back onto the sea, and Mukong safely stepped onto the bow of the Freedom. Almost simultaneously, a tremendous explosion resonated behind him. The ship is destroyed. One strike. The frenzied axe pirates are finished? Who is that person? So powerful. That's the notorious Moncari with a bounty of 190 million. Huh. That ship looks familiar. The explosive sounds resonating from the sea caused everyone at the harbor to take a sharp breath. As they witnessed a large pirate crew vanish before their very eyes, astonished expressions plastered on their faces, all fixated on the slowly docking Freedom, eagerly anticipating who would disembark from the vessel. Hey, Captain, there's someone in the sea.